A global metamorphosis has transpired, with an enigmatic resurgence mirroring reality, heralding the advent of calamities. Every individual shall awaken their Beastmaster Lord abilities upon reaching the age of 18, acquiring a lordly domain that materializes a month later, thus establishing themselves as a local sovereign. Each lord is entitled to a recruitment pool upon awakening, allowing them to enlist their own military units, plundering resources, fortifying troops, expanding territories, and repelling the invasion of demonic creatures. Ren Qi begins his journey by recruiting a mutated succubus, which can continuously ascend to become a fallen angel. Is it truly possible for someone to recruit a succubus? What is there to envy? Succubi lack combat prowess. They are merely fodder, and once his lordly domain materializes, he will likely be swiftly devoured by the demonic entities. Haha, I have awakened a top-tier unit. The Golden Tiger, I am invincible. Shortly thereafter, Ren Qi's territory expanded to a warring states level, surrounded by a cadre of fallen angels, surveying all demonic creatures from above. Even the weakest of the fallen angels possessed semi-divine capabilities. Chapter 1. Succubus? Mutated succubus. What type of unit did you recruit? I ended up awakening an ordinary cavalry recruitment pool, which is rather lackluster in combat strength. Yours is not bad at all. I shockingly awakened a slime recruitment pool. Can you believe it? This isn't merely a matter of combat strength. It utterly lacks any fighting capability. Hold on, what on earth is a slime? I awakened an elemental mage recruitment pool, capable of summoning various elemental mages. One could say it is an A-level recruitment pool. Let's not dwell on recruitment pools for now. Tomorrow is the assessment of lordly abilities, which significantly impacts the resources provided by the state. Last-minute preparations are not effective, so we should ready ourselves promptly. Listening to the discussions of his classmates, Ren Qi's gaze flickered. A century ago, a global metamorphosis occurred, with an enigmatic resurgence reflecting reality, leading to the emergence of demonic calamities and the formation of demon dens across various locales. Various demonic creatures emerged from these dens, rampaging and causing a dramatic decline in the human population. Subsequently, humans awakened their Beastmaster Lord abilities, allowing every individual who turned 18 to awaken a lordly domain. The initial lordly domain takes the form of a castle, nestled within the ocean of consciousness of the awakener, housing a recruitment pool to summon various military units. Timber, stone, and various resources can be utilized to upgrade and expand the territory, while the flesh and blood of demonic creatures can enhance the combat prowess of the units. A month later, regardless of the growth of the units, the territory will materialize, becoming a formidable force against the demonic incursions. Although the lordly abilities can be learned, the strength of the units remains crucial, leading to a mixture of joy and despair with each awakening. However, even if the units are not particularly strong, they can focus on auxiliary roles, gathering timber, stone, or even hunting lesser demonic creatures for their flesh, which can be sold to powerful lords in exchange for higher-tier demonic flesh to enhance their strength, or even gain protection. This involves the allocation of resources and maximizing their utilization, making lordly abilities immensely important. Thus, a century prior, the Dragon Kingdom implemented free compulsory education, enabling children to study lordly abilities until the age of 18. On the day following the awakening, the Dragon Kingdom conducts assessments for the awakeners. Those who perform admirably can receive resources granted by the state. Some high-tier demonic flesh is unattainable for newly awakened lords, serving to rapidly bolster their unit's strength, ensuring a solid foundation once the lordly domain materializes. Students, tomorrow marks the assessment day. As long as you achieve commendable rankings, there will be generous rewards in resources and monetary compensation. Everyone must exert their utmost effort, combining your acquired knowledge of lordship with your units to attain excellent results. The homeroom teacher fervently encouraged the students below, while Ren Qi wearily glanced out the window. His awakened unit was somewhat unique, and, after a night of toil, he felt rather fatigued today. Ren Qi, what unit did you awaken? Your knowledge of lordship is the best in the entire school. If you awaken a good unit, you will surely excel tomorrow. His desk mate and neighbor, Liang, inquired. Ren Qi hesitated briefly before responding. I awakened a succubus unit. Liang was momentarily stunned. Then his throat bobbed as he seemingly recalled something, his face slightly flushing. Is it that kind of succubus? Observing Liang's increasingly heavy breathing, Ren Qi replied helplessly. Indeed, it is precisely the type of succubus you envision, with an exquisite figure and irresistible allure. A mere glance can ensnare your soul. Truly a legitimate succubus. Having traversed this world for 3 years, he had exerted every effort to learn about lordly knowledge, yearning for various powerful units, only to awaken this. According to the instructional materials, succubi, aside from their potent charm, fundamentally lack any combat strength. The text documented that the last lord to awaken a succubus unit resorted to engaging in the flesh trade to sustain the development and security of his territory. Li Yang's expression shifted through various shades as he regarded Ren Qi's resigned demeanor, ultimately refraining from uttering anything inappropriate and instead offered comfort. While units are significant, Ren Qi, you can still utilize your knowledge of lordship to achieve good results and secure resources early on. If all else fails, you could pivot to an auxiliary-type lord. You can still thrive. Ren Qi nodded reluctantly, though a sense of discontent lingered within him. Upon returning home after school, he closed the door to his room and immersed himself in the ocean of consciousness, continuing to manage the affairs of his lordly domain. The initial lordly space was merely a castle, quite dilapidated and not particularly large, akin to a small villa. Ren Qi's consciousness morphed into his own form as he entered the castle. "Master, you have returned." As he stepped inside, two alluring voices greeted him from either side, with two succubi approaching. The two succubi bore different appearances, yet both possessed voluptuous figures, their garments barely concealing their modesty, exuding an aura of seduction with every movement. Each had a pair of black wings and a curled, elevated black tail, their enticing crimson eyes fixed intently on Ren Qi, radiating respect. Ren Qi nodded towards them, surveying the arrangement of his lordly domain with evident satisfaction. Based on his acquired knowledge, the lordly domain could have its interior items rearranged through conscious intent prior to materialization. After awakening in the early hours of the previous night, Ren Qi had directly organized the layout of his territory, crafting some traps and defenses with the limited resources available, laboring through the night. After a thorough inspection, his gaze fell upon the recruitment pool ahead. The two succubi had emerged from this very pool, and before it stood a colossal stone statue, which essentially depicted the entities that could be summoned from the recruitment pool. The stone statue before Ren Qi was a succubus, ensconced in swirling black mist, rendering it less alluring. Its visage remained obscured, flickering within the black fog, and behind it unfurled 9 pairs of wings, emanating an imposing presence. "Wait, 9 pairs of wings?" Ren Qi paused. Upon learning that the summoned unit was a succubus the night before, he had lost interest in further investigation and concentrated on adjusting the layout of the territory, neglecting to notice that the succubus statue indeed possessed 9 pairs of wings. Subsequently, he examined the attributes of this seductive demon statue. Demon recruitment pool, special unique. Recruitment pool rank, first rank. Prior to manifestation, 2 seductive demons may be recruited daily. Post-manifestation, 10 energy crystals are required to recruit 2 seductive demons. To upgrade the recruitment pool to second rank, 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals are necessary. The first rank mutated demon recruitment pool possesses a minuscule probability of recruiting mutated demons. The higher the rank of the recruitment pool, the greater the chance of acquiring mutated demons. Future enhancements to the recruitment pool's rank will necessitate additional resources. Elevating the recruitment pool to 9th rank allows for the direct recruitment of fallen angels. Chapter 2. Has the mindset crumbled? Ren Qi stood there, utterly stunned. A recruitment pool for mutated succubi? And a unique one at that. Realization dawned upon him as he hurriedly examined the attributes of the 2 succubi beside him. Mutated succubus. Rank. Tier 3 succubus, capable of mutation. Level 1. With a 10 chance of rank advancement every 10 levels. Loyalty. 100, fiercely loyal. Each 10-level increase in a Tier 9 mutated succubus carries a chance of mutation into a fallen angel. The lowest rank of a 2-winged fallen angel reaches adulthood at level 50, equating to a demigod level. Both succubi bore identical attributes, both being mutated succubi. It was only now that Ren Qi comprehended that the statue was not merely a succubus. It was, in fact, a fallen angel. Given that even the lowest rank of a 2-winged fallen angel achieves a demigod status upon maturity, how terrifying must an 18-winged fallen angel, akin to this statue, be? However, the probability of encountering mutated succubi in a Tier 1 recruitment pool was exceedingly low, and he had been exceptionally fortunate to have summoned 2. He would need to elevate the recruitment pool's tier. Ren Qi furrowed his brow. Advancing to a Tier 2 recruitment pool required 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals. A daunting prospect indeed. To put it into perspective, a standard recruitment pool only needed 10 energy crystals to reach Tier 2. Energy crystals could be obtained by hunting magical beasts, but magic crystals were only obtainable by slaying beasts of Tier 5 or higher, which posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, in the month leading up to the manifestation of the territory, one could only recruit 2 succubi per day, and after a month, it would require 10 energy crystals to recruit just 2 succubi. Although the mutated succubi were a delightful surprise for Ren Qi, the demand for energy crystals was considerably greater than that of an ordinary lord. Nevertheless, any advancement was welcome. If he could only recruit ordinary succubi, survival in this world would be untenable. The first place in this assessment would yield a resource package that included 100 energy crystals, so it was imperative that he strive for the top rank. Despite currently possessing only 2 Tier 3 mutated succubi, opportunities were not entirely out of reach. After all, the allure of mutated succubi exceeded that of ordinary ones by more than 5-fold. If utilized wisely, they could yield remarkable results. The following day arrived, marking the time for the assessment. All students from Qingyun High School, who had awakened on their 18th birthday, gathered on the expansive playground. At the forefront of the field, an ancient bronze mirror hung serenely in the air, emanating a soft glow, inscribed with a secret character. This was the secret mirror, a treasure of Tier 9 lords, sealing within it a magical den for the purpose of evaluation. This assessment was conducted on a national scale, with all participants entering the same magical den, undertaking identical tasks. The first to complete the task would emerge victorious. The top rank in the province would secure the highest honor, while the national champion would claim the title of the top scholar. Resources would be allocated based on rankings. Students, shortly the secret mirror will activate, and the assessment shall commence. Each of you will enter the mirror's space separately, where task prompts will be provided. Completing the task will signify passing the assessment. The chief examiner's voice echoed across the playground, igniting excitement among all present. Uncertain of what the assessment task would entail, many hoped it would align with their summoned units. I must strive to be among the top 10 in the school, for that would grant me substantial resources, facilitating better survival upon the manifestation of the Lord's space. My unit is a golden tiger. Merely being the best in school does not satisfy my ambition. I aim for the top rank in Jiangnan. Everyone was eager, as the secret mirror would ensure their safety, presenting a rare opportunity to acquire resources. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, a brilliant light enveloped the mirror, and a portal opened. All students participating in the assessment felt a tremor in their bodies as they moved towards the portal. Upon entering, the attributes of the magical den and the task objectives materialized in their consciousness. Secret mirror, spider demon den. Rank, Tier 2. Level 10 spider demon. Difficulty, simple moderate. Nightmare. Task, traverse the lengthy spider demon den and retrieve the shadow stone from its depths. Requirement, units must not perish. Death equates to failure. Friendly reminder, while spider demons possess low combat power, the myriad traps and webs will pose significant challenges. Feeling this influx of information, a wave of relief washed over all participants. A Tier 2 spider demon den did not pose a severe threat. Magical creatures were classified into 9 ranks, with higher ranks signifying greater strength upon maturity. A level 10 spider demon was still juvenile and Tier 2, alleviating much of the pressure on most examinees. After all, they had only awakened a day prior, and their summoned units were all at level 1, likewise immature. Recalling last year's assessment, where a Tier 5 den had resulted in substantial losses for most examinees, this was a welcome reprieve. Yet, as Ren Qi absorbed this information, his brow involuntarily furrowed. The spider demon den was considered a rather obscure den, not detailed in textbooks. However, he had perused other materials and was aware of its formidable nature. The den was inhabited by various spider demons, each capable of spinning threads with diverse effects, making it exceedingly troublesome. Even as a Tier 2 den, penetrating its depths would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Ren Qi opted for the difficulty level and stepped into the spider demon denver. Meanwhile, on the playground, all class instructors were present, alongside the principal and students from the first and second years, who occupied the spectator seats. With a wave of the examiner's hand, a massive curtain rose above the playground, revealing the scenarios of each examinee entering the spider demon denver. It was an unobstructed view. It remained to be seen how many would choose the higher difficulty levels, for higher challenges yielded greater final scores. Unless one possessed a particularly formidable unit or was exceedingly confident, it was advisable to avoid blindly selecting higher difficulties, lest they face immediate failure or squander precious time. Goodness! Look, someone bold has chosen the nightmare difficulty. A voice of astonishment drew everyone's attention. Throughout Qingyun High School's history, no one had ever opted for a nightmare-level assessment. Although the highest scoring difficulty, its challenges were exponentially greater, even in a Tier 2 magical den. How could one dare to choose such a perilous path with only a level 1 unit? Had they perhaps recruited a formidable unit of Tier 5 or above? In an instant, all eyes gravitated towards Ren Qi's image on the screen, beside which displayed his summoned unit and level. A succubus? But a succubus is merely a Tier 3 unit, not particularly powerful, and even among Tier 3 units, its combat prowess is relatively weak. How could he possibly choose the nightmare difficulty? Could it be that he spent too long with the succubus last night, leading to a lapse in judgment? Lords could interact with their units, but this required the unit's consent, otherwise, loyalty would dwindle. The lord who engaged in unsavory dealings with the succubi was on the verge of losing all loyalty. Principal Qingyun's countenance darkened as he realized that the choice of a third-tier unit under nightmare difficulty was nothing short of absurd. The homeroom teacher, Li Danyang, was equally taken aback, his expression one of profound shock. Ren Qi was the top student in the entire school, someone he frequently monitored, typically composed. He refrained from inquiring about the unit he would select due to the immense pressure before the evaluation. Little did he expect that Ren Qi would opt for such a formidable challenge. Clearing the nightmare difficulty with a third-tier unit was, in his mind, an impossibility. Could it be that the unit he chose was a succubus with an inflated sense of confidence? Chapter 3. The Potent Allure. Upon grounding himself, Ren Qi discovered that he had materialized within a dimly lit cavern. The atmosphere was damp, permeated by a faintly nauseating odor, and the passage ahead was long and shrouded in darkness, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. The lair of the second-tier spider demon. Nightmare difficulty. Here, the spider demons would immediately escalate to a formidable adult level of 50, presenting an insurmountable challenge for a mere level 1 initial unit, essentially a death sentence upon encounter. Even against a second-tier adversary, unless one wielded an exceptional 6th-tier unit or higher, no one would dare undertake such a trial, as it would be tantamount to an immediate declaration of failure. Memories of the spider demon lair flooded Ren Qi's mind. Taking a deep breath, he ventured forth. Upon awakening, a unit could only manifest once it had materialized, yet during the evaluation, it could be summoned from the Lord's realm. With a mere thought, 2 voluptuous figures materialized beside him. Ren Qi named them Iris and Shiri. Rather than adopting the conventional strategy of having the units lead the way, he instructed Iris and Shiri to flank him, enveloping him as they advanced together. As they traversed the cavern, Ren Qi was acutely attuned to his surroundings. After several paces, 2 crimson lights suddenly ignited in the darkness above. A scarlet filament shot towards Ren Qi with alarming speed. It had appeared. He deftly retreated a step, narrowly evading the crimson thread, while Iris stepped forward, a soft pink glow emanating from her palm as she directed it towards the assailant. A colossal scarlet flame spider demon materialized atop the cavernous ceiling, its body ablaze with a fiery hue, radiating an intense heat. The errant scarlet thread struck the ground, instantly scorching a gaping pit that billowed smoke. The scarlet flame spider demon, a denizen of the spider demon lair, wielded a web imbued with incendiary properties. Information about the creature flooded Ren Qi's mind as he swiftly retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, the pink luminescence in Iris's palm had coalesced, captivating the scarlet flame spider demon, causing its crimson eyes to waver and transform into a heart shape. Boom! The immense scarlet flame spider demon plummeted to the ground. Crawling toward Iris, its posture hunched, eyes gleaming with desire. A smile crept onto Ren Qi's lips. He had succeeded. The allure of a mutated succubus was 5-fold more potent than that of a standard succubus, and coupled with the third tier's dominance over the second tier, even with a 50-level disadvantage, the charm had triumphed. Upon successfully ensnaring the creature, Ren Qi could ascertain the duration of the enchantment. 1 minute. While not particularly lengthy, it was sufficient. He guided Iris and Shiri onto the back of the scarlet flame spider demon, instructing Iris to command it to charge swiftly into the depths of the cavern. As they surged forward, red flashes illuminated the path, revealing several other scarlet flame spider demons. However, upon observing their kin bearing the trio, the aggressors hesitated, expressions of confusion crossing their features. The intellect of the spider demons was limited. They could not comprehend why one of their kind would carry food forward. By the time they grasped the situation, Ren Qi and his entourage had long since vanished. When the enchantment's minute drew near its conclusion, Ren Qi directed Shiri to continue charming the scarlet flame spider demon beneath them, urging them onward. The cooldown for reusing the charm was 3 minutes, with a duration of merely 1 minute, leaving a gap of 1 minute in between. However, with half a minute remaining on the current enchantment, Ren Qi commanded the scarlet flame spider demon to halt. The creature beneath him was frothing at the mouth, clearly exhausted from the exertion. During the enchantment period, Ren Qi urged it to sprint with all its might, thoroughly exhausting it. Ahead lay an expansive crimson region, stretching several hundred meters, entirely woven from the web of the scarlet flame spider demons, radiating extreme heat. For the students facing this evaluation, this area posed the most significant challenge. While a standard difficulty would not feature such extensive web coverage, traversing this vast expanse of scarlet flame webs was exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, for Ren Qi, it was a trivial matter. He had paused to allow Iris and Shiri's enchantment cooldown to conclude. According to his recollections of the spider demon lair, beyond the webbing lay the territory of the next spider demon. Should the scarlet flame spider demon charge in recklessly, it would be assaulted by the inhabitants of that domain. Once Iris and Shiri's enchantment cooldown had elapsed, Ren Qi instructed Iris to charm a new scarlet flame spider demon, directing it towards the webbing ahead. With the scarlet flame spider demon as their mount, traversing the expanse of webs became as effortless as walking on solid ground. Before them loomed a frigid domain, prompting Ren Qi to raise an eyebrow. This must be the realm of the ice spider demon. A clash of fire and ice. A furious hiss erupted from ahead as a massive ice spider demon suddenly lunged at Ren Qi. He commanded Iris to direct the scarlet flame spider demon to confront the foe while they awaited Iris's enchantment cooldown. The battle between the scarlet flame spider demon and the ice spider demon was fierce, and Ren Qi observed that, amidst the conflict, the duration of the enchantment was rapidly diminishing. Within mere seconds, it would be depleted. It seemed that combat diminished the charm's efficacy, likely compounded by Iris's relatively low level. As the scarlet flame spider demon broke free from the enchantment, it shivered in horror upon realizing it had strayed into the ice spider demon's territory, hastily retreating back towards its own kind. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Qi instructed Shiri to ensnare the ice spider demon ahead, employing the same strategy to continue their advance. Ren Qi's maneuvers were currently broadcasted live on the screen, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. Initially, they presumed that Ren Qi would falter within 5 minutes upon entering the nightmare-level spider demon lair, yet he had effortlessly traversed 1/5 of the distance. Observing the other candidates fiercely battling the spider demons, struggling through the web-laden areas, left everyone in a state of disbelief. Was this truly a mere third-tier succubus? Meanwhile, the adjacent fifth-tier golden tiger had become ensnared in the webbing of the scarlet flame spider demons, desperately enduring the searing flames as it fought to advance. Was this really a creature meant for mere dalliance, not combat? How could it possess such formidable strength? Indeed, having chosen the nightmare level, he had already encountered the ice spider demon, while the fastest of those at standard difficulty had only just breached the territory of the scarlet flame webs. The allure was undeniably potent. Could a mere third-tier level 1 succubus possess such overwhelming charm? I, too, wish to awaken the succubus recruitment pool, for it aligns harmoniously with the knowledge I have acquired. What are you all staring at me for? Ren Qi remains oblivious to the fact that his actions have astonished the entire audience, even swaying some first and second-year students to yearn for the awakening of the succubus recruitment pool. Chapter 4. Everything is calculated. The cacophony of the playground reached the principal's ears, where he caught snippets of conversations about awakening the succubus unit. He raised an eyebrow. These young minds, still immature, must not be beguiled by the succubus's exterior. Although the succubus possesses a rather alluring physique, it is indeed captivating. Yet these youngsters are ill-equipped to handle it. They must not be misled by mere appearances. With this thought, the principal turned his gaze toward Ren Qi's screen, intending to utilize a ready example to educate the surrounding students. However, as his gaze fell upon the screen, he was left utterly dumbfounded. How on earth has this fellow nearly reached the third territory of the arachnids? I distinctly recall him choosing the nightmare level. Should he not be trembling at the entrance with his succubus? How is he the fastest? Li Dongyang lifted his gaze, observing Ren Qi's screen with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. To swiftly enter the third territory of arachnids using the succubus unit, indeed. Ren Qi's scholarly pursuits have not been in vain. The surrounding students were similarly captivated, witnessing Ren Qi's remarkable speed, all in a state of astonishment. Is this truly a nightmare-level arachnid den? It appears simpler than the ordinary. What are you thinking? Have you not noticed that the arachnids within are all level 50 adults? It is undoubtedly of the nightmare level. There is nothing extraordinary about it. It merely relies on the succubus's allure, still a subpar unit, destined for demise upon manifestation. According to the textbooks, succubi are deemed inferior units among the third tier, possessing minimal combat prowess aside from their charm. Even if the arachnid den's trials favor the succubus, once manifested, they would undoubtedly fall short against other units. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, as their perceptions of the succubus's weakness had been deeply ingrained by the precedents of past lords who exploited them. What do you know? This is not simply a matter of relying on the succubus's allure. Have you not realized? Ren Qi is remarkably familiar with the arachnid den, capable of precisely identifying the replacement time of the arachnid's territories. Li Dongyang huffed disdainfully. The surrounding students paused momentarily, then scrutinized the situation closely, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, while other classmates approached the arachnid den cautiously, this individual seemed to possess foreknowledge of what lay ahead, exuding confidence. I recall that Ren Qi consistently ranks first in our school's mock examinations, his knowledge of lords far surpassing that of anyone else. The arachnid den is a rare and obscure one, yet Ren Qi seems to be well versed in all its intricacies. Some first and second year girls began to gaze at him with starry eyes. How charming. Is this what it means to compensate for the unit's weaknesses through lordly knowledge? Previously, I dismissed such notions, but it seems it is indeed achievable. The principal observed Ren Qi's live feed, narrowing his eyes. This young man is quite intriguing. Moreover, observe how, in the absence of allure time, he adeptly directs his two succubi to evade arachnid attacks. Furthermore, his own speed is remarkable, allowing him to dodge arachnid assaults without endangering his units. He must have trained his body. I often see Ren Qi jogging around the campus. Most individuals seldom exercise, as their units should vastly surpass their own capabilities, yet I never anticipated such results. Just then, a desert arachnid launched silk towards Ren Qi, simultaneously raising two legs to strike. Everyone gasped in shock, yet soon witnessed Ren Qi calmly evade the desert arachnid's silk, while a nearby succubus effortlessly enchanted the creature. The allure time had perfectly reset. How precarious. Such luck. Had the allure time not restored, this trial may have concluded right here. No, this is not mere luck. Observe how Ren Qi's expression remains unchanged, and the succubus appears to have been ready all along. All of this was calculated by Ren Qi. The entire audience was astounded. Such precision in calculation is nothing short of extraordinary, especially amidst combat, where most first-time examinees would be nervous, let alone calculating their moves. Yet Ren Qi remains composed during a nightmare-level assessment, executing precise calculations. Coupled with his understanding of the arachnid den, even the so-called inferior succubus unit showcases remarkable maneuvers in his hands. This is true brilliance indeed. How magnificent! Such elegant evasions render the level 50 arachnids utterly helpless against him. Look, the positioning of those two succubi is also quite adept. They stand one in front of the other, separating left and right, with each facing two arachnids. Given the confined space of the arachnid den, despite 4 arachnids targeting them, only 3 can attack. Can one truly manipulate the aggro like this? Witness the disarray of others. This is simply a display of unmatched prowess. Brilliant. This was the consensus among the teachers and students regarding Ren Qi's performance. No words could more aptly depict him at this moment. Masterfully positioning himself, calculating allure time with precision, even as both succubi's allure times were recovering. He remains unflustered, deftly evading every arachnid strike. Excellence. He has reached the pinnacle of brilliance. All the faculty and students eagerly retrieve their phones, capturing the spectacle on screen. This video, once shared online, would showcase the extraordinary prowess of a true master. The principal and the nearby teachers were equally impressed, praising Ren Qi's composure and calculations. Is he a student from your class? His performance is truly commendable. The principal remarked, his previous demeanor transformed into one of admiration. Indeed, Ren Qi has consistently ranked first in our school. If only he could awaken a more formidable unit, Li Dongyang replied. The principal paused, reflecting, why does that name sound so familiar? Alas, although Ren Qi has demonstrated exceptional skill with the succubus unit, its inherent weaknesses in combat will ultimately hinder his progress. Li Dongyang sighed, shaking his head in resignation. What a pity for such a promising talent. The succubus unit is fated to be limited in its journey. Yet even so, this does not diminish his current display of brilliance. All eyes were fixated on Ren Qi's screen, shifting from the initial certainty that he would be eliminated within 2 minutes to an eager anticipation of whether he could indeed succeed. Should he ultimately triumph, it would be a resounding testament to his brilliance. Excellence personified. Chapter 5. The knowledge point emerges. The screen continues to showcase the figure of Ren Qi, who has now arrived at the territory of the water curtain spider demon, the 4th type of spider demon. The surroundings are damp, with cascading water curtains that obstruct the path. Ren Qi halts, raising an eyebrow. The water curtain spider demons are all concealed within these layers of water, striking swiftly only when an enemy approaches. For other candidates, it would necessitate luring the spider demons out by sending their troops to the forefront of the water curtain, engaging them one by one before advancing. However, this approach would place their troops in considerable peril, as the water curtain spider demons can burst forth from the curtain with astonishing speed, catching the unaware off guard. Slower units would likely find themselves at the mercy of their onslaught. Furthermore, given that this is a nightmare-grade spider den, encountering a level 50 adult water curtain spider demon would likely spell doom with just a single encounter. Fortunately for Ren Qi, he need not labor extensively. He instructs Shiri to command a previously enchanted desert spider demon to move to the front of the water curtain. With a resounding crash, the water curtain parts, and a massive water curtain spider demon surges forth, aiming to sink its fangs into the desert spider demon. Moments later, the enchantment on the desert spider demon fades, causing it to flee, while Ren Qi now finds himself accompanied by a heart-shaped-eyed water curtain spider demon. A fair exchange, indeed. With this newfound companion, he proceeds. For the surrounding water curtain spider demons, sensing the presence of their kin, are deterred from attacking. Yet, with the proximity of the water curtains, when the enchantment durations of both of his demons expire, it is highly likely that numerous water curtain spider demons will be provoked into an assault. The challenge posed by these water curtain spider demons far exceeds that of their predecessors. The expanded space and increased combat range, compounded by the dense curtains, would likely result in a swarm of 7 or 8 water curtain spider demons converging upon him when the enchantment times lapse. This scenario appears dire. Should just one of them make contact with him or the 2 enchantresses, it would likely lead to instant annihilation. While Shiri may have outdone herself, achieving the penultimate challenge of a nightmare-grade spider den with just 3rd-tier enchantresses is already a remarkable feat. Observers watch the screen, convinced that Ren Qi will falter against the water curtain spider demons, as they have all discerned his secret to success, utilizing enchanted spider demons to navigate through their brethren's territory, then skillfully evading attacks during the brief recovery period of the enchantments. Although undeniably brilliant, he faces a formidable challenge here, devoid of the luxury of showcasing his prowess. Soon, the enchantment durations of both enchantresses expire, and the water curtain spider demon beneath him begins to froth at the mouth from exhaustion, while the water curtain spider demons around them stir restlessly, sensing the energies of Ren Qi and his 2 enchantresses. At this critical moment, Ren Qi and his two enchantresses calmly retrieve strands of spider silk, casting them into the surrounding water curtains. This is the silk spat out by the desert spider demon. A keen-eyed student exclaims, "What could this mean? Previously, I found it puzzling that he spent considerable time gathering the silk from the desert spider demon. Could it be that by introducing this silk into the water curtain spider demons would refrain from attacking? Indeed, how curious." As the onlookers ponder, the strands of desert spider demon silk dissolve rapidly upon contact with the water, transforming into arid soil that instantly taints the previously clear water curtain. A cacophony of shrieks and roars erupts from within the curtain as the water curtain spider demons begin to expel silk, cleaning the now turbid waters. Not a single water curtain spider demon emerges to confront Ren Qi. Instead, they tirelessly work to cleanse the water. Ren Qi and his two enchantresses even take a moment to relax on the ground. What is happening here? Can it truly be played this way? This is even simpler than before. Here comes the knowledge point. I just perused the information on the spider den, and it turns out that water curtain spider demons possess an obsessive cleanliness regarding their concealed water. The silk from the desert spider demon can contaminate the water, prompting the water curtain spider demons to devote all their efforts to cleansing it, neglecting all else. The audience is left in shock. No one anticipated that Ren Qi could navigate the territory of the water curtain spider demons in such a manner. Incredible, truly worthy of his reputation. To possess such obscure knowledge. I've learned something new. It seems that knowledge of the domain is equally vital as a strong army. Don't hold me back. I am resolved to improve myself. As for who, please refrain from calling me to the internet cafe tonight. The surrounding students are invigorated by Ren Qi's stratagem. His astonishing maneuver has clearly demonstrated the immense value of domain knowledge. Observing the buoyant emotions of the students, the principal beams with pride, astounded by the inspiration he has inadvertently provided. Indeed, achieving such a feat with third-tier enchantresses is nothing short of miraculous. All eyes remain glued to Ren Qi on the screen, with even those who initially scoffed at the enchantresses now displaying admiration. Regardless of the enchantress's capabilities, Senior Ren Qi is indeed exceptional. With the silk from the desert spider demon, Ren Qi and his two enchantresses swiftly navigate through the territory of the water curtain spider demons. Ahead, the space opens up significantly, with a water curtain separating the inner and outer realms, leading into an eerily silent expanse. Before them lies the final challenge of the spider den, the domain of the Poison Spider King. The Shadow Stone awaits just beyond the Poison Spider King's territory. The Poison Spider King, a third-tier spider demon and a nightmare grade level 50 adult, presents an insurmountable challenge, does it not? Indeed. The capabilities of a third-tier Poison Spider King against enchantresses are greatly enhanced. It seems their effectiveness may be severely diminished. As the audience observes, many have begun perusing the spider den's information, familiarizing themselves with the final boss. Generally speaking, one would expect a confrontation between troops and the Poison Spider King to secure the Shadow Stone. Of course, that applies to standard levels, at nightmare grade. One can only hope to delay the inevitable. Yet, a third-tier adult Poison Spider King would likely render a level 1 enchantress entirely ineffective. It appears that the remarkable Ren Qi may indeed reach his limit here. Nevertheless, despite this prevailing thought, everyone holds their breath, fixated on the screen, eager to witness whether Ren Qi has any more extraordinary maneuvers up his sleeve. Here it comes, he is about to enter. Under the collective gaze, Ren Qi slowly steps into the domain of the Poison Spider King. An oval-shaped space manifests before him, filled by a corpulent spider demon, roughly the size of 8 water curtain spider demons, occupying a third of the area. Its pair of green, glistening eyes fixates intently on Ren Qi and his two enchantresses. A palpable sense of pressure envelopes the atmosphere. Chapter 6, Such Audacity. Ren Qi gazes at the colossal Poison Spider King before him, a hint of gravity reflected in his eyes. Subsequently, the information about the Poison Spider King materializes within his mind. Poison Spider King. Rank, 3rd tier. Level, 50. Introduction. With its colossal physique and abundant venomous spray, the venomous Spider King becomes a nightmare for the weak. One must exercise extreme caution around its venom. Even a 4th-tier creature would meet its demise upon being poisoned by the venomous Spider King. This formidable creature is no easy adversary. Firstly, its massive body constricts the space for evasion. Secondly, as a 3rd-tier monstrosity, Ren Qi harbors doubts about whether 5-fold allure can prove effective. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, Ren Qi is not one to yield. With a flick of his thoughts, the nearby Illis raises her hand, unleashing her charm toward the venomous Spider King. Bang! The pink charm energy strikes the venomous Spider King, causing its body to momentarily stiffen, heart-shaped patterns manifesting in its eyes. 10 seconds later, the venomous Spider King regains its senses, perhaps incensed by the incantation of the succubi. It roars in fury and charges at Ren Qi. Ren Qi raises an eyebrow. Even with 5-fold allure, it only affords a mere 10 seconds of pause for the venomous Spider King. Illis and Shiri, the two succubi, have a total of 20 seconds. Yet their recovery time spans 3 minutes. 20 seconds is hardly sufficient for them to maneuver behind the venomous Spider King. Ren Qi can see a massive throne rising a few hundred meters behind the venomous Spider King, with a shadow stone hovering above it. Numerous toxic pits lie behind the venomous Spider King, necessitating careful navigation. Speed cannot be too swift, and 20 seconds is undoubtedly inadequate. Thoughts racing. Ren Qi and Illis swiftly evade the venomous Spider King's charge, retreating from its territorial range. The venomous Spider King fixes its glistening green eyes on the trio before gradually retreating. Within the testing grounds, the venomous Spider King cannot stray far from its territory. Had it been able to roam freely, none would have succeeded in passing. Having withdrawn, it seems there is little Ren Qi can do now. Indeed, in such circumstances, it appears to be an insurmountable challenge. His troops are, after all, third-tier succubi. Even the most ordinary would find it perilous, let alone a nightmarish adversary. There is no room left for display. This seems to be the end of the line. Observers outside the curtain shake their heads and sigh at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, other candidates have begun to pursue Ren Qi's progress, but most can only eliminate spider monsters to advance, with the fastest merely entering the territory of the water screen spider. Within the curtain, Ren Qi frowns, seemingly deep in thought, yet the situation before him appears devoid of solutions. Just as everyone anticipates Ren Qi's abandonment, he once again leads Illis and Shiri back into the domain of the venomous Spider King. Look, Ren Qi has gone back in, truly relentless. However, at this point, how could he possibly give up? Yet, if he presses forward recklessly, he risks losing the two succubi. The examination prioritizes the safety of candidates, not their troops. Should he lose two succubi, his combat power would diminish significantly, and when territory materializes, survival pressure would intensify. Indeed, having come this far is already miraculous. If it were me, I would have withdrawn, as the school offers rewards based on performance, regardless of the external discussions. The moment Ren Qi re-enters the venomous Spider King's territory, he and the succubi dash forward. Earlier, while outside, he observed the venomous Spider King's movement patterns and chose to enter when it was nearest the entrance, propelling himself forward in an attempt to bypass the creature. However, the venomous Spider King would not permit Ren Qi to succeed. As soon as he steps in, the venomous Spider King raises its foreleg, swiftly lunging toward him. If it were anyone else, they would likely have the nearby succubi cast their charm to halt the venomous Spider King. Yet Ren Qi refrains. The combined allure of Illis and Shiri lasts merely 20 seconds. There is no room for waste. With a deft maneuver, Ren Qi narrowly evades the attack. The venomous Spider King's foreleg grazing perilously close to him. He can even feel the creature's bristles brush against his cheek. The primary attribute of the succubi is agility, allowing Illis and Shiri to dodge with greater ease than Ren Qi. Onlookers in the arena gasp in astonishment. No one expected Ren Qi to choose a direct confrontation. Such mental fortitude is extraordinary. If I were in his position, I would likely lose my composure. Having evaded the venomous Spider King's attack, the mission is not to defeat it, but merely to obtain the Shadow Stone. Could a miracle truly unfold today? What are you thinking? Even if he dodges once, what does it matter? The venomous Spider King has yet to unleash its venom, and with the toxic pits ahead, escape seems impossible. Hiss. The venomous Spider King expresses its displeasure at failing to ensnare the three agile figures. With a hiss, it swiftly moves its bulk toward Ren Qi and the succubi. Though the creature is massive, its speed is not overwhelming, yet it towers above Ren Qi. In the blink of an eye, the venomous Spider King is upon him, lunging forward with its maw gaping wide. My, what a formidable bite. Even from a distance, Ren Qi can detect the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Should he be bitten, it would likely spell his end. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi commands Illis to unleash her charm upon the venomous Spider King. Its body stiffens instantaneously, and Ren Qi rolls forward, propelling himself onward. 10 seconds later, the venomous Spider King shakes off its stupor, enraged as it observes Ren Qi swiftly passing beyond its form. Its legs spring into action, and with a sudden leap, the venomous Spider King propels itself behind Ren Qi. Its maw opens again, this time spewing forth a torrent of virulent silk. This silk is laden with potent toxins. Any contact would result in immediate degradation. The venomous Spider King's massive body releases silk nearly as wide as a red carpet, descending upon Ren Qi and the succubi. Ren Qi feels the sky darken above him, turning to see the immense toxic threads descending. There is nowhere to flee, no means of evasion. Even if he attempts to charm again, the colossal silk will not cease its descent. In the anxious gaze of all the teachers and students, Ren Qi ultimately fails to evade the toxic threads. The silk envelopes him and the two succubi. Chapter 7. Completely unsolvable. It's over. It seems that the illustrious path of Ren Qi has reached its conclusion. The venomous Spider King's toxic threads have likely claimed the two succubi. I must say, he was too reckless, akin to walking a tightrope. He had already reached his limits and should have withdrawn. Indeed, considering the nightmarish difficulty, clearing it is exceedingly challenging. In the arena, many lament, believing Ren Qi should have wisely retreated to avoid the loss of two succubi. No, Ren Qi has not been teleported away. The scene behind the curtain remains intact, and he has not yet succumbed to defeat. A voice echoed, startling the crowd. Subsequently, they beheld 3 faint azure hues emerging beneath the green poison threads on the curtain. Pop! The sound of bursting bubbles resonated as Ren Qi and the 2 succubi reappeared before everyone's eyes. Those are the silk threads of the water curtain spider demon. Remarkably, the silk threads of the water curtain spider demon have managed to obstruct the poisonous threads of the poison spider king. Goodness! How on earth does he possess such knowledge? A true scholar always brings unexpected delight. Is this even possible? Ren Qi discarded the remnants of the broken water curtain spider demon silk, glanced at the poison spider king behind him, and swiftly sprinted towards the shadow stone with Iris and Shiri in tow. The silk of the water curtain spider demon, renowned for its unparalleled resilience and penetrating power, primarily serves the purpose of purification. A substantial amount of this silk can indeed shield against the poison spider king's venomous threads. However, this tactic can only be employed once. The mature poison spider king possesses considerable intelligence and will not fall prey to the same ruse twice. Nevertheless, the results have manifested. They are now a mere 500 meters from the shadow stone, a commendable outcome. What remains is to muster all their strength to seize the shadow stone. The furious roar of the poison spider king echoed once more from behind, its humiliation driving it into a frenzied state. The spider legs suddenly stomped, propelling the poison spider king forward. As Ren Qi had predicted, the poison spider king ceased its venomous onslaught and sought to eliminate these 3 nuisances up close. Simultaneously, the ground ahead began to erupt with venom, a series of traps laid by the poison spider king. The hearts of all onlookers tightened. Ren Qi's unexpected tactics had once again astonished them, and they were drawing ever closer to the shadow stone. In that moment, no one could ascertain whether Ren Qi would indeed succeed. Ahead lay the venom traps of the poison spider king, which required careful navigation, undoubtedly slowing their pace. The poison spider king, fueled by rage, would undoubtedly close the gap on Ren Qi. This time, it would directly assault them with its own body. What means could Ren Qi possibly employ to thwart it? Ren Qi reached the edge of the venomous ground, quickly scanning ahead, before reclaiming the water curtain spider demon silk from Iris and Shiri and charging forward. He did not reduce his speed. Rather, he accelerated slightly. The ground beneath his feet was uneven, a treacherous mix of solid earth and venomous pits, where a single misstep could lead to a fatal plunge. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi steadied himself. Should the ground prove unreliable, he would instantly deploy the water curtain spider demon silk beneath him, blocking the venom as it surged forth. Then swiftly traverse across. As long as he maintained sufficient speed, he could navigate atop the silk without succumbing to the venom's grasp. Observing Ren Qi's maneuvers, the teachers and students on the playground collectively gasped. Just how far has this individual honed his physical prowess? While soldiers can swiftly enhance their abilities through the blood and flesh of magical beasts, their physical strength rarely surpasses their inherent limits, leading most to neglect personal training. Yet, who would have anticipated such a moment would arise? Had Ren Qi not trained his body, he would likely lack the speed to tread the silk and evade the venomous pits. The 2 succubi, being swifter and lighter, naturally executed this feat with greater ease. The principal nodded approvingly at this scene. At such a young age, those who persist in self-improvement are indeed scarce. Although their physical capabilities may never eclipse those of the soldiers, even a slight enhancement translates to a greater chance of survival once the territory materializes. After all, it is not solely soldiers who confront magical beasts. This is no mere game. If the territory is breached, the stronger one is, the greater the hope for survival. The poison spider king relentlessly pursued, its speed formidable, and it swiftly caught up with Ren Qi and his companions. Without looking back, Ren Qi instructed Shiri to unleash her charm power. The cooldown for the charm power was 3 minutes, and Iris had already utilized hers. This was their last resort. Bang! The charm power struck the poison spider king, rendering its body rigid and motionless in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Qi and the 2 succubi navigated past the venomous area. The throne lay just ahead, with the shadow stone atop it. Silence enveloped the playground as everyone held their breath. Could it be that a miracle was truly about to unfold? A 3rd-tier succubus overcoming a nightmare-level challenge? How utterly surreal it sounded. Should they succeed, Ren Qi would be nothing short of extraordinary. The gazes of all present ignited with fervor. The prospect of a 3rd-tier succubus triumphing over a nightmare-level assessment seemed like a fanciful dream. Yet, such an occurrence was poised to transpire before their very eyes. At that moment, however, the poison spider king, enchanted for 5 seconds, suddenly let out a deafening roar. In a fit of rage, it broke free from the charm, its green eyes turning a blood-red hue. Even the surface of its body began to be cloaked in crimson. Feeling the roar behind him, Ren Qi glanced back, his heart sinking. It has gone berserk. Typically, such boss-level magical beasts have a certain chance of going berserk, usually when their health is critically low. Yet this poison spider king, having been continuously toyed with, lost its composure and erupted into a frenzy. So close, Ren Qi quickened his pace. determined to seize the shadow stone atop the throne. Just then, the poison spider king accelerated, leaving behind a crimson afterimage, and in an instant, it found itself behind Iris. Its long spider legs thrusting forward like spears, poised to strike. The entire playground gasped. No one had anticipated that the poison spider king would go berserk at this moment. A single strike would likely pierce through the first-tier succubus without resistance. The task stipulated that soldiers must not perish. Even if Ren Qi sacrificed the 2 succubi to delay time for him to acquire the shadow stone, the mission would still be deemed a failure. It was utterly unsolvable. Yet, to have come this far was already remarkable. Sorrowful regret flickered in everyone's eyes. It seemed the miracle was about to meet its end. At that moment, however, something astonishing unfolded before their eyes. Ren Qi swiftly retreated, positioning himself directly in front of Iris, who was about to be attacked. Chapter 8. Emotional Resonance. Comprehending Skills. Everyone was taken aback. Ren Qi had charged in front of the succubus about to be struck. In most people's understanding, it is only the soldiers who shield their masters from harm. How could a master leap to protect their soldiers? What was happening? Was Ren Qi truly abandoning his pursuit of the Shadow Stone? Indeed, even if the troops are slain and the mission fails, acquiring the Shadow Stone can significantly enhance one's score. Could it be that Senior Ren Qi is striving to protect this succubus? After all, the assessors do not perish within the Mirror of Secrets. It seems improbable. A mere succubus surely cannot outweigh the importance of securing the Shadow Stone to improve one's score. Isn't this akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, who remains oblivious to the debates outside, he swiftly reaches a decision after a brief contemplation. Preserve Illis. For this is their only hope of passing. The primary attribute of a succubus is agility. They are remarkably swift, yet exceedingly fragile. Although a first-level succubus appears familiar, she remains immature and would surely perish under the strike of the poison spider king. However, Ren Qi, having just turned 18, is considered an adult. Coupled with his physical training and the small shield provided by the assessor, his defensive capabilities far exceed those of Illis. Thus, it is most prudent for him to withstand this blow, allowing Illis to secure the Shadow Stone. Hastily retreating before Illis, Ren Qi raised his small shield and forcefully pushed her forward. Go. Retrieve the Shadow Stone. Illis, unaware that this was an assessment, stood momentarily stunned as Ren Qi propelled her away. With unwavering loyalty, she was always prepared to sacrifice her life for her master. Yet she did not anticipate that her master would push her forward to save her. A wave of unfamiliar emotion washed over Illis, moistening her enchanting eyes. Master, she called out, torn between rushing back to save him or obeying his command to fetch the Shadow Stone. In a split second, Ren Qi was struck, the immense force sending him hurtling backward, carving a deep mark into the ground. He coughed up blood, feeling as though his body might shatter, his limbs seemingly detached from himself. Ignoring his injuries, Ren Qi shouted, blood pooling in his mouth, go get the Shadow Stone. At that moment, the enraged poison spider king thrust its head forward, its foul mandibles snapping toward Ren Qi. Illis was still some distance from the Shadow Stone, yet the poison spider king could easily rend Ren Qi in two. A chorus of sighs erupted across the playground. What a pity. Although Senior Ren Qi astonishingly withstood a strike from the poison spider king, this blow is undeniably insurmountable. As soon as a life-threatening situation arises, the Mirror of Secrets will transport the assessors out, thus concluding the assessment. Yet, it all felt like a dream, a nightmarish trial, where they persevered to the end with a third-tier succubus, and I must commend Senior Ren Qi's valor. Just as everyone lamented that Ren Qi's journey would end here, a pink glow began to emanate from Illis. Her gaze turned resolute, and a peculiar emotion seemed to envelop her entire being, initiating a transformation. A pink shadow materialized beneath Illis, and in an instant, her form vanished. When she reappeared, she stood before the throne, her delicate hand clutching the Shadow Stone atop it. Meanwhile, the poison spider king's mandibles were nearly closed, and Ren Qi could feel the chilling sensation of its sharp teeth about to descend upon him. Suddenly, the poison spider king froze, as if ensnared by a spell, remaining utterly motionless. Goodness! Look, that succubus has obtained the Shadow Stone. Senior Ren Qi has passed. A shrill scream pierced the air, redirecting the gazes of those who had turned away back to the projection of Ren Qi. Astonished, they beheld Illis clutching the Shadow Stone and the still figure of Ren Qi. What is happening? I merely glanced away for a moment. How did she acquire the Shadow Stone? Just moments ago, the succubus was still some distance from it. What is the situation now? Does her obtaining the Shadow Stone signify that Senior Ren Qi has succeeded in the assessment? Has he triumphed over the nightmarish challenge? Everyone stood in stunned silence, grappling with the implausibility of this outcome. Yet, within the depths of Ren Qi's mind, a piece of information materialized. Illis, having been saved by you, has awakened her potential and learned the skill, Shadow Step. Illis, Variant Succubus, Tier 3rd, Level 1. Skill, Shadow Step. Instantly move forward 100 meters, leaving behind a shadow in place. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Illis would comprehend a skill. Typically, troops only have a slim chance of acquiring skills upon leveling up, and that probability is exceedingly low. Astonishingly, Illis had grasped a skill in the face of despair. This was no mere game, not a mere aggregation of data. The influence of emotions had prompted Illis to learn a skill prematurely. Ren Qi had thought failure was imminent, only to be met with this delightful surprise. My goodness. Senior Ren Qi has truly passed the nightmarish assessment, and with the fastest time in the entire school. This speed, combined with the nightmare-level difficulty, could very well position him as the top scorer in Jiangnan, right? Top scorer in Jiangnan. With Ren Qi's remarkable performance, he might even rank among the top 3 nationwide. Be confident, Ren Qi might even become the valedictorian. Ren Qi's homeroom teacher, Li Dongyang, stood up in excitement. Given the nightmare-level difficulty and such a rapid completion time, Ren Qi has a genuine chance of becoming the valedictorian. This is the valedictorian. Since the establishment of Qingyun, the highest rank achieved was only 3rd in Jiangnan. If they produce a valedictorian this time, it would be monumental. The principal, too, could hardly contain his excitement, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Each year's valedictorian is remembered nationwide, while no one recalls the runner-up. If Ren Qi truly becomes the valedictorian, it would be a monumental honor for the entire school. Moreover, the state provides subsidies for schools that produce valedictorians, elevating the institution's prestige significantly. As everyone basked in their excitement, beams of teleportation light began to ascend, and several candidates were transported out. Each emerged looking disheveled and defeated. These individuals had all failed the assessment, with numerous troops lost within the Mirror of Secrets. Their expressions filled with despair. Another beam of light surged, and Ren Qi, bloodied and battered, appeared on the playground. In his hand, he clutched the coveted Shadow Stone. Chapter 9. Qi. Forever the best. Observing the candidates who had been teleported out, both teachers and students fell silent, for apart from Ren Qi, they were all failures returned from the assessment. Failing the assessment not only meant they forfeited rewards and a day of troop advancement, but also indicated their troops lacked strength. The Mirror of Secrets was meant to safeguard their lives, yet once the Lord's space materializes, their survival may become exceedingly precarious. Ren Qi's recent performance was nothing short of spectacular, leading me to believe that this assessment was remarkably simple. Indeed, others cannot navigate the trials with the same prowess as Ren Qi. They can only defeat one spider demon after another, and with weaker troop strength. Overcoming the challenges is quite arduous. For most candidates, although the spider demons are merely at the 2nd tier, they are nevertheless adult forms. And many aspirants find themselves resorting to indirect methods to pass, often failing with a mere misstep. Only those who have awakened to a high-tier recruitment pool possess the resources to bulldoze through, yet even they face considerable difficulties. Few can employ the seductive powers of a succubus, like Ren Qi, to maneuver through these trials with such finesse. It was exceedingly challenging. I could barely hold on during the 2nd round, lingering for a long time before ultimately failing in my attempts. Yes, I awakened as a Blue Lion troop. Although it is a 4th-tier troop, being only at level 1 made it a cautious journey to the 4th round, where I met my demise. Alas, let us not dwell on it. I was stuck at the entrance of the 1st round for half an hour, contemplating various strategies. In the end, as soon as I entered, 2 slimes were swiftly dispatched. Had I known, I would have surrendered outright. My poor slimes met a tragic end, despite the setback. It is commendable to have cleared 4 rounds and secured rewards, especially as a 4th-tier troop. The pressure of survival in the Lord's space is not overwhelming. Those of us who faltered in the first 2 rounds must transition to auxiliary lords, relying on serving other lords for protection. The emotional state of most failed candidates is one of disappointment, yet not despair. After all, becoming an auxiliary lord allows for a meager survival. While grand achievements may be out of reach, simply retaining one's life is a blessing. Of course, not all auxiliary lords are ineffectual. Some awaken as alchemists or blacksmiths, inherently suited to the auxiliary role, continually upgrading their troops, crafting increasingly potent potions, or forging superior armaments, thereby attaining significant status. Even powerful lords may seek their services for protection. There are many paths leading to Rome. As long as we strive, we might just carve out our own niche. As fellow students, should our Lord's spaces materialize nearby, we must look after one another. Some classmates have already gathered their spirits, preparing for the impending materialization of the Lord's space a month hence. Just as they were discussing, a sudden uproar arose from behind, with younger students exclaiming about a prodigy. Perhaps a top scorer, breezing through the nightmare level. They expressed a desire to learn from Ren Qi. They paused, bewildered. What is happening? Has someone cleared the trials? And at nightmare difficulty? Ren Qi? As the consistent top scorer in practice exams, the candidates were well aware of Ren Qi. However, news of his awakening to the succubus troop had circulated among the candidates just yesterday. How could he possibly have cleared the trial, especially at nightmare difficulty? Am I hearing things? A 3rd-tier succubus should not have a chance to succeed, right? Indeed, my 4th-tier blue lion only made it to the 4th round. And that was at the ordinary level. Ren Qi is not foolish enough to challenge the nightmare level with a third-tier succubus. Wait, do you see who that is? Is that a shadow stone he is holding? A voice rang out, and their gazes fell upon Ren Qi in the distance, staring at the shadow stone in his hand. Their expressions frozen in disbelief. It truly is a shadow stone. Ren Qi has indeed cleared the trial. A doctor rushed over to treat the injured candidates. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, sweeping across the entire playground. Ren Qi, incredible, prodigy, Qi, forever young. I want to have your children. Ren Shun, come to my house tonight, my family's away. At that moment, Ren Qi felt somewhat dazed, while Elise and Shiri had already returned to the Lord's space. Grasping the shadow stone, he began to sense the pain coursing through his body. Soon after, he saw the usually composed Principal Zhao jogging toward him from the podium. His face flushed with excitement as he clasped Ren Qi's right hand. Then, Ren Qi heard the principal, his face beaming with joy, utter the words, incredible. Subsequently, Principal Zhao called overly Danyang, showering him with praise. His gaze then landed on Ren Qi, warmth radiating from his demeanor. Ren Qi, the assessment has concluded. You have cleared the nightmare level trial in just half an hour. Your scores will be released within 3 days, and I assure you, your results will be outstanding. Take care of yourself and rest while awaiting further news. Oh, by the way, in light of your exceptional performance, I, on behalf of the school, would like to award you 100 pounds of first-tier magic meat. More rewards will follow once your rankings are announced. Hearing Principal Zhao's words, Ren Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100 pounds of first-tier magic meat should suffice to elevate Elise and Shiri by several levels. He gazed at the shadow stone in his hand. Shadow stones are precious items that can enhance the levels and potential of dark attribute troops and even aid in skill comprehension. Once you clear the trial, the shadow stone becomes yours, the chief examiner remarked. He had been dispatched from above, and that secret mirror belonged to him. Ren Qi cast a glance at the chief examiner, filled with admiration. Those who can serve as chief examiners are at least 7th-tier lords, powerful beings in their own right. Such valuable items as shadow stones are likely only within their means to bestow generously. Thanks to the protective measures of the secret mirror and the healing effects of the doctor's potions, Ren Qi was largely unscathed, requiring only a day or 2 of rest. There was no need for hospitalization. He returned home to recuperate, clearing the nightmare level in half an hour. Ren Qi felt he might contend for the top spot in Jiangnan. As for being the top scorer nationwide, he did not dwell on it. Considering the vast number of candidates awakening high-tier troops, many of whom might possess similar control abilities, the strategies he devised might not be unique. However, the rewards for achieving the top position in Jiangnan would be sufficiently generous, certainly enough to enhance his succubus significantly. The materialization of the Lord's space and the rapid elevation of troop levels are essential for survival. Ren Qi planned to rest for a while, and then utilize the 100 pounds of first-tier magic meat to boost Elise and Shiri's levels. Just as he was dozing off, he suddenly sensed someone beside him. With a slight squint, he saw a stunning blonde beauty, a figure of curvaceous allure. Gazing at him with evident concern, she was leaning over, examining his injuries, and the fabric of her attire could hardly contain her voluptuous form, brushing against his face and causing him to feel a tickle. Chapter 10, Upgrading with Magic Meat. Ren Qi jolted awake, a hint of surprise in his voice. Sister, what brings you back? The golden-haired beauty was none other than Ren Qi's adopted sister, Ren Shirley, taken in by his parents. After their passing, she had cared for him until she awakened 3 years ago at the age of 18, when her Lord's space materialized, and she had not returned since. Through mere messages, Ren Qi learned that Lord Ren Shui's dominion had materialized in the northwest, a region rife with demonic dens where she was necessitated to exert her utmost efforts in defense, resulting in infrequent communication between the two. I naturally had to rush back for your assessment, though I arrived a tad late. It seems you've already concluded yours, Ren Shui remarked with a smile, brushing through her slightly disheveled hair. Puzzled, Ren Qi inquired, Sister, isn't there a demonic tide threatening your area? Did you not mention you would be unable to return? With the demonic tide's onset and the multitude of fiends unleashed, it was only logical that Ren Shui should be fully engaged in resistance. Don't fret over me, Ren Shui replied, lightly tapping Ren Qi on the head. I am now a 3rd-tier lord and have joined a mid-sized alliance in the northwest. Repelling the demonic tide is well within my capabilities. Besides, I merely returned to catch a glimpse of you. Nothing will happen. Listening to her words, Ren Qi felt a surge of emotion. He understood that after the materialization of a lord's dominion, one faced numerous challenges, and until one attained sufficient strength, no one would easily vacate their territory. After all, the territory is foundational. Should one venture out and risk having their dominion seized or their recruitment pool destroyed, it would spell disaster. Yet, Ren Shui had returned for him despite these risks. Well, considering your appearance, you're now 18 and ought to mature. By the way, Haven T asked, what unit did you awaken? How did your assessment fare? At this juncture, Ren Shui's demeanor grew serious. For the choice of unit was pivotal for the future, and this assessment was crucial for the early development post-materialization of the Lord's Dominion. She had awakened a 4th-tier unit. the Gale Panther, and performed adequately in her assessment, allowing her to progress to the third-tier lord within 3 years. Ascending in lordship relies heavily on the overall strength of one's territory, and being a third-tier lord is quite commendable. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi spoke. I awakened a succubus unit during this assessment. Before he could elaborate further, Ren Qi frowned and interjected, a succubus unit? That is considered subpar among third-tier units. Realizing her tone was inappropriate, she quickly added, but don't be disheartened, little Qi, despite the succubus being. Ren Qi smiled reassuringly. Sister, rest assured, my succubus is somewhat unique. Its allure is several times that of a typical succubus, so it shouldn't be deemed too inferior. Mutated? Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Generally, unit tiers are strictly defined. Third tier remains third tier, and fourth tier remains fourth tier. Recruitment determines this. However, through the nourishment of exceedingly rare spiritual materials, certain units can evolve, known as mutation. For instance, her Gale Panther, upon reaching the 5th tier, would then be referred to as a 5th-tier mutated Gale Panther. Ren Qi nodded, fully aware that his mutated succubus differed fundamentally from such tier ascension. This was an inherent mutation. The succubus remained a 3rd-tier unit, but had the potential to ascend to a fallen angel. Ren Qi acknowledged, that is acceptable. But the combat prowess of a succubus is not formidable. I presume you did not pass this assessment, correct? Not to worry, once your dominion materializes, I shall send you some demonic flesh to aid in bolstering your strength. In this world, there do exist 2nd-generation lords. Some awakened units may not be particularly strong. Yet if their parents possess formidable territories, they can facilitate their rise. While Ren Qi could not elevate Ren Qi to the status of a 2nd-generation lord, she could at least assist in enhancing his strength to ensure his survival in the early stages. However, as a mere 3rd-tier lord, her capacity to assist was limited. Ultimately, he would need to rely on his own efforts. Transitioning to a support-type lord might prove to be a wise choice. Just as Ren Qi was about to suggest this, Ren Qi exclaimed, Sister, I passed this assessment. Nightmare-level difficulty. In half an hour, I should rank 1st in Jiangnan. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. Little Qi, don't jest. I am aware of the assessment tasks. Even a mutated 4th-tier succubus would find passing a standard assessment exceedingly challenging, let alone a nightmare level 1. Ren Qi chuckled as he recounted how he had succeeded, leaving her in a state of astonishment. How marvelous. I didn't realize such a strategy could work. You truly are as clever as ever, little Qi. So, it appears I will soon have a younger brother who ranks 1st in Jiangnan. With excitement, Ren Qi enveloped Ren Qi in a jubilant embrace, her joy evident. Ahem. Sister, I can scarcely breathe, Ren Qi gasped, feeling as though he were being smothered. Ren Qi quickly released him. My apologies. I got a bit carried away and forgot you were still injured. After a brief conversation, Ren Qi produced a wristwatch and handed it to Ren Qi. This is a positioning watch. Once your dominion materializes, I can locate you through it, and then I will send you some supplies. Ren Qi donned the watch. While mobile phone positioning was convenient within the city, there would be no signal in the wilderness post-materialization. At that point, such a positioning watch, crafted by lords who had awakened mechanical intelligence units and sold externally, would be indispensable. Additionally, there were other instruments, such as detection devices, which were essential for a new lord to acquire. For instance, the spider demon in the spider cave could be monitored through the assessment in the Mirror of Secrets. But outside, one would require detection devices to gather information on demonic entities. Communication devices for interaction, and even auction transaction instruments were necessities that one must procure. Ren Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, chatted with Ren Qi for a while longer. As dawn approached, she prepared to depart. For the impending demonic tide required considerable time for her to resist, and her journey back had already consumed much time. She had returned solely to assess Ren Qi's situation. With the mutated succubus and the rewards from the assessment, she could provide him with additional resources to ensure his survival, which alleviated her worries. Once Ren Qi took her leave, Ren Qi finally closed his eyes to rest. By midday, he awoke, feeling significantly rejuvenated. After finishing the provisions he had prepared earlier, he reclined on his bed, sinking his consciousness into the Lord's dominion. Inside the dominion, the 100 pounds of 1st-tier demonic flesh awarded by the principal were already within the territory. Prior to materialization, the units within the Lord's dominion could not venture outside, save for the special locations like the Mirror of Secrets. However, external items could be brought in, albeit at the cost of considerable mental energy. Transporting this demonic flesh had drained Ren Qi's mental vigor significantly. Summoning Iris and Shiri, he prepared to feed them the demonic flesh to assist in their advancement. Chapter 11. Rankings announced. National 3rd place. Iris and Shiri gazed at the 100 pounds of 1st-tier demonic flesh on the ground, their eyes gleaming with excitement. To elevate their unit levels, consuming demonic flesh was nearly the sole method available, with the enhancement effects growing stronger with higher-tier flesh. I appreciate your hard work yesterday. This is for you, Ren Qi said, observing the two as he eagerly anticipated witnessing how units utilized demonic flesh to ascend in level. Would they consume it directly or absorb its energy? Iris and Shiri respectfully responded, "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." With that, they promptly kindled a fire and began the process of barbecuing. It turns out that the troops also consume cooked food. Ren Qi had previously assumed they would simply devour it raw. However, certain beastly troops likely do consume the magical meat directly. The two of them generally roast the meat while eating, and the roasting speed cannot keep up with their appetite. Soon, 50 pounds of magical meat was entirely consumed, and neither Iris nor Shiri showed any sign of stopping. It seems that the troops do not experience the sensation of being overly full. The magical meat, once ingested, transforms directly into energy. At this moment, both Iris and Shiri had ascended to level 5. This 100 pounds should elevate them to level 10. This made Ren Qi feel a sense of anticipation. For every 10 levels achieved, the mutated succubi have a chance to advance. Should they ascend to the 4th tier, their power of allure would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Noticing that the two were roasting the meat at a slow pace, Ren Qi promptly joined the meat roasting endeavor. At this juncture, he observed some differences between Iris and Shiri. Previously, Iris had awakened the skill phantom, and now she seemed to emanate a faint red glow, which appeared more pronounced than Shiri's. Upon inspecting Iris's attributes, Ren Qi was astounded to find that her loyalty had actually surpassed 100. Loyalty, 120, undecreasing. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. The initial loyalty of the troops is always 100, but actions that dishearten them could lower this loyalty. Yet now, Iris's loyalty had exceeded 120, rendering it a state that could not diminish. This meant that even if Ren Qi were to request she engage in unsavory dealings, Iris's loyalty would remain intact. Before long, 100 pounds of first-tier magical meat was consumed by Iris and Shiri, and their bodies began to undergo some transformations. A pink luminescence enveloped them, encasing them in an egg-like shape, as if they were gestating something. This state persisted for half an hour, after which the radiance dissipated, revealing Iris and Shiri once again. Their auras had grown stronger, and Iris's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. The hue of her black wings deepened, and her tail elongated slightly. Even the two prominent peaks upon her chest seemed to have become more pronounced. Ren Qi then examined their attributes. Iris, mutated succubus. Tier, 4th. Level, 10. Loyalty, 120. Skill, phantom. Shiri had not changed much, having merely leveled up by 10, with enhancements in strength, speed, and various attributes. Shiri, mutated succubus. Tier, 3rd. Level, 10. Loyalty, 100. Iris had ascended, transforming into a 4th-tier succubus, which greatly delighted Ren Qi. Once Iris reached the 9th tier, she would have the opportunity to evolve into a fallen angel. Such a being would possess demigod-level prowess. Moreover, both had their attributes enhanced at level 10, ensuring their survival post-territorial manifestation. Following the rankings, additional rewards would be forthcoming, potentially allowing for further elevation in their levels. At this moment, Ren Qi contemplated the arrival of a new day, which would allow for the recruitment of new succubi. Without hesitation, he approached the recruitment pool and initiated the process. Soon, 2 brand new succubi emerged from the pool and knelt before him. Master, the newly birthed succubi were also 3rd tier, and Ren Qi instructed Iris and Shiri to train them within the confines of their territory. While the combat capabilities of troops are innate, battle experience must be accumulated over time. The same type of troops, with richer combat experience, possess greater strength. In no time, 3 days passed, and the results of the assessment were released. Ren Qi checked his score online. Score, 950. Ranking, 1st in Tiannan, 3rd nationwide. Congratulations to Ren Qi for becoming the 3rd place winner. 1st in Tiannan, 3rd nationwide. Ren Qi tightened his grip, thoroughly satisfied with this achievement. After all, his troops were not particularly formidable. He merely adeptly utilized the power of allure combined with his understanding of the spider demon cave, and of course, a stroke of luck that allowed Iris to awaken the phantom skill. Without that, he would have never passed the trial. The news of a 3rd place winner emerging from Qingyun High School instantly caused a sensation throughout the city, marking the first time Qingyun had produced such a result. Coupled with the somewhat controversial 3rd-tier succubus troops, Ren Qi quickly became a sensation. Numerous media outlets flocked to the school, fervently interviewing students and faculty alike. What are your thoughts on Senior Ren Qi? I'm not sure how to evaluate Senior Ren Qi, but if I had to use one word to describe him, it would be exceptional. His maneuvers can only be termed as extraordinary. Qi Shun is my idol. You wouldn't believe how impressively he cleared the trial. His suave demeanor has inspired in me admiration as boundless as the flowing Yangtze River, and as relentless as the flooding Yellow River. Oh, you're asking about Senior Ren Qi? My opinion is that he is handsome, absolutely stunning. Through these interviews, various media outlets headlined a plethora of information. Shock. 3rd place winner Ren Qi cleared the trial using such methods. Simply astonishing. How did a 3rd-tier succubus troop surpass a 6th-tier dark giant lizard troop? 30 young ladies are infatuated with the 3rd place winner, claiming they wish to bear his children. What a love-hate entanglement. In an instant, all the headlines were dominated by news of Ren Qi. In the principal's office, Principal Zhao also participated in an interview, discussing in detail how he had recognized Ren Qi's uniqueness early on. Simultaneously, Principal Zhao announced that, in recognition of Ren Qi's achievement as the nationwide third-place winner, the school would bestow formal rewards: 1,000 pounds of first-tier magical meat, 500 pounds of second-tier magical meat, 100 pounds of third-tier magical meat, 100 energy crystals. The rewards from Qingyun High School were undeniably generous, especially considering Ren Qi's status as the nationwide third-place winner. They had truly invested heavily in these rewards. Furthermore, both the Qingyun City and Jiangnan Province officials also sent their congratulatory gifts. Qingyun City sent a congratulatory message, awarding Ren Qi 100 energy crystals and 1 million energy coins. Jiangnan Province sent a congratulatory message, awarding Ren Qi 200 energy crystals, 10 million energy coins, and 1 magic crystal. Various Lord Alliances also sent congratulatory messages and gifts, hoping to foster goodwill. However, due to Ren Qi's troops being succubi, the number of alliances sending congratulatory messages and gifts was limited, as many perceived succubi as lacking in combat strength. Even with his status as a third-place winner, they viewed it as having significant shortcomings. Ren Qi paid little mind to these opinions, to evade the throngs of frenzied reporters outside. He did not personally claim his rewards, but instead had them delivered directly to his home. Watching as box after box of items arrived in his room, Ren Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was evidently the new Player's reward pack. Chapter 12, Alliance Recruitment. As Ren Qi meticulously organized and cataloged all the items he had received, he discovered an impressive assortment: 3,000 gene of first-tier demon meat, 1,000 gene of second-tier demon meat, 500 gene of third-tier demon meat, 520 energy crystals, 30 million energy coins, and 1 demon crystal. These constituted the entirety of the official rewards, supplemented by various gifts from allied factions, and it was certainly a bountiful collection. With 30 million energy coins alone, he possessed a considerable fortune, capable of purchasing 30,000 gene of first-tier demon meat. This was the allure of the college entrance examination. With such rewards in hand, Ren Qi could swiftly enhance his power once the Lord's space materialized, effectively repelling any surrounding demonic assaults. It is crucial to understand that this was no mere game. There was no grace period to rely upon. The moment the Lord's space manifested, the potential for demonic attacks loomed ever-present. Thus, this month served as a vital opportunity for all prospective lords to bolster their strength prior to the materialization of their domains. Some second-generation lords could utilize their parents' resources during this time to elevate their troop levels and fortify their territories in preparation for materialization. Meanwhile, impoverished students had spent the previous years diligently saving money, seizing every opportunity to earn during the month following their awakening to military classes. Naturally, those who awakened particularly powerful troops could soar to great heights, securing national rewards through examinations. Even in the unfortunate event of a subpar performance, numerous alliances would still extend their hands to assist in strengthening one's territory, albeit with the condition of joining their ranks. Ren Qi, however, declined several alliance invitations, as his troop type was unique and he wished to keep it concealed. Furthermore, while joining an alliance could provide protection, it also entailed numerous restrictions, which did not appeal to him. Regardless, the rewards he had already acquired were ample enough to ensure a splendid start once his territory materialized. After organizing all the items, Ren Qi began the arduous process of transporting them into the Lord's space, a task that demanded significant mental fortitude and could not be accomplished hastily. However, Ren Qi was not in a rush. With only 4 succubi, the resources required were minimal. He intended to make the most of the demon meat, striving to establish a legion of succubi before the Lord's space took shape, ensuring that many would reach level 50 as fully matured succubi. Otherwise, even if they were mutated succubi with formidable allure, their combat capabilities at the 3rd tier in their juvenile state remained insufficient. After transporting a portion of the demon meat, Ren Qi took a moment to rest, as the sheer volume of items had drained his mental energy. At that moment, his phone, which lay nearby, began to vibrate incessantly, inundated with calls and messages as if attempting to overwhelm him. Glancing at the screen, he promptly dismissed the calls. Most were from teachers and classmates offering their congratulations, to which he replied succinctly. He disregarded the numerous messages regarding alliance recruitment. Among them were even a few suggesting he abandon his territory to pursue a career as a city idol, which struck him as utterly ludicrous. Despite the fact that numerous cities were guarded by 9th-tier lords and thus appeared quite safe, relinquishing one's territory in such a world was the most foolish of actions. For once a territory is forsaken, even if one becomes the most celebrated star commanding exorbitant fees, they remain at the mercy of higher-tier lords. Only the short-sighted would relinquish their lordship and languish within the confines of a city. Moreover, those without territories faced disdain in urban areas, regardless of their wealth. Their social status remained exceedingly low. Principal Zhao also sent Ren Qi a message concerning national alliance recruitment. Although Ren Qi's troop was a 3rd-tier succubus, His exceptional performance had earned him the title of a top scorer, making him a prime target for the Dragon Country Alliance. After all, any troop type could find its utility within a national-level alliance. Ren Qi frowned at the prospect, not intending to join the National Alliance. While it boasted the highest safety level and offered the best benefits, the restrictions were equally significant. Moreover, his troop was suited to develop discreetly within an alliance. It would likely be exposed. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to meet with the National Alliance representatives. Shortly thereafter, another slew of calls flooded in, which Ren Qi promptly terminated. These were from distant relatives who, having learned of his achievement as the top scorer, suddenly expressed interest. Some even sent messages requesting his assistance with resources, which he found utterly preposterous, as many lords had already solidified their positions. It was absurd for those who had yet to establish themselves to seek resources from a soon-to-be lord. How shameless. Seated in his chair, Ren Qi pondered how best to allocate the 30 million energy coins. He had no intention of saving. Rather, he aimed to expend this sum before his territory materialized. After all, the location of the materialization was uncertain, and should it occur in a region teeming with demons, failing to prepare in advance could lead to dire consequences. Some meticulous lords hoarded resources, waiting until after their territory materialized to assess their surroundings before maximizing their resource usage. While those fortunate enough to materialize in areas with fewer demons could indeed optimize their resources, those who were unfortunate enough to manifest in demon-heavy zones would find their preparations devoured before they could be utilized. Such short-sighted strategies should be abandoned. The essence of any strategy lies in the troops. Thus, the most prudent use of energy coins would naturally be to procure demon meat. However, Ren Qi already had sufficient supplies, so he resolved to acquire some defensive items to bolster his territory's defenses. Opening his phone, he intended to search for information on territorial defenses, but was instead met with a barrage of news articles about him. Third-tier succubus becomes top scorer. Conquering nightmare-level assessments. What secret weapon does he possess? A Qingyun student with a third-tier succubus troop outshines provincial prodigies to claim the top score. This is nothing short of a miracle. Shocking. Numerous female students have declared their desire to bear the top scorer's child, leading to a chaotic scene. Let us check the live coverage. Ren Qi couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief at the sensationalism of the headlines. A swarm of clickbait. After briefly skimming some information on territorial defenses, he regained his focus and prepared to head to school to meet with the National Alliance recruiters. At that moment, in the principal's office of Qingyun High School, Principal Zhao was conversing with a haughty individual clad in a suit. Leaderly, I thought it was the National Alliance here to recruit Ren Qi. Why is someone from the North Chuang Alliance present? Principal Zhao queried, somewhat perplexed. While the North Chuang Alliance was a vassal of the National Alliance, it was not the same entity. The man referred to as leaderly scoffed. A mere individual who has awakened a third-tier succubus troop isn't worthy of National Alliance recruitment. Had he not achieved the top score by sheer luck, I wouldn't even have bothered to come. The quota for the National Alliance has been filled. I see him as merely a third-rate talent, reluctantly coming to accept this. Speaking of which, why hasn't he arrived yet? I am extending him a courtesy here. If he makes me wait any longer, I may very well take my leave. Chapter 13. This so-called third-rate talent is nothing but a farce. As Principal Zhao listened to Leader Li's words, his countenance darkened. However, the other party was, after all, a vassal of the National Alliance, and as a city-level principal, he knew better than to provoke them. Isn't it said that the National Alliance would send someone for recruitment? A sudden change in personnel like this seems rather inappropriate. Principal Zhao ventured cautiously. Although the Beichuang Alliance is also quite formidable, it pales in comparison to the National Alliance. And Principal Zhao was keen to advocate for Ren Qi. After all, the distinction between entering the National Alliance and the Beichuang Alliance is rather significant. Before Leader Li could respond, the newly recruited students behind him began to voice their opinions. What does this mean? Are we being looked down upon by the Beichuang Alliance? One scoffed. A mere awakened third-tier succubus, and he is considered fortunate to make it into our Beichuang Alliance. That's a feat he has earned over 8 lifetimes. Another chimed in. Honestly, I think someone who lucked into being a third-rate talent doesn't even warrant Leader Li's personal recruitment. Just a notification would suffice. Please. If it weren't for the special nature of this assessment, where the succubus's allure had a favorable effect, he probably wouldn't even pass a standard assessment. A third added him. If I were a succubus type, I could also become a third-rate talent, but I would rather forego that title than associate with a talentless individual. What use is there in recruiting someone with no combat capabilities? Ren Qi's rapid success in the nightmare-level assessment, utilizing a third-tier succubus, certainly astonished the majority. Yet it also incited envy among some. After all, they had awakened units exceeding Tier 4, yet not only did they fail to attain the title of third-rate talent, they didn't even make it into the top 10 of the Tiannan rankings. Their discontent with Ren Qi's achievements was palpable, and many boasted. I could do that as well. Indeed, teacher, the ineffectiveness of a third-tier succubus has already been proven. An individual awakened to a succubus type is currently engaged in unsavory business, one declared. Someone who lucked into being a third-rate talent is hardly worth expending effort to recruit. As one progresses, the combat prowess of a succubus will increasingly diminish compared to other types, rendering it useless to the alliance. From the moment he awakened in the succubus recruitment pool, this fellow was destined to be a failure. Therefore, this so-called third-rate talent is nothing but a complete sham. I suggest we refrain from wasting too much time on him and focus on recruiting those ranked higher on the Tianen list. Su Haowei, who had just been accepted as a disciple by Leader Li and was ranked 10th on the Tianen list, directly expressed his disdain for Ren Qi, the third-rate talent. You, why speak with such venom? Li Donyang could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward, he angrily retorted, what do you mean by luck? Ren Qi has consistently ranked first in our school's mock exams every year. This time, his success in the assessment was due to his extensive knowledge of the spider lair and his audacious yet meticulous approach. On what grounds do you dismiss Ren Qi's efforts? What right do you have to label him a failure? Su Haowei's face flushed with indignation, momentarily taken aback. However, having just become a disciple of Leader Li and with his youth fueling his arrogance, he was unwilling to back down. No matter how much you talk, his third-tier succubus type is still a failure. Otherwise, why hasn't he anyone from the National Alliance come? They simply look down on him. A lord must resist monsters, not be tested. Are you suggesting he would charm those monsters to victory? That third-rate talent is nothing but a joke. You. Li Donyang was so enraged he felt compelled to strike Su Haowei. What? Do you wish to lay hands on my student? Leader Li raised an eyebrow. Observing Li Donyang's demeanor, Li Donyang's expression froze, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Leader Li was a 7th-tier lord, exuding formidable authority. Upon becoming a 5th-tier lord, the strength of the units would reflect back upon the lord, and while consuming monster meat could enhance one's power, the absorption is only a fraction of that of the units. Nevertheless, over time, Leader Li's might remain formidable. Principal Zhao hurriedly interjected to mediate. It's a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably. Just as Principal Zhao prepared to utter a few conciliatory words, the office door swung open, and Ren Qi entered with an expression of calm. Failure? Sham. Do you not know whether you are the top scholar or the second? How dare you speak so brazenly about me, the third-rate talent? Ren Qi's gaze fell upon Su Haowei, his demeanor serene yet exuding sharpness. Su Haowei instinctively lowered his head, but upon realizing this, he retorted angrily, I am Su Haowei, ranked 10th in the Tianen list, with a 6th-tier Crimson Flame Phoenix awakened. Compared to your 3rd-tier succubus, you are nothing but a failure, a sham. Nothing but a failure? A sham? I would like to ask you, if you had awakened a 3rd-tier succubus, would you dare to take on the nightmare-level challenge? Ren Qi replied coolly. Su Haowei was momentarily stunned, his face reddening, yet he found himself at a loss for words. If he had awakened a 3rd-tier succubus, he would likely have laid down in defeat. He would struggle even at the standard level, let alone the nightmare level. Ren Qi scoffed. Then let me ask you, having awakened a 6th-tier Crimson Flame Phoenix, what difficulty did you choose for your assessment? Su Haowei's expression shifted, stammering, difficult. Difficult. Ren Qi coldly replied. You, who only dared to select a difficult assessment after awakening a 6th-tier unit, still have the audacity to claim that I, with a 3rd-tier unit, would dare to tackle the nightmare-level difficulty? You truly have some nerve. You. Su Haowei was nearly suffocated with indignation, retorting furiously. That's merely because this assessment favored the succubus's abilities. If the content were different, your 3rd-tier succubus wouldn't even know how it perished. No matter how you argue, a 3rd-tier succubus is still a failure. You, as a 3rd-rate talent, are nothing but a sham. Ren Qi's eyes narrowed as he regarded Su Haowei. Very well. If you deem me a sham, do you dare to duel with me in the secret realm? Let us see whether your 6th-tier prowess or my 3rd-tier talent prevails. Su Haowei was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Have you lost your mind? A 3rd-tier succubus wishing to challenge me? You're courting death in the most foolish way. My Crimson Flame Phoenix would obliterate your succubus with a mere brush, and all your accumulated units would vanish. You want to have a place to weep when that happens. Before the Lord's space materializes, accumulating units is of utmost importance. After all, the recruitment post-materialization requires energy crystals, which are far more challenging to obtain than monster meat. Even a single day without recruiting units could jeopardize survival within the Lord's space. Ren Qi regarded Su Haowei, speaking nonchalantly. Why waste breath with such trivialities? Do you dare accept my challenge? If you cannot subdue me within 10 minutes, I shall concede you the victory. Chapter 14. The Stakes. To defeat me in 10 minutes? Utterly audacious. Su Haowei, incensed, laughed bitterly. With your 3rd-tier succubus, I could easily finish you off in 5 minutes. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Then accept the challenge. Su Haowei, filled with rage, declared, very well. I accept. Let us see how you intend to claim victory over me. As he spoke, Su Haowei cast a glance at Leader Li and Principal Zhao, saying, Teachers, you have all heard it. This fellow is the one who insists on provoking me. A 3rd-tier succubus dares to challenge my 6th-tier Crimson Phoenix. If I refuse, I can only imagine the mockery I would face. However, I ask you all to bear witness. Should I accidentally obliterate his troops, it would be of his own making. Principal Zhao furrowed his brow, aware that the opponent commanded a 6th tier unit. Even though Ren Qi had achieved a high ranking, he would still be no match for the adversary. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Leader Li interjected, "Very well. If that is the case, we shall bear witness and ascertain whether this top scorer is as capable as he claims." The teachers from Qingyun High all shook their heads in disapproval. Ren Qi was being reckless. The chasm between a 3rd tier and a 6th tier unit was immense, rendering victory nearly impossible. Indeed, even against a 4th tier unit, Ren Qi's succubus would likely falter. Li Dongyang wore a worried expression, yet with Ren Qi so adamant, he found it impossible to intervene. Su Haowei arrogantly declared, "Let us enter the secret mirror now." Until the Lord's domain materialized, battles could only be conducted through the secret mirror. "Wait." Ren Qi called out to halt Su Haowei. With a dismissive scoff, Su Haowei retorted, "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Ren Qi replied with a smile, "Not at all. I simply believe this duel lacks excitement. Why not raise the stakes?" Su Haowei paused. "Stakes? What do you wish to wager?" Ren Qi continued, "I recall that the Tian Nan ranking rewards a magic crystal, and I happen to possess one as well. Shall we use the magic crystal as our wager?" As Ren Qi regarded Su Haowei, he revealed his fangs like a wolf, finally showing its true nature. He was not merely seeking to settle a score with Su Haowei, he coveted the magic crystal. Magic crystals were exceedingly rare, typically sourced from high-tier magical beasts, with a low probability of acquisition. As a top scorer, he had only received one. The Tian Nan ranking granted each participant but a single crystal, while the others received far less. To elevate the recruitment pool to Tier 2 required 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals. He currently had ample energy crystals, needing only 1 magic crystal to ascend the recruitment pool. A Tier 2 recruitment pool would greatly enhance the probability of summoning a mutated succubus, possibly even a 4th tier variant, which was an enticing prospect for Ren Qi. Upon hearing this, Su Haowei hesitated briefly, for magic crystals were indeed precious, fetching around 80 million energy coins each, and often sold at exorbitant prices. However, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded decisively. "Very well. We shall wager 1 magic crystal. I appreciate this generous gift you are bestowing upon me. After all, a mere 3rd tier succubus is essentially gifting me a magic crystal. How could I refuse?" Soon, Ren Qi and Su Haowei found themselves within an expansive secret mirror. As he gazed at Ren Qi, a smile of anticipation crept onto Su Haowei's face. A 3rd tier succubus was no match for him. Victory was all but assured, and the magic crystal would soon be his. Li Dongyang observed Ren Qi's figure, his anxiety subsiding. He understood Ren Qi well enough to know that there must be a reason behind the challenge, and given Ren Qi's calm demeanor, he surely had confidence in his abilities. With a flicker of thought, 4 Crimson Phoenixes slowly materialized behind Su Haowei. The Crimson Phoenixes, being a flying unit, wielded a far-reaching attack primarily based on fiery assaults. As a 6th tier unit, their offensive capabilities were formidable. Historically, aerial units held a definitive advantage over ground units, and this was especially true when a 6th tier unit faced a 3rd tier one. Su Haowei was convinced he had no reason to fear defeat. On the other hand, Ren Qi summoned 4 figures of the Illis Succubi. While Illis and Shiri had reached level 10, the other 2 Succubi were at level 1. However, they were mutated variants, possessing 5 times the allure of ordinary 3rd tier Succubi. Ren Qi glanced at the Crimson Phoenixes behind Su Haowei, noting that 2 must have leveled up but had not yet reached level 10, while the remaining 2 were freshly recruited at level 1. The higher the tier of the unit, the more magical meat was required for leveling up. Despite Su Haowei's rewards, achieving level 10 within a day was still a considerable challenge. A 3rd tier succubus is nothing but trash. Prepare to meet your demise. Su Haowei scoffed confidently, snapping his fingers to command the Crimson Phoenixes to charge at Ren Qi. He even struck a dashing pose, believing that with a simple dive and fiery breath, his phoenixes would incinerate Ren Qi's succubi without a trace. Ren Qi remained composed as he watched the Crimson Phoenixes approach. The 2 newly summoned succubi sprang into action, utilizing their alluring powers to ensnare the 2 descending Crimson Phoenixes. Su Haowei's expression shifted dramatically. In his mind, a 3rd tier succubus could never charm a 6th tier Crimson Phoenix, given the substantial tier disparity. Yet, to his astonishment, the charm had succeeded. However, Su Haowei soon exhaled in relief. He could sense that while the allure was potent, the tier suppression had mitigated its effects significantly. Though the phoenixes were momentarily thrown into disarray, they were not under full control. Let us see how long your charm can hold. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Without the tier suppression, a newly summoned 3rd tier succubus might manage to control a 6th tier Crimson Phoenix for about half a minute. This realization gave Ren Qi insight into the allure of his mutated succubi. Without hesitation, he commanded Illis and Shiri to take action. Both had reached level 10, with Illis even advancing to tier 4, enhancing her charm abilities. Shiri similarly enticed one of the Crimson Phoenixes, causing it to flounder in the air for a minute. Yet it could not be fully controlled. Meanwhile, Illis successfully entranced one of the Crimson Phoenixes. Before long, The entranced Crimson Phoenix's eyes shimmered with pink hearts. And under Illisa's command, it unleashed fiery breath, ferociously attacking the other 3 Crimson Phoenixes. How is this possible? Su Hao's heart raced as he realized that his own Crimson Phoenix was now under the complete control of the opponent. No, he cried out in alarm. But he could only watch helplessly as the Crimson Phoenix, under Illisa's command, launched itself into a frenzied assault against its comrades. Chapter 15. A bet is a bet. Bang. The fire unleashed by the controlled Crimson Phoenix struck one of the erratically flying Crimson Phoenixes, dispersing its flames and igniting it in a blaze. While Crimson Phoenixes possessed a degree of immunity to flames, the level of immunity was not particularly high. The flames of their 6th-tier kin rendered their defenses virtually meaningless. With a mournful cry, the afflicted Crimson Phoenix erupted into a fireball, plummeting swiftly to the ground. Iris deftly manipulated the enchanted Crimson Phoenix, directing it vehemently toward another nearby Crimson Phoenix. The latter, ensnared by the enchantment, was unable to resist and fell prey to the attack. The razor-sharp talons pierced through flesh. Delving deep within, a mournful cry erupted as the unfortunate Crimson Phoenix was torn asunder, blood splattering across the ground. The remaining Crimson Phoenix was similarly assailed. Ensnared by the enchantment, it offered no resistance and was swiftly obliterated. Iris exhibited a remarkable fluidity in her control, commanding the Crimson Phoenix to strike with efficiency and precision. In a mere 20 seconds, 3 Crimson Phoenixes had been dispatched. No. Su Hao's eyes reddened with despair. The higher the tier of the unit, the scarcer their recruitment. Each day, he could only enlist 2 Crimson Phoenixes, and once the spatial territory materialized in a month's time, acquiring additional Crimson Phoenixes would require 20 energy crystals. The loss of 3 Crimson Phoenixes was a grievous blow. This was not merely a loss of energy crystals, but a significant diminishment of his early-stage combat prowess. With 4 fewer Crimson Phoenixes, his strength would be severely compromised when the Lord manifested. Ren Qi displayed no hint of compassion, commanding Iris to direct the last Crimson Phoenix to dive towards Su Hao. Enough! A resounding voice reverberated within the secret mirror, and both Su Hao and Ren Qi were abruptly ejected from it. Su Hao stumbled slightly, casting a glance at the grim-faced leader Li, and lowered his head slightly. He had lost. To face a Tier 6 unit and suffer defeat against a Tier 3 unit was a bitter pill to swallow, especially in such a rapid and thorough manner. Was Ren Qi's succubus truly so potent in her allure that even a Tier 6 unit could be ensnared? Logically, this should not have been the case. Previous records had not indicated that a succubus possessed such formidable enchanting powers. Could it be that Ren Qi's succubus was a variant of Tier 4? The office buzzed with speculation. To enchant a Tier 6 unit, only a Tier 4 variant succubus could accomplish such a feat. Little did they know, their conjectures were only half correct. Ren Qi's succubus was indeed a variant, but one capable of advancing into a fallen angel. Leader Li's expression fluctuated. He had not anticipated Su Hao's defeat. However, this incident also served to indirectly affirm the authenticity of Ren Qi's prowess. Her succubus was indeed a formidable asset. Li Dongyang straightened his posture, addressing Leader Li. What say you? Is there any doubt regarding Ren Qi's prowess? The surrounding teachers from Qingyun also rallied in support. Indeed, how could a Tier 6 unit falter against a Tier 3? Just moments ago, they had been so boastful. They were merely ranked 10th on the Tiannan list, yet dared to challenge the top contender. They had brought this upon themselves. Leader Li's expression shifted through several phases before he chuckled. Ah, it was all a misunderstanding. Ren Qi's success is based on her strength. There is no question of her legitimacy. Very well, that was merely a sparring match. Hao, step back and take a moment to recuperate. Su Hao nodded, intending to retreat behind Leader Li, only to be intercepted by Ren Qi. What are you doing? Have you forgotten the wager? As Ren Qi extended her hand, Su Hao's countenance darkened further. That was a magic crystal, worth a staggering 80 million energy coins, and exceedingly rare. Leader Li cleared his throat, addressing Ren Qi. Ren Qi. Youthful exuberance often leads to unguarded speech, but this magic crystal has substantial value. Before Leader Li could elaborate, Ren Qi fixed her gaze upon him, calmly interjecting. Are you attempting to renege? Leader Li faltered momentarily, replying, what I mean is, the esteemed leader of the Beichuang Alliance would not condone his disciples' dishonesty. Would he? Otherwise, the one to suffer humiliation would not be limited to just him. Ren Qi remained unyielding. Li Dongyang chimed in, indeed, Leader Li. Do not dither like a coward. A wager is a wager. You surely wouldn't use your authority to intimidate Ren Qi into forfeiting, would you? As he spoke, several teachers from Qingyun echoed their agreement. Yes, a wager is a wager. We are all watching. Dishonesty cannot be tolerated. How disgraceful it would be for the leader of the Beichuang Alliance to allow his student to renege. Leader Li's expression darkened profoundly as he bellowed at Su Hao. Honor the wager. Hand over your stake to Ren Qi at once. Su Hao's face fell, tears welling in his eyes. Reluctantly, he retrieved the magic crystal, which he had kept in a small gift box, and handed it to Ren Qi. Ren Qi accepted the magic crystal with a smile, saying, thank you. With this crystal in hand, she could elevate the recruitment pool today. Tomorrow, the chance of recruiting a variant succubus would significantly increase, with a possibility of acquiring a Tier 4 variant succubus. The sooner she upgraded the recruitment pool, the better for her strength. Leader Li inhaled deeply, suppressing the frustration within his chest, and addressed Ren Qi. Well then, let us put the unpleasantness behind us. Since you are here, let us finalize this contract. Upon signing, you shall officially become a member of the Beichuang Alliance. Once your lordly space materializes, we will provide immediate protection to ensure your safety during the initial period. Leader Li prepared to elaborate on the benefits of joining the Beichuang Alliance, hoping to instill a sense of gratitude in Ren Qi. In fact, he contemplated the possibility of taking her as a disciple, having observed her composed demeanor during the earlier battle. It was evident that her succubus was a variant, suggesting her future prospects would be promising. Yet, he hesitated slightly. Even as a variant succubus, her strong allure might lead her to become a support-type lord, a notion he was somewhat reluctant to entertain. However, before Leader Li could resolve his internal conflict about accepting Ren Qi as a disciple, she interjected, Leader Li, right? What contract? When did I ever express a desire to join your Beichuang Alliance? Upon hearing Ren Qi's words, Leader Li's smile abruptly froze. The others around them were equally stunned, unable to fathom her audacity. While the Beichuang Alliance may not rival the National Alliance, it was still the only viable option in the absence of representatives from the National Alliance. The thought of refusing to join the alliance and striking out independently had never crossed their minds. After all, Ren Qi's units were not particularly formidable. Although her enchanting abilities were impressive, she would struggle against fully matured magical beasts or those with strong resistance to control. In such circumstances, seeking refuge within the alliance was deemed the wisest choice by all present. Although the Northern Alliance displayed a rather unwelcoming demeanor, witnessing the duel earlier would undoubtedly heighten their regard for Ren Qi. Under such circumstances, joining would indeed be the most advantageous choice. However, the smile faded from the face of Leader Li as he gazed at Ren Qi, inquiring, Ren Qi, what do you mean by that? Are there additional conditions? Ren Qi shook his head with a smile, replying, No, I simply do not intend to join any alliance. I appreciate your goodwill, Leader Li. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Ren Qi departed the office, clutching the magic crystals he had acquired. Given that the spatial lord must develop externally after manifestation, and with no clear return to the city in sight, it was unnecessary to squander time on Leader Li. As for the potential repercussions from the Northern Alliance, Ren Qi remained unconcerned. The larger the alliance, the greater the pressure from demonic entities it faced. Besides, the location of the spatial lord's manifestation was uncertain, making it difficult for the Northern Alliance to locate him later. Time was of the essence, and Ren Qi needed to prepare for other matters. Despite having received these rewards, the strength of his succubus troops was still lacking, necessitating careful planning for defense. Leader Li clenched his fists as he watched Ren Qi's retreating figure. He had hastily allowed Su Haowei to present the magic crystals, partly out of a sense of pride and partly because he believed Ren Qi would join the Northern Alliance. However, Ren Qi's refusal not only embarrassed him, but also left him resentful about the crystals. Even as the leader of the Northern Alliance, magic crystals were a rare and precious resource, with limited availability, making each one invaluable. Yet, this young man had taken one away. Humph, your Qingyun truly has produced an exceptional student. Leader Li snorted coldly, infuriated as he stormed off. Principal Zhao and the others exchanged glances, and Li Dongyang let out a sigh of relief. The conflict between Ren Qi and Su Haowei, coupled with his decision not to join the Northern Alliance, might ultimately prove beneficial. Upon leaving the school, Ren Qi made his way directly to the largest trading hub in Qingyun, the Lanhai Trading Company. This establishment boasted a national chain, reportedly backed by several ninth-tier lords, showcasing formidable strength. In the wilderness, lords often possessed surplus resources while also requiring various materials, making trade an efficient means of resource allocation. Typically, if territories were in close proximity, lords would opt for direct trading. However, for those farther apart, the Lanhai Trading Company's channels became indispensable. The Lanhai Trading Company employed lords who had awakened mechanical troops, ensuring swift transportation of goods and guaranteeing safety, with minimal fees involved. Thus, most lords preferred to utilize the Lanhai Trading Company's services for their transactions. Ren Shuili intended to send some resources to Ren Qi via the Lanhai Trading Company once she learned of his territory's manifestation location. Some lords also transported valuable resources into cities for trade at the Lanhai Trading Company, while various items produced by the company were also available for sale. Holding 30 million energy coins, Ren Qi sought to make some purchases at the Lanhai Trading Company. After all, energy coins were merely numbers in his possession. Acquiring resources was of utmost importance at this juncture. Upon entering the Lanhai Trading Company, Ren Qi was greeted by opulent decor, with distinct areas delineated and dedicated staff available to assist. A mature lady in uniform approached him with great respect, saying, "Welcome to Lanhai, sir. How may I assist you today?" Those without territories were particularly courteous to lords who came to shop. Ren Qi promptly responded, Please take me to browse the defensive items. Right this way, sir, the attendant replied, gracefully leading him. The defensive items were located at the far end of the trading company, and upon arrival, Ren Qi's eyes lit up. Before him lay a dazzling array of various defensive items. There were hellfire rings crafted from the teeth of 6th-tier hellhounds, bubble traps made from 5th-tier bubble sharks, and an assortment of traps from mechanical troops. Sir, we have defensive items ranging from 1st to 7th tier. Which tier are you interested in? The attendant inquired politely. Naturally, the higher the tier, the stronger the defensive capabilities, but the prices also escalated accordingly. After contemplating his energy coins, Ren Qi requested, please introduce me to some 4th-tier defensive items. 4th-tier defensive items were already quite costly, but in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, Ren Qi grit his teeth and purchased defensive items worth 20 million energy coins. After all, in the face of danger, these could prove life-saving. The attendant was taken aback to see someone purchasing such a quantity of defensive items, as most lords typically preferred to invest their resources in enhancing their troop strength. Sir, please provide your territory coordinates, and Lanhai will ensure delivery to your location, she said sweetly after he completed the payment. Ren Qi shook his head, saying, my territory has not yet manifested. You may deliver these to the address I provide. Given the substantial quantity of defensive items, Ren Qi could not store them all in his lord's space, and would instead transport them home before gradually moving them into his territory. Subsequently, Ren Qi explored other areas. His desire to purchase ignited. There was an assortment of magical meats of varying tiers, energy crystals, and even numerous potions capable of temporarily enhancing troop combat power. However, each was quite expensive, and Ren Qi was determined to allocate his funds judiciously. Ultimately, he spent 8 million to acquire 200 energy crystals. Energy crystals had numerous applications in his territory, such as upgrading the recruitment pool and summoning troops. With 2 million remaining, Ren Qi pondered how to spend it when he suddenly spotted a pile of exceedingly cheap magical meats. 0-tier magical meat was priced at merely 10 energy coins per pound. Ren Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. 1st-tier magical meat cost 1,000 energy coins per pound, yet this 0-tier variety was only 10 energy coins? Was this a promotional sale? I must buy it. Chapter 17. Ascending once more. Though eager to purchase, Ren Qi restrained himself and asked the nearby attendant, what is 0-tier magical meat? I've never heard of it before. In Ren Qi's understanding, the lowest tier of magical meat was 1st tier, making this 0-tier variety a novel concept for him. The attendant explained, 0-tier magical meat is derived from 1st-tier magical creature offspring, containing significantly less energy than 1st-tier magical meat, and is primarily intended for basic sustenance, hence its lower price. Realization dawned on Ren Qi. It was essentially a food reserve. Both lords and troops required sustenance, and magical meat could aid in leveling up troops while also serving as nourishment. However, not all lords had an ample supply of magical meat. In the event of a demonic tide or siege, if magical meat could not be replenished promptly, a reserve would be necessary. The most common form of reserve food was ordinary grains, but some troops did not consume grains, and prolonged absence from magical meat could lead to a decline in their levels. The 0-tier magic meat lies in a delicate balance between the 1st-tier magic meat and ordinary food. It satiates hunger without diminishing the rank of troops. Although its contribution to enhancing their capabilities is negligible, rendering it of little value. Nonetheless, this is a precious commodity. After all, no one can predict what might transpire once the Lord's space materializes. Should a magical tide occur, and one finds themselves trapped and unable to escape, the reserves of food would become exceedingly vital. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi opted to spend all of his remaining energy coins to procure this 0-tier magic meat. A total of 200,000 gene of 0-tier magic meat needed to be delivered to Ren Qi in batches. Upon completing his purchase, he promptly returned home. The delivery speed of the Lanhai Trading Company remained impressively swift, with the first batch of goods already en route. Ren Qi immediately commenced transporting these items into the Lord's space, despite the considerable expenditure of mental energy this required. However, the earlier the arrangements were made, the easier the future would be. By nightfall, Ren Qi immersed his consciousness into the Lord's space and arrived before the recruitment pool. He intended to upgrade the recruitment pool. The upgrade from a 1st-tier to a 2nd-tier recruitment pool necessitated 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals. Compared to other recruitment pools, this requirement was rather stringent, especially considering it was the transition from 1st to 2nd tier. Had it not been for his wager with Su Haowei, Ren Qi would likely have waited until the Lord's space materialized before seeking magic crystals to facilitate this upgrade. As he deposited 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals into the recruitment pool, the entire pool erupted in a frenzy. Subsequently, the waters of the pool appeared to clarify, and the surrounding black mist enveloping the statue seemed to dissipate, rendering the image of the fallen angel even more vivid. Succubus Recruitment Pool, Special Unique. Recruitment Pool Tier, 2nd Tier. Before materialization, 2 succubi can be recruited daily. After materialization, 10 energy crystals are required to recruit 2 succubi. To upgrade the recruitment pool to the third tier, 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magic crystals are necessary. The second tier mutated succubus recruitment pool has a very low probability of recruiting mutated succubi. The higher the tier of the recruitment pool, the greater the likelihood of recruiting mutated succubi. Subsequent upgrades to the recruitment pool tier require more resources. Upgrading the pool to the 9th tier allows for direct recruitment of fallen angels. As Ren Qi examined the information regarding the recruitment pool, he raised an eyebrow. The requirement of 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magic crystals to reach the third tier was indeed quite extravagant. Nevertheless, the prospect of mutated succubi evolving into fallen angels provided him with a modicum of balance. The probability of recruiting mutated succubi remained exceedingly low at the second tier, though it was certainly an improvement over the first tier. In the following days, Ren Qi tirelessly transported goods into the Lord's space, interspersing this with periods of rest and physical training, creating a cycle of activity. Throughout these days, the recruitment pool yielded primarily third-tier succubi, with half of them being mutated, indicating that fortune was on his side. 8 days later, Ren Qi successfully relocated all goods into the Lord's space. After dedicating an entire day to setting up all defensive items, he transformed the perimeter of his territory into an impregnable fortress. Ren Qi was confident that once his Lord's space materialized, its defenses would rank among the finest. He also accumulated an ample supply of magic meat, consistently feeding the succubi. Due to Ren Qi's even distribution of rations, most succubi had yet to reach level 10. However, there was one notable exception, Iris. Currently a 4th-tier mutated succubus and the strongest among them, Ren Qi prioritized elevating her level. At present, Iris had reached level 19 and was on the cusp of achieving level 20. With each level gained, the subsequent requirement for magic meat increased. After consuming 20 gene of 2nd-tier magic meat, Iris finally ascended to level 20. Though her transformation was subtle, her wings deepened in hue, and the pupils of her eyes contracted slightly. Upon reviewing Iris's attributes, a smile of excitement spread across Ren Qi's face. Iris, mutated succubus. Tier, 5th tier. Level, 20. Loyalty, 120. Skills, Mirage, Shadow Flower. Iris had remarkably ascended again to become a 5th-tier succubus. Additionally, she had acquired a new skill, Shadow Flower. Upon inspection, Ren Qi learned that Shadow Flower could manifest shadowy blossoms beneath an enemy's feet, inflicting mental damage. With this skill, the succubi's offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced, thereby augmenting Ren Qi's overall strength. This only solidified Ren Qi's resolve to prioritize Iris's level advancement. As time passed, each candidate prepared for the materialization of their Lord's space. Those with financial means and powerful troops could readily transport substantial resources to their Lord's space, harboring little fear regarding its materialization. Conversely, those from less affluent backgrounds or with weaker troops were understandably apprehensive, striving to enhance their capabilities during this critical period. Some, overwhelmed with fear, had even resolved to abandon their territories entirely, pooling their resources to support rescue teams, relying on them to return to the city post-materialization and merely survive. Though such a choice would invite disdain from others and strip them of their dignity, it was preferable to the alternative of losing their lives. During this month, Ren Qi continued to bolster the defenses of his Lord's space. Among the newly recruited succubi, 1/3 were mutated, and he diligently worked to elevate their levels. He advanced Iris to level 25, while the other succubi reached level 20. However, Ren Qi's stock of magic meat was dwindling. Presently, he possessed 500 gene of 1st-tier magic meat, 200 gene of 2nd-tier magic meat, and 100 gene of 3rd-tier magic meat. Additionally, he had 20,000 gene of 0-tier magic meat remaining, all stored within his territory, filling the warehouse and expansive cellar to capacity. A month later, all candidates were intensely focused. Various nations dispatched lords from their national alliances, leading their troops into the wilds, prepared to protect any newly materialized lord spaces in their vicinity. After all, these were fresh additions to their ranks, worthy of safeguarding. As everyone remained on high alert, the clock struck midnight. The materialization of the Lord's space commenced. Chapter 18, A Chaotic Melange. The instant midnight passed, Ren Qi felt the surrounding space begin to warp. A tremendous force of attraction overwhelmed him, causing dizziness, and he instinctively shut his eyes. A profound sense of weightlessness washed over him, as if he were floating mid-air. Subsequently, the sensation of drowning enveloped him, his body seemingly ensconced in a torrent of water, while whispers rose around him, incessantly urging him to relinquish his resistance and succumb to the depths. Suddenly, an overwhelming instinct for survival surged within him, awakening every cell in his body, prompting Ren Qi to open his eyes wide. Huff! Ren Qi exhaled a breath of stale air, finding himself in a desolate wilderness, uncertain of his whereabouts. At this moment, he found himself within the confines of his own territory, with the recruitment pool ahead and a throng of succubi, led by Ellis, gazing at him with concern from behind. The Lord's space had materialized, mirroring the layout he had previously established within the ocean of consciousness. Glancing at the time, He noted it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. This indicated that the manifestation of the territory had consumed an hour. Yet he felt as though only mere seconds had passed. Without the slightest hesitation, Ren Qi turned to Ellis and inquired, "Ellis, can you discern where we are?" The perceptive abilities of the troops escalated with their ranks and levels, and among them, Ellis possessed the keenest sense. Ren Qi needed to grasp the general situation of their surroundings. Ellis furrowed her brow and replied, "Master, there are elements interfering with my perception, limiting my awareness to a radius of merely 100 meters. We seem to be situated in a grassland, surrounded entirely by grass within this range. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. Interference with perception?" Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there were any monsters lurking nearby. As he retrieved the positioning device, he discovered it had malfunctioned. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say it was malfunctioning. Rather, the location displayed was absent from the map. How could this be? The map encompassed the entirety of the Earth. It was inconceivable to be outside its bounds. Surely he wasn't adrift in space? It appeared that the positioning device was severely disrupted, rendering it incapable of providing an accurate location. What on earth was happening? Ren Qi's brow knitted in confusion. Ordinarily, once the Lord's space materialized, one could utilize the positioning device to locate themselves and communicate with others for assistance or resource transportation. Yet, encountering a malfunctioning positioning device was unprecedented, and crucially, the book had never mentioned such a scenario. The communication device. Ren Qi produced a metal gadget the size of a mobile phone, and upon glancing at the screen, his heart sank. It displayed that the satellite positioning, communication features, and emergency rescue options were all inoperable, denoted by red indicators. Only the chat function remained active, indicated in green. He tested the various options, confirming that all the red indicators were indeed non-functional before clicking on the chat feature. "Li Tianyu, what the hell is going on? Why has the positioning device failed? I have no idea where I am, and the communication device only allows for chat. Is anyone out there? Tion's bubble, who knows? Are you a newly manifested lord like me? I'm in the same predicament. Surrounded by darkness and unable to discern my location. Wang Muyu damn. There is something outside my territory attacking. It's a 3-tiered Tangfeng tiger. My troops are only tier 2. I can't hold them off. Facing the gale. Wait a minute. Why is it only newly manifested lords? Where are the previous lords? I love cross-dressing. I'm not sure. I was on my way back to the city, but now I can't contact any rescue teams. What am I going to do?" The public chat group had devolved into chaos, with various named and anonymous individuals frantically sending messages in a state of panic. Ren Qi's expression grew increasingly tense. It appeared that everyone was facing the same predicament, a malfunctioning positioning device and communication features relegated to mere chat. Most critically, all participants in the chat were newly manifested lords. What on earth was occurring? Just as Ren Qi pondered the clues, Ellis abruptly alerted him. "Master, there are monsters approaching." Startled, Ren Qi looked up to see a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly illuminate outside the territory. This marked Ren Qi's inaugural encounter with monsters, causing a momentary tremor of fear, yet he quickly regained his composure. As the monsters drew nearer, he discerned that they were a pack of pitch-black wolves with crimson eyes. These were 3-tiered Nightwind wolves. Recognizing them instantly, Ren Qi recalled that Nightwind wolves were among the faster and more formidable attackers of the 3-tiered beasts, albeit with weaker defenses. Their most troublesome trait was their ability to meld into the night wind, evading attacks or launching strikes under the cover of darkness. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. It seemed his territory had not manifested within a safe zone. Generally speaking, areas densely populated with lords would not be plagued by 3-tiered or higher beasts. A region known as a safe zone, where candidates aspired for their territories to materialize. Beyond that lay perilous areas. Should one unwittingly manifest within the domain of 8 or 9-tiered monsters, it would spell certain doom. The surrounding succubi dispersed, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Ren Qi dismissed any immediate concerns. The 3-tiered Nightwind wolves before him were not yet mature, their power hovering around tier 2, thus posing no significant threat. In fact, there was no need for the succubi to intervene. He instructed the succubi to remain poised and await the approach of the Nightwind wolves. The wolves cautiously advanced, yet a few could not contain their hunger and, drooling, lunged toward Ren Qi's territory. However, before they could close in within 10 meters, the ground beneath them transformed into a murky yellow swamp. 3-tiered defensive trap, Yellow Spring Marsh. The Nightwind wolves plunged into the Yellow Spring Marsh, immediately thrown into a state of panic as they struggled to escape. Yet, the more they fought, the deeper they sank. Some attempted to use their wind-shaping ability, but as juveniles, they had not fully mastered the transformation, leaving them ensnared and sinking further into the mire. The remaining wolves, witnessing this, halted in astonishment, and after a series of agitated howls, they retreated, casting glances of reluctance at Ren Qi and the multitude of succubi. Ren Qi refrained from sending Ellis and the succubi into battle, not only to test the defensive system, but also due to his lack of understanding regarding the surrounding situation. Recklessly engaging could yield dire consequences. just as he commanded the succubi to retrieve the drowned Nightwind wolves from the marsh. His communication device buzzed with several messages from the chat group. Nightwind Blade, damn it. Monsters are attacking my territory. It's a 3-tiered Tangfeng tiger. And my troops are only tier 2. I can't hold them off. Wong, will you help? My territory has been breached by monsters, and my troops are nearly wiped out. Can anyone rescue me? Tion's bubble. I've been attacked too, but my troops are 6-tiered frost lions, and they managed to fend off the assault. Plaid and Rags. Is there anyone who can save me? My defensive items have been breached, and the monsters are assaulting my territory. My troops can't hold on much longer. I can offer favors. Observing these messages, Ren Qi's expression hardened. Chaos. It was utter chaos. All the lords whose spaces had recently materialized were in disarray. Chapter 19. The sky is dark. Dragon Country. In the highest level conference hall, representatives from 5 nations gathered, all bearing expressions of grave concern. Following the upheaval on Earth, several smaller nations either succumbed to the encroachment of monstrous beings or sought refuge under the aegis of neighboring powers. Presently, only 5 great nations remain: the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation, the Tiger Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Wolf Nation. Under normal circumstances, these 5 nations would not convene in unison. Before the representatives, a vast curtain unfurled, revealing the boundary regions of these 5 nations. At this moment, a dense black mist spread across the intersection of their territories, enveloping approximately 1 million square kilometers. From a distance, it appeared as though this area had vanished entirely from the map. The representative of the Dragon Nation, seated at the head of the table, scanned the assembly and cleared his throat, stating, "The situation has arisen rather abruptly, necessitating the urgent presence of all representatives. As it stands, there appears to be an issue with the annual manifestation of territorial spaces. Currently, no new lords have been detected emerging from any territory. Moreover, this area is shrouded in black mist, obstructing our positioning and communication devices, rendering us unable to ascertain the circumstances within. According to the perceptions of several 9th-tier lords, all territorial lords must be ensconced within this black fog." The representative of the Bear Nation furrowed his brow and inquired, "What precisely is occurring within? Given that your nation possesses the most formidable reconnaissance capabilities, have you gleaned any insights?" The Dragon Nation representative shook his head. "We are at a loss. All lords and troops we dispatched have vanished without a trace, and the mist emanates waves of 9th-tier monstrosities. I surmise your encounters have mirrored ours." The eyes of the other 4 representatives flickered with concern, clearly grappling with similar predicaments. Could it be that 9th-tier monsters were behind this? Having transported all the territorial lords into the depths of the black mist, the representative of the Wolf Nation remarked with a sinister glint in his eyes. The representative of the Eagle Nation elegantly adjusted his white attire and replied, "That is implausible. Such a grand maneuver would likely necessitate the concerted efforts of numerous 9th-tier monsters. However, monsters possess territorial instincts and an inherent propensity for conflict. 9th-tier beings are typically solitary, and it would be remarkable if they could cooperate at all." The representative of the Tiger Nation interjected solemnly, "But how do we account for the oppressive presence of 9th-tier monsters within? There is undoubtedly a considerable number of them lurking in the black mist." The Dragon Nation representative's gaze sharpened. "Currently, our understanding remains limited. But this event poses a significant upheaval for humanity as a whole. I propose that we set aside our rivalries and collaborate fully to investigate the situation within the mist, lest we risk the annihilation of the new lords." The representative of the Wolf Nation sneered, "Collaboration? It is merely 1 year's worth of new lords we are discussing. Is it truly worth such a grand mobilization? Even if they were all to perish, the impact would be negligible." The Wolf Nation had consistently found itself at a disadvantage in recent years, suffering considerable resource losses, and was reluctant to relinquish its competitive edge at this juncture. The Dragon Nation representative responded gravely, "What if we encounter a similar situation with next year's new lords? What if this becomes a recurring theme?" At this, the hearts of the other 4 representatives sank. New lords represent vital reinforcements. Countless lords perish each year, and without replenishment, they risk being overrun by monstrous forces. While they could afford to lose 1 year's worth of new lords, if the scenario described by the Dragon Nation representative were to repeat itself, the consequences would be dire. As the representatives contemplated the unprecedented nature of this crisis, new information emerged on the curtain before them. A figure materialized, addressing all present, esteemed representatives. The investigation within the black mist has proven exceedingly arduous. However, leveraging the unique abilities of 9th-tier lords, we have formulated a preliminary mapping of the mist. As he spoke, the black mist on the curtain was divided into 3 sections. He pointed to the outermost section, stating, "This area represents the periphery of the black mist, where formidable energies can be felt. It likely harbors numerous 7th and 8th tier, if not 9th tier, monsters." Next, he gestured to the central section. "This is the largest expanse, comprising 7/10 of the entire black mist area, where all new lord territories reside." Finally, he indicated the innermost region, enveloped in denser black fog. "This is the innermost area. Shrouded in an impenetrable mist, preventing any reconnaissance of its contents. According to our latest findings, the 3 sections are delineated. The outer layer of 7th, 8th, and 9th tier monsters will not encroach upon the second layer, which contains 6th tier and lower monsters. The conditions of the innermost, denser black fog remain unclear. With that, the figure vanished, leaving the representatives enveloped in a contemplative silence, processing this latest intelligence. Suddenly, the representative of the Tiger Nation spoke in a low tone. Do any of you feel that this scenario bears a striking resemblance to something from the past? A collective shock rippled through the assembly, followed by exclamations of realization. A century ago, the global upheaval seemingly began with a sudden onslaught of black mist. Could it be that this new black mist was linked to the events of 100 years prior? This year marks the centenary of the global cataclysm. Could something truly be amiss? The complexity of the situation deepened. The Dragon Nation representative asserted, regardless of the circumstances, we must treat this emergence of black mist with the utmost seriousness. I propose that the 5 nations unite to investigate the mist. At the very least, to secure survival opportunities for the new lords contained within. Without hesitation, the representative of the Tiger Nation voiced his support. I second that proposal. The Bear Nation representative surveyed the room before adding, I too lend my support. The Eagle Nation representative exchanged a glance with the Dragon Nation representative before quietly affirming, I concur. All eyes turned to the representative of the Wolf Nation, who scoffed. What are you looking at me for? I too support this initiative. Thus, all 5 representatives consented to unite in the face of this sudden and dire transformation brought about by the black mist. Swiftly, the 5 nations mobilized, summoning high-tier lords to advance toward the location of the mist. Meanwhile, the new lords within the black fog remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With nearly every new lord's territory under siege, those who were prepared or possessed stronger forces managed to withstand the monstrous assaults. However, many lords with weaker forces and no defenses fell victim to the relentless onslaught of monsters, perishing in the fray. Throughout the night, Ren Qi remained tense and alert, ready to fend off any potential monster attacks. Yet, perhaps sensing the traps surrounding Ren Qi's territory, no further monsters appeared. As dawn broke, Ren Qi finally relaxed slightly, recognizing that nighttime harbored the fiercest of monster aggression, which would likely wane during the day. However, he was soon struck by a realization. Lifting his head to observe the sky, it was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 20. Bloodthirsty Fins. The time had reached 6 or 7 in the morning. The sun had risen, and the surrounding darkness began to dissipate. Ren Qi gazed upward at the layers of ominous clouds, his expression grave. The sunlight filtered through layers of dark clouds. Its brilliance significantly diminished. Though it was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings, a somber gloom enveloped the area. At present, it seemed that the territory of the newly arisen lord was experiencing an anomaly. Both the locator and communication devices had malfunctioned. Furthermore, the public chat group was abuzz solely with the new lord's messages, leading Ren Qi to form a conjecture. It appeared that all the newly ascended lords were congregated in one location, which enabled their communication via the devices. Yet, the precise nature of this place and its surrounding conditions remained a mystery. Beneath the sunlight, Ren Qi could distinctly observe that his domain was situated upon a vast grassland, with a towering mountain looming not far behind. A veil of dark mist swirled around its midsection, obscuring its true form. Directly in front of the territory lay a moderately sized expanse of grass, and a small river flowed about a kilometer away, beyond which lay a lush jungle. However, the jungle too was shrouded in considerable dark mist, rendering visibility uncertain. What could this dark mist be? Ren Qi furrowed his brow and subsequently opened the public chat group. Facing the gale, the sun has finally risen. What in the world is going on? It's so dark around here. What's with this dark mist? Li Tianyu, what the hell is this place? Is it just us new lords? What will happen when the tide of monsters comes? Sweet bubbles. It appears that all the new lords are indeed in one region, isolated from the outside world, which is why only we can communicate. Night Wineblade. After a hard-fought defense against the monster attack, I can see that a nearby territory has already been breached, and the monsters are devouring the soldiers and the lord inside. Damn it, I can only watch helplessly. Messages flooded in, each narrating the circumstances they faced. It seemed that all newly ascended lords had endured monster assaults the previous night, with those possessing lower combat and defense capabilities suffering breaches in their territories, thus revealing the harshness of the wilderness to all. At that moment, one message in the chat caught everyone's attention. Tianjizi, everyone, my awakened unit is a wizard. By a stroke of luck, I have recruited a wizard with exceptional perception, who senses that we are in a place isolated from the outside world. Moreover, there are numerous monsters surrounding us, most of which are still juvenile. Most importantly, there are several monster dens nearby. The number of creatures within remains unknown. He speculates that the monsters in those dens are brewing a wave of monsters, though it is uncertain how long it will take. Perhaps 7 or 8 days. Perhaps a month. Everyone, do your utmost to strengthen yourselves. Otherwise, the number of newly ascended lords who may perish in the tide will be considerable. Tianjizi's pronouncement incited a considerable uproar, as many were still grappling with the implications of the impending tide of monsters. Typically, established lords would be present around new lords' territories to fend off such tides, allowing the new lords time to develop. Now, with only new lords present, the onset of the tide could lead to significant casualties. Messages ricocheted through the chat, some frantic for help, others calmly analyzing the situation. While many sought to rally nearby lords for assistance in confronting this unknown peril, Ren Qi surveyed his surroundings but found no other lords. It seemed his position was somewhat isolated. Iris, take a few succubi to scout the situation outside. Be cautious, and if you encounter insurmountable danger, prioritize your escape. Ren Qi commanded, gazing beyond the confines of his territory. The timing of the monster tide was uncertain, and he needed to enhance his capabilities as swiftly as possible. Strengthening his units required monster meat, necessitating an exploration of the surroundings to ascertain the types and numbers of monsters present. Under typical circumstances, if a lord's territory had manifested normally, information about nearby monsters could be purchased from established lords to identify suitable prey. However, the current situation was akin to pioneering, requiring gradual exploration. Succubi, being swift, were unlikely to encounter significant danger. Judging from the night wind wolf's encounter last night, the monsters nearby likely did not possess high ranks. At your command, Master, Iris responded, leading 7 or 8 succubi out of the territory and towards the river ahead. The lord could share the vision of a unit, allowing Ren Qi to perceive the situation ahead through Iris's eyes. The grassland posed no immediate threats, and Iris quickly reached the riverbank. The river was not very wide, its waters flowing gently yet deeply. Numerous shadows swam beneath the surface, perhaps sensing something above, as several heads emerged, revealing sharp jaws that lunged toward the surface. First-tier monsters, bloodfin. These creatures were highly sensitive to blood and often attacked in swarms. Even second-tier units could be devoured in an instant upon falling into the water. Without hesitation, Iris unleashed a bolt of dark flame from her hand, striking the bloodfins. This was the succubi's method of attack, fallen flame. Although the searing intensity of the fallen flame was not particularly strong, it could scorch the soul, inflicting considerable harm on beings with low soul defenses. However, even the soul damage from a third-tier succubus's fallen flame was not exceptionally high, thus earning it the reputation of being subpar among third-tier units. As a fifth-tier mutated succubus, Iris's fallen flame struck the bloodfin, causing its body to contort before it perished instantly. The other succubi also unleashed their fallen flames against the first-tier bloodfins, achieving commendable results. In no time, the river was littered with the corpses of bloodfins. Lacking intelligence, first-tier monsters continued to charge forth despite their losses. Iris instructed a few succubi to collect the bloodfin corpses, which could be processed to yield a substantial amount of first-tier monster meat. Subsequently, she led her group of succubi to soar across the river. While succubi could fly, their speed and altitude were considerably low, often slower than walking. Nonetheless, crossing the river was convenient. On the opposite bank lay a jungle veiled in black mist. Without hesitation, Iris, accompanied by 3 succubi, ventured into the thicket. Suddenly, upon entering the jungle, a piercing howl erupted to her left as a shadow lunged toward Iris with tremendous force. Chapter 21, The Hidden Trade Route. Iris's body tensed. She swiftly conjured a fallen flame in the direction of the gale and retreated with her succubi. With ample combat experience, she faced the threat. A gray wolf crashed into the fallen flame, emitting a mournful cry as it tumbled to the side. Following this, several gray wolves surged forward, lunging at Iris and her succubi. Third-tier monsters, gray forest wolves. A total of 10 gray forest wolves lunged forward, evidently coordinating their assault from various directions, effectively blocking all avenues of retreat. However, Iris remained unperturbed. She extended her hand and unleashed a wave of fallen flames, subsequently employing her seductive powers to target the nearest gray forest wolf. The remaining 3 succubi, aware that their fallen flames would inflict minimal damage on the third-tier gray forest wolves, immediately activated their charm abilities. The incoming succubi were all mutated variants, possessing 5 times the allure of ordinary third-tier succubi, and in an instant, they ensnared 4 of the gray forest wolves. These 4 wolves turned against their comrades, viciously tearing into the nearest gray forest wolf. One more gray forest wolf was focused upon by Iris's fallen flames, and its body was swiftly consumed by the inferno. Another gray forest wolf charged directly at Iris, its claws aimed at her head. Although Iris was a 5th-tier succubus, her defensive capabilities were not particularly robust. Should she be caught by this strike, it would likely cost her dearly. The gray forest wolf moved with astonishing speed, its claws slicing cleanly through Iris's head without striking any tangible form. The shadow left behind dissipated, and Iris materialized behind the gray forest wolf, raising her hand to cast a fallen flame upon it. The 3 succubi converged around Iris, forming a protective circle. To them, Iris, as a 5th-tier succubus, was akin to a leader, and they instinctively rallied to safeguard her. The only sounds that remained were the savage bites and anguished howls of the gray forest wolves. Iris surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of any other demonic creatures, she sighed in relief. The suddenness of the attack had startled her. As she was still uncertain about the circumstances within the forest, a thought crossed Iris's mind. Upon entering the forest, her suppressed senses seemed to have relaxed. As she extended her perception, she instantly grasped the situation within a 1,000-meter radius. Numerous gray forest wolves came into focus in her awareness, causing her expression to grow grave. The sheer number of wolves around her was overwhelming, akin to a den of demons. Fortunately, their distribution was not dense. Otherwise, the recent ambush would have involved far more than just 10 wolves. Choosing not to advance further, Iris waited until the remaining gray forest wolves were vanquished before leading her fellow succubi back to their territory, dragging the carcasses of the wolves behind them. Ren Qi, sharing her perspective, had already gleaned the situation within the forest. "Master," he remarked, "though I have only sensed gray forest wolves. Judging by the night wind wolves that attacked last night, there should be a considerable number of wolf-like demonic creatures ahead." Iris looked at Ren Qi and replied softly, "Indeed. But fortunately, they are all third-tier creatures. They cannot breach our territory, and we can utilize them to enhance our strength." The wolf-like demonic creatures in the forest were predominantly third-tier, comprising both adults and juveniles. For Ren Qi, this was ideal, with Iris leading. They could efficiently hunt these third-tier wolf packs without sustaining any losses. This strategy would allow them to harvest the magical flesh from these wolves, thereby elevating the succubi's levels. Meanwhile, the succubi remaining in the territory began to dismember the gray forest wolf carcasses. The pelts were stripped away, fangs were set aside, and magical flesh was extracted. The pelts and fangs could serve as materials for defensive or offensive weaponry, or they could be sold for currency. Overall, the haul was substantial, and most importantly, they had gained insight into the dynamics of the forest, which would facilitate future operations. One succubus even discovered an energy crystal within the carcass of a gray forest wolf. A stroke of good fortune. Subsequently, Ren Qi instructed Iris to lead a squad of 10 succubi into the forest to hunt gray forest wolves, while the remaining succubi rested and began to feed on the magical flesh. Within the territory's confines, the succubi could digest magical flesh without limit. However, once they materialized, that was no longer the case. After reaching a certain level, they needed to engage in combat to digest energy and elevate their ranks. Thus, periodically, Iris would return with her team to swap out succubi for battle, allowing those who had fought to recuperate. The succubi in the territory were not solely consuming magical flesh to level up. Some also formed teams to venture into the forest to fell trees and gather stone resources. Maintaining the defensive structures outside the territory required wood and stone, and these materials were also essential for expanding their domain. As the day wore on, they amassed a considerable bounty, with numerous gray forest wolf carcasses piled up, while the succubi worked diligently to disassemble them. Several succubi sustained injuries, but nothing severe. They merely required a period of rest, and thankfully, none had perished. After storing the harvested materials, Ren Qi calculated that all the succubi had feasted today, resulting in an increase in their magical flesh reserves rather than a depletion of their previous stock. This was an encouraging outcome. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on stored magical flesh for sustenance, which would inevitably lead to a shortage. Ren Qi instructed Iris to roast the magical flesh while he picked up a piece of the cooked meat, eating it as he perused the messages in the chat group. "The Overlord, I've been too afraid to step outside the gates of our territory all day. There are numerous demonic creatures lurking about. Thankfully, I purchased ample defensive items. Otherwise, I would feel utterly vulnerable. Sweet Bubble, I took my troops to scout the vicinity. I'm on a hill where several 4th-tier demonic creatures are present. I attempted to engage them, but it proved exceedingly difficult. I'll have to wait for my troops to level up further. Li Tianyu, damn it. I'm surrounded by 5th-tier demonic creatures and can only huddle in my territory with my defensive items. However, my troops are 6th tier. Once they level up, I'll take them out to deal with those beasts. Zhang Yifeng, haha, outside my territory, it's all 1st-tier demonic creatures. I've led my troops to slay many and gathered a significant amount of 1st-tier magical flesh, which will aid in leveling up my troops. Each new lord's situation varied. Some territories were surrounded by lower-tier demonic creatures, while others faced higher-tier threats. Lords in areas with higher-tier creatures could only remain within their domains, relying on their stored magical flesh to upgrade their troops. Conversely, those with lower-tier creatures could venture out to hunt, though too low a tier would also be problematic. For instance, only 1st-tier creatures would yield low-quality magical flesh, resulting in slower troop upgrades. Meanwhile, lords with high-tier troops amidst 4th or 5th-tier creatures would eventually be able to hunt these more formidable foes once their troops reached sufficient levels, expediting their advancement. At that moment, a message appeared in the group, capturing everyone's attention. Tianjizi, everyone. I have discovered a hidden trading passage of the ocean of waves surrounding our territory that is still operational. You might want to check if there are any similar passages near your own territories. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the group, prompting all the lords to spring into action, searching for hidden trading passages of the ocean of waves in their own domains. These passages were underground trading channels. As long as both parties knew each other's locations and agreed on the items for trade, they could place the goods in the hidden trading passage for verification, which would then deliver the items to both parties securely. This method of trade was far more discreet and secure, though the routes were limited in number. Soon, the public chat group erupted with activity as numerous lords reported finding entrances to the hidden trading passages of the ocean of waves near their territories, with some even discovering 2 or 3 in close proximity. Certainly, there are instances where 2 or 3 lords are accompanied by an entrance. Ren Qi also instructed the succubus to search, and not far from the left side of the grassland, a hidden passage of the Lan Hai was discovered. Ren Qi's expression became somewhat animated. With the hidden trading passage of Lan Hai, at least the newly emerged lords here could trade resources. The exchange of resources might significantly enhance their survival rates. Perhaps the Lan Hai Trading Company did not anticipate that. Due to this being a border area of the 5 nations, they had laid numerous hidden trading passages here, which unexpectedly became a beacon of hope for some newly emerged lords. Chapter 22. Trading. Ren Qi arrived at the hidden trading passage he had located. It was situated 500 meters to the left of his territory, with the entrance concealed beneath a large rock. Had it not been for Iris's keen perception, this entrance might have gone unnoticed. The rock had been moved aside, and the passage required a password. Ren Qi entered his membership code for the Hai Lan Trading Company, successfully opening the entrance. The entire passage sloped downward, exuding a metallic texture, as Ren Qi and Iris ventured deeper into the tunnel. Inside the trading passage, there was ample energy, with photographic equipment illuminating the corridor, making it even brighter than the outside. Upon entering, they encountered a simple display device, and ahead lay a long corridor. Each display unit bore a code. One merely needed to know both parties' codes, input their trading items on the screen, and upon mutual agreement, place the items beneath the display device for scanning and confirmation to complete the transaction. This trading mechanism not only allowed for the exchange of items, but also facilitated the trading of energy coins, which could be directly deducted from the card by entering the desired amount. At that moment, the chat group had erupted into a flurry of activity. Li Tianyu, my code is 05. Is there anyone selling 3rd tier and above demon meat? I can pay with energy coins, exceeding the market price by 2 levels. The Overlord, brothers, does anyone have surplus defensive items for sale? I will buy, no matter the amount of energy coins required. Zhang Yifeng, selling 1st tier demon meat. A total of 20 gene, at 2,000 per gene, honest pricing. Autumn Breeze, wow. The merchant above is directly doubling the price. Zhang Yifeng, buy or not is up to you. I have clearly marked the price. If you find it expensive, don't buy it. Upon discovering the hidden trading passage, all the newly emerged lords began posting trading and purchasing information in the chat group. Ren Qi's thoughts stirred, and he too typed a message in the chat group. Qi, 3rd tier demon meat, 20 gene, exchanging for 10 energy crystals, additionally selling 0 tier demon meat. 100 gene per energy crystal, limited quantity, act swiftly. Once the message was released, the chat group was thrown into an uproar. Most messages in the chat group were requests for purchasing with energy coins. Even the items for sale were primarily 1st and 2nd tier demon meat, as even those who had awakened higher tier units did not possess high-level troops, limiting them to targeting 1st and 2nd tier monsters. Moreover, those capable of slaying 3rd tier monsters found themselves unable to afford the necessary sustenance for their units, thus refraining from selling. Therefore, when Ren Qi's message appeared, everyone speculated whether he was a resource-rich magnate or a short-sighted fool willing to part with scarce resources. Regardless of which, the outcry against him as a merchant did not cease. Zhang Yifeng, wow, you claim I am a merchant? Look at this one. Wanting to exchange 20 gene of 3rd tier demon meat for 10 energy crystals. What a price hike. Now that's a true merchant. Autumn Breeze, indeed, how absurd. Selling 0 tier demon meat, such a cheap product, for 100 gene per energy crystal? This is madness. Ren Qi observed these messages without a flicker of dismay. The pricing was indeed extravagant, but currently, demon meat was scarce in the market. Not to mention 3rd tier demon meat. Even 0 tier demon meat was in short supply for many. Most newly emerged lords required time to develop. They had not anticipated such circumstances with the manifestation of Lord Space, and thus had not prepared reserves of sustenance. Now, 1st tier or above demon meat could not be utilized to satiate units or themselves. That would merely be a futile endeavor. The correct approach was to use demon meat to upgrade their units' levels. Only after elevating their unit levels could they venture forth to hunt monsters. Otherwise, they would remain trapped within their territories, slowly succumbing to starvation. For them, 0 tier demon meat was, in fact, more precious than energy crystals. After all, the most pressing concern was not to elevate the recruitment pool's tier, but to survive. While many in the chat group vociferously condemned Ren Qi, his private messages were inundated. Most individuals reached out to purchase 0 tier demon meat, being inadequately prepared lords who believed they could hunt 1st and 2nd tier monsters post-manifestation, thus having exhausted their demon meat for unit upgrades. They had not anticipated being cornered by third-tier or higher monsters, and were fortunate to have a hidden trading passage to acquire demon meat from other lords. Demon meat of first tier or above was certainly necessary for upgrading unit levels, but with their limited supply and soaring prices, they could only prioritize upgrading a few units. The remaining units required zero-tier demon meat to prevent level drops. Naturally, they began by haggling with Ren Qi, who did not firmly insist on his price, settling on 200 gene per energy crystal. Within just an hour, Ren Qi sold a staggering 20,000 gene of zero-tier demon meat, securing 100 energy crystals. The market price for energy crystals was 40,000 energy coins each, totaling 4 million for 100. Yet, the 20,000 gene of zero-tier demon meat only cost 20,000 energy coins. This was indeed the epitome of a cunning merchant. However, Ren Qi felt no remorse, for he was trading in energy crystals, which, for most newly emerged lords, were far less significant than demon meat. Although without energy crystals one could not recruit units, without sufficient demon meat, any recruited units would simply starve. Just as Ren Qi was preparing to conclude today's transactions, a private message arrived. Li Tianyu, buddy, how much for the 20 gene of third-tier demon meat in energy coins? I want to buy. Ren Qi pondered briefly. This individual was likely not short on funds, presumably a second-generation lord, and with the rewards from being 7th on the Northwest leaderboard, he would have ample energy coins. Based on his previous messages, he was likely a 6th-tier unit, requiring more demon meat for level increments, hence his current scarcity. After a moment's thought, Ren Qi replied directly, Code 05, I'll simply gift you the 20 gene of demon meat. Li Tianyu was evidently taken aback by Ren Qi's response, pausing for several seconds before replying. Buddy, what does this mean? Ren Qi smiled and shook his head. Such is human nature, gritting teeth over high prices, but becoming suspicious when offered something for free. It means nothing, merely a gesture of friendship. Also, if you have surplus high-tier demon meat for sale in the future, please contact me first. Ren Qi typed this line and sent it. 20 pounds of third-tier demon meat is hardly a significant quantity for Ren Qi at present. It is merely the surplus he can garner in a single day. With Li Tianyu's troop rank ascending, he will undoubtedly hunt high-tier demonic creatures, necessitating the procurement of superior demon meat for himself. After all, Illis has already attained the 5th tier, rendering the efficacy of third-tier demon meat in level enhancement rather negligible. Haha, splendid. You are indeed an amusing individual. I am pleased to have you as a friend. Rest assured, once my troop rank elevates, I shall prioritize trading any surplus demon meat with you. Li Tianyu declared without hesitation upon hearing Ren Qi's rationale. Naturally, one should seize the opportunity to acquire benefits without cost. After sending the 20 pounds of third-tier demon meat to Li Tianyu, Ren Qi returned to his territory. On his way, another message caught his attention. Hey handsome, your number is 18, right? I'm 20, we should be quite close. How about collaborating? Chapter 23, The Fallen Sorceress. Gazing at this private message, Ren Qi pondered briefly before responding directly. How do you propose we collaborate? Hey handsome, you should be able to hunt third-tier demonic creatures by now. And you likely have surplus demon meat each day. My troop is of the 6th tier, if you supply me with your extra third-tier demon meat daily. Once my troop rank rises, I will be able to protect you. Oh, by the way, I am the Belle of Southwest High. We can have a deeper exchange later. The sender replied. Ren Qi silently closed the private chat after reading her message. This was akin to attempting to snatch a wolf barehanded. And she even sought to entice him with her beauty. It was not that Ren Qi looked down upon her. Perhaps even his own succubi could tempt him better. The only collaboration Ren Qi could accept was akin to what he had just done, expressing goodwill to forge a benevolent connection, thereby obtaining priority in purchasing high-tier demon meat. As for directly providing sustenance to another for assistance, Ren Qi would not entertain such notions. After all, they were in the wilderness. And given the emergence of such an unexpected situation, the darker aspects of human nature could be magnified. There was a substantial risk that he might elevate her troops' rank only to find her ultimately leading her forces to annihilate him for his resources. Such occurrences were strictly prohibited by the state, yet many lords would dare to gamble, for the resources of a breached territory far surpassed those of hunting demonic creatures. Moreover, there was currently no national oversight. Behind the shrouded jungle of black mist, within a pink-hued territory, a statuesque young woman stood by the window. Her countenance darkened as she gazed at the communication device in her hand. How dare they disregard my message? She fumed, slamming her fist onto the table before tossing a piece of demon meat to the 3 hellhounds at her feet. Just wait, once my hellhounds reach level 30, I shall come for you. I am eager to see how many resources your territory possesses. Hee hee, I hope you can satisfy my demands. The girl licked her lips and erupted into a manic giggle. What the heck? All the zero-tier demon meat has been snatched up. I was still hesitating. That was too swift. Can't we hold out a bit? If we all refrain from purchasing, won't the unscrupulous merchants lower the prices? Wah. I'm running low on food. Both my troops and I have nothing to eat. Great lords, I beg for aid. Damn it. If I don't provide food for my troops, their loyalty will decline. I feel like they're looking at me strangely. If their loyalty drops too low, will they end up devouring me? Ren Qi, is there any 0-tier demon meat left? I want to exchange for some. 3-tier demon meat has appeared so early. I wonder what kind of troop Ren Qi has. I don't know, but I've heard that the top scorer awakened a dragon-type troop. I wonder where that top scorer is. Please protect me. Ren Qi observed the messages within the chat group, nodding slightly. The chat group indeed provided insights. The top scorer had awakened a dragon type. It was uncertain whether it was an Eastern dragon or a Western giant dragon. If it were an Eastern dragon, it would likely be at least 8th tier or even 9th tier. Conversely, if it were a Western dragon, it might peak at 8th tier and would likely be suppressed by the bloodline of an Eastern dragon. Awakening a troop of 6th tier or above could be regarded as being favored by the heavens. Once they level up, their future achievements would be boundless. Of course, he was not lacking either, as his mutated succubus could evolve into a fallen angel, representing a semi-divine existence. Upon returning to his territory, Ren Qi tallied the day's harvest. He had gathered a considerable amount of wood and stone, sufficient for expanding the warehouse and other areas. Naturally, these were merely foundational materials and would not significantly enhance defenses. After organizing these materials, Ren Qi assigned some succubi to keep watch while the others rested. Perhaps due to the trap set the previous night, there were no night wolf attacks that evening. The next morning, Ren Qi awoke and ventured outside, where Illis had already prepared breakfast for him. The sight of the bustling succubi was indeed pleasing. Fortunately, as the master of the succubi, Ren Qi was immune to their charms. Otherwise, the alluring aura they unconsciously exuded could have kept him confined to his bedroom. As he enjoyed his breakfast, Ren Qi perused the messages in the chat group. Wah, we were attacked by demonic creatures again last night. Are they more frenzied at night? They seem fiercer then. Damn, I've run out of all my defensive items. Is there anyone selling defensive gear? I'll trade energy coins or energy crystals. Anything you want, I'll even sleep with you. Please, just sell me some defensive items. I beseech the great lords for protection. I will do anything you ask. In the future, I shall be your loyal underling. Please, let me cling to your leg. Most messages within the chat group were pleas for protection, as some new lords were on the verge of collapse. Ren Qi felt helpless in this situation. All he could do was strive to enhance his strength swiftly to avoid a similar fate. Stepping outside, Ren Qi deposited 10 energy crystals into the recruitment pool for today as summoning. 2 wisps of black mist emerged from the pool, rising into the air. As the mist dissipated, 2 succubi materialized before Ren Qi. One was a 3rd-tier mutated succubus, akin to Shiri. However, the other was distinct. She emerged from the black mist entirely unclad. The mist coiled around her, transforming into a suit of ebony armor, which then coalesced in her hands into a long, sleek black whip. Her aura was far more potent, and her wings behind her were robust and grander. A 6th-tier mutated succubus. Esteemed master. The 6th-tier mutated succubus bowed respectfully before Ren Qi. A smile graced Ren Qi's face as he inspected her information. Mutated succubus. Tier, 6th. Loyalty, 100. Type, fallen sorceress. Auxiliary type, possesses various abilities to enhance the combat prowess of succubi. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Ren Qi's eyes. According to records, ordinary mutated succubi could only reach a maximum tier of 5, and a 6th-tier mutated succubus had never been documented before. Of course, Ren Qi's mutated succubus was uniquely special. It now appeared that upon reaching the 6th tier, his mutated succubus would begin to differentiate in type. Ren Qi speculated that the classifications may be divided into combat and support types. This particular one is a fallen magic demon, categorized as a support type. The abilities of a 6th-tier mutated magic demon are significantly enhanced, and being a fallen magic demon greatly contributes to the overall enhancement of his forces. His luck truly seems to be exceptional. From a 2nd-tier recruitment pool, he has managed to recruit a 6th-tier mutated magic demon. Please bestow a name upon me. The newly awakened fallen magic demon said respectfully, lowering her head. Ren Qi nodded and replied, from now on, you shall be called Maggie. First, consume some demon meat. Then follow Illis to hunt and digest. With the addition of a 6th-tier fallen magic demon, Ren Qi naturally aimed to elevate her level first. After satisfying her hunger, Maggie waved her arm, and a black mist emanated, enveloping Illis and several other magic demons. A dark shield of light appeared beside them, wrapping around their bodies, interspersed with black flames, creating a striking spectacle. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. This must be Maggie's support ability. With Maggie's presence, the overall combat capability of the magic demons would be greatly enhanced. As the group of magic demons set out for hunting, Ren Qi opened the chat group to continue perusing the information. Whoa, I am so moved. Finally, someone is willing to sell demon meat for energy coins at such reasonable prices. Not just reasonable, this is akin to a timely aid in the midst of snow. Goddess Tianlan, I adore you. Look at Li Tianlan, and then at that Chi from yesterday. Truly, one cannot compare people. Thank you, Goddess Tianlan. I have no way to repay you, but I would gladly offer myself, hoping the goddess will come and claim my virginity when she has the chance. Reading through the messages, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Someone is selling demon meat at fair prices? Chapter 24. Li Tianlan Ren Qi's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that, at such a time, someone would sell demon meat at a fair price. Furthermore, from the information in the chat group, he discovered that the seller was offering not only high-tier demon meat, but also zero-tier demon meat. It seemed he was dealing with a well-prepared individual. However, the reason behind this sale remained a mystery, especially since transactions could even be made using energy coins. It is worth noting that, under the current circumstances, energy coins are entirely useless, merely numbers in an account. The most sought-after commodity at present is demon meat. Trading demon meat for energy coins could be deemed exceedingly foolish. Yet, from the information in the chat group, it appeared that the seller had already sold approximately 500,000 pounds of demon meat, most of which was zero-tier, at standard prices, with some sellers even lowering their prices in desperation. It was evident that this Li Tianlan was a genuine name and likely a kind-hearted individual, as evidenced by the substantial amount of demon meat she had sold to assist others. This action had led to her being dubbed a goddess. One thing was certain, Li Tianlan must possess a high-tier army, otherwise she wouldn't have such an excess of demon meat available for sale. At this point, Ren Qi found himself being compared unfavorably to Li Tianlan, but he remained indifferent to such comparisons. He lacked the resources to assist others, barely managing to enhance his own strength, yet he felt no disdain for those who helped fellow lords. Rather, he admired them. After all, in a world like this, the stronger the new lords, the greater the hope of survival through cooperation. However, he was certain he would not take such actions himself. Were all of Ren Qi's magic demons to ascend to the semi-divine level of fallen angels, and if he had ample magical creatures, he might consider aiding others. However, until he had solidified his own strength, he would not do so. In the end, Ren Qi tidied up his private messages. Following his sale of demon meat yesterday, many had reached out to him, mostly inquiring whether he could lower his prices, while others sought to add him as a friend. He disregarded most, but he accepted a friend request from Li Tianyu. Shortly thereafter, a name caught his attention, Li Tianlan, the very lord who had been hailed as a goddess in the chat group. Ren Qi was somewhat astonished that she had proactively added him as a friend, and her friend note indicated her army type, an 8th-tier top-tier army, the 5 elements, Thunder Qilin. The Qilin is itself a top-tier army, with even the weakest variant being a 7th-tier army. The 5 elements Thunder Qilin is regarded as a premier 8th-tier army, which explained her ample supply of demon meat for sale. Such a formidable army likely ranked high in assessments, enabling her to obtain copious rewards of demon meat to enhance her army's level. As long as she possesses a level 25 elements Thunder Qilin, she could easily sweep through the surrounding demon resources, acquiring a substantial amount of demon meat. Ren Qi pondered briefly but ultimately decided against accepting her friend request. After all, her strength was formidable, and it would be best to limit interactions. Although she had appeared exceedingly kind in the chat group, selling demon meat at fair prices and assisting new lords in overcoming crises, one must remain vigilant. One could never be certain what a person truly is. For now, Ren Qi's priority was to rapidly elevate the levels of his magic demons, aiming to raise them to the 50-level adult stage. Otherwise, their combat power would remain insufficient. It remained unclear when the demon tide would strike, necessitating a swift progression. Illis's team had already hunted a considerable number of wolf-type magical creatures, including not only Greywood Howlers, but also other varieties of wolf magical creatures, all of which were 3rd tier. Illis had begun to grasp the situation within a portion of the forest ahead, enabling her to select unseasoned young magic demons for hunting. If they had prior experience, she would opt for the adult magical creatures, maximizing the efficiency of the magic demon's digestion of demon meat and the enhancement of their combat experience. The speed of demon acquisition today was noticeably swifter than yesterday, attributed not only to their combat experience, but also to Maggie's inclusion. As a 6th tier with strong support capabilities, the magic shield she summoned provided comprehensive defense for the magic demons, while the surrounding flames inflicted burning effects on attackers, substantially bolstering the overall combat proficiency of the magic demons. The carcasses of the hunted magical creatures were quickly dismantled, yielding a significant amount of 3rd-tier demon meat. Without hesitation, Ren Qi retained only a small portion of the demon meat, while the rest was advertised for sale in the chat group at the same price as the previous day. The initial days typically see the highest prices for demon meat. As others' army levels rise and they can hunt independently, the prices will rapidly decline. Although Li Tianlan's fair pricing of demon meat had not caused significant fluctuations in overall prices, it is essential to note that there are many new lords, and numerous lords are also in need of supplies. The enchanted meat sold by Li Tianlan was only sufficient for a handful of lords, leaving the remainder to be acquired at exorbitant prices. Although Ren Qi's prices were relatively high, the scarcity of the product ensured that numerous lords still made purchases. Li Tianyu also sent a message indicating that he had acquired a considerable amount of 3rd-tier enchanted meat, for which Ren Qi had granted a generous discount of 20%. The 1st-tier enchanted meat was also sold in significant quantities, yielding nearly 100 energy crystals within just a single morning. Naturally, The chat group was abuzz with a multitude of individuals denouncing Ren Qi's mercantile practices. Yet, despite the criticisms, the allure of the product remained irresistible. At that moment, in a distant corner of the jungle, atop a high plateau, a strikingly beautiful woman was riding a 5 elements thunder unicorn, surveying her surroundings. She was Li Tianlan, possessing an 8th tier combat class, effortlessly sweeping away the nearby 4th tier magical creatures and even actively hunting for traces of them. Surrounding her were several 5 elements thunder unicorns. Forming a protective circle, no magical creature dared to approach, sensing the intimidating aura of the thunder god. Gazing at her communication device, Li Tianlan's brows furrowed in frustration. This Ren Qi had actually declined her friend request. This was a first for her. Both her 8th tier combat class and her generous pricing on enchanted meat had garnered her a substantial amount of goodwill. Not only had she attempted to add him as a friend, but her friend system was already inundated with requests, forcing her to disable the function for accepting new friend requests. So many new lords sought to forge connections with her. Yet when she endeavored to reach out to this particular individual, he had audaciously refused. However, Li Tianlan soon shook her head. Whether or not to accept a friend request was ultimately his prerogative, and there was no need for her to harbor resentment. Her intention in adding Ren Qi was primarily to communicate and see if he might consider lowering his prices, as it appeared that few could consistently supply enchanted meat based on the current situation in the chat group. Given her 8th tier class, she could recruit only one every 2 days. Thus her consumption of enchanted meat was not substantial, allowing her to supply the market amply. Of course, she also hoped to cultivate a rapport with Ren Qi. Her altruistic pricing on enchanted meat was not an act of benevolence, but rather a strategic move to win over these new lords. While she was uncertain of the current situation, it was evident that the magical tide would soon descend upon them. The stronger the new lords became, the greater their chances of weathering the impending storm. Moreover, she aspired to establish an alliance to collectively withstand the magical tide, hence her desire to befriend Ren Qi. Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, Li Tianlan's thoughts were far removed from his own, as he was currently sharing his perspective through the eyes of Iris. After hunting a portion of the wolf-like magical creatures in the jungle, Iris and her team encountered a 4th tier wolf king. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within Ren Qi. As an elite magical creature, this wolf king had a chance of containing a magic crystal within its body, which made Ren Qi's anticipation soar. If it indeed harbored a magic crystal, it would be an extraordinary boon. Chapter 25, Exceptional Drop Rates. With the surrounding wolf-like magical creatures already dispatched, Iris led her team, comprised of higher-level succubi, deeper into the jungle. Coupled with Maggie's presence, their strength was formidable. Iris, now at level 26, felt no fear in the face of the 4th tier wolf king. Maggie was the first to raise her hand, summoning a brand new magic shield that enveloped all the succubi. The succubi around Iris dispersed, each employing their charm powers against the 4th tier wolf king, while she and Maggie focused on offense. Having reached level 26, Iris unleashed her fallen flame, inflicting significant damage upon the 4th tier wolf king, subjecting it to both physical and mental torment. This caused the wolf king's awareness to waver, while Maggie's whip struck with ferocity, tearing into its flesh. As a 6th tier entity, Maggie exerted immense pressure on the 4th tier wolf king. The wolf king, in a bid to escape, darted left and right, but was consistently thwarted by the charm powers of the surrounding succubi. Although their enchantments could not fully control the 4th tier wolf king, they succeeded in hindering its movements. After multiple skirmishes, the wolf king was left battered and bleeding profusely, its demeanor increasingly feral as it gasped for breath, unable to endure for much longer. At that moment, a flash of red flickered in the wolf king's eyes. Whirling gusts of wind coalesced around its body, carving deep gashes into the surrounding terrain. It was enraged. With a howl, the 4th tier wolf king lunged towards Iris with astonishing speed, the swirling blades of wind rendering the air before it razor sharp. Iris smiled, remaining steadfast as she launched a projectile of fallen flame towards the 4th tier wolf king while simultaneously activating her charm power. Now at level 5, her enchantments were even more potent, and the pink light enveloping the wolf king momentarily halted its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Maggie struck the wolf king with her whip, sending it crashing to the ground. The 4th tier wolf king let out a mournful cry, unable to rise again. The surrounding succubi surged forward, swiftly dispatching the beast. After vanquishing the 4th tier foe, Iris and her team found themselves quite drained. So they returned to their territory with the wolf king's carcass and the bodies of other wolf-like magical creatures. To Ren Qi's astonishment, upon dismantling the 4th tier wolf king, they discovered an actual magic crystal within its remains. Holding the crystal in his hand, Ren Qi's eyes gleamed. It is worth noting that the drop rate for magic crystals is exceedingly low, far less than that of energy crystals. While it was possible for a 4th tier wolf king to contain a magic crystal, the likelihood was minuscule. Typically, it was only magical creatures of 6th tier and above that had a higher probability of yielding magic crystals. The occurrence of a 4th tier wolf king dropping a magic crystal was unprecedented in any of Ren Qi's studies or resources. Furthermore, after reflecting on the past 2 days' gains, Ren Qi observed that the energy crystal yield from the magical creatures in this area was remarkably high, surpassing what he had previously understood regarding the drop rates from third-tier creatures. Gazing at the swirling black mist overhead, he speculated that it might be connected to some peculiar aspect of this locale. Without hesitation, after reserving some enchanted meat, Ren Qi proceeded to post the remaining stock in the chat group for trade. As the enchanted meat supply increased, he began consuming the third-tier enchanted meat himself. Consuming enchanted meat could also enhance a lord's physical attributes, albeit to a far lesser extent than that of their combat class. After ingesting a few pieces of enchanted meat, Ren Qi sensed a slight increase in his strength, though he was uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect. The enchanted meat in the chat group was quickly snapped up, yet it was evident that the trading information was becoming increasingly abundant, hinting that several lords had sufficiently upgraded their combat classes and were now ready to embark on their own hunts. Ren Qi smiled slightly, and then proceeded to post the meat of the 4th-tier Wolf King in the chat group for trade. The price he set for this magical meat was 2 energy crystals per pound. For certain high-tier units, the absorption of higher-tier magical meat is significantly better. For instance, when comparing the same price of 3rd-tier magical meat with 4th tier, it is evident that for units above the 4th tier, the 4th-tier meat provides a greater enhancement. Hence, despite setting a somewhat elevated price, Ren Qi was unconcerned about a lack of buyers. Of course, he could have opted to feed the 4th-tier Wolf King's meat to Iris or Maggie, but that seemed unnecessary. After all, with an increasing number of lords capable of hunting magical creatures, the price of magical meat was bound to decrease in the coming days, and high-tier meat would become more prevalent. At that juncture, even if he exchanged energy crystals, he would likely acquire a greater quantity. Currently, the only succubi Ren Qi possessed that were above tier 3 were Iris and Maggie, so there was no pressing need for a large amount of high-tier meat. Prioritizing the acquisition of energy crystals proved to be the most prudent choice. The appearance of the 4th-tier Wolf King meat in the chat group ignited a fervor. Wow! 4th-tier Wolf King meat. This is truly a rarity. In such a short time, Ren Qi has already slain elite magical creatures. That's not the main point. The crux is that he can sell it. Who wouldn't want to feed such meat to their own units? Has Ren Qi become this affluent? I am increasingly curious about the units Ren Qi possesses. However, the pricing remains as exorbitant as before. 2 energy crystals for a pound of 4th-tier Wolf King meat is utterly extortionate. Although many new lords were envious of the 4th-tier Wolf King meat, their resources simply did not permit them to make such purchases. Nevertheless, those with high-tier units were quite tempted. Their performance would not be lacking, and they would receive ample rewards, possessing sufficient strength to afford such luxuries. Some were even second-generation lords, boasting even more energy crystals. Within a mere 10 minutes, a private message reached Ren Qi. I'll take 10 pounds of the magical meat. My ID is 53. If there are more elite-level magical meats in the future, please contact me first. Ren Qi glanced at the sender's name, which was Magic Spirit, but no other information was disclosed, and he had not seen them speak in the chat group. It appeared that there were indeed several hidden powerhouses. After concluding the trade for the 4th-tier Wolf King meat, Ren Qi's private messages and friend requests surged. Among them were those revealing their unit tiers, many being prominent figures with units of tiers 7 or 8, all eager to add Ren Qi as a friend. Ren Qi understood their intentions. Lords possessing units of such high tiers were undoubtedly ambitious, especially in this environment. By allying with capable lords, forming a coalition, and becoming the leader, they could establish rules and acquire resources more swiftly. In the early stages, the strength of the lords joining the alliance was particularly crucial. Ren Qi had certainly caught the attention of many high-tier unit lords. Chapter 26. The first wave of the magical tide approaches on the plateau. Li Tianlan was leading the 5-element Thunder Lynx squad in hunting the surrounding magical creatures. Though the 20-level 5-element Thunder Lynx had yet to mature, its displayed combat prowess allowed Li Tianlan to roam freely in the area. The magical creatures surrounding her territory were 4th-tier sand scorpions, which were quite large and gregarious, causing Li Tianlan to remain confined in her territory for the past few days. After finally recruiting the 5-element Thunder Lynx to level 20, she swiftly swept away all the 4th-tier sand scorpions nearby. With plenty of sand and stone around, Li Tianlan utilized these materials to expand her territory. What she needed most now was high-tier magical meat. Among the swarm of sand scorpions was a poison scorpion king, a 5th-tier elite magical creature. Li Tianlan aimed to defeat it to help elevate the level of the 5-element Thunder Lynx. Unfortunately, this elusive poison scorpion king sensed the presence of the 5-element Thunder Lynx and fled without giving Li Tianlan a chance to strike. This was one of the drawbacks of high-tier units. The aura of high-tier units instilled fear in surrounding magical creatures. While ordinary ones were somewhat manageable due to their low intelligence, the elite magical creatures were far more cunning and difficult to catch. After a fruitless search, Li Tianlan, seated atop her 5-element Thunder Lynx, furrowed her brow. It seemed that only by waiting for the 5-element Thunder Lynx to ascend 10 more levels and awaken Thunder Shadow Step could she capture this poison scorpion king. At that moment, Li Tianlan recalled Ren Qi. Despite trading 4th-tier elite magical meat, the ability to hunt such elite magical creatures at this juncture was a testament to his strength. She pondered what kind of unit he had awakened. Could it be a 9th-tier unit? That seemed unlikely. Lords with awakened 9th-tier units would certainly require high-tier magical meat and would not be inclined to sell it. However, if he possessed a lower-tier unit, how could he have hunted 4th-tier elite magical creatures? Did he perhaps employ traps or similar tactics? Various conjectures swirled in Li Tianlan's mind. Nonetheless, this individual was undoubtedly worthy of attention. After sending another friend request, which vanished into the void, Li Tianlan fell into a moment of contemplation before returning to her territory. In the evening, higher-tier magical creatures would emerge in the vicinity. With her 5-element Thunderlynx still at level 20, it was best to avoid nighttime excursions. Ren Qi gazed at the numerous corpses of wolf-like magical creatures strewn about his territory, his smile growing ever more pronounced. The decomposition of these magical corpses should yield around 1,000 pounds of magical meat. This represented a substantial resource. He would retain some for the consumption of his succubi, while the remainder could be traded for energy crystals. By capitalizing on the high prices of energy crystals now, and then purchasing when high-tier magical meat became more abundant and prices fell, he could significantly increase his overall stock of magical meat. Opening the chat group, Ren Qi prepared to check for any useful messages. A flurry of messages scrolled past, most of which were trade-related. Today, a number of lords had begun hunting, making transactions more frequent. Suddenly, one message emerged that brought the frantic chatter in the group to a halt. Tianjisi, everyone. My divination-type wizard has reached level 50 and gained the power of prophecy. Just now, he predicted that the first wave of the magical tide will arrive in 5 days. We're uncertain of the level of the tide, so everyone should prepare early. All the new lords seemed momentarily stunned by this news, processing the information. Soon after, a torrent of messages erupted. Wow, prophecy. The first wave of the magical tide arrives in 5 days. That's quite soon. I wonder what level the tide will be. If it's merely a basic tide, that's manageable, but if it's a mid-level or even high-level tide, we're in trouble. Wah? I'm still cooped up in my territory. I can't fend off the magical creatures outside. If the tide comes, I might be done for. Haha. I've wiped out all the magical creatures around my territory. Bring on the tide. I could use more magical meat. How terrifying. The perceptive sorcerer Tianjisi has astonishingly reached level 50. How on earth did he achieve that? Is it possible that all the demon flesh has been fed to this sorcerer? Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that the lords in close proximity unite to withstand the impending demon tide, thereby augmenting our chances of survival. I am at the underground trading passageway number 34 in Lanhai. Is there anyone willing to join me? Various messages surged continuously within the chat group. Some were filled with joy, while others expressed despair. For those lords possessing high-tier troops, the arrival of the demon tide represents an opportunity. If they can endure the onslaught, they will have the chance to acquire substantial amounts of demon flesh to elevate their troops' levels. However, for lords with relatively weaker troops, the demon tide poses a grave test of life and death. Many lords have already begun contemplating alliances to resist the impending tide. Ren Qi inhaled deeply. The demon tide was not only a trial for him, but also a chance. His overall strength was commendable at present. Although the combat power of his 7th and 8th tier troops was superior, their level progression would not be swift. In the forthcoming 5 days, Ren Qi was confident he could elevate all his succubi to level 50, at which point they would become fully matured, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Coupled with the defensive items surrounding him and Maggie's supportive abilities, fending off the demon tide should not pose much of a challenge. Nonetheless, it was paramount to swiftly bolster his strength before the tide's arrival. Observing the somewhat dilapidated structures of his territory, Ren Qi furrowed his brow. The territory had only recently materialized and was quite rudimentary, consisting of merely a few basic buildings and simple defensive structures. It was only after he purchased a multitude of defensive items that his territory began to take shape. The rank of a lord is primarily reflected in the strength of their troops, yet the territory itself holds equal importance. After all, if the territory is breached and the recruitment pool is destroyed, there will be no new troops to enlist. Using materials such as demon fangs and hides, along with timber and stone, various buildings can be constructed. Ren Qi produced some blueprints for construction. These included designs for defensive items and buildings. Yet many of the required materials were currently lacking, leaving them set aside for the time being. Nevertheless, timber and stone could still facilitate the basic expansion of the territory. With the purchased defensive items in place, Ren Qi's territory boasted a commendable level of defense among new lords. With merely 5 days remaining until the demon tide, the urgency was palpable. After consuming a few pieces of demon flesh, Ren Qi retired to his quarters to rest, needing to conserve his energy. Only with sufficient vigor could he effectively manage all matters within his territory. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Ren Qi approached the recruitment pool. It was time once again to recruit new succubi. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. Chapter 27. First. Approve, my friends. Soon, two newly summoned succubi emerged from the recruitment pool. They were two third-tier mutated succubi, as no higher-tier succubi had been summoned. It was still relatively satisfactory, considering the extraordinary luck he had experienced the previous day. Ren Qi felt no disappointment. After all, yesterday had been a stroke of extraordinary fortune, and it was unrealistic to expect such luck daily. Upgrading the recruitment pool to Tier 3 should yield a greater probability of summoning higher-tier succubi. However, elevating the recruitment pool to Tier 3 required 1,000 energy crystals and 5 demon crystals. While Ren Qi currently possessed enough energy crystals, he had only 1 demon crystal. Gathering 5 would likely require considerable time. After briefly organizing today as hunting party, Ren Qi assigned Iris and Maggie to lead their respective teams into the forest to hunt. Maggie had already advanced to a level in the teens, significantly boosting her combat power, and with her supportive abilities, she was more than capable of leading a team. With both small squads dispatched, they would be able to hunt a greater number of demon creatures and accelerate the leveling pace of their troops. Ren Qi did not remain idle within his territory, continuously honing his own physical prowess. While the strength of his troops was paramount, his personal capabilities also required enhancement. After all, the shared vision was limited. If he were to engage in long-range hunting in the future, he would certainly need to be part of the team. Should he prove too weak, he would become a liability to his troops. While exercising, Ren Qi also kept an eye on the messages within the chat group. As I had surmised yesterday, the trade of demon flesh was escalating, and the prices were declining. Most lords could now venture out to hunt, diminishing the demand for demon flesh. Naturally, the demand for high-tier demon flesh remained substantial, as higher-tier troops required greater amounts, often finding themselves in a state of deficit. Ren Qi pondered briefly before noticing another trend. The procurement of timber and stone had increased. Although prices were low, many buyers were present. Most likely, these were lords with high-tier troops, whose numbers were limited and who needed to hunt, leaving them with no surplus time to gather timber and stone. As the demon tide approached, the importance of timber and stone had also risen, given that various buildings and defensive items required these materials. Additionally, certain special materials from demon creatures, such as high-tier hides, were also in high demand, as they were crucial for constructing defensive items. Like himself, other lords who had proactively purchased a plethora of defensive items likely existed, though certainly not in abundance. As no one anticipated such a situation would arise during the materialization of the Lord's space. Analyzing these messages, Ren Qi also searched for any trade items of interest. Iris and Maggie's teams returned repeatedly, bringing back the corpses of various third-tier wolf-like demon creatures. The gray forest wolves had largely been eradicated, and now they were bringing back the sand wolves, also third-tier, but with combat power superior to that of the gray forest wolves. By nightfall, when Iris and Maggie returned for the final time, the corpses of the sand wolves had piled high within the territory. After a full day, Iris had reached level 30, while Maggie had ascended to level 20. Though neither had awakened new abilities, their attributes had improved significantly. The other succubi were leveling up even faster, with the main squad now averaging around level 30. After processing the sand wolf corpses, they had amassed a staggering 5,000 pounds of third-tier demon flesh. This marked the most fruitful day since the territory had materialized. The teeth, hides, and other materials were stored in the warehouse, while 2,000 pounds of demon flesh were set aside, with the remainder posted in the chat group for trade. 3,000 pounds of third-tier demon flesh for sale, priced at 100 pounds per 10 energy crystals. Alternatively, I will accept refined iron as trade. 10 pounds of refined iron for 1 pound of third-tier demon flesh. Refined iron was a crucial material for expanding the territory, and its current supply was limited, making Ren Qi's offer quite reasonable. Instantly, the chat group erupted in excitement, primarily due to the sheer volume of demon flesh being offered. A staggering 3,000 pounds of third-tier demon flesh. Most lords selling demon flesh were dealing in mere dozens of pounds, with anything over 100 considered a significant transaction. Yet here was an offering of 3,000 pounds, and all of it third tier. Damn it, has Kikiki taken down a den of demons? The sheer amount of demon meat for sale is astounding. It's terrifying. This must have involved the slaughter of at least a few hundred third-tier monsters. Hey look, the prices from Kikiki have also dropped significantly. They are now quite reasonable. Indeed, a normalization of prices benefits everyone in resource exchanges. But what is refined iron? I've never heard of it before. Don't flaunt your ignorance. Have you been studying all these years for nothing? Refined iron is an essential material for constructing buildings and defensive items. Good grief. While we are still using wood and stone to build our territory, has Kikiki already progressed to the point of needing refined iron for construction? The chat group buzzed with chatter, yet Ren Qi's third-tier demon meat quickly sold out. On a distant plateau, Li Tianlong glanced at the messages in the chat group, her brows slightly furrowed. Her territory had expanded significantly, incorporating refined iron, and there was a refined iron mine located where the sand scorpions once dwelled. Beside her, the five elements thunder unicorn flickered with arcs of lightning, surveying the territory. Li Tianlong's presence radiated elegance, making her stand out even among a group of 8th-tier units. Unfortunately, No one here could appreciate her beauty. Should I propose a trade with Kikiki for the refined iron? The quantity of demon meat he possesses surpasses even what I have hunted. Though it is merely third tier, it sufficiently attests to his prowess. If I could draw him into an alliance, our collective strength would undoubtedly grow. After a moment's thought, Li Tianlan sent another friend request to Kikiki. After a brief wait, she received no response, prompting her to bite her lip in frustration. With a huff, she typed a message and sent it privately to Kikiki. Ren Qi, who was currently savoring barbecued demon meat, received Li Tianlan's private message and took a glance. I have refined iron. Would you be interested in a trade? Intrigued, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow at the sender's name. It was none other than Li Tianlan. Subsequently, he noticed the friend request he had overlooked. This Li Tianlan was quite persistent, having sent several requests. After some contemplation, Ren Qi replied, "Do you agree to the price I proposed, or are you seeking to swap refined iron for something else?" Not long after, another message from Li Tianlan arrived. "Humph. If you wish to trade refined iron with me, you must first approve my friend request." Her tone was petulant, reminiscent of a slighted young girl. Chapter 28. Intelligent Beings. Reading the private message, Ren Qi paused for a moment, reflecting on how he had turned her down multiple times. He shook his head and promptly accepted her friend request. He then inquired, "Is this satisfactory now?" The response came swiftly. 1 pound of third-tier demon meat in exchange for 20 pounds of refined iron. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, as the price offered was double what he had suggested. Could it be that she is genuinely benevolent? He shook his head, then agreed to the terms and arranged a time for the trade. Li Tianlan bit her lip as she read the messages on her screen. Although they were now friends, this fellow's cold, mechanical replies left her feeling quite irked. Perhaps out of spite, she refrained from asking further questions, simply replying with a curt "all right," before shutting down the private chat. After the trade was finalized, Ren Qi continued to peruse the chat group, gathering more information. He then retired for the night, as he needed to replenish his energy. The following morning, Ren Qi returned to the recruitment pool to commence a new round of recruitment. This time, he again sought 2 third-tier mutated succubi, with no sign of higher-tier succubi appearing. However, Ren Qi remained composed, focusing primarily on elevating the succubi's levels. Recruiting higher-tier succubi would be ideal, but even if he failed to do so, it would not be a significant setback. Today was a repetition of previous tasks, with Iris and Maggie leading their teams into the jungles to hunt monsters, returning afterward for disassembly by the succubi within the territory. Sufficient demon meat was retained, while the surplus was directly traded in the chat group. He continued to exchange for energy crystals and refined iron. Ren Qi had now amassed a considerable amount of refined iron, reinforcing the defensive capabilities surrounding his territory, such as the ongoing construction of a refined iron wall. As long as there was enough refined iron, it could entirely envelop the territory, creating a formidable defense. While enhancing the strength of his units was undoubtedly crucial, the security of the territory was equally important. After all, in the face of a demonic tide, units could not fight indefinitely and would require rest. It was in these moments that defensive strength became paramount. As the quantity of demon meat gradually increased in the chat group, Ren Qi ceased selling at high prices, reverting to a more reasonable rate. Coupled with the rapid volume of his sales, he even managed to shake off the label of a profiteer, becoming a sought-after trading partner for many lords. Among them was Li Tianyu, who procured nearly all his demon meat from Ren Qi. Furthermore, from Li Tianyu, Ren Qi received promising news. Starting tomorrow, Li Tianyu would have 5th-tier demon meat available, which he could sell to Ren Qi at prices significantly lower than market rates. This was indeed a return on his prior investment. However, one frustrating aspect was the sluggish acquisition of refined iron. Refined iron remained a scarce resource for most lords. And with the impending demonic tide, even those possessing refined iron were reluctant to sell, opting instead to fortify their territory as defenses. Only Li Tianlan, with a nearby refined iron mine, could afford to trade freely. Yet Ren Qi found Li Tianlan somewhat troublesome. After a few brief transactions, her incessant inquiries left him disinclined to engage further. As night fell, a shroud of darkness enveloped the sky, casting an oppressive gloom. The succubi teams led by Iris and Maggie returned, their haul once again bountiful, with heaps of third-tier wolf-like monsters' corpses amassed within the territory. The surrounding succubi busily processed these monsters. At that moment, Iris approached Ren Qi, stating, "Master, while hunting today, I sensed a peculiar wave. Upon investigation, I discovered some traps and footprints. They appear to belong to intelligent beings." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of intelligent beings. It was indeed a novel discovery. According to previous knowledge, even high-tier monsters, while possessing a degree of intelligence, would not construct traps. This concept of intelligent beings piqued Ren Qi's curiosity. "Can you sense their tier?" Ren Qi inquired, studying Iris closely. Iris pondered for a moment before stating, "I merely sensed fluctuations from several creatures, including those of the 3rd and 4th tiers, and among them was a 5th-tier presence. However, for some inexplicable reason, they did not initiate an attack. Instead, they swiftly vanished upon discovering our presence. Given that we were deep within the jungle, an area shrouded in uncertainty. I refrained from pursuing them further. Ren Qi furrowed his brow at these words. Regardless of the circumstances, this situation demanded serious attention. The defenses of the territory must be rigorously upheld tonight, vigilant against any unexpected developments. Although the territory had only endured an attack from the Night Wind Wolves on its first night after manifestation, with no subsequent incursions from magical creatures, Ren Qi remained exceedingly cautious. After all, the current situation was unpredictable, and no one could ascertain what lurked nearby. The oppressive black mist in the sky rendered one somewhat breathless. In the dead of night, Ren Qi opted not to retire to bed immediately. Instead, he ascended to the castle atop the territory, surveying the surrounding inky darkness with a slight frown. The environment here was exceedingly dim. Even during the day, the sunlight, struggling to penetrate the thick black mist, appeared less radiant, and at night, it became all the more foreboding. The faint moonlight that trickled down seemed barely able to pierce the dense fog, obscuring Ren Qi's vision beyond a mere 10 meters in front of the territory. Within the territory, 10 succubi diligently monitored the actions of their surroundings. However, as dawn broke, no signs of activity were detected. The sentient beings Iris had sensed did not make a move against them. Could it be that his initial conjecture was erroneous? Ren Qi rubbed the corners of his eyes and ultimately opened the chat group. The chat was filled with a plethora of trading information, but upon perusing it, Ren Qi found no listings for refined iron. Although his castle was surrounded by numerous defensive items purchased from the Lanhai trading post, boasting considerable protective capabilities, the construction of a wall from refined iron would significantly enhance their defensive strength. Li Tianlan possessed a substantial amount of refined iron. Yet Ren Qi felt somewhat reluctant to engage with her, as she frequently peppered him with inquiries during trades and attempted to coax him into joining her alliance. It was quite vexing. Nevertheless, if he sought a considerable quantity of refined iron, he might have no choice but to reach out to Li Tianlan. Just as Ren Qi contemplated whether to contact Li Tianlan for further purchases of refined iron, a friend request materialized before him. Kikiki, I have a substantial amount of refined iron and require a considerable quantity of magical meat in exchange. If agreeable, please accept my friend request. Chapter 29, Fortuitous Recruitment. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow upon glancing at the sender's name, which was Luo Ming. After a moment's thought, he promptly accepted the friend request and sent an inquiry. Could you please inform me of the price for your refined iron? The response arrived swiftly. 20 pounds of refined iron for 1 pound of third-tier magical meat. This mirrored the pricing set by Li Tianlan, which puzzled Ren Qi. The market for refined iron was currently quite robust. If placed upon the trading market, many lords would likely vie for its purchase, and even a price of 10 pounds per pound of third-tier magical meat would attract a plethora of buyers, rendering a half-price sale unnecessary. Was this yet another benevolent soul akin to Li Tianlan? Contemplating this, Ren Qi directly voiced his confusion. Remarkably, the reply came promptly. Kikiki, to be candid, I have access to a refined iron mine nearby, hence my abundance of refined iron for trade. However, my strength is currently rather weak, which dissuades me from approaching nearby lords for transactions. After observing the chat group for several days, I noticed your magical meat production is quite stable, and your territory is relatively distant from mine, making it a safer option. Moreover, your reputation is commendable, prompting my desire for a long-term trading collaboration with you. With this revelation, Ren Qi understood. Luo Ming sought to avoid attracting attention due to the refined iron mine, thus opting to trade with a more distant lord whose supply was stable. It was evident from his words that Luo Ming's power was, at least for the time being, relatively weak, which explained his willingness to sell at half price rather than publicly offering it in the chat group. Then, Ren Qi realized something and sent a private message. Have there been instances of other lords being attacked? Luo Ming quickly replied. Kikiki, are you not aware? Numerous such incidents have transpired in recent days. Just nearby, one lord's territory was breached by another, and all resources were plundered. Fortunately, my location is concealed, and I went unnoticed. Otherwise, I might have been swept away as well. Has nothing of the sort occurred in your vicinity? Ren Qi fell silent for a moment. The current exceptional circumstances magnified the darker aspects of human nature, and plundering the resources of other lords promised far greater rewards than hunting magical creatures. Ren Qi had anticipated such developments. However, as there were no other lords nearby, he was unaware that these events had already unfolded. He maintained a generally amicable disposition towards the new lords in his vicinity. As long as they did not initiate aggression against him, he had no intention of attacking them. After weighing his thoughts, Ren Qi agreed to collaborate with Luo Ming. Thereafter, the magical meat produced by Ren Qi would be prioritized for Luo Ming, who would in turn compensate with refined iron. Just as he finalized the transaction with Luo Ming, Ren Qi approached the recruitment pool to commence today's enlistment. As Ren Qi prepared to deposit the energy crystal into the recruitment pool, a volley of arrows suddenly surged from the rear of the territory, striking the defensive walls with force. Numerous arrows embedded themselves within the walls, demonstrating the strength behind them, while several others pierced into the territory itself. Several succubi, utilizing the newly forged refined iron shields, deflected the incoming projectiles. Without hesitation, Ren Qi ordered the surrounding succubi to enter a defensive stance, while a barrage of ice arrows shot forth from the small river in front of the territory, rapidly advancing toward them. Ren Qi squinted, catching sight of a group clad in black armor emerging from the river. They wielded peculiar, sharp blades and advanced toward the territory. Moreover, from the mountains wreathed in black mist behind the territory, several figures in black armor surged forth as well. Master, these are the sentient beings I sensed previously. Iris quickly informed Ren Qi. Ren Qi nodded. The enemy's ranks included individuals capable of manipulating elemental forces, launching ice arrows with precision. Moreover, the black armor they donned was shrouded in tendrils of black mist, exuding an aura of intimidation. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi commanded Iris and Maggie to lead all the succubi into battle. Although the territory was surrounded by defensive items, Ren Qi sensed that the adversary's strength was likely not formidable enough. Thus he decided to let the succubi test their defenses. After all, these defensive items could prove exceedingly effective during a magical tide. The intelligent beings ahead were all humanoid, clad in armor that obscured their features, their exposed arms grotesquely disfigured. Most of these beings wielded sharp blades, while some brandished softly glowing staffs. With a flourish of their staffs, several ice arrows swiftly shot forth, evidently conjured by one of the mages among them. As these ice arrows struck the surrounding walls, they instantaneously froze the structures. When Ren Qi touched the wall, he discovered that it had become exceedingly fragile under the icy assault. A powerful external force could likely shatter it to pieces. At this moment, Iris and Maggie had already engaged the opposing forces, and the majority of the succubi had reached levels exceeding 30, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Under the leadership of Iris and Maggie, the two sides soon clashed violently. While the combat abilities of these intelligent beings were not particularly strong, their black armor offered substantial defense. However, due to their relatively low ranks, the numerous mutated succubi managed to control them, inciting them to turn against one another. The searing flames of corruption also elicited pained cries from these beings. Before long, a multitude of corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. Observing the overwhelming strength of the succubi legion, the remaining intelligent beings hastily congregated, attempting to unite their strength for a counteroffensive. Yet, bolstered by Maggie's magical shield, the succubi successfully repelled their repeated assaults. Although they sustained some damage, they left behind a significant number of fallen foes. Meanwhile, within the territory, Ren Qi swiftly deposited energy crystals into the recruitment pool, preparing to summon 2 more succubi to bolster his forces. 2 beams of inky black light suddenly shot forth from the pool, and 2 shadowy figures emerged, exuding a potent aura of oppression. Ren Qi paused momentarily, excitement flickering in his eyes. The 2 succubi that emerged from the recruitment pool were both of the 6th rank. Such fortune was unprecedented. These 6th rank succubi appeared even more perfect in stature and appearance. Their wings had split into 4, radiating a faint yet palpable pressure. Ren Qi examined the information of these 2 succubi. Slaughtering battle succubus. Rank, 6th. Level 1. Loyalty, 100. A 6th rank mutated succubus primarily focused on slaughter. Awakened with a trace of fallen angel bloodline, greatly enhancing their dark powers, fervently passionate about combat, and holding a fanatic belief in the art of war. From their names, it was evident that these 2 6th rank succubi possessed formidable offensive attributes. Moreover, the presence of the fallen angel bloodline within them, albeit slight, would significantly amplify their dark powers. After feeding them some demon meat, Ren Qi commanded them to engage the enemy. At this moment, the armored intelligent beings outside were faltering under the relentless assault of Iris and Maggie. They clearly had not anticipated the strength of Ren Qi's territory and could only flee in haste. However, the succubi's greatest attribute was their speed, under their pursuit. The armored beings did not manage to escape far before being intercepted. Just then, the 2 slaughtering battle succubi arrived on the battlefield. Their 4 wings flapped, lifting them into the air. With serious expressions, they conjured pitch-black longswords in their hands, chanting incantations. Dark, gray flames of corruption materialized in the air, shooting down like arrows towards the intelligent beings below. In an instant, those surrounded intelligent beings were struck, writhing in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The power of the 6th rank slaughtering battle succubi's flames was formidable. Even with their black armor, they could not withstand the onslaught. The searing of their very souls rendered them devoid of combat capability. The ordinary succubi surged forward to deliver the finishing blows, ensuring the demise of these intelligent beings. Observing the battle of the 2 slaughtering battle succubi, Ren Qi's face broke into a smile. Their immense offensive power and area of effect attacks perfectly compensated for his current weaknesses in attack strength. With the magical tide looming in a few days, these 2 slaughtering battle succubi would become invaluable assets, and he aimed to prioritize their level enhancement in the coming days. Before long, the succubi returned to the territory, hauling the corpses of the intelligent beings. Ren Qi, curious, approached and peeled away the black armor from one of the fallen beings, eager to discern its nature. Upon seeing the visage of these intelligent beings, Ren Qi was taken aback. They resembled goblins, Yet unlike the green skin typical of goblins, these creatures were entirely black, as if coated in a layer of dark paint. Goblins are low-tier magical beings, typically ranking between 1 and 3, while certain goblin kings can ascend to ranks 4 or 5, making them among the few magical creatures capable of elevation. Moreover, goblins possess a relatively high degree of intelligence compared to other magical beings, gathering in tribes for survival. However, even with such intelligence, goblins are limited in their strategic capabilities. They usually engage in overwhelming assaults. Yet, during this encounter, these black goblins had employed a coordinated front and back attack strategy, indicating a notable increase in their intelligence compared to ordinary goblins. Could they be a special breed among goblins? Ren Qi furrowed his brow and instructed the surrounding succubi to strip the black goblins of their armor. The black armor had proven exceptionally effective in defense during the previous battle. Had it not been for the succubi's flames of corruption affecting the psyche, victory would not have come so easily. Among the corpses was one goblin wielding a staff, from which Ren Qi discovered a magic crystal, a rather fortunate find. Once all the gray armor had been removed, Ren Qi tested its defensive capabilities, discovering they were around rank 3. It could effectively ward off physical attacks below that rank. A rare and valuable asset. Gazing at the black goblin corpses strewn across the ground, Ren Qi pondered before addressing Iris and Maggie. You two shall each lead a small team into the jungle to continue hunting, while also scouting for any signs of these black goblins. Given their ability to organize such an offensive, their tribe must be located within that jungle. It would be ideal to ascertain their position. Ren Qi had already made up his mind. It would be ideal to locate the tribe of these black goblins and assess their strength. If possible, he aspired to eradicate this black goblin tribe. After all, with the impending tide of magic, the black goblin tribe would undoubtedly become a formidable force amidst the chaos, threatening his territory. Resolving this matter in advance would be most advantageous. Moreover, goblins were known to hoard precious items within their tribes, akin to a miniature territory. If he could successfully breach the stronghold of these black goblins, he might reap significant rewards. At your command, Master. Iris and Maggie, upon receiving the order, each led a squad of battle succubi into the jungle for hunting. Ren Qi's tense demeanor slightly eased, glancing at the black armor on the ground. He contemplated and then posted a message in the chat group. 3 sets of Tier 3 defensive armor, capable of effectively withstanding physical attacks below Tier 3. In exchange for 3,000 pounds of refined iron. 1 set of black armor for 1,000 pounds of refined iron. This price was rather steep, considering that the black armor could only defend against Tier 3 attacks. However, given the exceptional circumstances where all new lords were trapped in one location, and with the absence of the Lanhai Trading Company, defensive items were scarce and highly valued, especially with the tide of magic approaching. Thus, once Ren Qi's message was released, it sparked a fervent response in the chat group. Wow, how does the great Qi even have defensive items now, especially such high-tier armor? Defensive armor that can effectively resist Tier 3 attacks, if equipped on troops, could significantly enhance their strength. But this price? Is Qi returning to the ways of a merchant? What can we do? Right now, Qi is the first to sell defensive armor. A higher price is only to be expected. What if I don't have refined iron? Can it be exchanged for energy coins? Waiting online, quite urgent. Numerous private messages followed, mostly inquiring whether Ren Qi could exchange refined iron for energy coins. Ren Qi declined each one. He only sought refined iron. With refined iron, he could substantially bolster the defensive capabilities of his territory. This was his most pressing need at present. Meanwhile, in a ravine to the northwest of Ren Qi's territory, a young man clad in black silently observed the communication device in his hand. Noticing the messages in the chat group, he raised an eyebrow. This Qi was indeed a talent, consistently supplying magic meat and now acquiring Tier 3 defensive armor. Yet, his invitation to join the alliance had seemingly vanished into thin air. It was unclear whether it had gone unnoticed or was outright rejected. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Regardless, once he invaded the territory, if the individual refused to submit, he would simply annihilate him. The young man lifted his gaze, and before him, 6 golden western dragons were exuberantly unleashing their fiery breath. These golden dragons were not attacking magical creatures, but rather the territory of a new lord. Chapter 31, Blueprints for a Tier 4 Defensive Tower. The 8-tier golden dragons had all reached level 30. Under such an overwhelming assault from these high-tier units, the territory ahead would soon be breached. The young man's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Another bounty of resources awaited, allowing him to enhance the combat prowess of his golden dragons. Indeed, raiding other territories for resources proved to be a swifter method. Alas, most nearby lords had already been vanquished. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the tide of magic, for then he could embark on a grand hunt for the myriad magical creatures. On the plateau, Li Tianlan was commanding the 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns as they besieged the Tier 5 Poison Scorpion King. His 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns had reached level 30, granting them rapid mobility. At last, they had cornered the Poison Scorpion King. He hoped that the creature bore magic crystals, enabling him to upgrade his recruitment pool. As he gazed at the poisoned Scorpion King, thrashing beneath the flashes of lightning, his eyes flickered with determination. Once the recruitment pool's tier was elevated, he could enlist more 5-elements thunder unicorns, albeit at the cost of greater energy crystals. Observing the trading information posted by Ren Qi in the chat group, Li Tianlong snorted. The last time he had succumbed to curiosity and traded a few times, testing the waters with this individual, only to be ignored entirely. He had even ceased trading refined iron. Just wait. When the tide of magic arrives, we shall see if this fellow can survive amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, he had already caught the attention of 2 new lords wielding 8-tier units. He was currently sifting through his private messages when a particular message caught his eye, causing him to pause momentarily. Great, Qi. Why didn't you notify me first about this defensive armor? I have a substantial amount of refined iron. I wish to purchase these armors. It was a message from Luo Ming. Ren Qi was well aware that Luo Ming possessed a refined iron mine, yet these black armors were humanoid in design, making them inapplicable for non-humanoid units. Thus, he had not inquired further, unaware that Luo Ming was in need. It seemed that the other party's units were humanoid. He just did not know what they were specifically. Just as Ren Qi was about to reply, another message from Luo Ming arrived. I'll take all 3 sets of armor at your stated price. Do you have any more of this defensive armor? If so, I'll take them all. Refined iron is plentiful. Ren Qi pondered for a moment upon reading Luo Ming's private message. His demand for such black armor was not exceedingly high. Although succubi could equip them, the magical shields conjured by Maggie offered greater defensive capabilities than the black armor. Yet, the magical shields could only be equipped by a maximum of 10 succubi. However, as Maggie's level increased, she would be able to conjure more shields. After a moment's reflection, Ren Qi responded directly. I can provide you with 20 sets of this black armor. Simply transport the refined iron to me. There were at least 60 sets of armor lying on the ground. Selling 20 sets to Luo Ming would still leave enough for equipping the succubi. Moreover, if Iris and Maggie were to discover the Black Goblin tribe, Ren Qi could potentially acquire even more black armor through an assault. Upon finalizing the deal with Luo Ming, Ren Qi instructed the succubi to deliver the armor to the trading passage for the exchange. Iris and Maggie's squad continued to shuttle back and forth, tirelessly transporting the corpses of magical creatures from the jungle to the territory. Although they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the black goblins, Iris and Maggie remained unhurried, methodically exploring the depths of the jungle. After all, the situation within the jungle was entirely uncertain, and a cautious approach was the wisest course of action. As the battles raged on, the levels of the 2 demonesses, the slaughtering succubi, were swiftly ascending, bolstered by the abundant supply of 3rd-tier demon flesh. By afternoon, promising news arrived from Li Tianyu, who was prepared to trade a batch of 5th-tier demon flesh to Ren Qi. This was precisely what Ren Qi required. For the efficacy of 3rd-tier demon flesh in elevating the levels of 6th-tier slaughtering succubi was rather inadequate. In the subsequent 2 days, the levels of the succubi steadily progressed. With both slaughtering succubi advancing beyond level 20, their combat prowess significantly enhanced, rendering them capable of sweeping aside any magical creatures encountered in the current jungle. The expanse of the jungle was vast. The area they explored thus far was merely a fraction, predominantly inhabited by 3rd-tier magical beasts. However, venturing deeper into the jungle would reveal stronger creatures, potentially even elite 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts. Fortune smiled upon them, as the succubi recruited over the past 2 days were all 3rd tier, with no higher-tier succubi emerging. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the succubi legion had markedly increased. With levels nearing 40, it appeared entirely feasible for them to reach level 50 before the impending tide of monsters, provided they exerted themselves. While Ren Qi commanded the succubi to dismantle magical creatures and transport the refined iron to forge defensive walls, another message from Luo Ming arrived. Zhi. I've taken down a nearby dwarf tribe and acquired a blueprint for a 4th-tier defensive tower. I can forge 2 4th-tier defensive towers here. Would you be interested? I could trade them for the previous black armor. Of course, if that is unavailable, demon flesh would suffice. Ren Qi was taken aback, not anticipating Luo Ming's remarkable fortune in obtaining a 4th-tier defensive tower blueprint. With the blueprint in hand, as long as the requisite materials were available, most humanoid units could commence construction. After some contemplation, Ren Qi replied, why can only 2 be constructed? Is it a matter of insufficient materials? Indeed. I only have enough materials for 2. Ren Qi continued, what materials are required? Refined iron, stone, wood, and the pelts of magical creatures, preferably of a higher tier. Pondering the mention of magical creature pelts, Ren Qi realized his storage was brimming with several hundred wolf-type magical creature pelts, nearing 1,000 in total. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to Luo Ming. You must be lacking magical creature pelts, correct? I have an abundance of 3rd-tier wolf-type creature pelts. I will provide them all to you in exchange for the construction of 4 defensive towers. The remaining pelts should also be exchanged for defensive towers, which you can sell. And we will split the proceeds, 70-30. How does that sound? As for the black armor, I will send you 20 additional sets. Providing only the pelts and receiving 3 portions in return seemed reasonable. If Luo Ming were astute, he could procure magical creature pelts extensively to construct and sell defensive towers, reaping greater profits without needing to collaborate with Ren Qi. However, Luo Ming's response was swifter than Ren Qi anticipated. Alright, GGG, it's settled. But you will handle the sale of the completed defensive towers. I fear being targeted. Chapter 32, The Pitch Black Well. Ren Qi regarded this message with a slight shake of his head. Luo Ming, capable of dismantling a dwarf tribe, had evidently grown stronger, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. Nonetheless, Ren Qi experienced no hesitation in acquiescing to Luo Ming's request. By the way, may I inquire about your unit type? After some contemplation, Ren Qi sent this message. He was indeed curious about Luo Ming's unit type. Previously, he refrained from asking due to their unfamiliarity, but now they could be considered partners, making the inquiry more appropriate. Luo Ming fell silent, taking a considerable time to respond. Ren Qi then typed, "Never mind. If you prefer not to disclose, that's perfectly fine." It was merely a casual inquiry. Ren Qi shook his head slightly, noting Luo Ming's extreme caution. Even at this stage, he was reluctant to reveal his unit type. Just as Ren Qi was about to close the communication device, a message from Luo Ming finally came through. "No, it's not that. It's just that my unit type is rather unique. Forget it. You are quite distant from me, and we likely won't team meet face to face. My unit is a variant battle maiden, a fusion of mechanical and humanoid units. My unit can equip mechs, but currently lacks any gear. Hence the need to purchase your black armor." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. The name certainly sounded distinctive. However, given his ability to conquer a dwarf tribe, he must possess considerable combat strength. "Alright, I will transport the pelts to you, and you may begin forging the defensive towers. Once completed, send them to me for sale." Ren Qi replied promptly, acknowledging that while this arrangement was somewhat cumbersome, he would take on the task since Luo Ming preferred to remain in the shadows. Once the defensive towers were forged, it would yield substantial profit. At that moment, Illis, leading her squad, returned to the territory first. After discarding the remains of magical creatures within the territory, Illis approached Ren Qi and reported, "Master, I have detected traces of those black goblins deeper within the jungle." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow in intrigue and inquired, "Can you ascertain their specific strength?" Illis respectfully replied, "In the jungle, my scouting abilities can function optimally. I have gathered precise information regarding them. The Black Goblin tribe lies approximately 5,000 meters from the territory, positioned behind the wolf-type magical creatures. It is a small tribe, housing around 500 goblins, most of whom are third tier, with both adult and juvenile members. There are also fourth and fifth tier black goblins, but their numbers are limited, approximately 80 or so. Additionally, there are 3 goblin kings, classified as fifth tier elite magical creatures." After detailing the enemy's strength, Illis added, "Given our current capabilities, eliminating this black goblin tribe should pose no significant challenge. Although our Succubi Legion is not numerous, with only over 60 members, most have nearly reached level 40, including Illis and Shiri, who have already attained that level. Moreover, the 2 strongest slaughtering Succubi are approaching level 20. With Maggie's support, we can decisively eradicate this small black goblin tribe." Ren Qi pondered briefly before issuing a direct command. "Then you and Maggie shall lead the charge, leaving 5 Succubi to defend the territory. The rest will accompany you to assault the black goblin tribe. Remember, if they attempt to flee, do not pursue. Prioritize seizing their resources." "Understood, Master," Illis responded respectfully, before leading the Succubi out. The legion of Succubi ventured into the jungle ahead, swiftly disappearing from sight. The distance remained within the realm of shared vision, as Ren Qi directed the shared perspective towards Iris, observing the succubus legion advancing deeper into the jungle. The area outside the thicket had been thoroughly cleared, devoid of any magical creatures. Soon, Iris led the succubus legion to the outskirts of the black goblin tribe. Nestled within a hollow of the jungle, the tribe was surrounded by felled trees, forming a modest clearing. In the center of this clearing lay an assortment of wooden huts, haphazardly constructed. Surrounding these abodes were wooden fences, interspersed with numerous traps. Within the tribe, various black goblins patrolled diligently. Through the shared perspective, Ren Qi noticed a peculiar well at the heart of the tribe. The well's opening was not particularly large, emanating tendrils of black mist. While several black goblins formed a queue at its edge, upon reaching the well, they leaned over, entranced, inhaling the dark vapor. This mist seeped into their bodies, swirling around before gradually manifesting, invading their armor and deepening its hue. Ren Qi pondered briefly. Could this well be the source of the goblins' darkened forms and the fortification of their black armor? Iris, not dwelling on such thoughts, waved her arm, and the nearby succubi stealthily advanced. Upon reaching the periphery of the black goblin tribe, Iris gave the command, and all the succubi surged forward. 2 slaughtering succubi were the first to enter the fray, their 4-winged backs propelling them into the air above the black goblin tribe. A fervent zeal shone upon their faces as obsidian light swords flickered to life in their hands, their tips aimed directly at the goblin settlement below. The two slaughtering succubi chanted incantations, and around them, clusters of fallen flames began to materialize. These flames descended upon the black goblin tribe like shooting stars. The succubi below joined the assault, unleashing waves of fallen flames and seductive power upon the surrounding black goblins. The patrolling goblins, the first to react, shouted in alarm and charged towards the succubi. Meanwhile, a few goblin archers knocked arrows, aiming at the two airborne slaughtering succubi. However, as sixth-tier slaughtering succubi, their speed was unparalleled, allowing them to evade the arrows effortlessly with a mere flap of their wings. Clusters of fallen flames erupted within the black goblin tribe, engulfing numerous goblins in a blaze that scorched both body and spirit. The goblins quickly fell to the ground in agony, with some of the weaker ones reduced to ashes. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of the succubus legion, the black goblin tribe had little opportunity for resistance and descended into chaos almost instantly. Chapter 33. The mysterious black crystal. At that moment, 3 fifth-tier elite black goblin kings emerged from within the tribe, furious at the scene unfolding before them as they charged at the succubi. Iris, Maggie, and the two slaughtering succubi had already locked onto their targets. As the goblin kings appeared, they rushed forward to meet them. Confronted by the allure and assault of Iris and the two sixth-tier slaughtering succubi, along with Maggie's support, the 3 elite goblin kings could not withstand for long. 2 of the black goblin kings fell in battle, while one, engulfed in fallen flames, fled in terror. In its haste, it emitted strange cries, summoning a group of nearby black goblins to escape alongside it. The battle raged on for 20 minutes, a one-sided massacre. Although several succubi sustained injuries, none perished. The 2 slaughtering succubi gradually descended, and the surrounding succubi tended to their wounded comrades before beginning to collect the spoils from the black goblin camp. The succubi stripped the black armor from the fallen goblins, while Iris entered the wooden hut of the goblin kings. Upon entering, she discovered 3 wooden chests. Rather than opening them immediately, Iris instructed several succubi to carry the chests away for transport. After further scavenging, they uncovered some energy crystals. In addition to the black armor, they also acquired various weapons, including daggers, curved blades, and bows, along with several staves embedded with large energy crystals, all transported back by the succubi. Upon returning to the territory, Ren Qi surveyed the spoils laid out by the succubi, a smile gracing his face. Some of these weapons and armor could be sold to Lomeing, while others could be used to equip the succubi. Currently, Lomeing was rapidly mining fine iron, and should it be sufficiently abundant, it could be utilized to forge equipment. However, anything above Tier 3 would require blueprints for forging. Generally, humanoid magical creatures might possess such blueprints, but most were obtained through trade with awakened dwarves or similar auxiliary units. So patience was necessary. Subsequently, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the 3 large wooden chests. Approaching the chests, he opened one of them. Inside, he found it brimming with energy crystals, notably larger than ordinary ones, almost twice their size. A surge of joy washed over Ren Qi. These were premium energy crystals, typically used for replacing energy in magical staves, highly sought after by lords who had awakened as mages. Nodding in satisfaction, he opened the second chest. This one was rather empty, containing only 2 magical crystals. Though few in number, they represented a significant find, arguably the most valuable among all the spoils. Ren Qi had not anticipated acquiring magical crystals, which heightened his anticipation for the third chest. Gently opening the third chest, Ren Qi paused, momentarily taken aback by its contents. Similar to the second, it was mostly vacant, save for a singular massive black crystal. Resembling a magical crystal in shape but much darker, it was adorned with intricate patterns. A peculiar resonance emanated from this crystal. Ren Qi furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a crystal, and a search through his mental repository of knowledge yielded no reference to its existence. However, given its placement among the 3 chests, it was likely something of considerable importance. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Qi decided to store all 3 chests in the warehouse. Though Ren Qi remained uncertain as to the nature of that black crystal, she chose not to dwell on it excessively, deciding instead to store it in the warehouse for future reference, hoping it might lead to some clues. Subsequently, Ren Qi announced a trading message in the chat group, offering 30 sets of black armor in exchange for high-grade demon meat. After vanquishing the black goblin tribe, she had acquired a substantial bounty of this black armor, over 300 sets. She sold 100 sets to Luo Ming, retained another 100 for herself, and intended to sell the remainder. However, Ren Qi opted not to sell them all at once, choosing instead to sell them in portions to maximize her profits. Currently, what Ren Qi found herself lacking was high-grade demon meat. After all, Elise, now a level 5 entity, along with the 2 level 6 succubi Magi, found that the effects of 3rd-tier demon meat on their advancement were rather negligible. This was because, at the same volume, demon meat required a similar duration to be consumed and transformed into energy for level enhancement. The energy contained within 6th-tier demon meat was significantly greater than that of the 3rd tier. As soon as the 30 sets of armor were posted in the chat group, a fervent discussion erupted. Wow, 30 sets of armor for sale. Where on earth did our esteemed Qi obtain such a bounty? I suspect she must have raided some humanoid demon stronghold. Oh, I envy you, Qi. I'm still defending against the surrounding demons while you're amassing such a wealth of equipment. As always, what kind of troops does Qi possess? Can anyone shed some light? Almighty One, please take me under your wing. By now, most of the newly appointed lords had ventured out to hunt. As their troop levels had risen to a sufficient degree, only a few lords with particularly low troop tiers remained cooped up within their territories. Consequently, the new lords had gained a deeper understanding of the external circumstances. Various demons roamed around the territory, ranging from low tier to high tier. Although their troop levels were adequate for hunting, stabilizing the production of demon meat, and selling such black armor remained quite challenging. After all, one needed to be in a position of considerable wealth to sell items. Many lords possessed humanoid troops, and Ren Qi's 30 sets of armor were quickly sold, yielding a substantial amount of high-grade demon meat, sufficient to sustain Alyss and her companions for the next few days. High upon the plateau, Li Tianlan led her 5-element Thunder Lin in the pursuit of a new poison scorpion king. Her luck had been rather poor in the past few days. Although she had slain a poison scorpion king, she had failed to procure a magic crystal. She hoped that this particular scorpion would contain one. Soon enough, the poison scorpion king fell with a mournful cry beneath the sharp blades of the 5-element Thunder Lin. Upon disassembling the creature, Li Tianlan was delighted to discover a magic crystal within. At last, she had acquired a magic crystal. Her luck had truly been abysmal, according to previous estimates. The drop rate of magic items here was significantly higher than that outside. With this magic crystal, her recruitment pool could be upgraded, allowing for a greater daily recruitment of 5-element Thunder Lin. Subsequently, Li Tianlan activated her communicator, observing the lively discussions surrounding Ren Qi in the chat group. Her expression somewhat complex. This individual possesses commendable strength. It seems he will navigate this wave of chaos with relative ease. With this thought, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite her mild disdain for him, she still wished for his survival through this calamity. After all, they were all new lords and should stand united. Even if his attitude towards her was rather vexing. Chapter 34, The Black Dragon. Within the succubus territory, Ren Qi had just concluded her conversation with Luo Ming. Her primary concern now lay in the construction of the defensive tower. Should a 4th-tier defensive tower be erected, the overall defensive capabilities of her territory would ascend to a new echelon. Moreover, the first wave of the demon tide was set to descend in 3 days. When the time came to announce the defensive tower's details in the chat group, a multitude of individuals would undoubtedly rush to make purchases. Thus, Ren Qi urged Luo Ming to expedite the process, aiming to complete the construction of the defensive tower within 3 days. If they could establish the tower before the demon tide arrived, they stood to reap substantial profits. After all, when the tide came, even the most miserly of lords would be willing to pay to enhance their defenses. This was no mere game. Being overwhelmed by the demon tide could lead to dire consequences. Luo Ming assured her with confidence, asserting that his mutated battle maiden, a blend of mechanical and humanoid troops, was quite adept at construction. Coupled with an ample supply of materials, the progress of the defensive tower's construction was swift, with 2 towers ready to be delivered to Ren Qi by tomorrow. At that moment, within Luo Ming's territory, a youthful boy beamed with satisfaction as he switched off his communicator. He was, of course, Luo Ming, gazing at the bustling construction of the defensive towers and the freshly delivered black armor on the ground. His smile radiated even more intensely. Collaborating with Ren Qi had proven to be immensely fruitful. With these black armors, alongside the pelts provided by her for crafting 4th-tier defensive towers, the overall defensive capacity of his territory would see a significant enhancement, enough to face the impending demon tide without trepidation. Moreover, during this period, his supply of demon meat had come entirely from Ren Qi, allowing his troops to focus solely on constructing the defensive towers within their territory. Free from the risks of hunting, this meant that he would not suffer any troop losses before the arrival of the demon tide, effectively bolstering his resistance against the forthcoming onslaught. He was grateful for having partnered with Ren Qi. Without her, he would undoubtedly feel less assured facing the impending calamity. Nightfall returned once more. The black mist above seemed to thicken, rendering the already dim moonlight nearly imperceptible. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. The succubi patrolled their territory, vigilant against any potential night incursions by demons. Ren Qi stood atop the castle, gazing into the encroaching darkness that lay beyond her territory, her expression growing somber. Though the future remained obscured, through Alyssa's perception, Ren Qi sensed a multitude of demons drawing near. Under the cover of night, these demons evaded the gaze of Ren Qi and all the succubi, steadily approaching the territory. Ren Qi commanded all succubi to remain on high alert. Master, they have arrived. Alyss whispered to Ren Qi, her eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow as she observed the emergence of countless eerie green lights from within the shadows. A swarm of demons began to materialize from the darkness before the territory. Wolf-shaped demons, leopard-shaped demons, and even numerous water pythons, all creatures previously unseen. These demons were shrouded in black mist, as if imbued with some form of enhancement, exuding an imposing aura. Furthermore, their numbers were staggering, a veritable tide, rendering them impossible to count. Ren Qi was almost led to doubt whether the tide of demons had arrived prematurely. However, he felt a sense of relief as he noted that the rank of the demons ahead was not particularly high, with most being of the 3rd tier and the most formidable among them merely at the 4th tier elite. Instead of hastily deploying the Succubus Legion to exterminate these demons, Ren Qi opted to have the Succubi unleash a barrage of corrupted flames from the safety of their defensive structures within the territory. Some Succubi drew their bows, launching arrows acquired from the Black Goblin tribe earlier that day. The demons began to assault the territory, and perhaps due to the swirling black mist enveloping them, these 3rd-tier creatures exhibited combat prowess comparable to that of 4th-tier demons. Their overall battle capability had seemingly doubled. This development caused Ren Qi to furrow his brow. Since the manifestation of the territory, the situation here had been rather peculiar. The black fog in the sky loomed over all nascent lords like a colossal stone. Though the specifics of this manifestation remained unclear, it was evident that it was somehow linked to the black mist. From the events of the day, it was apparent that the Black Goblin tribe had undergone a transformation due to the black mist spewing from the black well at the center of their enclave. Even the black armor collected from them had gained the ability to withstand attacks below the 3rd tier because of this mist. What exactly was this black mist? Before Ren Qi could ponder this further, the demons surged into the territory's vicinity. A myriad of corrupted flames surged forward, raining down upon the horde of demons and eliciting a cacophony of screams. Yet, these demons appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, their green eyes gleaming with fervor as they relentlessly advanced towards Ren Qi's territory, as if something extraordinary within it beckoned them. The surrounding defensive traps were triggered, claiming numerous demons that fell into the snares. The defensive items Ren Qi had procured were of high quality, proving effective against these 3rd-tier adversaries. Although the black mist swirled around the demons, augmenting their power to that of 4th-tier beings, their defensive capabilities had not significantly improved. The sheer number of demons ensnared by the traps, however, had resulted in considerable wear on the defenses. Ren Qi observed the relentless onslaught of demons, akin to a tide, without resorting to the more substantial defensive items at his disposal. Such items were one-time use and highly destructive, yet unnecessary against these foes. After all, a fortified wall made of refined iron now surrounded the territory. The demons charged toward the defensive wall, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades. With the support of Lo Mang's refined iron, the wall was nearly completed, rendering it impossible for the 3rd-tier demons to scale it. They could only clamber over their deceased allies in a futile attempt to ascend. However, the wall was already teeming with Succubi, who continually unleashed corrupted flames down upon them. Under Ren Qi's command, 2 battle Succubi took to the air, ready to release a torrent of corrupted flames wherever the assault was most vigorous, obliterating the advancing demons. The process unfolded smoothly, with the Succubi suffering minimal losses while dispatching the majority of the attacking demons. Nevertheless, these demons exhibited no fear, continuing their frenzied assault as though they were willing to perish in this endeavor. At that moment, a vibrant firelight descended from the black mist above the nearby forest, crashing into the foliage below. The source of this firelight was a colossal creature. Illuminated by its glow, Ren Qi beheld its immense form. It was a black dragon. Chapter 35, Hidden Ascension Conditions. Gazing upon its massive body and the palpable pressure radiating even from such a distance, Ren Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an 8th-tier black dragon, a complete entity at level 100. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the dragon soared over the black forest, leaving a trail of brilliant flames igniting the trees below. Subsequently, Ren Qi observed as the black dragon, following the black mist, hovered over his territory. He could distinctly see its dragon eyes glance downward at the land and the Succubi. Without a hint of hesitation, the dragon continued on, as if merely regarding the territory as insignificant as ants, swiftly disappearing into the distant mountains. Only then did Ren Qi release a sigh of relief, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. This was an adult 8th-tier dragon. One breath from it would likely reduce his territory to ashes. Fortunately, he was inconspicuous to the dragon. Evading its ire, Ren Qi's gaze shifted towards the mountainous region behind him, shrouded in swirling black mist, rendering it enigmatic. He had no knowledge of what lay within that mountain, but he fervently hoped that the black dragon would keep its distance. In 3 days, the demon tide would arrive, and the surrounding demons would erupt in a frenzy, launching an assault on the territory. If that black dragon were nearby, it could very well unleash its breath upon his territory amidst the chaos, leading to disastrous consequences. Iris approached Ren Qi, her expression resolute. Master, you need not worry. It is merely an 8th-tier dragon. Once I ascend to the 8th tier, I can contend with it. Should I reach the 9th tier, slaying it would be a trivial matter. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow at Iris's assertion and inquired, So, are you suggesting that Ascension can be achieved steadily? While it was true that mutated succubi had a chance to ascend every 10 levels, the probability was rather low. Yet, Iris's words implied that she might possess the means to ascend more reliably. Iris shook her head. I cannot guarantee steady ascension, but with 10 magic crystals, I can ascend to the 7th tier without the need to level up. Ren Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his unique, mutated succubus possessed such hidden ascension criteria. Ascending with magic crystals was indeed a rare opportunity. Though 10 magic crystals for a single tier increase seemed somewhat unwise, it was a modest investment considering the potential of his mutated succubus to ascend to the 9th tier, where the chance of becoming a fallen angel awaited. After all, even the weakest fallen angels were demigod-level beings. The prospect of utilizing magic crystals for ascension no longer seemed so disadvantageous. It could be regarded as a long-term investment. However, Ren Qi currently lacked an adequate supply of magic crystals. Even if he did possess enough, he would prioritize upgrading the recruitment pool's tier, as a higher tier would enhance the likelihood of summoning higher-tier mutated succubi. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to learn this information. In the future, should he acquire sufficient magic crystals, he could indeed allocate some to assist higher-tier succubi in their ascension. Iris's words elicited a slight alleviation of the dread that had taken root in Ren Qi's heart. Although his current prowess was insufficient to confront an 8th-tier adult dragon head-on, he still ranked among the more formidable of the newly emerged lords. This, of course, was contingent upon the overall defenses of his territory. The surrounding succubi commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, gathering a substantial haul of demon flesh and hides. Order within the territory swiftly resumed, with several succubi continuing their patrols in the vicinity. As Ren Qi perused the messages in the chat group, he noted that other newly established lords had not encountered similar predicaments. It appeared that this incursion of monsters was directed solely at him. The condition of those monsters was evidently abnormal. Even with the knowledge that they could not breach his lordship, they still engaged in reckless assaults, as if manipulated by an unseen force. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Ren Qi found himself devoid of any leads and chose to rest. With the first wave of the demon tide approaching, he needed to preserve his mental acuity. Nonetheless, the evening's assault had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Previously, he had eradicated the majority of the monsters in the forest, which had led to a degree of complacency. The night's attack served as a stark reminder that this wilderness remained rife with perilous creatures. Furthermore, the surrounding environment felt decidedly off, necessitating heightened vigilance and an unwavering commitment to fortifying his territory's strength. When dawn broke, Ren Qi awoke and promptly accessed the chat group, skimming through the previous messages. The volume of trade information had surged, as the impending demon tide prompted all to prepare. Ren Qi listed 30 sets of black armor in exchange for high-tier demon flesh, which quickly sold out. Exiting his chamber, he made his way to the warehouse to inventory his supplies. Currently, he possessed over 50,000 pounds of timber, around 100,000 pounds of stone, and more than 2,000 pounds of refined iron. With these foundational resources, he could commence the expansion of his territory. The nascent territory was merely the size of a castle, and as the number of recruited succubi increased, expansion became imperative. Moreover, such expansion would allow for better allocation of the succubi's combat capabilities and strengthened the territory's defenses. Next, Ren Qi proceeded to the courtyard, where several 6th-tier succubi awaited his directives. His gaze fell upon Shiri, and he was taken aback to discover that she had ascended to the 4th tier. Shiri had been recruited alongside Iris, but while Iris had advanced to the 6th tier, Shiri had remained at the 3rd tier until now. Yet, her level was the highest among all the succubi. Shiri, when did you achieve this promotion? He inquired. With utmost respect, Shiri replied, My lord, I ascended to the 4th tier yesterday, at level 40, thanks to your benevolent guidance. Ren Qi nodded slightly, harboring a conjecture regarding Shiri's promotion. Perhaps the enhancement of combat experience could effectively facilitate the advancement of troop tiers. However, this remained merely a hypothesis. Approaching the recruitment pool, Ren Qi began preparations for a new day of recruitment. The 18-winged fallen angel statue still loomed before the recruitment pool, shrouded in dark mist, emanating an air of mystery and authority. Ren Qi's gaze was tinged with anticipation, pondering the fortunes of the day, hoping to recruit high-tier mutated succubi. After casting a sufficient number of energy crystals, 2 mutated succubi emerged from the pool, both at the 3rd tier. No higher-tiered variations appeared. It seemed that fortune had not favored him today. Gazing at the recruitment pool, Ren Qi's eyes flickered with contemplation, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of his recruitment pool. Even after ascending to the 2nd tier, the output of succubi remained at a mere 2 per day. He wondered whether elevating the recruitment pool to the 3rd tier would increase the number of succubi produced. After nourishing the 2 newly recruited succubi, Ren Qi instructed Iris and Maggie to each lead a team, assigning 1 battle succubus to each squad to continue their hunting in the forest. Of course, while hunting, they were also to explore the depths of the thicket to ascertain the presence of any factions akin to the Black Goblin tribe. Be cautious, he advised softly. Understood. My lord, Iris and Maggie responded, setting forth with their teams of succubi. following the battles of the past few days and the substantial nourishment from demon flesh. The overall levels of the succubi squads had approached 40. Some, like Shiri, had even surpassed the threshold. Ren Qi anticipated that, aside from the newly recruited succubi, all others should achieve level 40 after today. This prospect excited him, for it was possible that some might ascend in tier. Ren Qi remained industrious within his territory, directing the nearby succubi to repair defensive traps and continue constructing the refined iron walls. He planned to postpone the territory's expansion until after the demon tide, as there were still 3 days before its arrival. Utilizing limited resources for fortification in fewer areas would yield greater strength. As he observed the messages in the chat group, Ren Qi gleaned new information. For instance, the lords had begun to name their respective regions, such as the Black Desert, the Windy Mountain Gorge, the Lion King Prairie, the Dragon Swamp, the Polar Ice Field, and the Black Mist Forest. One particular name, the Black Mist Forest, captured Ren Qi's interest. Upon reviewing the descriptions provided by the lords regarding the Black Mist Forest, he felt they were referencing the vast expanse of woods directly before his territory. The forest was indeed monumental, and Iris and her companions had only explored a small portion of it. It appeared that other lords also resided in proximity to the Black Mist Forest, which was promising news for Ren Qi. After all, the sprawling forest likely concealed countless monsters. Once the demon tide descended, the more lords nearby, the lesser the pressure he would face personally. By midday, several succubi had reached level 40, with a few achieving the 4th tier. However, the probability of ascension was not high. Roughly 1 out of every 10 succubi reaching level 40 was fortunate enough to ascend. Nevertheless, this was still a commendable outcome, as it significantly enhanced the overall combat strength of the succubi. At that moment, a message from Lo Meng arrived, announcing that the 2 newly crafted 4th-tier defensive towers had been delivered. Ren Qi gathered a contingent of succubi and proceeded to the trade channel to retrieve the 4th-tier towers. Towering and grand, the 4th-tier defensive towers surpassed even Ren Qi's castle in height. However, Lo Meng had disassembled the towers for transport, requiring only simple assembly upon arrival, which proved quite convenient. The 2 4th-tier defensive towers were erected on either side of the territory, standing sentinel over the entire domain. Crafted from refined iron and the hides of magical beasts, along with various other materials, the 4th-tier defensive tower gleams with a metallic luster, adorned with a texture reminiscent of fur. This formidable structure is designed to accommodate 5 or 6 succubi, fortified with an array of defensive mechanisms and equipped with illumination devices for reconnaissance during the night. Ren Qi, upon inspection, felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly dispatched a message in the chat group. In 2 days, I will have a batch of 4th-tier defensive towers available for sale. The quantity is limited, and lords interested in purchasing should prepare their resources for exchange in advance. It will be first come, first served. This serves as a prelude to the sales of the 4th-tier towers. With the impending magical tide, it is anticipated that everyone will fervently utilize their resources to bolster their territory's defenses and enhance the combat capabilities of their troops. Ren Qi's early announcement is also a precaution against lords exhausting their resources, leaving them unable to procure his towers later. Clearly, purchasing a 4th-tier defensive tower is a more effective means of strengthening territory defenses compared to merely upgrading with existing resources. As soon as Ren Qi uploaded the message, the chat group erupted with excitement. As expected of the illustrious Ren Qi, every appearance sends ripples through the community. My heavens, 4th-tier defensive towers. And judging by Ren Qi's tone, there must be a significant number available. Has Ren Qi awakened a dwarf race capable of crafting such marvels? Impossible. The dwarf race lacks combat prowess and serves as a support type. Ren Qi's race must be formidable. I believe Ren Qi must have acquired the blueprints for construction, coupled with ample resources, enabling the creation of these 4th-tier defensive towers with surplus for sale. Blueprints? How fortunate. This confirms that Ren Qi has awakened a humanoid race. I envy Ren Qi. In such a short span, he has accumulated an astounding amount of resources, truly swimming in wealth. Indeed, if only my territory were adjacent to Ren Qi's, I could ride on his coattails during this magical tide. The lords in the chat group were all astonished by the sale of the 4th-tier defensive towers. Given that most of them could only rely on wood and stone to enhance their defenses, the 4th-tier defensive tower represents an exceptionally advanced defensive asset. Damn it. I'm all in. I must conserve resources over the next 2 days to secure a 4th-tier defensive tower at all costs. Absolutely. The 4th-tier defensive tower significantly boosts territorial defense. While this magical tide poses a crisis, if we endure it, we will have ample time to elevate our troops' levels. And many magical beasts will perish under the tide, allowing us to scavenge their remains for profit. Stop overthinking it. Let's focus on surviving this magical tide first. Regardless, I am prepared to sacrifice everything to obtain a 4th-tier defensive tower. All the lords fervently debated the sale of the 4th-tier defensive towers, with some already resolute in their desire to acquire one. Observing the discussions in the chat group, Ren Qi wore a smile. Once Luo Ming completes the construction of the 4th-tier defensive towers, he anticipates fetching an excellent price. With only 2 days remaining until the prophesied magical tide foretold by the sorcerer race, this event is set to impact all novice lords, leading to a substantial reshuffling among them. Weaker novice lords may perish during the onslaught of the magical tide, while those who endure will have more time to fortify their territories and collect a bounty of magical beast corpses to enhance their strengths. Ren Qi's gaze flickered. He felt little trepidation regarding the upcoming magical tide. After all, the current strength of his succubus legion is more than sufficient to withstand an initial magical tide. Even if high-tier magical beasts were to assault his territory, his formidable defenses would hold firm. It would only be the exceptionally powerful 8th-tier magical beasts that could pose a challenge. Otherwise, Ren Qi is confident in his ability to endure. As night fell, the succubi returned to the territory, with all but a few newly recruited succubi having upgraded to level 40, and 7 or 8 ascending to the 4th tier. Meanwhile, 2 of the slaughter succubi reached level 30, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Iris approached Ren Qi, stating, "Esteemed master, during our search today, we did not detect any forces akin to the black goblins. However, we did discover a horde of giant lizards." Chapter 37. Discovery of the giant lizard horde. Listening to Iris, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the situation with this horde of giant lizards?" Iris replied, "Master, we found this horde in the depths of the jungle, numbering approximately 100. Most of these giant lizards are 4th tier, but there is one 6th tier leader among them, along with about 10 elite 5th tier giant lizards. As night is approaching, we refrained from launching an immediate attack. Given our strength, exterminating this horde would be relatively straightforward." Ren Qi nodded, approving of Iris's cautious approach. The situation here is indeed rather mysterious, particularly at night when anything could transpire. It would be prudent to conduct any operations during daylight. After some contemplation, Ren Qi directed Iris, "At dawn tomorrow, you are to scout the location of this giant lizard horde. If you locate them, proceed with their extermination." "Yes, master," Iris respectfully acknowledged. A horde of 100 giant lizards, including a 6th tier leader. One wonders if they might yield a magical crystal. I currently possess 4 magical crystals. If I can acquire another, it would fulfill the conditions for upgrading the recruitment pool. Elevating the recruitment pool to the 3rd tier would significantly enhance the likelihood of producing higher tier succubi. Ren Qi mused, anticipating tomorrow's developments. As night enveloped the surroundings, darkness descended once more. Unlike before, Ren Qi now has 2 4th-tier defensive towers capable of deploying searchlights to survey the area. However, he refrained from utilizing them immediately, as the nighttime circumstances remain uncertain. Recklessly activating the searchlights might attract magical beasts to launch an assault. Moreover, with Iris's enhanced perception following her level up, she can now sense her surroundings up to 1,000 meters within the territory, which suffices for the time being. Once Iris detects any enemy presence, it would be timely to employ the searchlights. After perusing the chat group's messages for a while, Ren Qi returned to his chamber to rest. A night of silence ensued. Today marks the penultimate day before the magical tide arrives, and the trading messages in the chat group have become increasingly frenetic. All novice lords are striving to exchange resources to bolster their territorial strength and defenses. Some newly appointed female lords have begun to openly barter their bodies within chat groups in exchange for resources or protection from neighboring lords. Naturally, there are also some pretty boys disseminating such information. All the newly appointed lords are in a state of urgency. After all, to be engulfed by the tide of demons would mean certain death. Ren Qi awoke early as well. Everything in his territory remained unchanged, and the succubi were diligently patrolling the area. Iris had already prepared breakfast for him. After the succubi squad consumed the demon meat, they set out under the leadership of Iris and Maggie to continue hunting in the mist-laden jungle and to seek the giant lizard herd discovered the previous day. While enjoying his breakfast, Ren Qi opened the chat group to check for updates. He had restocked 30 sets of black armor, and after locating a trading lord, he finished his meal and stepped into the courtyard. It was time for recruitment once more. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi approached the statue by the recruitment pool. He deposited a sufficient amount of energy crystals into the pool, and soon, 2 succubi emerged. Sensing the aura emanating from them, a smile graced Ren Qi's face. They were both 4th-tier succubi. Although he had not managed to recruit any 6th-tier ones, obtaining 4th-tier companions was still a commendable outcome. Nevertheless, there was a tinge of regret. If he had summoned higher-tier succubi, he could have utilized the next couple of days to enhance their levels, thereby bolstering the strength of his territory before the impending demon tide. However, the results were still acceptable, not entirely disappointing. Ren Qi cleared all friend requests from his list, and then noticed a message from Luo Ming. "Good morning, Great Ren. I have some good news for you. Today, my battle maiden caught a wandering dwarf while mining, and I found a defense blueprint on him. This blueprint is for a 4th-tier defense cannon. I don't have any gunpowder, so it's of little use to me. Great Ren, I'll pass this blueprint to you as a token of gratitude for your care over this time." Ren Qi stared at the message in astonishment, somewhat speechless. On one hand, He was amazed by Luo Ming's sheer luck in capturing a dwarf while mining and obtaining a 4th-tier defense cannon blueprint. On the other hand, he was struck by the transformation in Luo Ming's demeanor. Initially, this fellow had been exceedingly cautious, deliberately choosing to trade with him at a distance to avoid attracting the attention of nearby lords due to the iron ore. Yet now, after several exchanges, he was generously gifting such blueprints without a hint of wariness. Ren Qi chuckled softly and replied with a string of text. No need, my defensive capabilities are already sufficient. If you lack gunpowder, perhaps you could inquire in the chat group to see if anyone is selling it. Ah, forget it. I suppose you wouldn't dare to purchase gunpowder in bulk. How about this? When I sell the 4th-tier defense towers, I'll add gunpowder as a trade condition. And once I acquire it, I'll send it directly to you. The demon tide is fast approaching. Focus on enhancing your territory's strength and defenses to prepare for the impending onslaught. For Ren Qi, unfamiliar new lords would not receive his goodwill. However, since Luo Ming had traded with him multiple times and was being so kind, he naturally felt inclined to reciprocate. Yes, thank you, Great Ren. The young boy Luo Ming quickly replied. Ren Qi continued typing, asking, by the way, how many 4th-tier defense towers have you constructed now? Luo Ming responded, I have already built 8 4th-tier defense towers. I'll keep 4 for myself, and the remaining 4 will be sent to you, Great Ren. By tomorrow, I should be able to construct another 8 4th-tier defense towers. Upon reading this message, a look of delight spread across Ren Qi's face. With Luo Ming sending over 4 4th-tier defense towers, he would retain 2 while being able to sell the other 2. Coupled with the 8 that would be ready by tomorrow, he would have a total of 10 4th-tier defense towers available for sale. This quantity far exceeded Ren Qi's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Ming's production rate would be so swift. However, it made sense, considering his troops were a combination of mechanical and humanoid units. Alright, just send them over when ready. Ren Qi instructed a few succubi to head to the trading passage to retrieve the 4 4th-tier defense towers that Luo Ming would transport. Subsequently, Ren Qi felt a connection and switched his shared vision to Iris. Iris and her team had discovered the giant lizards from yesterday. Chapter 38, Slaying the Giant Lizard King. The giant lizards remained in place. As Ren Qi's perspective shifted, he could clearly see that the black mist in the depths of the jungle appeared denser. In front of a patch of forest, about 100 giant lizards lay sprawled on the soft ground. These lizards were somewhat different from ordinary ones, perhaps due to the encroaching black mist. Their bodies had taken on a darker sheen, even subtly glinting with a metallic luster. Iris and Maggie slowly raised their hands, directing the surrounding succubi to encircle the group of giant lizards. The succubi moved with remarkable grace, careful not to disturb the lizards. Once all the succubi were prepared, Iris charged ahead. Now at over level 40, she had awakened a new ability. In an instant, a red figure remained in place as Iris appeared before the horde of giant lizards. Her expression became enchanting, and her figure even more alluring. With her fair fingers lightly brushing against her fiery red lips, phantoms of pink lips shot forth towards the giant lizards. The lizards immediately erupted into chaos, but the surrounding phantoms quickly descended upon them. This was Iris's newly awakened group charm ability. Some of the lower-tier lizards found their eyes glazing over instantly. Meanwhile, the 5th and 6th-tier lizards, though retaining their consciousness, experienced a momentary stiffness in their bodies. At that moment, 2 combat succubi took to the air, wielding pitch-black light swords. A torrent of fallen flames rained down upon the giant lizards like meteors. In almost an instant, the horde of lizards was engulfed by the flames. Simultaneously, the surrounding succubi surged forth, unleashing their own attacks in a full-scale assault on the giant lizards. After several days of cooperation, Iris and her team had developed a remarkable synergy. Under this coordinated assault, numerous 4th-tier giant lizards fell. The 6th-tier lizard king let out a deafening roar, its eyes turning crimson as it began to thrash violently. It must be said that these lizards possessed formidable defenses, even amidst the relentless onslaught of fallen flames. Many of them continued to scream and flee in all directions. From their mouths, they can expel a foul, corrosive liquid, enabling long-range attacks. When this liquid lands on trees and the ground, it instantly erodes a substantial hole. Had it not been for Maggie's quick reflexes and casting a magical shield over several succubi about to be struck, that caustic substance could have claimed a succubus's life. Observing the scene, Iris promptly commanded the surrounding succubi to exploit their agility. There was no need for haste in their offense. Their priority was to ensure they were not hit by the corrosive liquid. With the succubi's relentless assault, the giant lizards fell one by one. In a mere 10 minutes, all the 4th-tier giant lizards perished, leaving only a few 5th-tier elite lizards and the 6th-tier leader lizard. Iris, Maggie, and 2 battle-hardened succubi joined forces to corner the 6th-tier giant lizard king. The remaining 5th-tier elite lizards were dealt with by the other succubi. At this moment, the 6th-tier giant lizard king's eyes glowed crimson with rage. Its massive body resembled that of a giant bear, covered not with ordinary lizard hide, but with delicate scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. These dark, intricate scales clung tightly to the giant lizard king, enveloping it completely. Its strength was formidable. A mere lash of its tail could shatter boulders. Its limbs were robust, and when it charged at full speed, it moved with astonishing swiftness. The eyes of the 6th-tier giant lizard king were fixed intently on Iris and Maggie, as steam billowed from its nostrils, poised for action. The allure of Iris and her companions had little effect on the giant lizard king, merely pausing its movements momentarily. After exchanging several blows, the slightly injured giant lizard king locked its gaze onto Iris. Its limbs tensed, and it swiftly lunged forward, mouth agape, spewing forth a torrent of corrosive liquid that effectively obstructed Maggie and the battle succubi's path of support. Iris snorted dismissively. The giant lizard king was indeed clever, attempting to take them down one by one. Unfortunately for it, it had miscalculated its target. A smile crept across Iris's lips as she stood firm, conjuring the flames of corruption in her palm, which she brought crashing down on the advancing giant lizard king. Iris did not flinch from the impact. As the giant lizard king reached her, it roared and lunged for her delicate neck. With a resounding crack, its jaws snapped shut, but it met only empty air. The pink silhouette where Iris had stood began to dissipate, and she reappeared beside Maggie, her illusion restored. Feeling mocked, the giant lizard king let out a furious roar and shifted its target toward Maggie. Yet, at that moment, the two battle succubi had already positioned themselves in front of Maggie. With their ebony light swords wielded, they unleashed two powerful cross slashes, striking the giant lizard king and tearing through its armored scales. Blood gushed forth from the giant lizard king as a glimmer of fear flickered in its eyes. Though it attempted to press forward, its limbs buckled, and it bolted toward the cover of the dark misty forest. It sought to escape. The two battle succubi, recognizing the danger, dashed forward in pursuit of the fleeing 6th-tier giant lizard king. They hurled their light swords, which transformed mid-air into elongated blades of darkness, crashing down onto the giant lizard king. The massive swords pierced its body, pinning it painfully to the ground. The 6th-tier giant lizard king let out a pained howl, as the dark energy emanating from the swords corroded its flesh. The swords were also enveloped in the flames of corruption, further scorching the giant lizard king's form. No matter how fiercely it struggled, the giant lizard king could not free itself from the twin black blades. This was the most potent single-target attack technique awakened by the two battle succubi upon reaching level 40. Iris and Maggie soon joined forces with the other succubi to swiftly eliminate the 6th-tier leader, giant lizard king. After a brief moment of respite, Iris and Maggie led the succubi back to their territory, dragging the lizard corpses behind them. Within their domain, Ren Qi gazed upon the heap of giant lizard carcasses with a satisfied smile. He commanded the succubi to begin disassembling the bodies, which would yield a significant amount of 4th-tier magical meat, in addition to the lizard's tough hides. The hardened skin of the giant lizards was exceptionally durable, suitable for crafting defensive items, and could fetch a handsome price. Just then, Iris's voice rang out with excitement as she called to Ren Qi, "Master, there is a magic crystal within the giant lizard king." Following her voice, Ren Qi turned to see Iris joyfully bouncing beside the fallen giant lizard king. In her palm lay a shimmering magic crystal. Chapter 39, Advanced Construction Blueprint. Ren Qi's gaze fell upon Iris's quivering form, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Perhaps it was due to her nearing the threshold of level 50 that Iris appeared particularly alluring now. Were he not her lord, he might have already succumbed to her enchanting allure. Lowering his gaze to the magic crystal in her hand, Ren Qi's face broke into a look of astonishment. To his surprise, a magic crystal had indeed materialized. With this crystal, he now possessed 5 in total. As for energy crystals, Ren Qi had an ample supply. He had met the prerequisites to elevate the recruitment pool's tier, yet he chose not to hasten this upgrade. Instead, he directed the succubi to continue dismantling the giant lizard corpses nearby. Soon, Ren Qi acquired over 1,000 pounds of 4th-tier magical meat. The giant lizard's massive bodies were rich in flesh. Previously, he had already procured a considerable amount of high-tier magical meat, sufficient for his needs, prompting him to decide to trade this new batch. Although he had the refined iron mine of Luoming, the daily yield was limited, and with the need to forge 4th-tier defensive towers, he had not amassed much refined iron. Therefore, Ren Qi resolved to exchange this magical meat for refined iron and materials necessary for constructing walls, hastening the construction of the iron fortifications. Before long, Ren Qi's trading information appeared in the chat group. 4th-tier magical meat was now a common sight in the discussions, while 5th-tier elite magical meat was also fairly frequent. However, 6th-tier leader-level magical meat remained exceedingly rare, drawing considerable attention whenever it surfaced. Ren Qi had become quite the notable figure in the chat group, and the moment he posted his trading offer, it sparked a flurry of chatter. Wow, 6th-tier leader-level magical meat. Qi, you never cease to amaze. You can sell this. While others are scrambling to trade away their possessions for resources, here you are, swimming in abundance. Truly, it's disheartening to compare ourselves to you. The 6th-tier overlord-level giant lizard king possesses formidable combat capabilities, ranking among the higher echelons of the 6th tier. It appears that the esteemed Kikiki commands troops that are at least of the 6th tier. My own troops, although also of the 6th tier, do not exhibit the same level of prowess as Kikiki's. It is likely that their ranks surpass the 6th tier, perhaps even reaching the 7th or 8th, if not the 9th. A wave of speculation regarding Ren Qi's troop tier has surged through the chat group, ignited by the mention of the giant lizard king's magical flesh. However, it remains uncertain how they would react were they to discover that the majority of Ren Qi's troops are only of the 3rd tier. With the impending tide of magical beasts, many new lords possess some fine iron, yet are unable to wield it effectively, making it more advantageous to exchange it for magical flesh. Others, lacking sufficient fine iron to construct defensive structures, opt to trade for magical flesh to bolster their troop strength. Soon enough, the 4th tier magical flesh was swiftly purchased, and inquiries regarding the 5th tier magical flesh began to proliferate. As for the 6th tier giant lizard king's magical flesh, Ren Qi had set a relatively high price, and thus far, no one had expressed interest. Nevertheless, Ren Qi remained confident that there would be buyers. Deep within the shadowy ravine of the Wind Mountains, a young man sat upon a stone, idly observing the golden dragon as it effortlessly dispatched the surrounding magical creatures. His golden dragon had already reached level 30, with no foes capable of obstructing its path. Upon glancing at the messages in the chat group, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. He was indeed familiar with the figure known as Kikiki. Contemplating the trading information posted by Ren Qi, the young man pondered for a moment. He had no need for the 4th or 5th tier giant lizard magical flesh. But the 6th tier giant lizard king's magical flesh was of considerable interest. Given that the 6th tier giant lizard king bore a trace of draconic blood, it would significantly enhance his golden dragon if consumed. Currently, the low-level magical creatures surrounding him were impeding the growth of his dragon. After a brief moment of reflection, he sent a message to Ren Qi. What is the price for the 6th tier giant lizard king's magical flesh? I lack fine iron. How many energy crystals would it require? After waiting for a while without receiving a response, his eyes narrowed and a frown creased his face. He felt a compelling urge to boast about his own top-tier 8th tier golden dragon, but held back, pride preventing him from doing so. With a cold snort, he summoned his golden dragon back to him. Today, he intended to annihilate yet another lord's territory. On the highlands, Li Tianlan was leading her 5 elements thunder unicorn in a hunt. Beside her was a petite girl, trailed by a group of dwarfs. During her hunt, Li Tianlan encountered the girl, who had just survived an attack on her territory, and rescued her. Unfortunately, the recruitment pool had been destroyed, so Li Tianlan took her along. Without a recruitment pool, the girl would not acquire any new troops in the future. Fortunately, her dwarven troops were supportive in nature, and Li Tianlan planned to bring her into her domain as a subordinate. With nearly 100 dwarves at her disposal, once their levels increased, they would become over 100 blacksmiths, a significant asset for Li Tianlan. Observing the messages in the chat group, her expression grew complex. This individual could already hunt the 6th tier giant lizard king, indicating a considerable troop tier. Thinking back to the way he had treated her, Li Tianlan felt a surge of anger. Just wait. One day, I shall bring my 5 elements thunder unicorn before you, and you will apologize for your disregard. Tomorrow heralded the arrival of the magical tide, and her 5 elements thunder unicorn would undoubtedly hunt even more magical creatures. For her, this was not a catastrophe, but a boon. Come now, there is enough magical flesh to feed your dwarves. Let us return. You shall reside in my territory from now on. Worry not. I shall ensure your protection. Li Tianlan softly reassured the girl behind her. Meanwhile, in Ren Qi's domain, he paid no heed to those wishing to exchange other resources for the giant lizard king's magical flesh, focusing instead on fine iron. After half an hour, the giant lizard king's magical flesh was sold, and Ren Qi acquired a substantial amount of fine iron. With this supply, he could finally complete the construction of the fine iron walls. At that moment, Elise bounced excitedly beside him. Master, come quickly. We have discovered a construction blueprint. Ren Qi paused in surprise. He had just heard from Luo Ming about a 4th tier cannon construction blueprint, and now one had appeared here? He hurried to Elise's side and saw her holding a construction blueprint. Master, this was found inside the belly of a giant lizard, tightly clutched by a dwarf's hand. It must have belonged to the dwarf consumed by the lizard, Elise explained, handing the blueprint to Ren Qi. Wrapped in a leather pouch, the blueprint showed no signs of contamination. As he slowly opened it, Ren Qi read the information contained within. Advanced construction blueprint, dark crystal tower. Effect, increases experience for dark-type troops within 100 meters by 10 points per hour. Effect, enhances the defense and attack power of dark-type troops within 100 meters by 10%. Construction requirements, 3,000 pounds of wood, 10,000 pounds of stone, 3,000 pounds of fine iron, and 100 energy crystals. Staring at the construction blueprint in his hand, Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed an advanced construction blueprint. Moreover, the dark crystal tower aligned perfectly with his troops. Given that demonesses were inherently dark-type, constructing this tower would significantly enhance their experience. The 10 points per hour were roughly equivalent to half a pound of 2nd-tier magical flesh. Most importantly, it eliminated the cumbersome process of digesting magical flesh. As long as they remained within 100 meters of the crystal tower, their experience would increase. This aspect was particularly enticing for Ren Qi. Furthermore, the second effect was also beneficial, providing a 10% boost to defense and attack for dark-type troops within the vicinity. Although the range was somewhat limited to 100 meters, it was still a commendable enhancement. However, the requirements for constructing this dark crystal tower were rather demanding. While wood and stone were relatively easy to obtain, the 3,000 pounds of fine iron and 100 energy crystals were more challenging. Although Ren Qi currently possessed a considerable supply of energy crystals, fine iron was indeed scarce. After constructing the fine iron walls, little remained. Yet, Ren Qi was not overly anxious. The construction of the dark crystal tower could be postponed until after the magical tide had passed. After some contemplation, Ren Qi decided to share a trading message in the chat group. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, I will be selling 10 fourth-tier defense towers here. Supplies are limited, and it will be first come, first served. He continued, these fourth-tier defense towers can only be exchanged for 4 specific items: high-grade demon meat of 6th tier or above, fine iron, energy crystals, and finally, magic crystals. He specified that magic crystals could be prioritized in the exchange, with 4 magic crystals equating to 1 fourth-tier defense tower, while the exchange ratios for the other 3 items would be revealed later. Upon the announcement of this news in the chat group, a fervent discussion erupted. After all, Ren Qi had previously hinted at this, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the news of the 4th-tier defense towers. For these novice lords, the 4th-tier defense tower could very well determine their survival against the impending first wave of the demon tide. Finally, the 4th-tier defense towers from the great Ren Qi have arrived, but the exchange conditions are rather stringent. Aside from fine iron and energy crystals, which I can gather, I have none of the other 2 items. Indeed, if I were capable of slaying 6th-tier monsters, I wouldn't need this 4th-tier defense tower. Magic crystals are exceedingly rare. Even in the assessments, the top 10 in each region only rewarded a single magic crystal. For most novice lords, although they could now hunt monsters, they were primarily limited to those below the 4th tier. Even some lords who had awakened 6th or 7th tier units were unable to hunt monsters above the 6th tier until their units reached level 50. Currently, only lords with awakened 8th tier units could hunt monsters of the 6th tier and above. As for magic crystals, they were even rarer, as they were essential for advancing the recruitment pool. Many novice lords, upon acquiring magic crystals, would immediately opt to enhance their recruitment pool to increase the number of units they could recruit. Most of these magic crystals had been brought in before the territory materialized, although the chances of magic crystals dropping from monsters here were significantly higher than outside. Only elite monsters of the 4th tier or above had a chance of yielding magic crystals. For many novice lords, magic crystals seemed unattainable, at least for the time being. Of course, some newcomers who had brought magic crystals from outside, but had yet to use them, were contemplating whether to trade them for 4th-tier defense towers. Magic crystals could upgrade the recruitment pool, enhancing the potential for territorial development. However, the 4th-tier defense tower might prove crucial in the upcoming defense against the demon tide, leaving some individuals in a state of indecision. Yet, with a full day remaining, they had ample time to ponder their choices. It seems I need to hasten the mining of fine iron. Fortunately, I have a fine iron mine. I hope the price offered by the great Ren Qi won't be too outrageous. I have some 6th-tier high-grade demon meat, but not much. I wonder how much the great Ren Qi requires for the exchange. I truly envy the great Ren Qi. To have accumulated so many resources to sell at this stage is impressive. The speed at which the great Ren Qi's territory develops is astonishing, leaving us in awe. The chat group buzzed with excitement and concern. With the announcement of Ren Qi's requirements, the prices of fine iron and high-grade demon meat skyrocketed, and those lords who did not require the 4th-tier defense towers profited handsomely from selling off high-grade demon meat. Observing the messages in the chat group, Ren Qi nodded slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. Aside from the magic crystal exchanges, all 4th-tier defense towers would be sold through an auction tomorrow. The highest bidder would take them. After some thought, Ren Qi released another trading message. 10 energy crystals for 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. Hurry. Gunpowder was familiar to the novice lords, as they had previously learned about its production. As long as there were relevant materials in their territories, they could manufacture it. Moreover, some lords who had awakened mechanical units had prepared a considerable amount in advance. 10 energy crystals for 1,000 pounds of gunpowder was quite a reasonable price. Before long, someone contacted Ren Qi and directly traded over 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. Ren Qi dispatched a few succubi to the trading post for the transaction and then had the acquired gunpowder delivered to Luo Ming. With this gunpowder, combined with Luo Ming's artillery blueprints, their safety during the upcoming demon tide should be assured. After attending to all matters, twilight began to descend. The succubi also concluded their day of hunting, having gathered a significant amount of 3rd-tier demon meat, aside from the giant lizard herd. Ren Qi's stock of demon meat was plentiful, yet high-grade demon meat remained somewhat lacking, awaiting tomorrow's auction. All the succubi started to rest and consume demon meat, while Iris and Maggie began to tally the succubi. This was a daily necessity. After all, during the hunts in the jungle, they needed to send out many succubi to scout the surroundings, not only to gather intelligence, but also to avoid potential dangers and provide early warnings. The dispatched succubi acted as scouts for the entire succubi army. Previously, even though the succubi army had suffered losses, there had still been many left. However, during today's count, they found one missing. After a meticulous search, Iris discovered that the missing succubi was Shiri. Chapter 41, The Clever Dwarf. Shiri had been recruited alongside her, and Iris held a deep emotional attachment to her. Upon learning this, Iris hurriedly approached Ren Qi to report, Master. Shiri was sent out today as a scout to explore the vicinity of the Black Mist jungle, but she has not returned. She may have gotten lost within the jungle, and I would like to lead a search for her. Ren Qi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The darkness outside was deepening, and nightfall was imminent, with the surrounding situation remaining unclear. Switching perspectives, he found that he could not locate Shiri. She was likely beyond the range of his vision. No one knew what the wilderness was like under the cover of night, especially given the last chaotic monster attack. The monsters, tainted by the black mist, might become even more ferocious after dark. Clearly, venturing out at this time was unwise. At this moment, the most rational decision for Ren Qi would be to abandon the search and rescue, depending solely on Shiri's fortune to return to the territory. After all, the one missing was merely a fourth-tier mutated succubus. If a search led to greater losses, it would be a futile endeavor. Yet, seeing Iris's anxious gaze, Ren Qi pondered for a moment and spoke. Iris, take Maggie and 2 of the slaughtering succubi with you to search for her. If you encounter any danger, prioritize returning to the territory. While not allowing Iris and her companions to search seemed the more prudent choice, it also felt rather cold-hearted. Ren Qi could be ruthless to enemies, but he could not bring himself to be so towards his own units. They are not mere frigid data, but rather, each one is a living and breathing succubus. Moreover, Iris and her 3 companions are all 6th-tier succubi, and even amidst the darkness of night, as long as they do not encounter creatures of the 8th tier or higher, escaping remains a viable option. Listening to Ren Qi's words, a glimmer of emotion flickered in Iris's eyes as she nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. The gazes of the other succubi around them turned towards Ren Qi, imbued with a newfound respect. Subsequently, Ren Qi felt a stirring within his heart and began to examine the attributes of the surrounding succubi, only to discover that their loyalty had remarkably increased by 5 points. Though a modest increment, it was sufficient to bring joy to Ren Qi. After all, their loyalty had previously reached a perfect score of 100 points, and he had not anticipated any further increase. The loyalty of units is assessed through various factors. They possess their own emotions and thoughts. If, under duress, a lord commands them to march towards death, they would harbor no emotional response. However, should a lord toy with or endanger their lives, it would undoubtedly diminish the loyalty of the other units. Naturally, if units are left unfed, their loyalty would also wane. Initially, the loyalty of units starts at a perfect 100 points, and generally, it only declines, making any rise an arduous feat. The simultaneous increase of 5 points in loyalty among all succubi reflects their respect for Ren Qi. Meanwhile, Ren Qi sensed an ethereal force seemingly emanating from the surrounding succubi and infusing his very being. This sensation was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Iris, accompanied by Maggie and 2 other war succubi, soon donned their full armor and set forth from the territory in search of Shiri. At that moment, deep within the mist-laden forest, Shiri was in a precarious predicament, hiding atop a tree branch. Her body was marred by numerous wounds, and her clothing was tattered with many gaping holes, exposing significant portions of her skin. Her snow-white flesh was smeared with dirt, and the chilling night breeze made her voluptuous form shiver slightly. She pressed her body tightly against the branch, holding her breath, her gaze fixated on the ground below. Beneath her, 5 or 6 armored dwarves were busily gathering a trap concealed beneath the leaves. This trap was cleverly hidden, and there were several others around, all set by these dwarves for hunting purposes. Moments earlier, Shiri had inadvertently fallen into one of these traps, sustaining injuries and losing contact with the succubus legion. As nightfall approached, her injuries rendered her unable to return to the territory. Her only option was to remain in the tree, awaiting Ren Qi's rescue or the arrival of dawn to return. Unexpectedly, instead of rescue, she found herself witnessing the dwarves reclaiming their trap, observing the fully armored dwarves below. Shiri's nerves tightened. Their presence exuded a 5th-tier aura, and their armor was exquisitely crafted. Dwarves are born blacksmiths, and most of the construction blueprints among humans are derived from the wild dwarves or the dwarven units. The armor and equipment worn by these dwarves were of their own fine craftsmanship. The dwarves gathered around the now exposed trap, but found no prey within. They shook their heads in disappointment, indicating that their haul for the day was not promising. Shiri remained quietly perched on the branch, observing the dwarves' every move. Typically, dwarves do not venture far from their tribes, suggesting that a dwarven settlement was nearby. Just as Shiri contemplated reporting this information to Ren Qi upon her return, one of the dwarves suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing directly at her hiding place. In his hand was a disc-like object, clearly the tool that had revealed Shiri's location atop the branch. Discovered. Startled, Shiri swiftly slapped the trunk beneath her, propelling herself towards the branch of another tree. Thwack! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed behind her, as two dwarves had already drawn their bows, aiming at her previous position. There's someone. The dwarves below quickly unsheathed their bows, their arrows trained on Shiri. More arrows whizzed through the air, prompting Shiri to swiftly flip and conceal herself behind a branch. Thwack! A flurry of arrows thudded into the wood behind her. Were it not for the robust branches, those arrows would have pierced through and struck her. Shiri's brow furrowed in concentration, but just as she pondered her next move, the two dwarves had swiftly approached the tree beneath which she was hiding. They retrieved axes from their backs and began to chop down the very tree she clung to. Meanwhile, the remaining dwarves encircled the tree, raising their bows. Any sign of movement from Shiri would result in arrows being loosed, enduring the pain coursing through her body. Shiri surveyed the dwarf's strategic deployment and felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Generally, dwarves are not known for their intelligence, and many have fallen victim to deception regarding their construction blueprints. Yet, these dwarves exhibited remarkable cleverness, executing a well-coordinated strategy. The tree beneath her shook violently as it was felled, and Shiri gritted her teeth, ready to leap to another branch. However, her foot suddenly slipped, sending her plummeting downward. Without hesitation, the dwarves below released their arrows. As the sharp projectiles hurtled toward her, Shiri's eyes widened in terror. There was no escape, and her fate seemed sealed. Master, Shiri can no longer serve you. Just as Shiri resigned herself to her impending doom, a figure suddenly appeared before her, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that swiftly propelled her aside. The two bodies collided, crashing against a nearby branch before sliding to the ground. Chapter 42. Come here. Caught off guard by the aerial assault, Shiri instinctively grasped the figure that had intervened. Her hands encountered a softness, and a familiar voice reached her ears. It's me. Iris exclaimed, her face flushed as she regarded Shiri's grip on her arm. Shiri gasped and quickly released her hold, exclaiming in delight, Iris, what brings you here? Iris replied hurriedly, when we counted our numbers today and found you missing, we reported it to the master. He instructed me, Maggie, and two other war succubi to search for you. Upon hearing this, Shiri was overcome with emotion. She knew well that the wilds at night were perilous, and the wisest course of action would have been to remain within the safety of the territory. Yet, she was touched that the master had still sent Iris and the others to find her. The dwarves behind them observed the dissipating pink silhouette ahead, and then shifted their focus to Iris and Maggie. Succubi, capture them, the leading dwarf shouted, charging towards Iris and Shiri, accompanied by his fellow dwarves. At that moment, a cascade of fallen flames descended upon the dwarves like meteors, prompting them to hastily raise their shields in defense. Maggie and her two slaughtering succubi also hastened to join the fray. A flicker of astonishment crossed Maggie's eyes as she observed the formidable strength of the dwarven shields, which remarkably managed to entirely negate the fallen flames. It was noteworthy that her two companions, both 6th-tier beings, were primarily offensive in nature. Even elite monsters of the 6th tier would suffer significant harm when struck by the fallen flames. However, the dwarves before her effortlessly blocked these flames with their shields, clearly demonstrating their exceptional defensive capability. The dwarves, true to their lineage as natural blacksmiths, possessed shields of such high defense even at the 5th tier. Upon noticing Maggie and the two slaughtering succubi, the dwarves, sensing their 6th tier aura, wasted no time and turned to flee. Compared to other creatures, dwarves were inherently timid. Had it only been Iris and Shiri, they might have mustered the courage to confront them, but with the addition of 3 6th tier succubi, they opted for immediate retreat. Iris helped Shiri to her feet and was about to inquire about her condition when Shiri urgently urged, Hurry, we must follow. There should be a dwarven settlement nearby. If we ascertain their location, our master can launch an extermination attack. Iris nodded in agreement, instructing Maggie to remain behind to tend to Shiri, while she and the two slaughtering succubi swiftly pursued. Iris and the two slaughtering succubi moved with great speed, their wings fluttering as they glided silently, avoiding detection by the fleeing dwarves. The dwarves, clearly in a state of panic, did not take the time to investigate their pursuers, instead rushing forward without caution. After approximately 10 minutes of frantic running, the dwarves arrived at a small hill. Upon reaching its outskirts, they shifted a stone, revealing a hidden cave within the hill. The small dwarves promptly scurried into the cave, vanishing from sight. Iris and the two slaughtering succubi emerged from their concealment and approached the hill. The entire hill appeared seamless. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe a passage existed here. It seemed evident that the dwarven settlement lay hidden within. We should return and report to our master, Iris remarked, her gaze flickering with determination. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the right front. Fiery figures materialized ahead, resembling blazing lions, numbering 5 or 6 in total. They were 5th-tier units, the Flame Lions. A young man rode atop the foremost flame lion, reveling in the thrill of the chase. Upon spotting Iris and her companions, his eyes widened, captivated by the alluring forms of the 3 succubi, nearly drooling with desire. By the heavens, my luck is extraordinary. Out for a joyride and I stumble upon 3 succubi, he exclaimed with a lewd grin. Heh, capturing them means tonight will be entertaining, 3-way fun? Just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Gao Mingyuan eagerly rubbed his hands together, prepared for a night of revelry. He commanded the flame lions to charge at Iris and her companions, all the while leering, "Don't be afraid, lovely ladies. If you surrender and come with me, I promise you'll be treated well. By the way, don't you succubi need to feed? Feel free to indulge, there's plenty to spare." In his estimation, succubi were mere third-tier creatures, and with 6 flame lions at his disposal, he felt assured of an easy victory. He began to fantasize about the myriad of ways he could enjoy their company. Having heard tales of succubi's incredible flexibility, he was eager to unleash all the knowledge he had acquired. However, just as Gao Mingyuan was lost in his musings, a series of piercing roars echoed from the front. He squinted, his heart racing in terror. In midair, fallen flames cascaded down like meteors, rapidly descending upon his pride of lions. The 2 slaughtering succubi had taken to the sky, wielding their black lightsabers, and charged towards the flame lions. Just 5th-tier flame lions. Gao Mingyuan was stunned. What the devil? Aren't succubi supposed to be the most pathetic at tier 3? Why do I feel like my lions are about to be obliterated by those flames? Was it merely an illusion? Before long, one of his flame lions let out a mournful cry, succumbing to the fallen flames, clearly affirming Gao Mingyuan's fears. This is absurd. This is truly insane. The momentary bravado he had felt was doused like a flame extinguished by water. He quickly commanded the remaining flame lions to hold off the 2 slaughtering succubi while he mounted his steed and fled back to his territory. In recent days, he had hunted most of the local creatures, and nothing had dared to impede his progress, inflating his ego. Thus, he had thought to take a leisurely ride with a few flame lions, only to find himself in such dire straits. Flee. We must hurry back. Losing a few units is trivial. Preserving my own life is paramount. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan's earlier nonchalance evaporated. He had dismissed warnings about the dangers outside, confident in his encounters, but now he comprehended the gravity of those words. Heavens, it truly is perilous out here. He urged his flame lion to accelerate, willing to expend its life force if necessary. Under his command, the flame lion surged with renewed vigor, its speed surpassing even that of Iris and her 6th-tier companions. Before long, Gao Mingyuan returned to his territory, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Observing Iris and her 2 succubi in pursuit, he waved his hand, summoning dozens of flame lions to his side. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, Gao Mingyuan adopted an arrogant demeanor, beckoning Iris and her companions with a flick of his finger. Come here. Chapter 43, The Succubi Exposed. Iris felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Gao Mingyuan's taunts within his territory. Yet, she understood the peril of confronting a multitude of 5th-tier flame lions on their home ground. Recklessly charging in could spell disaster. After noting their position, she shot him a venomous glare before swiftly retreating with her 2 slaughtering succubi. The murky black forest was fraught with danger at night. Having located Shiri, it was best to return to their territory without delay. As for the events here, they would be reported to their master upon their return. Watching the 3 succubi depart, a hint of regret flashed in Gao Mingyuan's eyes. Had they ventured into his territory, he felt confident in his ability to capture them. After all, his main forces were stationed within, and numerous defensive traps lay in wait. Unfortunately, the succubi's cunning had prevailed. Meanwhile, the flame lion beneath him was barely clinging to life. In a desperate bid for survival, he had just expended his own life essence to expedite the escape of Gao Mingyuan. Looking disdainfully at the prostrate fire lion, Gao Mingyuan muttered to himself, "Now I must bury it. How troublesome. If only units could consume one another, this would have been a substantial piece of 5th-tier demonic flesh." At that moment, Gao Mingyuan was taken aback as he sensed a 20-point decline in the loyalty of the surrounding fire lions. Observing their glances directed at him, he regretfully sealed his lips. How could such words escape his mouth? Damn it. His careless remark had directly cost him 20 loyalty points. Should the loyalty drop below 60, there was a possibility of rebellion among his troops. It appeared he would need to be more gracious towards them in the coming days, hoping to restore their loyalty. After feeding the nearby fire lions some demonic meat, Gao Mingyuan arranged for a few of them to patrol the territory before retreating to his chamber. Lying on his bed, his mind inevitably wandered to the alluring forms of the succubi. Succubi possessed an extraordinary capacity for temptation, and as mutated succubi, Iris and her companions exuded an even more potent allure. After merely a few glimpses, their images were indelibly etched in his mind. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan felt akin to someone watching an enticing film only to have their device suddenly die. He was restless, tossing and turning in bed. If his troops were of the human variety, he likely would have rushed out to seek a physical outlet for his desires. Unable to find slumber, he resolutely decided to share his revelation in the chat group. Shocking. There are wild succubi in the Black Mist Jungle. The lords surrounding the Black Mist Jungle are fortunate. With such solitude and no entertainment facilities, whoever captures a succubus will experience unparalleled pleasure. One could even engage in a flesh trade with the succubi without worrying about loyalty issues. Truly a win-win situation. As he pressed send, a gleam of pride flickered in Gao Mingyuan's eyes. Those succubi were undoubtedly problematic, being as high as 6th tier, but given the peculiarities of this place, he dismissed it, attributing it to the unique circumstances. Having faced adversity himself, he was keen on ensnaring others in a similar plight. Of course, should a lord with high-tier troops capture those succubi, it would serve as a form of poetic justice for him. He could also explore the possibility of trading resources for a chance to enjoy their exquisite forms. When the time comes, he would ensure they learned a lesson in bed. His message ignited a significant wave of discussion within the chat group. Given that life after the manifestation of territories could be somewhat monotonous, lords with lower-tier troops often found themselves holed up in their domains, merely eating and sleeping, waiting for the inevitable end. Thus, the mere mention of succubi sparked a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Wow, succubi? I can't believe there are succubi in the Black Mist jungle. What a pity. If I were nearby, I could catch a few and revel in the delight. What are you even thinking? If I were near the Black Mist jungle, I would simply invite those succubi over, not for anything else, but to study whether they can indeed absorb others' vitality. For science, I would willingly volunteer myself. Don't be so pretentious. It's clear you're just a pervert. I'll be straightforward. I'll be the first to patronize anyone who captures a succubus for flesh trade. Have you all lost your minds? Do you forget where we are? Aside from lords with high-tier troops, who would dare lead a large force into the Black Mist jungle in search of succubi? Exactly. This place feels off. We haven't even grasped the situation, and the demon tide is about to descend. You still have the audacity to indulge in such frivolities. Ugh. Disgusting. In the succubus territory, Ren Qi observed the messages in the chat group, narrowing his eyes. The Black Mist jungle succubi? He furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that Iris and the others had been discovered by another lord. Previously, he had learned through the chat group that there were other lords around the Black Mist jungle, but he had assumed they were far enough away. It seemed he had underestimated the proximity of one. The audacity to publicly announce the presence of succubi in the chat group, attempting to incite others to hunt them down, was sheer folly. A glint of menace flickered in Ren Qi's eyes. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Presently, there were indeed lords with high-tier troops capable of conducting long-range incursions. If a high-tier lord became interested in the succubi, it could spell trouble. One must not underestimate the initiative of the lecherous. At this moment, Ren Qi had made up his mind to eliminate the informant, making an example to deter others. However, there was no need to rush. The demon tide was imminent. Even if some lords were tempted, they would likely refrain from action at this juncture. After the tide, it would be this individual's demise. Half an hour later, Iris and her companions returned to the territory with Shiri. Iris supported Shiri as they approached Ren Qi, who was met with Shiri's apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry for causing my master trouble by having Iris and the others search for me. Ren Qi replied, it's good that you're safe. Iris interjected, Master. Shiri discovered a group of dwarves in the jungle. Their tribe is likely situated on a hill within. We found the entrance, but a human with a pack of fire lions detected us. They attacked, and we retaliated, defeating them. But the human ordered the other fire lions to cover their retreat and escaped. I pursued them to a castle filled with fire lions, but had to fall back. Their strength is not formidable. I implore you to command us to exterminate them. Chapter 44, Fallen Succubi. Ren Qi regarded Iris, raising an eyebrow. At that moment, Iris appeared quite incensed, clearly angered, and had proactively requested to eliminate the foe. During this time, Ren Qi had noticed a phenomenon. As the succubi's tier increased, their emotions became increasingly intricate. Typically, newly recruited succubi exhibited only loyalty to him, with other emotions remaining subdued. However, higher-tier succubi like Iris displayed a rich tapestry of feelings. After contemplating, Ren Qi shook his head and said, Not now. Let us wait until after tomorrow. Rest assured, I shall not let them go. Tomorrow marked the final day before the arrival of the demon tide, and their primary objective should be to prepare for it. Once the tide had passed, he would ensure they received their due punishment. With Shiri's return, all the succubi began to recuperate, setting up several roasting racks within the territory as they commenced grilling demonic flesh. Ren Qi rubbed his slightly throbbing head, issued some instructions to the patrolling guards, and retreated to his quarters for rest. After days of heightened tension, he desperately needed to recuperate. The following morning, Ren Qi rose early and, after savoring the meticulously prepared breakfast by Iris, made his way to the territory courtyard. The foremost task of each day was to recruit new succubi, and today he felt a surge of anticipation, especially since he was on the verge of upgrading the recruitment pool. It was reasonable to believe that elevating the pool's tier would significantly enhance the likelihood of enlisting higher-tier succubi. As 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magic crystals were absorbed by the statue ahead, a faint gray luminescence enveloped the entire recruitment pool. The waters shimmered, appearing even more crystalline than before. The upgrade was complete. The recruitment pool had ascended to tier 3. Ren Qi clenched his fists, exhilaration bubbling within him. While there were certainly many lords of much higher tiers in terms of troop types, Ren Qi estimated that he was among the top 10 to elevate his recruitment pool to tier 3. After all, the magic crystals required for such an upgrade were exceedingly rare among new lords. He promptly examined the attributes of the recruitment pool. Succubus recruitment pool, special and unique. Recruitment pool tier 3. Daily recruitment capacity, for succubi, requiring 20 energy crystals. Upgrade to tier 4, requires 5,000 energy crystals and 20 magic crystals. Tier 3 mutated succubus recruitment pool has a low probability of recruiting mutated succubi. The higher the tier of the recruitment pool, the greater the chance of obtaining mutated succubi. Subsequent upgrades to the recruitment pool tier demand even more resources. Elevating the pool to tier 9 allows for the direct recruitment of fallen angels. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. With the upgrade to tier 3, he could now recruit 4 succubi daily, effectively doubling the quantity. Naturally, the energy crystal expenditure had also doubled. At the very least, the probability of recruiting mutated succubi had improved from extremely low to low, which was a commendable advancement. However, the requirements for upgrading the pool to tier 4 were staggering. 5,000 energy crystals and 20 magic crystals. This revelation left Ren Qi somewhat taken aback. It appeared that a further elevation of the recruitment pool tier was unlikely in the near future. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi, filled with excitement, produced 20 energy crystals and cast them into the recruitment pool, commencing the inaugural recruitment from the tier 3 pool. As the energy crystals were consumed, a ripple emanated from the pool, and 3 figures gradually emerged. All were naked, manifesting as tier 3 mutated succubi. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. While he was certainly pleased to see mutated succubi, he felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the tier 3 status. However, his brow soon furrowed in confusion. Wasn't the tier 3 recruitment pool supposed to allow for 4 recruits? At that moment, a pitch-black orb of light burst forth from the pool, floating to its edge before shattering. A perfect form materialized before him. Her physique elongated yet voluptuous, clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated her golden ratio, serving not to conceal but to entice even more. Her face was exquisitely crafted, eyes brimming with seduction, as though a mere glance could ensnare one's very soul. Ren Qi's throat involuntarily swallowed. It was no wonder, for this succubus wore a black maid outfit, her curvaceous form creating a perfect hourglass silhouette that stirred primal instincts. She gracefully knelt before Ren Qi, raising her head to reveal a slender neck and flawless collarbone, gazing up at him with a look of longing. Master, please bestow upon me a name. Ren Qi abruptly shut his eyes, inhaling deeply to quell the tumult within him, and proceeded to examine the attributes of this newly summoned succubus. Fallen succubus. Tier 7. Level 1. Loyalty 100. The fallen succubus possesses unmatched allure. Her every smile and gesture can stir the hearts of all, drawing both men and women into the abyss of perdition. Each individual ensnared by her charm will be drained of their essence, left as mere husks. One must tread carefully around her smile, for it is a demonic grin that can lead to addictive ruin. Special and unique. Staring at the succubus's tier, Ren Qi was momentarily stunned. She was a tier 7 succubus. However, upon further scrutiny of her attributes and abilities, he frowned. She lacked combat capabilities, possessing only an exceptionally potent allure. If Iris's charm could be quantified as 1, this succubus's allure would be a staggering 100. Yet, aside from her captivating charm, her overall attributes were inferior to Iris's. Was this all? Then, Ren Qi noticed the final designation, special and unique. He was struck again by this revelation. What did this mean? Special and unique indicated that this fallen succubus was singular. In other words, this was the only tier 7 mutated succubus he could recruit. Ren Qi's emotions oscillated wildly, akin to a roller coaster. He had anticipated that a tier 7 succubus would possess formidable combat prowess, only to discover her ability lay solely in her overwhelming allure. He then forced himself to find solace in the thought that such potent charm could individually ensnare exceedingly powerful demonic beings. Perhaps even that black dragon from before could be enchanted. Gazing at the succubus, whose eyes were filled with longing, Ren Qi felt an involuntary gulp in his throat. How utterly bizarre. He, as the lord of the territory, found himself struggling to resist her captivating power. After a moment's thought, Ren Qi looked at the fallen succubus and declared, "You shall be named Tina." Upon hearing this, Tina blinked and then gazed at Ren Qi, saying, "Master, it seems you appear somewhat displeased upon seeing me." Ren Qi paused. Could this succubus sense his innermost thoughts? He smiled and replied, "No, it's just that as a tier 7 mutated succubus, your abilities seem rather lacking. As though all your attributes have been funneled into allure." Tina regarded him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Oh, is that so? Master, do not underestimate me. I possess 2 secret abilities." Intrigued, Ren Qi inquired, "Secret abilities? What do you mean?" Tina cast a sultry glance at him and giggled. "Master, they say it's a secret. So of course, only you can hear it. Let us go to your chamber, and I will explain everything." Chapter 45. Is this feeding back being serious? Listening to Tina's words and observing her enticing demeanor, Ren Qi found himself unable to suppress some rather impure thoughts. What a headache this was. He cleared his throat and said, is there anything that can't be discussed here? We're all friends. Tina slowly rose, taking 2 steps closer to him, her alluring aura enveloping the space. But this is a matter of utmost importance regarding your life and fortune, master, so we must exercise utmost caution. Should any of these seductive minxes betray us and leak our secrets, it would spell trouble. Iris and the others shot Tina incredulous glares. But with their tear suppression in effect, they could only express their discontent through their eyes. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, questioning whether there was any self-awareness in the accusations of being a promiscuous temptress. Coughing lightly, he conceded, since this matter bears such significance, I shall adhere to your words. With a tone of earnest authority, Ren Qi proceeded to assign tasks to Iris and her companions. They had recently discovered a dwarf tribe. Although the particulars of their situation remained unknown, it was presumed that most of them were 5th-tier dwarfs. The Succubus Legion should be capable of subduing them. Thus, Ren Qi directed Iris and Maggie to lead the charge, in hopes of conquering the dwarf settlement. Given the formidable equipment of the adversaries, he decided against leaving any succubi behind, opting instead to mobilize the entire force. Even the 3 newly recruited succubi were included in the endeavor to consume demon flesh and gain experience. Ren Qi vowed that this was by no means a calculated arrangement, but purely aimed at enhancing the combat prowess of the Succubus Legion, especially since the true strength of the dwarf tribe remained uncertain. As for the territory, with the defensive towers and traps in place, coupled with Tina's 7th-tier perception, the likelihood of unforeseen complications was minimal. Before long, the 3 fledgling succubi finished their meal of demon flesh and joined the main force, while Ren Qi accompanied Tina to his bedroom. Gazing at Tina's alluring figure, Ren Qi felt a mounting pressure. Now that we are in the bedroom, you may reveal your secret, correct? He inquired, looking at Tina with a playful smile. She softly replied, my first secret is the ability to permanently charm enemies. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Permanently charming enemies? In that instant, he envisioned powerful dragons and other formidable beings being beguiled by Tina, thereby augmenting his own strength. Tina continued, indeed, however, I must reach my adult form to wield this capability, and the opponent's tier cannot exceed 7. The lower their tier, the higher the probability of successful charm. Below tier 3, my success rate is guaranteed. This ability could only be utilized once every 3 days. Although Tina's revelation tempered Ren Qi's initial enthusiasm, it was evident that there were numerous limitations to this extraordinary power. While the prospect of permanently charming foes sounded impressive, the constraints on its effectiveness were significant. Observing Ren Qi's reaction, Tina giggled softly. Master, you appear rather troubled. I have yet to disclose my second secret. Ren Qi blinked in surprise, then prompted, yes. What is the second secret? Tina stepped closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear, this secret pertains to you, master, and represents my most potent ability. Feeling her warm breath against his ear ignited an intense heat within him, causing his heart to race. For a fleeting moment, Ren Qi nearly succumbed to the temptation to take Tina to the bed and indulge in her. Suddenly, Tina withdrew, her eyes playfully examining him. Master, you seem quite pent up. Is there something I can assist you with? She teased, arching her back and playfully caressing her lips with her fingers. It's perfectly fine, master. Do not hesitate. I will cooperate fully. Ren Qi felt as if his head might explode from the pressure. What is this second secret? Speak quickly, he demanded, his expression hardening as he finally manifested a hint of the authority befitting a lord. Tina's eyes widened in surprise, her smile growing ever more radiant. At that moment, Ren Qi realized that Tina's loyalty toward him had increased by 10 points. What was happening? Before he could fully process this, the alluring aura emanating from Tina seemed to diminish. She looked at him earnestly and asked, Master, do you desire to grow stronger? Ren Qi furrowed his brow. He was aware that consuming demon flesh could enhance his physical form, though the extent of this enhancement paled in comparison to that of the troops. Could there be another method to augment his power? What do you mean? He inquired, gazing at Tina with curiosity. Tina explained, Master, as a fallen succubus, I lure others into the depths of depravity. For every soul I guide, I absorb their essence. However, now that I belong to you, all the succubi under your command continuously provide me with their essence and faith. The amalgamation of these 2 powers within me allows me to bestow strength upon you. The more succubi you possess, the stronger they become, and the greater their loyalty, the more formidable the power I can return to you. Ren Qi stood in stunned silence, astonished to discover such a means of self-enhancement. Realizing something, Tina continued, Oh, Master may not be aware, but once a lord's territory reaches 5th-tier strength, as long as the loyalty of the troops is maxed out, they can convey faith to the lord, thereby enhancing themselves. Of course, this passive absorption is nowhere near as effective as my return. Ren Qi's expression shifted to one of shock as he processed this information over the course of several seconds. In essence, after reaching 5th-tier status, a lord could enhance themselves through the faith of their troops. The evaluation of a lord's tier was quite complex, factoring in the size of the territory and the strength of the troops. Ascending to 5th tier required a territory at least the size of a small city. Moreover, according to Tina, even upon achieving 5th tier status, the passive absorption of faith from troops was a comparatively slow method of enhancement. Tina, however, could absorb the essence and faith of the succubi and directly return it to him, yielding superior results. This led Ren Qi to ponder the nature of this return. Was it as he imagined? Was it appropriate? Clearing his throat, he suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind and asked Tina earnestly, "What exactly do you mean by return?" Chapter 46, 2 Methods of Return. Tina, listening to Ren Qi, chuckled and responded, "What kind of return does Master think it is?" "You may take a guess. As a friendly hint, it's not entirely proper." Ren Qi swallowed hard, then looked at Tina and said, "Ahem, I am a respectable person. You would do well not to jest with me." Feigning innocence, Tina replied, "Master, I haven't spoken incorrectly. My method of return is inherently unorthodox." Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi retorted, "You little tease, could you be a bit clearer in your speech? Why the cryptic language? What exactly do you mean by unorthodox? Please elaborate." Tina's cheeks flushed slightly as she revealed an enchanting smile. "Must I spell it out so plainly for you, Master? Oh dear, it makes me shy. Damn it. I'm afraid you are mistaken, for you were rather fervent just moments ago, and now you feign innocence?" Ren Qi spoke with a serious expression. "How can I comprehend such matters if you do not elucidate? If I remain uninformed, how can I cooperate with you? Do not shy away. This is a matter of utmost significance for our entire territory, and it allows no room for negligence. You must instruct me on what to do." Tina gazed at Ren Qi, her expression playful as she replied, "Very well, my master, I shall cease my jest. It is akin to a mutual cultivation. You should be aware of this concept. Through a similar method, I can bestow upon you the power I have absorbed." Mutual cultivation? Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. For in his understanding, there existed 2 forms of such practice. One was the conventional method, where 2 individuals cultivate together, enhancing one another's strength. The other, however, was elusive and could only be grasped through intuition. Judging by Tina's demeanor, it appeared to be the latter. Ren Qi's expression shifted as he regarded Tina's alluring form, and he spoke in a deep tone, "If that is the case, for the sake of our territory's development, we shall proceed. Shall we commence now?" Tina chuckled softly before looking at Ren Qi and saying, "My master, do not be in haste. I possess 2 methods of bestowing power." "2 methods?" Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. "Pray, enlighten me." Tina, adopting a slightly serious tone, explained, "Here's how it works. My master, should you engage in mutual cultivation with me now, I can integrate half of the 2 powers I have absorbed and return it to your body, while the other half will simply dissipate. In the future, whenever you require it, you must seek me out." That sounds rather appealing. But what of the other method? Ren Qi coughed lightly, urging her to continue. Tina elaborated, "The alternative is that I will employ my alluring techniques on you daily. If you manage to resist, you will receive half of the power I have integrated. The other half will accumulate within me until we engage in mutual cultivation, at which point all accumulated power will be returned to you. Which method does my master prefer? Both are available to you." Ren Qi paused, recognizing the evident superiority of the second option. After all, if he opted for the first method, half of the power would vanish, leaving him with only a fraction of the potential. Yet with the second approach, although he would receive only half each day, the remaining half would build up within Tina, ready to be claimed later. In every aspect, the second method offered greater value. Alas, Ren Qi felt a sense of regret. He had already made his decision. For the sake of long-term growth, he must exercise restraint. What do you lament, my master?" Tina tilted her head in curiosity. Ren Qi cleared his throat and replied, "It is nothing. Let us proceed with the second method. Now, tell me the specifics. How will you enchant me daily? What constitutes resisting?" "Today, I have coughed more times than in the past 3 years," Tina remarked with a smile. "It's quite simple. Each day, for 10 minutes, I will employ various methods to enchant you. As long as you remain still, I shall be satisfied. I have already discreetly released my enchanting power, and your resolve seems quite commendable. I also recommend the second method, as the rewards are considerably greater." Realization dawned on Ren Qi. No wonder he felt a surge of confusion earlier. It was Tina's enchanting power at play. He mused that as a pure-hearted young man, how could he possibly lack resolve? It was clear that the enchanting force was the culprit. Nevertheless, he understood that as the master of the territory, he possessed a significant immunity to Tina's allure, which allowed him to withstand the temptation. Were he not the lord, a mere glance from Tina might have rendered him powerless. This was no longer merely a test of willpower. It was an insidious infiltration of his deepest psyche, one that could not be resisted by mere determination. Indeed, she was a fallen succubus capable of leading one into the depths of depravity. Fortunately, his position granted him immunity, sparing him from embarrassment. If others faced Tina, they would likely reveal their true selves without hesitation. "And so, my master, our enchanting session begins today. Are you prepared?" Tina inquired, licking her red lips as she looked at Ren Qi. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi forced himself to calm down, adopting a demeanor of bravado. Very well. I am ready. Tina smiled, and a pink mist began to swirl around her. Ren Qi felt the atmosphere shift into one of intimacy, and an overwhelming urge surged within him, crashing into his mind like a tidal wave. What are you waiting for? Why not take action? This is not a matter of resoluteness. No one can refuse. Surrender. Do not struggle. Half of the power is still quite substantial, far superior to that of other lords. After diligently nurturing your territory for so long, what harm is there in indulging? Voices echoed in Ren Qi's mind, all urging him to relinquish his resistance. Chapter 47. The Unveiled Stone Door. Ren Qi felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding, an insatiable desire flooding his mind, nearly obliterating his capacity for rational thought, leaving only his most primal instincts. With sultry eyes, Tina observed Ren Qi's gaze, now tinged with crimson, her expression betraying a hint of concern. After all, should Ren Qi succumb to her allure, he would only reap half of the power in the future. As a succubus, Tina naturally wished for him to attain the maximum benefit. However, she licked her lips in anticipation. If she could savor her master's essence today, that would not be so bad either. As a uniquely special fallen succubus, Tina's enchanting power was formidable. Even though Ren Qi, as the lord of the succubus territory, possessed a natural immunity to their allure, he still found himself teetering on the brink of desire. If his mental fortitude were even slightly weaker, he might very well plunge into the abyss, succumbing to Tina's charms. Tina was acutely aware of her own enchanting prowess. Earlier, she had only utilized a third of her power. Now, unleashing her full might, it was uncertain whether Ren Qi could withstand it. Yet unbeknownst to Tina, Ren Qi possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes, endowing him with a mental resilience that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After what felt like an interminable 10 minutes, Ren Qi lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, a look of utter despair on his face. He had come perilously close to succumbing to temptation. Ultimately, he managed to persist, emerging from the abyss of desire. Still somewhat disoriented, Ren Qi sat up after a minute, his gaze towards Tina imbued with a hint of trepidation. Tina's enchanting power was undeniably formidable. Were it not for his own resilience, he would have surely succumbed to the abyss of desire. Although he was Tina's master and would not be drained of his essence, emerging from such an encounter would likely leave him mentally shattered. However, Ren Qi soon became aware of certain changes within his body. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel a surge in his strength. This was a palpable enhancement. Though not overwhelmingly significant, it was enough to astonish Ren Qi. If this trend continued, it would not be long before his power surpassed the limits of humanity, reaching the strength of a formidable warrior. Such a prospect was indeed terrifying. Master, how are you feeling? Tina inquired, her gaze fixed upon Ren Qi, a smile gracing her lips. Ren Qi cleared his throat, feigning composure as he replied, "It's nothing, really. Your allure is merely a light drizzle to me. I can withstand it completely." He then instructed Tina to patrol outside. He sensed that if she remained in the room, all his efforts might be in vain. After a brief respite, Ren Qi opened the chat group. Today marked the final day before the impending demon tide, and the group was abuzz with activity. Wow! I'm so nervous. The demon tide is about to arrive, and this is my first experience. I have no idea what to expect. Hey, aren't we all first-timers here? Oh no, please don't say that. I'm terrified. My unit is a tier 2 type, and I didn't prepare enough resources, thinking it would be like before. I planned to buy supplies from the old lord nearby once I materialized, but now I find myself in this dreadful situation. If the demon tide comes, I doubt I'll be able to hold my ground. Let us observe a moment of silence for the one above. If there's a feast, I'll sit at the children's table. Stop joking around. The demon tide is extremely dangerous. After this wave, many new lords are likely to meet their demise. Let us hope everyone can endure. Sigh. I truly envy those with high-tier units. Each of them will withstand this demon tide effortlessly, and many will even reap substantial resources from it. What good is it to talk about this now? We should focus on reinforcing our defenses. If there are other nearby lords, it's best to contact them. Cooperating will increase our chances of surviving the demon tide. The chat was rife with discussions, some expressing anxiety while others were steeped in despair. Everyone was fervently striving to bolster their territory's defenses, hoping to weather the storm of the demon tide unscathed. Ren Qi closed the chat, a wave of contemplation washing over him. Had he awakened not to a mutated succubus recruitment pool, but to a standard succubus unit, his situation would likely have been dire. Yet even with the mutated succubus pool, he felt no sense of security in this extraordinary environment. He needed to expedite his strength-S enhancement. At that moment, Ren Qi sensed a shift in his thoughts. There was activity from Illis's side. They had arrived at the small hillside where the dwarves resided, not too far from his territory. With a mere thought, he shifted his perspective to Illis. At this moment, Illis and Maggie were leading the succubus legion, having surrounded the entire hillside. Standing at the spot where the previous dwarves had vanished, Illis furrowed her brow. Last time, due to the night, she had been unable to discern the surrounding terrain and had assumed this hillside was the dwarves' hiding place. However, after circling around, she realized that the hillside was rather small. Even if it were hollow inside, it would hardly accommodate a significant number of dwarfs. It was unlikely to constitute a dwarf settlement. Thus, it appeared that the dwarves were likely hiding underground. Maggie looked at Illis and asked, "What should we do? Should we launch a direct assault?" Currently, the Succubus Legion was under the command of Maggie and Illis. While the two combatants were powerful, their battle experience did not match that of Illis and Maggie. Hearing Maggie's inquiry, Illis slowly shook her head. "No, we do not yet understand the situation within. If we charge in recklessly, we may find ourselves in peril. What then? We can't just wait for the dwarves to emerge, can we?" Illis smiled and replied, "It's impossible to wait for them to come out. However, we can compel them to do so." "What do you mean?" Maggie frowned. Illis leaned closer to Maggie's ear and briefly shared her strategy. Upon hearing this, Maggie's eyes brightened, and the two commanded the nearby succubi to conceal themselves in the woods surrounding the hillside, ensuring their positions remained undisclosed. Subsequently, Illis led two succubi back to the spot where the dwarves had previously disappeared. Recalling the stone from her memory, the hillside before them suddenly split open, revealing a stone door that slowly creaked ajar. Chapter 48, The Encirclement. A dark passage materialized before them. Illis wasted no time, hurling a bolt of fallen flame into the depths. The dark fallen flame emitted a faint glow, illuminating the interior of the passage. The tunnel was deep, stretching into the unknown, and not far ahead, it began to curve downward. Just as she suspected, the dwarves were indeed concealed underground. Near the entrance of the passage, two armored dwarves stood lazily guarding the entryway. They likely never anticipated that someone would discover their hidden entrance, let alone open it. Initially, the two dwarves were taken aback. But after a moment of stunned silence, they grabbed their weapons from the ground and charged forward. Without hesitation, they rushed towards Illis and the two succubi. Illis, her smile enchanting, swiftly cast a spell of allure to control one of the dwarves, then unleashed a bolt of fallen flame upon him, igniting his body. Now, as a nearly mature 6th-tier Illis faced off against 5th-tier dwarves, it was almost effortless. The dual torment of physical and mental anguish caused by the fallen flame elicited a pained scream from the dwarf. The other dwarf stood frozen in place, fear evident in his eyes as he witnessed his companion suffer. With a desperate shout, he fled into the dark passage ahead. Illis watched as he vanished into the tunnel, making no effort to stop him. Soon, the dwarf who had been set ablaze met his fiery demise. Illis and the two succubi quietly observed the dark opening ahead. Now, all they had to do was wait patiently. Inside the tunnel, the panicked dwarf hurried to the deepest part, swiftly descending a staircase that led further underground. Upon reaching the subterranean realm, they found themselves in a hollow world below. Torches flickered around, illuminating a vast expanse filled with dwarves. Their dwellings were constructed from a resilient black stone, exuding an aura of strength. The entire clan was organized meticulously, encircled by numerous defensive traps and armaments. Perhaps due to the concealed nature of the entrance, there seemed to be little fortification overhead. Upon arrival, a panicked dwarf emitted a peculiar sound that instantly heightened the tension among his kin. Subsequently, from the largest stone house in the center of the village, a stout figure emerged, wielding a massive hammer. This dwarf, towering over his peers, emanated an imposing presence. Indeed, he was a king of dwarves, a formidable leader of the 7th tier. He advanced with his guards, scrutinizing the anxious dwarf, and inquired sternly, "Shalu, what has transpired?" Shalu, trembling before the king, stammered, "Your Majesty, 3 succubi have approached our entrance. I attempted to confront them with Yihua, but their power was overwhelming. Yihua was incinerated before my very eyes." The dwarf king paused momentarily, then with grave seriousness, asked, "Are these the succubi that were reported last night?" He had already learned of Elise's existence from the mouths of several dwarves the previous evening. Shalu nodded in terror. "It must be them. This is the first time I have encountered such terrifying succubi. Their strength is formidable, and we are no match for them. Your Majesty, we should flee this place." Observing Shalu's sheer panic, the king scoffed. "Did you ascertain the number of adversaries?" Shalu hesitated before muttering, Three of them. What? Only 3 have instilled such fear in you?" At that moment, a 6th-tier dwarf stepped forward. "Esteemed king, I am willing to lead a band of dwarf warriors to vanquish those 3 succubi." The dwarf king nodded non-committally and replied, "Vic, you are the mightiest warrior in our clan. I hope you can defeat them and preferably capture them alive." Even among dwarves, the temptation of succubi was undeniable, and the desire to capture them was palpable. Vic nodded resolutely and led a squadron of over 20 elite dwarves up the staircase. As a 6th-tier elite, he was confident in his ability to subdue the intruders. Outside the hillside, a contingent of 30 armored dwarves, weapons drawn, surged forth from the cave's entrance. Vic raised his colossal axe, eyes fixed upon Elise and her companions. "The enemies who have slain our kin stand before us. Charge with me to avenge our fallen brethren." The 23 elite dwarves surged forward, launching themselves at Elise and her 2 accomplices. Elise squinted her eyes, a flicker of panic crossing her features as she feigned terror, leading her fellow succubi into the depths of the forest. Vic, witnessing this, rejoiced, "Look, They are terrified of our great dwarven warriors. Pursue them. We must capture them for our esteemed king. Unbeknownst to Vic, however, the succubi had already prepared an ambush amidst the thickets. Elise and her companions deftly maneuvered beyond the encirclement set by Maggie and her allies. Meanwhile, Vic and his elite dwarves plunged headlong into Maggie's trap. Attack! Maggie commanded, and the surrounding succubi poured forth from their hiding spots. Emerging from behind trees and branches, they unleashed their seductive powers and the flames of corruption upon the elite dwarves. The allure of the succubi met the dwarves' armor, yet it failed to ensnare them, dissipating as if rendered ineffective. Elise arched an eyebrow. The armor donned by these dwarves could repel enchantments. However, the armor of the dwarf who had fallen earlier was evidently an exception, suggesting that such protective gear was rare within the clan, wielded only by a select few. Nonetheless, the flames of corruption ignited upon the dwarves, scorching them relentlessly. The craftsmanship of their armor was indeed exceptional, mitigating the effects of both the seductive powers and the flames. Yet, caught off guard, many dwarves succumbed to the relentless inferno. Vic's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated falling into a trap. There were not merely 3 foes, but a multitude. Damnable succubi. Everyone, charge forth. We must retreat. Vic recognized the dire situation. The priority was to return and inform the king. Yet, Elise would not permit the elite dwarves to escape. 2 battle-hardened succubi emerged silently, blocking their path to retreat. Chapter 49, full of spirit. Vic, who had intended to flee, was taken aback as the 2 battle succubi appeared behind him. The gravity of the trap was now painfully clear. The succubi had lured them out with 3 of their kind, setting a deadly ambush to diminish the strength of the dwarf clan. Enraged, Vic understood the urgency of relaying this information back home. Charge! We must fight our way back. Vic bellowed, commanding his compatriots to push forward. However, they were met with a barrage of descending flames of corruption, akin to meteors. An overwhelming number of these flames obstructed the dwarves' advance. Although their armor could mitigate some damage, the sheer volume of the flames proved too great. Some dwarves were even knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. As the 2 battle succubi confronted Vic, wielding their black energy blades, he witnessed his fellow warriors fall victim to the flames of corruption. In that moment, Vic lost all semblance of reason. Raising his colossal axe, he charged at the 2 battle succubi. Their dark blades sliced through the air, meeting Vic's axe with resounding clashes, forcing him into a defensive stance. Simultaneously, other succubi employed their seductive powers against Vic. While they could not ensnare him, they effectively hindered his movements. At last, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Vic advanced toward the 2 battle succubi, his axe poised to strike. Just as he swung down with all his might, a magical shield enveloped the succubi, absorbing the blow. Vic's axe struck the shield, producing a sharp sound, causing the succubi to stagger back slightly, the shield cracking under the force, yet they remained unharmed. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals seized the opportune moment when Vic's offensive capabilities had waned, crossing their lightsabers and launching a fierce strike. The inky black cross-shaped energy swiftly surged towards Vic, delivering a devastating blow upon him. Despite being clad in the most formidable armor forged by the dwarven clan, 2 distinct cross-shaped fissures marred its surface. With blood seeping forth from these gashes, Vic staggered back, taking 2 faltering steps before his colossal axe thunderously fell to the ground, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the 2 battle-hungry succubi before him, utterly perplexed. They had encountered succubi before, yet these beings were starkly different from the feeble, alluring creatures he remembered, who relied solely on their beauty to entice. Were they truly succubi? Before he could ponder further, one of the battle-hungry succubi advanced directly towards him, her obsidian blade slicing through the air and severing Vic's head from his body. Thus perished Vic, hailed as the foremost warrior of the dwarven clan. The remaining elite dwarves were swiftly consumed by the surrounding succubi. Thanks to their prior arrangements and Maggie's assistance, only a handful of lower-level succubi sustained minor injuries, leading to a flawless victory in this confrontation. Iris surveyed the lifeless dwarven bodies strewn across the ground and gestured for the surrounding succubi to conceal the corpses deep within the jungle. Subsequently, she discarded the 2 dwarven corpses at the entrance of the dark cavern and the jungle's threshold, before once again ordering the nearby succubi to vanish from sight. She intended to bide her time. Within the subterranean dwarven stronghold, the dwarven king grew increasingly anxious as he awaited Vic's return, his brow furrowing in concern. He held unwavering confidence in Vic's abilities. Even upon hearing of the formidable succubi encountered the previous night, he dismissed any notion of them causing significant upheaval. Considering there were only 3 of them, the illustrious dwarven lineage had once conquered giants. After a prolonged wait without any word, the king's furrowed brow deepened. He summoned a squad of dwarves, commanding them to venture forth and investigate the situation, returning with a report. Soon, a squad of a dozen dwarves appeared at the cavern's entrance, their expressions shifting to alarm upon discovering the lifeless bodies of their comrades. These were Vic's subordinates, slain in this very spot. Their eyes were then drawn to the dwarven body located at the jungle's entrance, another elite fallen. The squad's panic intensified, and under the leadership of their captain, they cautiously approached the jungle's edge. As they beheld the dwarven corpses, trepidation enveloped them, with some faint-hearted dwarves contemplating a hasty retreat. Just as their leader deliberated whether to enter the jungle in search of Lord Vic, a bolt of corrupted flame erupted from the depths of the jungle. Boom! The malevolent flame struck one of the dwarves, sending him hurtling away. In the wake of this, a multitude of succubi surged forth from the jungle, surrounding the dwarves. Observing the dwarves before her, Iris raised an eyebrow. She had anticipated a steady harvest of the dwarven clan's strength, yet it appeared that this clan lacked significant power. As this second wave of combatants was markedly inferior to the first, the strength of the dwarven clan had become evident, revealing that they were not formidable opponents to be reckoned with. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding succubi sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the small squad of dwarves. Under Iris's command, they advanced into the depths of the cavern. Following the staircase, Iris and her companions soon arrived at the subterranean domain of the dwarven clan. The guarding dwarves were quick to notice, hastily reporting to the dwarven king. "My king, the succubi have breached our defenses. Lord Vic and the earlier scouting party have not returned. They may have been annihilated." The guard, kneeling before the king, spoke in a trembling voice. The dwarven king gazed down at the quaking guards, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Such uselessness was a disgrace to the illustrious dwarven race. What was there to fear? Merely a horde of sixth-tier succubi. What combat prowess could these frail creatures possess, even if they had risen in rank? "Let us not forget that your king stands at the 7th tier. Follow me, and we shall vanquish these foes who have slain our kin and invaded our homeland." The dwarves below erupted with fervor. "Long live the king. We shall stand with our king and defend our home." The chorus of dwarven voices rallied. Their spirits ignited with resolve. Excellent. Such vigor. The dwarven king observed the fervent dwarves below, nodding with satisfaction. He unsheathed his finely forged sword, gliding his hand along its edge. This glimmering blade, crafted from refined iron and enchanted silver, was exceptionally sharp. He believed that with this sword in hand, he could slay the succubi. Raising the sword, the dwarven king pointed it toward the succubi horde. "Fellow kin, these succubi are vile, loathsome beings who have slaughtered our brethren and now seek to claim our clan. Can we endure this? Can you tolerate it?" "No." The dwarves below roared in unison, their anger palpable. The dwarven king, satisfied, waved his sword, proclaiming, "Then let us charge forth and show these succubi just how powerful our dwarven lineage is. Dwarves, fearless. Dwarves, fearless." The dwarven spirits surged with exuberance. Iris, having reached the forefront of the dwarven stronghold, was taken aback by the fervent roars emanating from within. She had not anticipated such formidable resolve from the dwarves under these circumstances. Her expression grew serious as she addressed the surrounding succubi. "Everyone, be cautious. This dwarven king is of the 7th tier. All succubi must keep their distance from him. I, along with Maggie and 2 battle-hungry succubi, will confront this king. The rest of you shall deal with the other dwarves. Remember to coordinate your attacks and employ flanking tactics, ensuring your own safety while engaging these dwarves." With a solemn expression, Iris declared, "For our master." The surrounding succubi echoed her seriousness. "For our master." Thus, under Iris's command, all the succubi surged forth toward the dwarven stronghold. Meanwhile, Iris, Maggie, and the 2 battle-hungry succubi set their sights directly on the dwarven king, their target firmly in mind. Strive to vanquish him. Even if that proves impossible, at the very least, we must prevent him from influencing the tide of battle. Tensions escalated as both sides prepared for conflict, the air thick with anticipation. The first wave of arrows was unleashed. The archers of the dwarven clan drew their bows, releasing a barrage of densely packed arrows, while the succubi, having previously acquired a considerable stock of bows, retaliated with a multitude of their own projectiles. The rain of arrows from the succubi struck the dwarves ahead, yet failed to inflict significant harm, for the formidable armor adorning the dwarves rendered them nearly invulnerable to such attacks. In swift response, the dwarves launched their long arrows. But Maggie was quick to conjure a multitude of magical shields that enveloped the frontline succubi, effectively nullifying the arrow's impact. The remaining succubi, agile and nimble, deftly evaded the incoming arrows aimed at them. In a heartbeat, the clash commenced, and blood was swiftly shed. Illis, Maggie, and 2 battle-hardened succubi targeted the dwarven king, the very embodiment of the dwarven clan's spirit. Should they succeed in slaying him, the morale of all dwarves would undoubtedly plummet. The dwarven king bellowed in fury, charging forth and leaping into the air, brandishing his sword in a powerful horizontal strike aimed at Illis. Without hesitation, Maggie raised her hand, summoning a more robust magical shield to protect Illis. The king's sword struck the shield with tremendous force, causing a web of cracks to spider across its surface. Illis raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the formidable strength of the 7th-tier dwarven king. His sword, too, was no ordinary weapon, its quality unmistakably exceptional. With no time to waste, Illis sprang into action, leaving behind a pink silhouette in her place. The magical shield shattered with a deafening crash, and the king's sword descended swiftly, dispersing the illusion. Illis reappeared at a distance, warning, "His strength is formidable. We must keep our distance." After all, the dwarven king was a 7th-tier overlord, his might immense. And even Maggie's magical shield could not withstand his onslaught. The only prudent course of action was to maintain a safe distance and engage in tactical maneuvering. No sooner had she spoken than the dwarven king wielded his sword against a nearby battle-hardened succubus. The succubus executed a swift teleportation, retreating while brandishing her lightsaber. Luminous slashes erupted from the dark blade, slicing through the air towards the dwarven king. Yet, he raised his sword to deflect the onslaught. The king's speed was astonishing. In mere strides, he closed the gap between himself and the succubus. Maggie, ever vigilant, conjured another magical shield to protect her comrade. The king swung his sword down upon the succubus's raised black lightsaber. With a resounding clang, the formidable power of the king shattered the magical shield, dispersing it into the ether. The sword continued its relentless descent, striking the succubus directly. The shield splintered, and the succubus, as if struck by lightning, was sent reeling backward, blood erupting from her lips. Illis's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated the dwarven king's combat prowess to be so overwhelming. Was this concentrated essence of strength? Without a moment's hesitation, Illis ordered a nearby succubus to drag the injured warrior away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, another battle-hardened succubus seized the opportunity amidst the king's distraction, lunging forward with her black lightsaber aimed directly at him. Known for their immense power, the black lightsaber was the succubi's most potent weapon. However, it was uncommon for succubi to engage in close combat, as their frail forms made them vulnerable to injury. Yet, this was a rare opportunity that could not be squandered. The dwarven king smirked, sensing the bait had been taken. Loosening his grip, he allowed his sword to drop, drawing a small axe from his belt. The axe, crafted from an unknown material and shimmering with a dark luminescence, appeared to be of exquisite quality. With a swift motion, the king intercepted the succubus's thrust with the axe. The succubus's face paled. Before she could react, the king's axe swung upward, slicing towards her with deadly intent. The succubus instinctively leaned back, retreating as quickly as possible. The sharp edge of the axe grazed her cheek, severing a few strands of hair. As she distanced herself from the king, a warm trickle of blood stained her smooth visage. Illis's heart sank at the sight. The dwarven king's strength was overwhelming. He had nearly gravely injured another succubus. This 7th-tier overlord was perilously close to reaching his full potential. The king's lips curled into a triumphant grin as he roared. "You outsiders dare to slay my kin and covet my clan. You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Your wretched bodies are fit only to serve as slaves to our great dwarven race." With that, the dwarven king charged towards Illis, wielding both axe and sword with lethal intent. The king's objective was crystal clear: to eliminate Illis first. He recognized that the succubi's forces were centered around her, and if he could slay her, the morale of the succubi would swiftly plummet. Capturing the remaining succubi would be all too easy thereafter. Illis furrowed her brow, aware of the king's formidable nature, yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming power. It surpassed her expectations. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flame of corruption towards the advancing king, while simultaneously moving to evade his attack. Beside her, Maggie also took action, erecting a wall of flames composed of the same dark fire to impede the king's advance. Yet, the dwarven king merely paused momentarily before barreling through the flames, undeterred. His armor's high defenses absorbed most of the flame's power, rendering the residual force insufficient to harm him. The injured succubus, witnessing the unfolding chaos, rushed to provide support. With her 4 wings fluttering behind her, she ascended into the air, wielding a black lightsaber that she crossed and brought down before her. A series of cross slashes surged forward with remarkable speed as she unleashed her most formidable power. 6 cross slashes aimed directly at the dwarf king. Sensing the sharp aura approaching from the side, the dwarf king halted, raising his small axe and sword to block. Bang! One of the cross slashes struck against the axe and sword, producing a sharp sound, causing the dwarf king to grunt softly and take a step back. As the cross slashes continued to rain down, the dwarf king retreated repeatedly. By the final cross slash, his small axe and sword were knocked aside, and the blow landed directly upon his armor. Instantly, a cross-shaped mark appeared on the armor, though it did not pierce through. The dwarf king grunted again, glaring at the battle-scarred succubus with a menacing smile. "Not bad for a little girl, but once I capture you, you'll understand who possesses the greater strength," he declared, unwavering in his pursuit as he charged towards Illis. In no time, the dwarf king caught up with Illis, bringing his sword down upon her. Maggie, still at a distance, realized that even with a magical shield, it would likely be insufficient to withstand this strike. In the face of peril, Illis unleashed her potential, and 3 shadows flickered into existence. The sword struck one of the shadows instead, while Illis's form reappeared at a distance. She had leveled up. She was now a level 50 adult. Previously, Illis and her companions had been close to level 50. and their continuous consumption of high-tier magical meat had enabled them to meet the conditions for this transformation. The recent crisis had triggered the opportunity for Illis to leap into adulthood at level 50. At that moment, not far away, Maggie was momentarily stunned. Glancing at her own hands, she too had leveled up. A level 50 adult. The battle-scarred succubus felt a surge of warmth throughout her body. Powerful energy emanating from every part of her being. Level 50 adult. They had already reached the conditions to become adults, but lacked the opportunity. Under the immense pressure from the Dwarf King, they had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, evolving into adulthood. Regrettably, another battle-scarred succubus had been injured and prematurely exited the battlefield. Otherwise, she too might have achieved adulthood. Becoming an adult was not merely a simple upgrade. It represented a qualitative transformation. Watching her hand, Illis felt the overwhelming power surging within her body, and a smile involuntarily graced her face. Just moments ago, she had not only reached level 50 as an adult, but had also triggered the conditions for Ascension. Level 8. Due to the unique nature of Ren Qi's mutated succubi, only Tina had reached level 7, allowing Illis to ascend 2 levels in one go. Although there was a chance for Ren Qi's mutated succubi to ascend during their leveling, the probability was quite low, especially for higher tiers. For instance, 2 battle-scarred succubi combined would only be level 6, and even now, having reached level 50, they remained at level 6. Illis, on the other hand, had continuously ascended from level 3 all the way to level 8. Upon entering level 8, she felt her power multiply exponentially. Gazing at the Dwarf King ahead, a smile blossomed on Illis's face. At this moment, the Dwarf King was utterly astonished. The succubus before him had ascended to level 8. Monsters could indeed ascend. For example, the Dwarf King had previously been a level 5 dwarf but had advanced to level 7 through relentless effort. However, such ascension was exceedingly rare. Only a leader of a species could hope to achieve it. Moreover, each level ascension became increasingly difficult. Yet this succubus had managed to ascend 2 levels in succession. Great dwarf god, am I dreaming? The Dwarf King began to doubt his own eyesight. Shaking his head, a fierce expression crossed his face. Regardless of her ascension, she was merely a succubus. Raising his small axe and sword, the Dwarf King charged once more at Illis. Illis raised an eyebrow, her smile growing even more radiant. A thick cloud of pink mist began to rise around her, swiftly enveloping the Dwarf King ahead. Upon entering the pink mist, the Dwarf King felt the world spin. Voices echoing in his mind, stimulating his nerves and plunging him into chaos. Then, with a subtle lift of her hand, a colossal fallen flame materialized in the sky. With a gentle press of her delicate fingers, the enormous flame descended upon the Dwarf King below. Simultaneously, Maggie also made her move, unleashing her dark powers. The ground beneath the Dwarf King's feet softened, transforming into a sea of flames composed of fallen fire. The upgraded battle-scarred succubus raised her black lightsaber, which vanished from her grasp only to reappear above the Dwarf King, morphing into an enormous sword. The demon sword of the fallen. The massive black sword suddenly plunged down towards the Dwarf King. Just as he began to regain his senses amidst the chaos of the pink mist, the gigantic fallen flame crashed down upon him. His black armor shattered instantly, and the Dwarf King coughed up blood, sustaining internal injuries. As the ground beneath him sank, the Dwarf King found himself engulfed in the sea of fallen flames. Buzz! The colossal black sword sliced through the air, driving down towards the crown of the Dwarf King's head. With a muffled thud, the Dwarf King let out an anguished roar of defiance. It was time to feast. Chapter 52. Bountiful Rewards. The Dwarf King's roar echoed throughout the entire dwarf tribe, leaving all the dwarf warriors momentarily stunned. Our king. Many dwarves gazed at their fallen king in the molten depths of the fallen lava, erupting into cries of rage and despair. However, with the death of the Dwarf King, the morale of the entire dwarf tribe plummeted. In contrast, the Succubus Legion witnessed several more succubi ascend to level 50, their strength surging, growing bolder in battle, causing the dwarf warriors to flee in terror. Some dwarves began to retreat, while others, paralyzed by fear, knelt and surrendered. Soon, as some dwarf warriors fled and others were captured, the battle neared its conclusion. In the aftermath of this conflict, no less than 20 succubi had ascended to level 50. Achieving adulthood, the strength of the entire Succubus Legion had dramatically increased. Lady Illis, Maggie, accompanied by another adult battle succubus, stood respectfully before Illis. As an 8th tier being, Illis commanded the reverence of all other succubi. With a slight nod, Illis, devoid of any arrogance, inquired, "What are the casualties?" Maggie responded, "In this skirmish, 2 succubi were severely injured, and 10 sustained minor wounds. The rest are largely unscathed. We have successfully vanquished around 60 to 70 dwarves. There are several passages nearby, and many dwarves managed to escape. We have also captured over 30 dwarves. How shall we proceed with these captives, my lord Illis?" Illis's gaze flickered slightly. The strength of this dwarf tribe was commendable, comprised entirely of 5th-tier warriors and well-equipped. The Succubus Legion achieving such a victory with minimal losses was indeed remarkable. After a moment's contemplation, Illis declared, "First, gather all the spoils of war and bring the captured dwarves back to present them to our master for further disposition." Soon, the Succubus Legion meticulously cleared the entire dwarf tribe and hastily returned to their territory. Within the realm, Ren Qi had already received news of the Succubi's resounding triumph and awaited their return alongside Tina. The Succubi swiftly arrived, depositing all the spoils within the territory. Under Ren Qi's directive, they commenced the inventory and organization of their bountiful loot. The spoils were indeed substantial. The dwarves' armor was all 5th-tier defensive gear, and their weapons were of the same caliber. They amassed over 100 sets of armor and weapons, all of exceptional 5th-tier quality. Ren Qi was elated, for he intended not to sell these armaments, but to equip the Succubi, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. However, the sizes were somewhat diminutive, as they were crafted for the dwarves, necessitating modifications. Ren Qi possessed ample fine iron, making the alterations entirely feasible. Next came the energy crystals. The dwarf tribe had yielded a remarkable collection of energy crystals, totaling over 500, representing a considerable fortune for Ren Qi. Following this were the items left behind by the dwarf king. His armor boasted an impressive 7th-tier rating, exhibiting formidable defense, albeit with some damage that could be repaired without much issue. More importantly were the king's 2 weapons, a sword of high 7th tier and a small axe of 8th tier, classified as a mid-grade weapon. Had it not been for Illis's ascension to 8th tier and the upgrade of both Maggie and another battle succubus to adulthood, overcoming the dwarf king would have been uncertain. Ren Qi entrusted these 2 weapons to Illis, for only she could harness their true potential. Subsequently, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon 2 additional items procured from the dwarf king's residence. One was a verdant crystal vial, crafted from an unknown material, radiating a subtle luminescence. Ren Qi retrieved a small mirror, positioning it towards the vial. This was the identification mirror produced by the Lanhai Trading Company, designed to aid in identifying items. The mirror contained extensive information on numerous items. Upon scanning an object, it would automatically match and reveal the item's details. However, if the item was not catalogued, it could not be identified, much like the black crystal obtained from the Black Goblin tribe. This was an indispensable tool for a burgeoning lord, reasonably priced at 100,000 energy coins. Soon enough, the identification mirror displayed the information regarding the crystal vial. Spirit of the forest. A reservoir of the essence of forest life, capable of swiftly healing wounds. As long as there is breath, it can bring one back to life. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, his face illuminating with astonishment. Such an extraordinary healing item. As long as there is breath, it could restore life, verging on being a divine medical artifact. Finally, Ren Qi's gaze rested upon the last item, filled with anticipation. This was a staff of peculiar design, seemingly crafted from stone, exhibiting a unique gray-white hue. The staff was notably large, towering to the height of a person, resembling a giant staff. Upon directing the identification mirror at it, the information swiftly appeared. Giant Stone Staff, a staff used by the priests of the Stone Giant clan, imbued with the formidable power of the Stone race. Skill 1, Giant's Gaze. The stone staff can unleash the unique pressure of the stone giants, creating an aura that deters magical creatures below 4th tier within a 1,000-meter radius. Skill 2, Giant Transformation. The stone staff can activate the physical potential of 10 units, causing them to transform into giants, doubling their size, strength, and defense, while reducing their speed by 1/3. Skill 3, Stone Wall. The stone staff can erect a stone wall measuring 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters high, completely blocking attacks below 6th tier for 3 hours. It was indeed a staff used by the priests of the giants. Ren Qi was filled with exhilaration, for the capabilities of this stone staff were incredibly powerful. The giant's gaze could prevent 4th tier magical creatures from approaching, making it highly effective against large-scale attacks. The giant transformation would double the strength and defense of 10 units. Although speed would be reduced by 1/3, it could be deemed a divine technique. Ren Qi could hardly fathom the sheer combat prowess that Illis could unleash with her strength doubled. The final skill could envelop his entire territory, shielding it from 6th tier attacks for 3 hours. It was no exaggeration to assert that even a nascent lord, regardless of the quality of their troops, could safely navigate the impending magical tide with the giant's stone staff. The only regret was that these skills had limited uses, and the dwarves had likely expended a significant number already. Glancing at the remaining uses displayed, Ren Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was still an immense harvest. He instructed the succubi to place the stone staff before the recruitment pool, then placed his hands upon it, gently extending his mental energy into the staff. Instantly, Ren Qi felt a connection forming between himself and the stone staff. He was now the master of this staff. With a mere thought, he could unleash its skills. With the acquisition of this stone staff, the overall defense of his territory had ascended to a new echelon. Once all resources were organized, Ren Qi's attention shifted to the captured dwarfs. How to deal with them posed a conundrum. Chapter 53, Faith in Our Lord. Gazing at the 30 or so dwarves before him, Ren Qi fell into deep contemplation. These dwarves were captives, and logically, they could be integrated into his territory. After all, They are dwarves, renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship, making them quite suitable for the role of blacksmiths. However, they are not his own troops, lacking any semblance of loyalty. Even if they submit to him now, the risk of betrayal during a critical moment in the future could render the endeavor futile. Sensing Ren Qi's concerns, Tina approached him with a smile, saying, "Is my master contemplating making them his servants, yet fears their potential treachery?" Ren Qi paused, then nodded gently. Tina replied, "Master, I can assist you with this dilemma and ensure they harbor no thoughts of rebellion." Ren Qi furrowed his brow, remarking, "Isn't your ability only usable upon reaching adulthood? Moreover, it can only be employed once every 3 days. Not to mention, Tina has yet to awaken this ability. Even if she did, I would not permit her to squander it on these mere 5th-tier dwarves. If they were dwarven kings, that would be a different matter." Tina laughed, "Of course. I will not employ my charm. They are unworthy of it, master. Just watch." With that, she gracefully moved to stand before the dwarves, observing the kneeling dwarves. A smile illuminated her face. Subsequently, her aura underwent a profound transformation. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback as he watched Tina. The allure she previously exuded had vanished entirely. Instead, she now emanated an air of solemnity that inspired reverence at a mere glance. "Lift your heads," Tina commanded the dwarves before her. Her voice resonated with an ethereal gravitas. The anxious dwarves, trembling with trepidation, raised their gazes towards Tina, their expressions becoming increasingly entranced. A gentle aura radiated from her, soothing their very souls. A soft pink light shimmered in Tina's eyes, cascading down upon the dwarven assembly. "You have suffered greatly alongside your king amidst the ravages of war, and now your homes have been laid to waste. Yet, my master possesses compassion for all living things. Under his glorious light, all will achieve tranquility and peace. Becoming his subjects is your sole path to salvation. Will you accept my master's mercy and become his people?" In that moment, Tina resembled a charismatic speaker, delivering her oration. The dwarves, who had initially been perplexed, gradually grew resolute, with some even exhibiting fervent glints in their eyes. "We willingly accept. We desire to become the master's subjects. We wish for a stable and peaceful existence." The dwarves vociferously declared their strongest desires. Tina nodded slowly, stating, "It is my master who has granted you all, and he shall protect his subjects. By placing your faith in him, you shall attain eternal life." As she spoke, Tina gestured, and a massive stone floated gently to her side. With a mere flick of her wrist, the stone crumbled, intricately sculpting a statue. The statue was none other than Ren Qi himself. Tina gazed down at the dwarves, her voice imbued with temptation. "Worship my master. By doing so, you shall acquire all that you desire." The dwarves fervently knelt before the statue. In that instant, they transformed into the most ardent of devotees. Ren Qi was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He never anticipated that Tina could achieve such a feat. Was this sorcery, or merely the power of persuasion? How could mere words transform these dwarves into such fervent followers? It was truly astounding. Tina, observing the zealous dwarves, allowed a smile to grace her lips before slowly returning to Ren Qi's side. He regarded her and inquired, "Is this sufficient? Will their loyalty no longer be a concern?" Even now, he found it hard to believe the spectacle he had just witnessed. Tina shook her head gently. "Master, this is merely a manipulation of charm. They are currently blinded, which is why they display such fervor. As time passes, they will regain their senses. But as long as they worship your statue daily and you provide them with a stable life, they will gradually become your loyal followers, forever at your feet." Listening to Tina's words, Ren Qi's eyes flickered with contemplation. This approach bore resemblance to proselytization, initially captivating followers with enticing rhetoric, and subsequently bestowing blessings to deepen their fervor, thus gradually transforming them into the most devoted of adherents. This method presented a remarkably effective solution. Ren Qi commanded certain succubi to establish a designated area behind his territory for the dwarves to reside. Regardless of anything else, he could offer them a stable life. With these dwarves at his disposal, he could enhance equipment crafting and modification, thereby indirectly strengthening his domain. After completing all necessary arrangements, night had already begun to descend. The darkness enveloping the land seemed even more profound this evening. Ren Qi silently gazed into the inky expanse outside, his heart weighed down with apprehension. Tomorrow marked the onset of the demon tide, and in its wake, many lords with inadequate defenses might face elimination. Opening the chat group, he noticed it was especially lively today. Most of the newly appointed lords were in a state of panic, for today marked the final day before the impending demon tide, and many among them might not survive. "What should we do? I'm so anxious. The demon tide is arriving tomorrow, and I don't know if we can endure it. Indeed, in just a few days, I've only managed to elevate my troops to level 40, and my troop tier is still only 3rd tier. I hope we can withstand tomorrow's demon tide. I've sought refuge from the powerful lords in the surrounding territories. If you have any other lords nearby, reach out to them quickly. Perhaps we can unite to resist the demon tide." "What time is it now? Didn't Lord Qi mention he would sell 4th tier defensive towers? I've been eagerly waiting." "Yes, with a 4th tier defensive tower, our territory's overall defense would see a significant boost, greatly increasing our chances of surviving the demon tide. Why hasn't Lord Qi responded yet? I'm so anxious. Lord 777, please emerge. Ren Qi observed the flood of messages in the chat group, realizing the moment had arrived. Chapter 54, The Auction. The night was not yet fully shrouded, and transactions could still occur at the marketplace. Should darkness fully descend, the situation outside would become considerably more perilous. Some lords situated far from the trading avenues might hesitate to venture out. Ren Qi's intent to sell at the last moment was aimed at securing the best possible price. During the day, Luo Ming had successfully delivered all the remaining 4th-tier defensive towers to him. Now, Ren Qi's territory was stacked with 10 4th-tier defensive towers, ready for sale. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi posted a selling message in the trading group. I have arrived. 4th-tier defensive towers are now officially on sale, with priority given to magic crystals. Only 4 towers can be exchanged for magic crystals, and it remains first come, first served. The moment Ren Qi's message appeared in the trading group, it ignited a frenzy. Wow. Qi. Finally, I've been waiting for you. I was nearly driven to despair. Magic crystals, right? I have 4 ready. I want to purchase one. Just send it to me directly. I wish I could exchange for magic crystals, but alas. I only have some high-tier magic meat and energy crystals. I wonder how many 4th-tier defensive towers Qi has left and at what price they will be sold. Qi. I have plenty of refined iron, mined for 3 or 4 days without using it at all, just to wait for today. Could you trade me 2 4th-tier defensive towers? Messages surged through the chat group, and Ren Qi's private messages were instantly flooded. Most of them expressed their available resources, hoping to exchange for 4th-tier defensive towers. Ren Qi swiftly filtered through the messages, selecting those who wished to trade with magic crystals. Soon, all 4 4th-tier defensive towers were sold out, earning Ren Qi a total of 16 magic crystals. He and Luo Ming split them evenly, leaving him with 8 crystals, which was quite a profitable income. Without hesitation, Ren Qi typed another line and sent it to the chat group. I still have 6 4th-tier defensive towers. The auction begins now. High-tier magic meat above level 6, as well as refined iron and energy crystals, can participate in the auction. The highest bidder will obtain the 4th-tier defensive tower. The auction for the first 4th-tier defensive tower starts now, lasting 2 minutes. The highest bid within this time will win. The chat group erupted once more. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be an exchange ratio? How did it turn into an auction? It's over. It seems Qi has awakened the nature of a shrewd merchant. If only the ratio was announced, I might have had a chance. Direct auctions leave me feeling uncertain. Upon seeing the auction announcement, some new lords began lamenting in the chat group. However, the others were undeterred and promptly began bidding, causing the bidding prices to skyrocket. Offers ranged from 40 pounds of 6th-tier magic meat to 2,000 pounds of refined iron, 500 energy crystals, and even 200 pounds of 6th-tier magic meat. When the 2 minutes elapsed, Ren Qi selected the highest bid, 1,000 energy crystals. For new lords, 1,000 energy crystals represented a substantial resource. Compared to high-tier magic meat and refined iron, energy crystals held the most value, given their extensive usage. The successful bidder quickly messaged Ren Qi, providing his transaction channel number. Ren Qi arranged for Iris and several succubi to deliver a 4th-tier defensive tower to him. Those who failed to win a 4th-tier defensive tower continued to lament in the chat group, though some consoled themselves, believing that the first auction would yield higher prices, and that the remaining towers would attract more rational bids. Ren Qi proceeded to list the second world defensive tower, and the auction prices escalated rapidly once more. When the 2 minutes were up, Ren Qi chose the highest offer, which was an impressive 300 pounds of 7th-tier magic meat. After reaching tier 6, the production of magic meat drastically decreased, and 7th-tier magic meat was exceedingly rare. 300 pounds of 7th-tier magic meat was indeed precious. However, many new lords soon realized that the successful bidder had the same nickname as the previous winner. It was the same person. He had secured 2 4th-tier defensive towers all by himself. Wow, is this what it means to be a big shot? He just bought 2 4th-tier defensive towers outright. Please have mercy, great one. Does someone capable of offering 300 pounds of 7th-tier magic meat still need 4th-tier defensive towers for defense? Can't you let us have a chance? Exactly. We're all waiting for the 4th-tier defensive towers to save our lives. Those capable of defending their territories shouldn't interfere. The other new lords expressed their dissatisfaction in the chat group. There was no recourse, as while one could claim to have brought in 1,000 energy crystals, 300 pounds of 7th-tier magic meat clearly indicated the strength of the bidding lord. Such a lord had no need for 4th-tier defensive towers. However, the winning bidder soon posted a message in the chat group. Apologies, but I bought these for my girlfriend. Although I've provided her with plenty of resources, I've decided to buy her 2 more 4th-tier defensive towers to protect her territory, enabling her to weather this upcoming demon tide. I will not participate in bidding for the remaining 4th-tier defensive towers. This statement sent ripples through the chat group, sparking a wave of envy. Wow, buying 2 4th-tier defensive towers for your girlfriend? This big shot must have given her quite a bit of resources before. I envy that. If only I had such a boyfriend. Damn it, My useless boyfriend kicked me to the curb when he found out my troops were only tier 2. Great one. Are you still looking for a girlfriend? Or rather, do you need a boyfriend? I'm available. I'll do anything for you. Just buy me a 4th tier defensive tower. Great one. I don't mind serving you alongside your girlfriend. Please consider it. Messages flooded in, many attempting to curry favor with this exceptionally generous big shot. Faced with the looming specter of death, the new lords cast aside their shame. Ren Qi observed the messages in the chat group, as well as the desperate pleas in his private messages, yet remained unmoved. The new auction continues, still with a 2-minute duration. The highest bidder wins. Chapter 55, The Eve of the Demon Tide. With the auction of another 4th tier defensive tower, the chat group erupted into a cacophony of competitive bidding. Now, only 4 4th tier defensive towers remained. No one would hold back at this moment. All were eager to present their most sincere offers to secure the next 4th tier defensive tower. Soon, the bidding prices in the chat group soared, even surpassing those of the previous 2 4th tier defensive tower auctions. There is no alternative for many fledgling lords. Surviving this impending magical tide is of paramount importance. Moreover, defensive towers are not mere consumables. Once acquired through bidding, they significantly bolster the defensive capabilities of a territory, making them a worthy investment. As long as one can endure the onslaught of this magical tide, there will be ample opportunities for territorial development, and perhaps even the chance to reap considerable rewards amidst the chaos. After all, for the lords, the magical tide presents both peril and opportunity, yet only by fortifying their defenses can they transform danger into advantage. The bidding price for a 4th tier defensive tower quickly soared beyond 4,000 pounds of fine iron. This already constituted a substantial amount, yet it continued to escalate. The chat group erupted with excitement. What on earth have they all gone mad? Such bidding is outrageous. Indeed, with 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of fine iron, one could forge 8 or 9 defensive towers. Why are the esteemed lords so unblinking? There is no choice. Even with abundant fine iron, without the blueprints, one cannot forge a single tower. After all, this is a 4th tier defensive tower, which greatly enhances territorial defense. Exactly, the magical tide is imminent. Who cares about the bidding price at this juncture? Securing the 4th tier defensive tower is the priority. Esteemed lords, I beseech you, could you relinquish a 4th tier defensive tower to me? I am depending on it to weather this magical tide. Stop lamenting, everyone is in the same boat. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. If you lack funds, refrain from complaining. Before long, the 2-minute bidding period concluded, with a new lord acquiring the 4th tier defensive tower for 6,000 pounds of fine iron. There remained 3 more 4th tier defensive towers, prompting Ren Qi to announce another auction. The chat group buzzed with a flurry of bidding messages. With only 3 4th tier defensive towers left, those who had previously been hesitant began to actively participate, bidding high to secure one. 10 minutes later, Ren Qi successfully auctioned off all the 4th tier defensive towers. The remaining 3 were sold for 1,200 pounds of 6th tier demonic flesh, 2,000 energy crystals, and 8,000 pounds of fine iron, respectively. This pricing allowed Ren Qi to amass considerable wealth, albeit only due to the extraordinary circumstances of the moment. Under normal conditions, it would have been improbable for anyone to bid such exorbitant sums for a 4th tier defensive tower. Meanwhile, within the invisible thunder lizard territory, Li Tianlan glanced at her private messages with Ren Qi, her brow furrowing slightly. Securing a 4th tier defensive tower for 1,200 pounds of 6th tier demonic flesh left her feeling quite disgruntled, as if she had foolishly walked into a trap. However, despite being a friend of Ren Qi, she found it difficult to swallow her pride and ask for favors. Nevertheless, she had managed to acquire a 4th tier defensive tower. This tower would not be utilized by Li Tianlan herself, as her troops were the 5 elements thunder lizards, who were not particularly vulnerable to the upcoming magical tide. The reason for her bidding on a 4th tier defensive tower was to assist a nearby fledgling lord, Li Linen. Li Linen was a somewhat naive yet endearing woman, known for her ample figure. During a hunting excursion, Li Tianlan fortuitously saved Li Linen just as she was setting out to hunt. Grateful, Li Linen insisted on repaying her, readily divulging that her troop type was dwarven, capable of forging weapons and armor for Li Tianlan. Observing Li Linen's lack of wariness toward strangers, Li Tianlan welcomed her into her fold, making her the first member of her alliance. Although Li Linen shared the same dwarven troop type as the girl Li Tianlan had previously rescued, her variation was more unique. And since her territory had yet to be breached, its potential for growth was substantial. Li Linen was thrilled, as she was somewhat inexperienced in hunting, and her dwarven troops were not particularly strong in combat. Their primary strength lay in crafting, rendering them a supportive troop type. From that point on, Li Tianlan entrusted her with the fine iron mine to extract materials for weapon and armor crafting, while she focused on hunting to provide Li Linen with demonic flesh to enhance her troop's strength. In her efforts to help Li Linen survive the magical tide, Li Tianlan went to great lengths, not only stationing 4 5 elements thunder lizards at Li Linen's territory, but also bidding on the 4th tier defensive tower for her. Unfortunately, Li Linen's dwarven troops were still too low in level and had yet to awaken the ability to craft defensive items, which could have saved them the expense. In a desolate expanse, Luo Ming was busy transporting the resources delivered by Ren Qi back to his territory. Following the conclusion of the auction, Ren Qi dispatched a plethora of items to him. Observing the large mountain of resources brought by the beautiful girl warrior, Luo Ming could not suppress his delight. He had never anticipated that a fourth-tier defensive tower would fetch such a high price in the chat group. With such an abundance of resources, his joy knew no bounds. Collaborating with the esteemed Ren Qi truly proved to be my wisest decision. Thanks to our dealings, my territory's strength has escalated rapidly, instilling confidence in my ability to withstand the forthcoming magical tide. Now, with this influx of resources, I need not worry about the impending threat. Luo Ming merrily transported all the items back to his territory and directed the surrounding beautiful girl warriors to bolster the defenses. As night fell swiftly, he stood atop the walls of his territory, observing the increasing number of magical creatures congregating around them, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it was the proximity of the magical tide that caused the surge in magical creatures, although they had yet to fix their sights on his territory. Their presence was nonetheless disconcerting. "Master, there is no need to fret. We shall safeguard your safety," reassured a few fully armed beautiful girl warriors beside him, their spirits high. Luo Ming nodded awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed about awakening the beautiful girl warriors. These enchanting figures seemed to have stepped out of a two-dimensional realm, captivatingly beautiful and adorable. Being protected by such a delightful entourage felt rather peculiar. However, the combat prowess of these beautiful girl warriors was undeniably formidable, granting Luo Ming a sense of security. Truly, they were a unique and exceptional troop type. Yet, the beautiful girl warriors required compatible equipment to further amplify their combat effectiveness, and currently, resources remained somewhat scarce. For now, he could only wait until after the magical tide to procure resources for crafting suitable equipment for the warriors. Within the succubus territory, Ren Qi surveyed the resources that had been transported back, a smile gracing her face. Although the succubus legion boasted significant combat power, the uncertain nature of the magical tide necessitated a robust defense, and this new batch of resources would greatly enhance their ability to withstand the onslaught. The construction of the fine iron walls had been completed, yet the supply of fine iron was dwindling. This fresh influx of resources was perfectly timed, allowing for the repair and replenishment of various defensive items. With all preparations in place, the night deepened, and the magical tide was imminent. Chapter 56. Time's up. The monsters attack. As the clock approached the stroke of midnight, the hearts of all newly appointed lords hung in suspense. After all, this was their inaugural encounter with the tide of monsters. None could fathom the true nature of this impending onslaught, and the circumstances here were particularly unique, amplifying the anxiety within the hearts of these fledgling lords. Should their territories fall to the tide, it would surely spell doom for them. Good heavens! I am trembling all over. The tension is unbearable. I wonder if I will survive the night. Damn it! I possess high-tier troops. So why am I still so anxious? Everyone, what is the situation on your end? I've already started gathering a considerable number of monsters here. It's utterly terrifying. Indeed, the same goes for me. There are hardly any monsters roaming around my territory normally, so why are they all converging now? What the hell? I've encountered undead creatures here, crawling out from the ground. It's terrifying. Is there a demon-slaying sage among us? What do these undead creatures fear? Silver or garlic? Ren Qi ascended the walls, glancing at the messages in the chat group with a contemplative expression. The monster tide was imminent, and even he felt a twinge of unease. Numerous monsters had gathered around his territory, all fixated on its location, as if poised to launch an assault at any moment. This tide represented a pivotal moment. Should they weather it, they could seize the opportunity to bolster their strength. Conversely, if they could not withstand the tide or suffered significant losses among their troops, the future would be even more perilous. As time trickled away, the chat group echoed with increasing lamentations, with most new lords recounting the ferocity of the monsters surrounding their domains, seeking solace in shared fears. Yet, this did little to alleviate their anxiety. On the contrary, the flood of distressing messages only heightened the tension among all the fledgling lords. Ren Qi shut off the chat group and descended from the walls, making his way to the recruitment pool. Here, the final construction of the Dark Crystal Tower was underway. The materials had long been prepared. The Dark Crystal Tower would continually enhance the experience of nearby Dark-type troops, and the sooner it was constructed, the better. Thus, upon gathering all the necessary materials, Ren Qi had commanded the Succubi to commence construction, and it was now nearing completion. Soon, as the last spire was erected, the entire Dark Crystal Tower began to emit a dim, eerie glow. Construction complete. Ren Qi examined the attributes of the Dark Crystal Tower. Dark Crystal Tower. Effect: increases experience of Dark-type troops within 100 meters by 10 points per hour. Effect: enhances the defense and dark attack power of Dark-type troops within 100 meters by 10% each. Hidden: increases favorability with dark creatures, while augmenting the hatred of light creatures. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the completion of the Dark Crystal Tower would unveil hidden attributes. Increasing favorability with dark creatures? Augmenting hatred towards light creatures? This was quite understandable, given that the Dark Crystal belonged to the Dark Domain. Subsequently, Ren Qi returned to the walls, observing the gathering monsters outside, his expression turning contemplative. Most of the monsters were of the dark type, with relatively few light types. Logically, the presence of the Dark Crystal Tower should be advantageous for the territory. However, the monsters before him gazed at the territory with malevolence, showing little indication of any favorability. Could it be that the effect was minimal? Or was it due to the unique circumstances of the monster tide? Ren Qi shook his head. Now was not the time for such musings, as the clock swiftly approached midnight. Good heavens! Just 1 minute left until the monster tide arrives. I can't take it anymore. I'm fainting from the anticipation of the monster tide. Someone save me. I'm not prepared yet. Is there anyone who can come help me resist the tide? I'm willing to offer anything. Spare me, in a life and death situation. Even a starving ghost wouldn't help you. Let us face whatever challenges come our way with courage. There is no obstacle we cannot overcome. As long as we possess unwavering resolve. Onward. Let us do this. The chat group was inundated with one final wave of messages before it fell eerily silent. The monster tide was imminent, and no one had the heart to continue chatting. Each new lord's domain was surrounded by a considerable number of monsters, all of which had transformed into a state of ferocity. As the clock struck midnight, the monsters encircling the territories seemed to receive some directive, all unleashing a collective roar towards the heavens before charging towards the domains. Standing atop the walls, Ren Qi donned his armor and wielded his sword, directing its tip toward the oncoming horde. Kill. At your command, master. Beside him, Iris received the order and began to orchestrate the succubi, who had long been prepared, to venture forth and engage in battle with the oncoming monsters. With the overwhelming number of monsters, a passive defense was not an option. They had to take the initiative. Otherwise, if the monsters breached the walls, they would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, the majority of the monsters advancing towards Ren Qi's territory were of the 3rd and 4th tiers, with some high-tier monsters among them, albeit in sparse numbers, posing no cause for alarm. Fallen Flame Sea, Fallen Demon Shield. Maggie raised her hand, transforming the ground ahead into a sea of fire, while the surrounding succubi were enveloped in a layer of magical shields, charging forth against the monsters. Meanwhile, 2 executioner succubi took to the skies, unleashing widespread attacks. Iris dove directly into the throng of monsters, targeting the high-tier beasts with precise strikes. In an instant, as Iris and her comrades launched their offensive, they shattered the monsters' attacking formation. Yet, these creatures were undeterred, charging forward despite their comrades falling around them. Their crimson eyes were devoid of reason, driven solely by primal instincts. The fallen flames erupted ahead, scorching the monsters, with agonized screams resonating from all directions as one after another succumbed to the onslaught of Iris and her forces. The succubi pushed the monster offensive back by several dozen meters. At that moment, Ren Qi, stationed atop the walls, noticed an anomaly. The monsters that had been slain by the succubi suddenly trembled as if summoned by an unseen force. Then, he witnessed with astonishment as the flesh and blood of these fallen beasts vanished in an instant, merging into their skeletal remains and transforming them into blood bones. Subsequently, these blood bones rose, their hollow eye sockets glowing with a faint red light, charging towards the surrounding succubi. Chapter 57. The Birth of Blood Bones. The Hidden Assault of the Awakened. Ren Qi was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an unforeseen circumstance. He hastily alerted the succubus ahead. One careless succubus was suddenly ambushed by a risen blood skeleton, which lunged at her with its gaping maw. Bang! Fortunately, Maggie, who was not far away, acted swiftly and cast a magical shield, barely deflecting the blow. However, the blood skeleton lunged at the succubus again with alarming speed, inflicting injuries upon her. A battle-hungry succubus arrived, swiftly cleaving the blood skeleton into fragments with a single strike. Feeling the vibrations in her hand, the battle-hungry succubus's expression turned grave. After transforming into blood skeletons, these creatures had significantly enhanced combat capabilities, as if the essence of their flesh and blood had been absorbed into the bones. Ren Qi, perched atop the surrounding wall, felt a heavy weight in his heart as he observed an increasing number of blood skeletons. What was happening? Was this a peculiar phenomenon of the demon tide, or was there something manipulating events from the shadows? A necromancer? Ren Qi's gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for any clues. Unfortunately, the surrounding darkness was impenetrable, and the relentless waves of demons made it impossible to discern the situation clearly. With the emergence of these blood skeletons, the dynamics of the battlefield subtly shifted. After all, once demons died and transformed into blood skeletons, they could only be permanently destroyed by shattering them, effectively granting them 2 lives. However, after the initial panic, the succubus army managed to stabilize. The surrounding demons were of relatively low rank, and even though they could transform into blood skeletons, they posed little threat. Elise also took immediate notice of the blood skeleton's appearance. After slaying a 6th-tier demon, her gaze shifted to the rear of the demonic horde. Now at 8th tier, her perceptive abilities had greatly enhanced. She could distinctly sense a force emanating from not far behind the demons, which seemed to conjure blood skeletons with each pulse. Without hesitation, Elise darted toward the source of the energy, determined to locate and eliminate it. However, it appeared that the entity behind the energy was not as mindless as the surrounding demons. Upon noticing Elise's approach, it swiftly concealed its presence and ceased the summoning of blood skeletons. Elise could sense that the entity was retreating quickly, and the surrounding demons continually obstructed her path. In such circumstances, she found it impossible to pursue the entity. Moreover, venturing deeper into the throng of demons was fraught with uncertainty about what might transpire. Bitten lip, Elise unleashed a bolt of fallen flame toward that direction. The flame descended, incinerating the nearby demons. For the power of the 8th tier, Elise's fallen flame was formidable. Alas, it failed to strike the target. Within her perception, the entity vanished without a trace, leaving no sign behind. What a pity. Elise shook her head, then turned to engage the nearby demons. At that moment, a pitch-black flame streaked through the air, trailing a fiery tail as it raced toward the territory. Elise raised an eyebrow and gasped, "Master!" The direction of the oncoming black flame was none other than the wall where Ren Qi stood. Ren Qi also noticed the dark flame hurtling toward him, yet he displayed no signs of panic, remaining remarkably calm. The 4 4th-tier defensive towers surrounding the territory detected the incoming assault. Without delay, the succubi atop the towers initiated their countermeasures. For cannons activated simultaneously, targeting the black flame and intercepting it mid-air with an explosive blast. Such was the defensive capability of the 4th-tier towers, capable of engaging both aerial and ground threats. Ren Qi's gaze followed the trajectory of the dark flame attack, but discerned nothing amiss. This troubled him, as the earlier emergence of blood skeletons, combined with the oncoming black flame, painted a picture of an extraordinarily abnormal demon tide. Damn it, he had just erected the dark crystal tower, purported to enhance affinity for dark magic, and this was the result? An influx of dark attacks? The summoning of blood skeletons, along with the earlier black flame, all pointed to dark magic. Moreover, one thing was certain. The entity did not exhibit the mindless aggression characteristic of the demons below. It demonstrated rationality. Truly peculiar. The research materials he had studied had documented instances of demon tides, where most demons acted frenziedly, rampaging and attacking everything in their vicinity, including the Lord's territory. However, in the recorded accounts, the demons would also engage one another, hence the notion of lords reaping benefits. Yet now, these demons, while brutal, did not turn on each other. And there were rational beings lurking in the shadows launching attacks. Indeed, this place was exceedingly strange. The circumstances were entirely different. Was the higher authority aware of this anomaly? Or were we trapped in an alternate space? Ren Qi furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation remained unclear. The only course of action left for him was to repel the surrounding demons and defend his territory. He could only speculate about the challenges faced by other nascent lords. Did they experience similar covert assaults? Meanwhile, on the plateau, Li Tianlan was engaged in a massacre of the surrounding demons with her 5 elements Thunderlin. Although not many of her 5 elements Thunderlin had matured into adulthood, they were still 8th tier, while most of the nearby demons were of the 3rd or 4th tier. Even among the numerous 5th and 6th tier demons, she was still capable of annihilating them. Observing the increasing number of demons around her, Li Tianlan frowned and glanced toward Li Linen's territory. Despite the presence of 4-5 elements Thunderlin guarding that area, she felt a twinge of concern. Ultimately, it was merely a low-tier demon tide. Li Tianlan decided to allocate 10 of her 5 elements Thunderlin to reinforce the defenses while she charged toward Li Linen's territory. In the Inwind Gorge, a young man rode atop a golden dragon, surveying the battlefield below. The onslaught of demons posed no challenge to him. They were merely delivering demon meat to him. They were too feeble, consisting mostly of 4th and 5th tier demons, with the occasional 6th or 7th tier. How boring. To his fully grown golden dragon, they were mere ants. He hoped that the subsequent waves of the demon tide would bring forth a horde of high-tier demons. He was counting on this demon tide to yield riches. And he hoped it would not disappoint. All the new lords were battling against the frenzied assaults of the surrounding demons. Yet it seemed none of them encountered the same situation as Ren Qi, with rational beings launching hidden attacks seemingly targeting his territory. Chapter 58, Slaughter. Nearly all newly appointed lords are enduring the relentless onslaught of frenzied monsters. Some of these nascent lords command formidable troops, effortlessly repelling the encroaching beasts. Others, despite possessing less powerful forces, have fortified their territories to such an extent that they can withstand the incessant invasions. However, those with weaker units and inadequate defenses find themselves in dire straits. Fortuitously, some have yet to encounter a massive assault and manage to hold out within their strongholds. Conversely, the unfortunate ones meet their demise at the hands of the monstrous tide. This is a brutal reality, with no second chances. Lacking sufficient strength inevitably leads to death beneath the waves of chaos. At this moment, Ren Qi stands atop the battlements, contemplating the recent attack. After the dark flames were thwarted by the 4 fourth-tier defensive towers surrounding his territory, the assailants ceased their offensive, as if they had vanished into thin air. Ren Qi furrowed his brow for a considerable time, unable to discern the source of the attack. At this juncture, Maggie returned to the vicinity of the territory, wary of further ambushes aimed at Ren Qi. Observing this, Ren Qi chose silence, for the battlefield ahead had become increasingly clear. No monsters dared to breach the defenses, and instead, they fell like cattle at slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre. Even if hidden assailants lurked, their strength was evidently lacking. Iris, whose perception enveloped the entire area, would swiftly eliminate any adversaries should they attempt to strike again. The enemy, clearly rational, disappeared after witnessing Iris's prowess. Yet, the surrounding monsters multiplied, and the succubi began to feel the strain in their arms. At this moment, Iris ascended gracefully into the air, her expression growing solemn. With a flourish of her right hand, potent dark energy erupted from her palm. Dark flowers blossomed beneath the feet of the monsters, and a surge of shadowy power erupted from within, enveloping the entire area. The Shadow Blossom, a broad-spectrum attack primarily targeting the psyche, with Iris now at the 8th tier. Deploying the Shadow Blossom was nearly instantaneous. All monsters within the affected zone collapsed as if they had been mercilessly harvested. The battlefield was instantaneously rendered desolate. These creatures, contorted in agony, bore no visible wounds, appearing remarkably intact. Under normal circumstances, faced with such overwhelming slaughter, the monsters would have fled in terror. Yet, at this moment, they were driven into a frenzy, entirely bereft of reason, continuing their assault against the Succubi battalion, as if their relentless aggression could topple Ren Qi's dominion. Meanwhile, 2 battle-hardened succubi soared into the sky, unleashing torrents of fallen flames that fell like meteors upon the hapless monsters below, eliciting their anguished cries. Below, Maggie tirelessly employed her supportive abilities, either enhancing the combat prowess of her fellow succubi or directly diminishing the offensive might of the approaching monsters. As time flowed on, a mountain of monster carcasses accumulated before the territory. The succubi could finally catch their breath, the pressure alleviated, with some even retreating to the stronghold for much-needed rest. As dawn broke, the monsters had been largely eradicated. It was safe to declare the battle concluded. The succubi had gained considerable experience, elevating their levels significantly, and most importantly, they had amassed invaluable combat experience. The overall strength of the Succubi Legion had ascended to new heights. Fortunately, the losses were minimal, with only a few succubi sustaining light injuries. With the dawn's light, the remaining monsters were swiftly dispatched by the Succubi battalion. The first night of the monstrous tide had been survived. In just one night, the newly appointed lords had come to understand the true horror and brutality of the monster tide. Ren Qi activated his communication device to send a message to Luo Ming. How fares your situation? Currently, he and Luo Ming were partners, and his substantial profits from the 4th-tier defensive towers warranted some concern for his ally. Shortly, Luo Ming replied, "All is well on my end, great leader. With the 4th-tier defensive tower and that cannon, no monsters can approach my territory. They have been thoroughly repelled." Ren Qi's expression shifted slightly upon reading the response. His own monsters had been entirely eradicated, leaving him unaware that the creatures would retreat. Could it be that they regained their senses with the dawn and withdrew? He did not ponder this for long, engaging in a brief exchange with Luo Ming before concluding the conversation. After a night of battle, Ren Qi felt quite fatigued and yearned for a proper rest. However, the area surrounding his territory was littered with monster carcasses, a veritable bounty that required diligent collection. With a commanding order, the nearby succubi sprang into action, transporting the slain monsters back to the stronghold for disassembly and storage. The harvest was exceptionally bountiful. The Succubi Legion had slain nearly 1,000 monsters, yielding several thousand pounds of monster meat, predominantly from 3rd-tier creatures, with only a little over 100 pounds from 6th-tier beasts. Were it not for the mysterious awakener burning a significant portion of the monster's flesh into blood and bone, the yield would have been even greater. In addition to the monster meat, numerous energy crystals were discovered within the bodies of the slain creatures. Upon careful counting, approximately 400 energy crystals had been collected, representing a remarkable bounty. Regrettably, no magic crystals were found, leaving a slight sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, this was still an extraordinary haul. The harvest underscored that for powerful lords, the monster tide presented a splendid opportunity. A multitude of monsters gathered, eliminating the need for tedious hunting. Of course, the prerequisite for success was possessing the strength to eliminate the monsters. The energy crystals acquired in just one night equaled the total Ren Qi's succubi had garnered during several previous days of hunting. With these energy crystals, along with those procured from the auction of the 4th-tier defensive tower, Ren Qi had amassed 1/5 of the energy crystals needed to upgrade the recruitment pool to the 4th tier. However, he still lacked magic crystals, as upgrading the recruitment pool to the 4th tier required 20 magic crystals. What captured Ren Qi's attention most was that from a 6th-tier monster. The succubi had unearthed a construction blueprint. Chapter 59. The exploding mentality of the new lords. Gazing at the construction blueprint in his hands, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the previous harvests were abundant, they consisted solely of commonplace items, and the magical crystals that Ren Qi had been eagerly anticipating were nowhere to be found. However, receiving a construction blueprint brought him a measure of solace. He took out the identification mirror and directed it towards the blueprint in his hand. Soon, the attributes of the blueprint materialized upon the mirror's surface. Dark-type residence. Intermediate construction blueprint. Effect. Increases the self-healing speed of dark-type creatures and enhances their loyalty. Gazing at the attributes of the blueprint, Ren Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely an intermediate construction blueprint. Nonetheless, the effects were commendable. Although the loyalty of his demon army was already at its peak, rendering the loyalty enhancement unnecessary, the ability to accelerate healing was indeed valuable. Previously, his succubi could only rely on Maggie's supportive measures for recovery. Given that Maggie was only one individual, her capacity to heal was limited, focusing primarily on the gravely injured. The remaining succubi had to rely on their own healing, which was a slow process. With this blueprint, constructing a multitude of such residences would significantly enhance their recovery speed. The succubi had modest living requirements. As long as it was clean and provided a water source, they were content. Most of the construction materials had previously been allocated for fortifications or the construction of iron walls, rendering their accommodations rather rudimentary. Now, with this blueprint in hand, Ren Qi could thoughtfully plan the construction of more suitable dwellings for his succubi. After organizing all the resources he had gathered, Ren Qi headed straight to his room for some rest. The night's battles had left him exceedingly fatigued, and he opted to forego recruiting more succubi in favor of recuperation. He did not sleep for long, however, as the impending tide of monsters kept him on edge. Although it seemed that the monsters retreated during the day, the specifics remained uncertain, causing Ren Qi to remain vigilant. Approximately 3 hours later, he awoke to bright daylight, finding no new monster incursions outside his territory. He activated his communication device and turned his attention to the chat group, which was abuzz with activity. Wow, I can hardly believe I survived the monster tide. Last night was terrifying. I nearly met my end. Indeed, I'm grateful I spent all my effort acquiring a Tier 4 defense tower from the esteemed Qi. Although it was expensive, its defensive capabilities were impressive, helping me withstand the monster's frenzied assaults. I too narrowly escaped the monster onslaught, but unfortunately, a neighboring new lord wasn't so lucky. I witnessed his territory being breached, yet I lacked the means to assist him. Is the monster tide over? If so, that is not too dreadful. The individual above is mistaken. Last night was merely the onset of the tide. Based on past experiences, it will likely persist for at least 3 to 4 days, possibly even 10 days to half a month, and the monster assaults may become more frenzied. This information sparked a flurry of chaos within the chat group. What do we do now? Last night's ordeal has left me utterly drained, and I wasn't prepared for more. After a night of defense, even if it was passive, you must have accumulated quite a few monster corpses. Those are resources. Take advantage of the daytime lull to bolster your strength, or trade the resources for defensive items. Ren Qi scanned the chat messages, his gaze flickering. It appeared that a considerable portion of the new lords had survived the previous night's monster attacks. Naturally, some had fallen victim to the claws of the monsters. No one could predict the duration of the monster tide, leading to an influx of trading messages in the chat group. After experiencing the previous night's assault, the new lords were eager to exchange their spoils for necessary resources to prepare for the potential monster attacks that night. Without hesitation, Ren Qi listed 500 pounds of monster meat for trade. He had an abundance of it, as the auction of the Tier 4 defense tower had yielded a significant stock of high-grade monster meat, and with his succubi's formidable strength, he had no concerns about acquiring more. Now was the optimal time to exchange resources, as the new lords were in dire need of development, making energy crystals a prime commodity. After listing the items for trade, Ren Qi continued to peruse the chat group for useful information. Esteemed lords, have any of you encountered super berserk creatures? Those monsters seemed extraordinarily powerful, as if they were on steroids. I had to deploy 20 units just to eliminate one, and it was a devastating loss. Super berserk creatures? Were not last night's monsters all in berserk mode? I lost half my units. You should consider yourself fortunate. Everyone, I have some news. The level of monsters appearing in this tide seems to be random. A new lord's territory near mine had Tier 6 units, believing he could easily fend off the tide. Yet today, I discovered his territory had been breached by monsters. I suspect there are high-tier monsters exceeding level 6 within the tide. What? Are there monsters above level 6? If they attack my territory, I doubt I could withstand them. Everyone, do not panic. No matter the challenges we face, we must confront them bravely. By overcoming our fears, we will triumph over these monsters. The above statement holds merit. We should focus on enhancing our strength and pray for favorable luck to avoid high-tier monster onslaughts. After the harrowing experience of the previous night, most new lords in the chat group were still shaken. Many shared their losses, seeking solace in the hope that others had suffered even greater setbacks. After skimming through the messages, Ren Qi exited the chat group and made his way to the courtyard. Before the dark statue at the recruitment pool, he scattered a handful of energy crystals into the water, initiating today's recruitment. Chapter 60, Fallen Thunder Succubus. A newly mutated succubus. Completely bare, slowly emerged from the recruitment pool. Ren Qi sensed her aura and raised an eyebrow. She was a Tier 4 mutated succubus, which was a stroke of good fortune. Soon after, 3 dark orbs floated up from the pool. Witnessing this, a smile graced Ren Qi's face. During the last encounter, Tina was summoned from a pitch-black orb. Could it be that this time 3 high-ranking succubi are emerging? As the orb shattered, 3 succubi emerged from its depths. One possessed 2 wings, while the others had transformed their wings into 4. One of them was a 5th-tier mutated succubus, and the other 2 were 6th-tier mutated succubi. Sensing the aura of these 3 mutated succubi ahead, a glimmer of delight crossed Ren Qi's face. Mutated succubus. Rank, 5th tier. An ordinary mutated succubus. Having ascended to the 5th tier, all attributes and abilities are comprehensively enhanced. Fallen Thunder Succubus. Rank, 6th tier. A mutated succubus endowed with lightning magic. Capable of unleashing dark lightning attacks over a wide area, exhibiting formidable area attack capabilities. 1 5th tier ordinary mutated succubus, and 2 Fallen Thunder Succubi. This was an exceptionally fortunate summoning. The emergence of 2 6th tier succubi, particularly those skilled in area attacks, was precisely what Ren Qi needed. Although he possessed 2 Slaughter War succubi, and the likes of Iris and Maggie, who could barely be considered to have area attack capabilities, they were still insufficient. Furthermore, their area attack abilities required time to recharge. The remaining succubi could only perform single target attacks, which, while capable of withstanding the onslaught of the demonic tide, was rather sluggish. Now, with the addition of 2 Fallen Thunder Succubi, the Succubus Legion could significantly enhance its area attack capabilities. After bestowing names upon the 3 newly summoned succubi, Ren Qi instructed the others to take them to feast upon demonic flesh. With an ample supply of demonic meat available, they could easily feed the high-tier meat to swiftly elevate their levels. Once the 3 newly summoned succubi had their fill, Ren Qi prepared to have Iris lead the team, intending to take the new succubi for a light outing. This time, however, Ren Qi did not set his sights on the creatures within the Black Mist Forest. Turning to Iris, he said, "Take Maggie and lead a contingent of succubi to scout the Black Mist Forest. Your objective is not hunting, rather, it is to assault the territory of that flame lion from last time. Of course, should any unusual activity arise within the Black Mist Forest, you are to retreat to ensure safety." Ren Qi had not forgotten about the highly regarded Gao Mingyuan from the chat group. After a night of demonic assaults, even if he was dealing with 5th-tier flame lions, they must surely be exhausted by now. It was the perfect time to strike his territory. The previous night's demonic assault should not have been sufficient to breach his defenses, so Ren Qi was willing to lend him a hand. Nevertheless, given the impending demonic tide, the situation remained uncertain. Thus, Ren Qi left half of the succubi to guard the territory. However, aside from the 3 newly summoned succubi, the rest assigned to Iris were all elite members ranked by tier and level within the Succubus Legion. Soon, Iris led her contingent of succubi, fully armed, towards the depths of the Black Mist Forest. At that moment, Tina approached Ren Qi with a playful smile, saying, "Master, it's time for us to retreat to the bedroom. Let us go." Ren Qi felt a stirring in his throat, realizing it was that time of day again when temptation loomed. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Tina with determination and said, "Let us go. I'm ready." With that, Ren Qi and Tina returned to the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Tina, with a sultry expression, gently pushed open the door and stepped out. Meanwhile, Ren Qi lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. Though he had already experienced temptation once, Tina's allure was still nearly impossible to resist. He exerted considerable effort to maintain his chastity and preserve his modesty. At that moment, Iris had already led her team into the Black Mist Forest. Today, the forest appeared particularly serene, likely due to the large-scale mobilization of demons, resulting in many being eliminated, or perhaps because the creatures were hiding deep within the mist. Iris strictly adhered to Ren Qi's orders, refraining from cleansing the surrounding Black Mist Forest and only scouting the situation. Subsequently, she guided all the succubi towards Gao Mingyuan's territory. The pace of Iris and her team was swift, and they soon arrived at Gao Mingyuan's flaming lion territory. The area outside his domain was in disarray, evidently having faced significant assaults the previous night. Additionally, several flaming lion corpses lay unburied outside, indicating substantial losses for Gao Mingyuan's forces. Compared to Ren Qi's territory, Gao Mingyuan's was closer to the Black Mist Forest, likely suffering even greater impacts from the previous night's chaos. Having encountered 6th-tier creatures, it was plausible that Gao Mingyuan was also subjected to 6th-tier incursions. His flaming lions were merely 5th tier. Thus, even with territorial protection, they would undoubtedly suffer considerable losses. Inside Gao Mingyuan's territory, he was busy organizing the surrounding resources, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, the flame lion squad I painstakingly raised has been halved overnight. If it weren't for the high-tier demonic meat and energy crystals, along with 3 magic crystals, I would have suffered a devastating loss. I suppose I'm only just breaking even now. But managing beast-type units is such a hassle. I've been toiling for so long, and I'm utterly exhausted. As Gao Mingyuan sorted through the resources he had acquired, he continued to grumble. I'm furious right now. I wonder where those succubi were hiding last night when they didn't attack my territory. If I could just catch one, I could vent some of this anger. Just as Gao Mingyuan was fuming while organizing his resources, suddenly a flaming lion at the entrance of his territory let out a roar. An enemy attack? Damn it. Didn't they say there are no demonic incursions during the day? Why are they coming here? Am I really this unlucky? He quickly mounted his flaming lion and raced to the high ground within his territory. There, he spotted Iris at the forefront, flanked by several succubi. Gao Mingyuan was momentarily stunned before his face brightened with joy. It's true what they say. Think of something, and it will come to pass. Ha. I'm furious right now. I must capture these succubi and give them a proper thrashing. Just as Gao Mingyuan was about to issue commands for all the flaming lions to mobilize and assist him in capturing the succubi, his body suddenly froze. More and more succubi were gradually materializing in his line of sight, surrounding his territory with a measured approach. A quick count revealed approximately 40 to 50 succubi. Gazing at Iris, the color drained from Gao Mingyuan's face. He instinctively recognized that these were the succubi he had encountered previously. Unlike ordinary succubi, these demons possess an exceptionally high rank, with the last encounter revealing a formidable 6th tier. If the succubi before him are indeed all of that caliber, it would spell disaster. Following the battle from the previous night, only a little over 30 fire lions remain in his domain, and they are utterly exhausted. Unlike Ren Qi, who managed to withstand the pressure and allowed some succubi to rest and rotate in battle, Gao Mingyuan had no such luxury. He had to deploy all his fire lions to fend off the onslaught of monsters surrounding them. Although hours have passed since then, the condition of the fire lions is evidently poor. Amidst the dread, Gao Mingyuan is also engulfed in confusion. According to the knowledge he has acquired, succubi should typically act alone. Even if a few were to team up, it would be improbable for so many to appear at once, especially of the 6th tier. This place is undeniably sinister. Gao Mingyuan is still unaware that these succubi belong to Ren Qi's territory. He believes they have emerged from the Black Mist Forest. Everything here exudes an aura of strangeness, leading him to attribute the emergence of high-ranking succubi to the surrounding black mist. Despite his mounting anxiety, he hastily gathers all his fire lions together. His fire lions are of the 5th tier, and many have reached maturity, coupled with the defensive measures around his territory. He reassures himself that the enemy should not be able to breach his defenses. Ellis, leading the Succubus Legion, gradually arrives at the outskirts of Gao Mingyuan's territory. As she gazes upon the land ahead, her eyes flicker momentarily. Due to Ren Qi's decision not to expand his territory, the size of this land is comparable to her master's domain. However, in Ellis's eyes, the defenses here are as flimsy as paper compared to her own territory's formidable fortifications. The perimeter is surrounded by a wall made of stone, which offers minimal protection and would likely struggle to withstand even a 5th-tier assault. Although there are some defensive traps laid out, they are conspicuously placed. Unless a creature is recklessly attacking, any sentient being would likely evade such obvious defenses. Ellis then directs her gaze to the interior of Gao Mingyuan's territory. Observing the fire lions beside him, her expression grows serious. Regardless of the circumstances, the opponent's troops are still 5th tier and possess a certain degree of lethality. Ellis has been ordered to breach the opposing territory and eliminate its ruler. However, her true desire is to capture this territory without sustaining any injuries. Accomplishing this is not a daunting task. Ellis waves her hand, unleashing a surge of dark, fallen flames that hurtles toward the enemy territory. The fallen flames crash against the outer wall, instantly creating a gaping breach. With this attack, the battle between the two factions erupts. Gao Mingyuan, feeling the tremors from the impact, freezes momentarily. From the sheer force of this initial assault, he can discern that the leading succubus is at least 7th tier, possibly even 8th. This energy wave is overwhelmingly potent. Yet, he recalls having seen Ellis before, and she was distinctly a 6th tier succubus. The shocking transformation from 6th to potentially 7th or 8th tier is bewildering. What on earth is happening? This is beyond strange. Can a succubus even ascend in rank? If it were a dragon or another high-tier creature, one could accept that it had been suppressed for a time and is now advancing to ranks 7 or 8. But this is a succubus. Shouldn't she remain at tier 3? Even if she were to mutate, tier 4 would be the most plausible, considering the black mist surrounding them. 6th tier is already terrifying. Yet, just a few days have passed, and she has inexplicably ascended to 7th or 8th tier. This utterly shatters Gao Mingyuan's understanding. As a barrage of fallen flames descends upon him, he finally reacts. Quick, block those attacks. He urgently commands. The fire lions around him spring into action, attempting to intercept the falling flames. Gao Mingyuan scrambles behind a stone wall for cover. The fallen flames continue to rain down upon the territory, sending tremors through the ground. and Gao Mingyuan's face pales further. While he could ride his fire lions to intercept and eliminate monsters, facing a succubus of 7th tier or higher has completely extinguished his fighting spirit. Now, he can only hope that his fire lions can withstand the onslaught of these demons. After all, his troops are still 5th tier fire lions. If the enemy mounts a strong attack, they will undoubtedly suffer considerable damage. He hopes that upon realizing their target is too tough to crack, the enemy will choose to retreat. However, Gao Mingyuan does not see that Ellis has not ordered her succubi to charge indirectly. Instead, she has opted to have them unleash fallen flames from a distance. 2 murderously fierce succubi, under Ellis's command, take to the skies, showering Gao Mingyuan with a multitude of fallen flames like meteors. The fire lions within the territory can only dodge and deflect the oncoming flames. They breathe fire, not to attack, but to shield themselves from the incessantly descending fallen flames. In this state of passive defense, the fire lions quickly fall into disarray. Their stamina has already been significantly drained, and many are wounded, leading to an overwhelming disadvantage. The fire lions can only scatter to evade the onslaught of fallen flames. Seizing the opportunity, Ellis vanishes from her original position, leaving behind only an afterimage as the fire lions disperse around Gao Mingyuan. Hiding behind the wall, Gao Mingyuan suddenly senses an alluring breeze wafting toward him. A heady, enchanting aroma floods his senses, compelling him to raise his gaze. He finds himself entranced by the breathtakingly seductive Ellis, rendering him momentarily speechless. His head lifts higher and higher. Chapter 62. Is there a possibility? Gao Mingyuan's gaze rapidly sweeps through the air, eventually landing on the fire lions that are wailing amidst the fallen flames, as well as his own lower half. Ellis swiftly decapitates Gao Mingyuan, and instantaneously, all the fire lions within the territory sense the loss. Their eyes filled with terror as they turned to where Gao Mingyuan had stood. After the demise of the Lord, the morale of the troops swiftly plummeted. Some flame lions lowered their heads and roared, evidently prepared to fight to the death. However, their loyalty was relatively low, and instead of charging into battle, fear took precedence. Rendering them hesitant, Iris stepped forward and spoke directly. Your master has been slain. Now, if you cease your resistance, you may yet have a chance to survive. The intelligence of the 5th tier creatures allowed the flame lions to comprehend Iris's words, while she subtly unleashed her enchanting powers, influencing the surrounding flame lions. Although her allure could not compare to Tina's, Iris was, after all, an 8th tier succubus, and her charm was undeniably potent. The emotions of the nearby flame lions visibly calmed, with some emitting soft whimpers as they gradually approached Iris's feet, lying down in submission. The remaining flame lions also did not resist for long, soon expressing their surrender. A smile graced Iris's face. Once brought back to the territory, Tina could gradually instill loyalty in them, making them excellent choices for mounts or for transporting supplies in the future. Surveying the surroundings, Iris promptly commanded the succubi to commence the cleanup of the territory. Upon opening the grand doors of the territory's warehouse, Iris raised an eyebrow at the sight within. It must be said, the stores here were quite impressive. The warehouse was filled with an abundance of magical meat, likely around 1,000 pounds, though most of it comprised 3rd and 4th tier varieties, with high-tier meat being scarce. There were also several boxes stacked within the warehouse, which Iris chose not to open, instead instructing the succubi to transport all the contents back. Stepping outside, Iris noted that the recruitment pool in the center of the territory was dried up and cracked. Following the Lord's demise, the recruitment pool would be directly destroyed. After ensuring the entire territory was cleaned up, Iris led the succubi back to their own domain. Due to the distance, Ren Qi was still unaware that Gao Mingyuan's territory had been breached by Iris and her companions. However, now that Iris had reached the 8th tier, Ren Qi harbored little concern regarding her. Before long, Iris and her companions returned to their territory. Ren Qi beamed at the spoils laid down by the succubi, pleased to see that the operation had gone rather smoothly. Iris instructed the succubi to place the spoils within the territory, then approached Ren Qi, saying, Master, the enemy's territory has been breached, and the Lord has been slain. These are the spoils collected. Additionally, some flame lions have temporarily pledged their allegiance. I believe Tina can further enhance their loyalty for your use. Listening to Iris, Ren Qi nodded gently in agreement. He naturally concurred with her assessment. Soon, Ren Qi examined the spoils from this endeavor. While the magical meat was satisfactory in quantity, it lacked high-tier varieties. Currently, he found himself not in need of magical meat. Although it does not spoil over time, it loses its essence, and prolonged storage could lead to a drop in tier. Thus, he planned to sell the magical meat. However, Ren Qi was pleasantly surprised to discover over 100 energy crystals in the large boxes, along with 2 magical crystals. This was indeed a delightful windfall for him. Among the boxes, he also uncovered 3 construction blueprints. Gazing at the blueprints in hand, Ren Qi couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary luck of this individual. 3 construction blueprints were quite a boon. Without hesitation, he retrieved the identification mirror and began assessing the attributes of the 3 blueprints. Upon completion of the assessment, however, he was greatly disappointed. All 3 blueprints were for defensive traps and were of intermediate level. These blueprints could construct 1 third-tier defensive trap and 2 fourth-tier defensive traps. Unfortunately, these blueprints held little utility for Ren Qi, as the defensive capability of his territory was already sufficient. Nevertheless, he could still sell them. Reflecting on the provisions within the territory, Ren Qi felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. The resources acquired from breaching a single territory equated to a significant accumulation over time, explaining why some lords resort to attacking neighboring territories to gather resources. This method of resource acquisition is undeniably swift, easily leading to addiction. Yet, Ren Qi would not embark on such a path, for him, unless provoked by another lord. He would not initiate aggression, especially in this peculiar situation where no one could ascertain the true state of affairs. Newly born lords could be considered natural allies, except for individuals like Gao Mingyuan. Opening the chat group, Ren Qi relayed the trade information regarding the magical meat and the 3 construction blueprints. With the increase in newly emerged lords acquiring magical meat, the price had plummeted to a remarkably low level. Ren Qi's previous transactions involving magical meat had already placed him ahead of numerous new lords. However, the trading message did not stir any significant commotion in the chat group. Instead, he observed a lively discussion unfolding. Everyone, not only should we be cautious of the surrounding magical creatures, but we must also be wary of treacherous lords. I have a report of one lord being exterminated by another. Such occurrences are inevitable. After all, compared to the dangers of hunting, breaching a territory is often less challenging with greater rewards. Some will undoubtedly resort to this. Bah, truly despicable. We have all come to this place and should work together against all adversities. For someone to attack others is utterly disgraceful. Spare us your indignation. Such events frequently transpire in the outside world. Now, with only new lords and no national oversight, these incidents will only increase. The only path forward is to strengthen one's territory. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, having anticipated the mutual aggression among newly emerged lords. Yet he was surprised by how swiftly hostilities had erupted. He had thought he would be the first to act, but it appeared that many had already taken advantage of the impending magical tide. Some new lords may have even commenced their actions prior to the advent of the tide. Just then, a new message appeared in the chat group, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, I have news. Do you remember Gao Mingyuan, who previously mentioned the presence of succubi in the Black Fog Forest? I have a mutual friend, and he just sent me a distress signal, claiming he is being besieged by succubi. I initially dismissed it, but just now, I dispatched troops to investigate his territory and found it had been breached. This revelation sent shockwaves through the chat group, prompting a flurry of discussion. Could it be? Aren't succubi third-tier creatures? How could they possibly breach a territory? Indeed. I recall Gao Mingyuan. He is a 5th-tier flame lion unit, isn't he? How could he possibly be overpowered by a succubus? Exactly. Wild succubi do not tend to gather in groups. Even if Gao Mingyuan suffered substantial losses from the magical tide, it seems implausible that he could be subdued by a mere handful of succubi. As the crowd engaged in discussion, a piece of news captured everyone's attention. Could it be possible that the succubi are actually unit types, and that Gao Mingyuan's territory was annihilated by another lord? Chapter 63, A Fortuitous Find. Upon seeing this information, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. He was not surprised that other fledgling lords could deduce that the succubi appearing in the Black Mist jungle were indeed unit types. After all, there are many astute individuals among them. The chat group fell momentarily silent, only to be inundated with a flurry of messages shortly thereafter. Speaking of succubi, I am reminded of someone. Don't speak just yet. Allow me to interject. Are you thinking of our nation's flower, Ren Qi? Indeed. I had heard that Ren Qi's unit was a succubus, and that he had achieved the title of flower. It struck me as odd. Could it be that the succubi in the Black Mist jungle belonged to Ren Qi, the flower of Longhua? I have heard of him. He is quite the remarkable individual, having attained the title with a 3rd-tier unit. If one could attribute the achievement of the flower title to luck using a 3rd-tier succubus, it would be another matter entirely to obliterate a territory defended by a 5th-tier unit. This clearly showcases his prowess. Yet, I find it perplexing. No matter how tactical a 3rd-tier succubus may be, she cannot possibly breach a territory guarded by a 5th-tier unit, can she? Perhaps his succubi possess some unique qualities. I suddenly recall that the transaction channel number belonging to the illustrious Qi seems to be located near the Black Mist jungle. Blind scholar, you have made a remarkable observation. Could Qi be none other than Ren Qi? This revelation ignited a fervor in the chat group, for Qi was indeed a prominent figure within it. If Qi is indeed Ren Qi, then his succubi must be extraordinarily formidable. I previously assumed they belonged to an 8th-tier unit. I surmised that Qi's succubi must be of a high tier, likely a variant succubus, and a particularly special breed among them. You up there, enough with the breeding talk. Are you suggesting that among the same unit type, those of superior breeding are inherently stronger? Precisely. Those succubi might not even be units at all. Even if they are, they may not belong to Qi. Even if they do, Qi may not even be Ren Qi. You are making overly tenuous connections here. The discussions within the chat group were fervent. with some speculating that the succubi were indeed Qi, and that Qi was Ren Qi, while others dismissed these notions as sheer nonsense. Observing the flurry of messages, Ren Qi fell into a brief silence. He had not anticipated that by eliminating Gao Mingyuan, he would almost expose his identity. However, Ren Qi did not dwell on it, as most of the chatter in the group was merely conjecture. In any case, even if they had guessed correctly, it would bear no significant consequences. His current strength was sufficient to withstand an assault from a lord with an 8th-tier unit. The messages continued to refresh within the chat group, predominantly revolving around the succubi and Qi. What good does all this speculation do? It's simply conjecture. Those near the Black Mist jungle should directly investigate. You up there, speaking so cavalierly. Why don't you send your units to scout? Exactly. We have no idea how many dangers lurk within the Black Mist jungle. We are barely managing to fend off the magical tide, and you're suggesting we actively scout? That is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, even if we were to scout and confirm, what then? A 5th-tier Flame Lion unit has already been vanquished. Would we just march in to deliver resources? From Gao Mingyuan's demise, many fledgling lords understood that regardless of whether the succubi were unit types or belonged to Qi, they were undeniably ferocious. Acting rashly would be akin to seeking death. Fortunately, this news did not dominate the conversation for long. It was soon overshadowed by other topics. Currently, the chat group was largely discussing the magical tide. Esteemed lords, after last night's onslaught of magical creatures, my territory lies in ruins. Is there a kind soul willing to offer refuge? I am prepared to bring all my resources in exchange. Be cautious up there. Do not be lured into a trap and subsequently slaughtered. Abandoning one's territory is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. I am well aware of this. Yet if one is not forced into desperation, who would willingly relinquish their territory? I am truly at my wit's end. I cannot withstand any longer. I hope a benevolent lord will take me in. Such messages proliferated within the chat group. Although most fledgling lords had weathered the first wave of magical creature attacks, the losses were severe, and they had little hope of withstanding a second assault. Thus, they sought to exchange resources for protection. This decision, while rational, was also a gamble with their lives. With a stroke of luck, they might find a kind-hearted high-tier lord to take them in and preserve their lives. Conversely, if they encountered someone with ill intentions, they might find themselves lured into another's territory and swiftly dispatched for their resources. High upon a plateau, Li Tianlan rode atop a 5-element thunder unicorn, making her way to Li Linen's territory. Last night, Li Linen's domain had weathered the onslaught of magical creatures thanks to her strength, but many defensive structures had sustained damage, and she was transporting materials to assist with repairs. As she traveled, Li Tianlan perused the messages within the chat group. Upon reading the speculation that the succubi in the Black Mist jungle were Qi's units, she paused momentarily. Is it true that this fellow possesses succubi as his units? Surely not. Based on prior conjecture, Li Tianlan believed Ren Qi's units to be extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, he would not consistently remain ahead of the competition. Yet, even a variant succubus, despite its unique traits, would not possess remarkable combat capabilities, which seemed incongruous with the strength demonstrated by Qi. Therefore, Li Tianlan remained skeptical of this conjecture. Shaking her head, Li Tianlan soon arrived at Li Linen's territory. Li Linen was currently supervising the dwarves as they repaired defensive structures. Upon seeing Li Tianlan approach, his face instantly brightened, and he bounced over to greet her. Sister Tianlan. Li Tianlan observed Li Linen's exuberant demeanor and couldn't help but cover her face. Having advised this girl to dress more modestly, she was concerned that such exuberance might lead to an unfortunate wardrobe malfunction. However, she soon shook her head with a wry smile. At this age, it was likely that any such constraints would be futile. Reaching Li Linen's side, Li Tianlan affectionately patted the top of her head. How is it? How goes the repair of the defensive structures? Li Linen seemed to revel in Li Tianlan's affection, her eyes narrowing in pleasure. We have nearly completed the repairs. We just need some materials from Sister Tianlan. My dwarves have been quite industrious. Today, we even crafted a bow tower. Would you like me to make a few for you? Li Tianlan smiled and shook her head. She possessed an 8th-tier unit, the 5 Elements Thunder Lin, rendering such architectural facilities somewhat unnecessary. After all, the 5 Elements Thunder Lin was incapable of archery. Observing Li Linen, a curious sensation stirred within Li Tianlan's heart. Initially, she had thought she was merely rescuing a fledgling lord, yet unexpectedly, he proved to be exceedingly resourceful. Not only could he forge various items, but his dwarven insight was remarkably high, allowing him to comprehend various construction blueprints autonomously. Although these were currently low-tier blueprints, she firmly believed that with time, her dwarf would grasp more advanced designs, which would greatly benefit the future development of their territory. She had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 64, The Dwarf's Request. After some contemplation, Li Tianlan addressed Li Linen. Linen, I wish to establish a coalition. Would you care to join? Without hesitation, Li Linen replied, Yes. I certainly want to be the first member of Sister Tianlan's alliance. Li Tianlan nodded with a smile. The idea of forming an alliance had long been brewing in her mind. Previously, she had reached out to several fledgling lords, most of whom commanded higher-tier units. While they had all verbally agreed, it was evident that they were merely offering lip service. After all, these lords, possessing higher-tier units, tended to exhibit a degree of arrogance, resulting in a lackadaisical demeanor. However, following last night's monster invasion and the recent skirmishes among the new lords, it was likely that these individuals would now feel a sense of urgency. The advantages of joining the alliance were evident, at the very least. They could exchange resources at equitable rates, free from the fluctuations dictated by chat group prices. Moreover, the lords Li Tianlan had contacted were all in close proximity. In times of danger, they could directly call for aid and support one another. Before long, Li Tianlan had gathered the previously contacted new lords into a group chat. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Yu, pleased to make your acquaintance," came the first introduction. "Is the goddess Tianlan truly establishing an alliance? I sincerely appreciate the support you've offered in the past, and I wholeheartedly endorse you. Oh no, I should now refer to you as Alliance Leader Tianlan. Greetings. I am Jiang Beibang 8. My unit is the 7th tier Wind Wing Tiger. Great leader, I seek your protection." The private chat buzzed with a flurry of messages, some boasting, others fawning, yet most remained silent observers. Li Tianlan pondered briefly before typing a message to the Alliance group chat. "Dear members, I trust you are all aware of my intentions to form this alliance. With the tide of monsters now upon us, I hereby declare the official establishment of our coalition. Alliance members must assist one another in repelling the tide of monsters. Of course, those receiving assistance should provide appropriate compensation. If any surplus resources are available, I kindly ask that they be prioritized for trade among Alliance members. The Alliance is in its infancy, and while we will not impose too many rules, the first decree is that if any member finds themselves in mortal peril, surrounding members must assist, provided they can ensure their own safety. Should anyone neglect to intervene while witnessing a member's demise, or if they actively attack a member, they will face the collective wrath of the Alliance." Given that the Alliance was newly formed, it was prudent to avoid excessive regulations. However, turning a blind eye to suffering was simply unacceptable. "Agreed. I strongly support Alliance Leader Tianlan. This is imperative." "I concur." The remaining members of the Alliance expressed their agreement in the private chat. For those lords of lesser strength, joining the Alliance was a means of survival. Thus they were naturally inclined to uphold this rule. As for the more powerful lords, the stipulation was not overly burdensome, as it allowed for the preservation of safety while still mandating assistance. Provided the leader refrained from imposing foolishly stringent rescue requirements, they would all consent. After all, those weaker members could eventually evolve into supportive lords, extracting resources to sustain themselves, which would facilitate a symbiotic cycle of mutual protection. Observing the messages in the Alliance group, Li Tianlan nodded gently. The initial structure of the Alliance had been established. It could gradually develop from here. At present, their utmost priority was to endure the impending tide of monsters. Within the territory of the succubus, Ren Qi contemplated his private messages in thoughtful silence. "Great Ren Qi, we are the lords surrounding the Black Mist Forest, and we have spontaneously formed an alliance called the Black Mist Alliance. The members of the alliance are all lords in the vicinity of the Black Mist Forest. Given your trade channel number, you should also be near the forest. Would you be interested in joining our alliance? Rest assured, should you choose to join the Black Mist Alliance, we shall support you as the alliance leader." Previously, numerous lords had invited him to join their alliances, most of whom commanded higher-tier units and sought to draw him into their ranks. However, the Black Mist Alliance was different. All its members were situated around the Black Mist Forest. Joining would yield certain advantages, particularly in monitoring the movements of monsters in that vicinity. Nevertheless, after careful deliberation, Ren Qi ultimately declined the invitation. Although some speculated that his unit was a succubus, it had not yet been definitively confirmed. Should he join the Black Mist Alliance, it would inevitably lead to interactions with the new lords in the area, risking the exposure of his succubus unit. Ren Qi was not particularly fearful. Rather, he deemed it a potential inconvenience. Furthermore, joining an alliance would not provide significant benefits, and it would be more prudent to focus on developing his territory. Just then, he received a private message from Luo Ming. "Great Ren Qi, I have received an invitation to join an alliance. I am uncertain whether to accept. Could you offer me your advice?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qi replied directly, "Provided the alliance appears reliable, I personally recommend you join. It would better equip you to navigate the tide of monsters." Although he was still unaware of the combat prowess of Luo Ming's beautiful warrior unit, joining an alliance would indeed be advantageous. At the very least, in times of danger, alliance members could provide aid. Of course, this would also expose the location of his territory. It was up to the cautious Luo Ming to decide. Closing the chat group, Ren Qi noted that it was still early evening. He had intended to instruct Iris to lead a team to clear the surrounding monsters, only to see Iris approaching with a dwarf in tow. "Master, this dwarf wishes to report something to you," Iris said as she stood beside Ren Qi. Ren Qi nodded, his gaze shifting to the dwarf before him. This was an elderly dwarf. If he recalled correctly, he was an elder of this dwarf clan. Upon seeing Ren Qi, the elder dwarf immediately knelt before him. Master, previously outside our clan, a pack of armored werewolves frequently harassed us. The heart of the dwarves, once belonging to our tribe, was stolen by this band of armored werewolves. We implore our master to dispatch soldiers to eradicate these armored werewolves and reclaim the heart of the dwarves. We, the dwarves, shall remain eternally loyal to our master. The heart of the dwarves? Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a prized possession. According to historical records, the heart of the dwarves is the very first artifact forged by every dwarf tribe. It serves as a defensive structure, harnessing energy crystals to unleash a protective barrier that envelopes the entire dwarf settlement, safeguarding it from enemy incursions. The higher the tier of the forged heart, the greater its defensive capabilities. Previously, Ren Qi had found it peculiar that the heart of the dwarves was not discovered upon breaching the dwarf settlement. He had assumed that the obscuring black mist created a unique circumstance, but it turned out that the heart had been pilfered by the armored werewolves. Contemplating this, Ren Qi turned to the elder dwarf and inquired, "What is the strength and number of these armored werewolves?" Chapter 65, The Camp of the Armored Werewolves. Ren Qi felt a keen desire for the heart of the dwarves. Securing it would allow him to protect his entire territory. With the surge of demonic tides now upon them, the timing of an enemy attack remained uncertain. Thus, during hunts, most would opt to retain half of their forces to defend their territory, lest they fall victim to raiders. Although Ren Qi's domain boasted numerous defensive structures, the number of succubi he could hold back was limited. Acquiring the heart of the dwarves would eliminate such constraints, permitting him to send all his succubi out to hunt. As long as the adversary's assault did not surpass the heart's maximum defensive tier, the protective barrier would remain intact until the energy crystals were depleted. Of course, Ren Qi would not recklessly instigate an assault. After all, the demonic tide had yet to subside. It was imperative to first ascertain the specific circumstances regarding these armored werewolves. The dwarf elder replied respectfully, "Esteemed master, there are approximately over 100 armored werewolves, the majority being of Tier 5, with 3 elite Tier 6 armored werewolves and 1 Tier 7 armored werewolf king. However, this pack of werewolves is exceedingly cunning, so I urge you to exercise caution." Ren Qi nodded. A horde of armored werewolves was still manageable for Iris and her companions, even with some succubi needing to remain behind to guard the territory. It would be relatively simple, especially since Iris had now reached Tier 8. "Iris, this time you shall go forth, prioritizing the safety of the succubi. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, retreat to the territory at once," Ren Qi instructed solemnly. Although the succubi were formidable fighters, it was paramount to remain vigilant during the demonic tide. Iris nodded and then signaled for the elder dwarf to lead the way, departing with a well-armed contingent of succubi. A quarter of the succubi remained to adequately defend the territory. Observing the gratitude in the elder dwarf's eyes, Ren Qi sensed a significant increase in the dwarf's loyalty towards him. Clenching his fist, Ren Qi could distinctly feel that his power had grown considerably. Each day, Tina bestowed upon him strength. The more beings who faithfully believed in him, the stronger that power became. After sending Iris and her team off, Ren Qi opened the chat group to check for any new messages. Just then, a message from Luo Ming arrived. Chi, just now, my beautiful battle princess crafted the first propulsion device, and now my battle princess can engage in aerial combat. Ren Qi was taken aback, clearly sensing Luo Ming's exhilaration. After all, having troops capable of airborne combat was of profound significance. Chi, my propulsion device can be utilized on humanoid units. Do you require one? I can assist in crafting it. Contemplating Luo Ming's message, Ren Qi paused. While the succubi could achieve low-altitude flight, they could only ascend to higher altitudes upon reaching Tier 6 and developing 4 wings. Moreover, even Maggie and the 2 battle succubi could not sustain prolonged high-altitude flight. Only Iris, being Tier 8, could navigate the skies without expending excessive energy. After some thought, Ren Qi typed a response. "Focus on enhancing your own troops first. I am not in a hurry. If you have surplus later, you may craft some for me." At present, Ren Qi had little need for such propulsion devices. Since they were crafted to suit Luo Ming's troops, it was prudent to prioritize strengthening his own forces. Understood. While Ren Qi conversed with Luo Ming, Iris had already entered the foreboding Black Mist Forest under the guidance of the Elder Dwarf. The Black Mist Forest felt significantly quieter than before, prompting Iris to furrow her brows. This was a path they often traversed. While the surrounding demonic creatures had been largely eradicated, there would typically be sporadic appearances of monsters. Yet now, not a single creature was in sight. Somewhat perplexed, Iris dismissed her concerns, for she was now Tier 8 and could handle any potential dangers with ease. Following the Elder Dwarf, Iris and her team quickly discovered the tracks of the armored werewolves. These werewolves, resembling wolves in form, yet standing on 2 legs, bore a distinctly humanoid demeanor. Clad in iron armor, they appeared to possess formidable defenses. The armored werewolves were busy felling nearby trees and extracting stones. Iris pondered, what could these armored werewolves possibly need with timber and stone? Are they attempting to forge something? The Elder Dwarf, filled with resentment, retorted, "Humph. These armored werewolves know nothing of crafting. They have plundered our kin, doubtless enslaving them to forge their goods. Just look at the iron armor adorning them. It is unmistakably the work of our dwarf clan. These despicable creatures, Lady Iris, please assist us in vanquishing them. Upon hearing this, Iris gently nodded, raising her hand to signal the 2 battle succubi hidden nearby, who swiftly maneuvered with several succubi to surround the group of 6 armored werewolves. The werewolves, engrossed in their labor, remained oblivious to the succubi's approach. In no time, the 6 armored werewolves found themselves encircled. Seeing this, Iris charged forth, with the 2 battle succubi leading the attack alongside the surrounding succubi against the 6 armored werewolves. Naturally, the 6 were no match for Iris and her allies, especially in a surprise assault. They soon fell to the flames of corruption. Observing the fallen armored werewolves, Iris raised an eyebrow. These creatures exhibited significantly greater strength and agility compared to regular werewolves. Their iron armor provided robust defense and was even capable of withstanding soul damage. Can you forge such armor? Iris inquired of the elder dwarf, who was now kicking the corpse of an armored werewolf. The dwarf elder halted his movements upon hearing this, turning to Lord Illis and stating, "As long as we possess the blueprints, we can forge anything." Illis nodded in agreement, then proceeded onward with the succubi towards the camp of the armored werewolves. Before long, they arrived at the encampment of the armored werewolves. This settlement occupied a depression, with stone structures resembling tents scattered throughout. Surrounding the camp was a formidable wall entirely constructed of iron armor, enveloping the entire area. A flicker of surprise crossed Illis's eyes. She had not anticipated that the armored werewolves' encampment would be arranged so similarly to human territories. For others, the combination of the depression and the iron walls might present a daunting defense. However, for the succubi, it was akin to a stationary target. Without hesitation, Illis raised her hand, signaling for an all-out assault on the armored werewolves ahead. Chapter 66, The Stirring of the Dark Mist. With Illis's command, the surrounding succubi sprang into action. Waves of dark, corrupted flames rained down upon the encampment. The iron walls provided near-total protection, save for the exposed area above. At that moment, this vulnerability became the focal point of the succubi's attack. A multitude of corrupted flames crashed into the werewolf camp, erupting with explosive force. Although the encampment lacked flammable materials, the sheer number of flames was sufficient to inflict significant damage on the armored werewolves. Howls of anguish echoed from within the camp as patrolling armored werewolves and those within the stone structures rushed out towards the succubi. Their armor could withstand both physical and mental assaults, sparing them from heavy casualties in the initial wave of attack. 2 battle-hardened succubi led the charge, wielding their obsidian light swords to unleash slashing gusts of energy. The armor of several armored werewolves was cleaved open, their bodies sent hurtling backward. "Fight for our master! Kill!" The succubi surged forward, swiftly engaging the armored werewolves. Seasoned by numerous battles, they fought in pairs, with one focusing on offense while the other provided support. The armored werewolf king emerged from the central stone structure, his gaze falling upon the dark flames engulfing the camp, and he let out a furious howl. "From where do these vile creatures come?" 3 elite armored werewolves approached the king, one of them frowning as he spoke, "Your Majesty. They are likely the succubi who besieged the dwarven stronghold. I have heard the captured dwarves speak of them." The king's blood-red eyes bore into Illis and her companions. His fangs clenched in anger. "Retreat. We cannot match these succubi. Preserve our strength and return later." Having surveyed the chaotic scene of battle, he swiftly commanded the surrounding armored werewolves to withdraw. He understood that if the enemy dared to encircle them, they must possess overwhelming strength. Moreover, he sensed an 8th-tier presence. If they did not flee, they might face annihilation. With a final howl, the armored werewolf king turned to flee. As the king retreated, the armored werewolves quickly fell into disarray, all desperately attempting to escape. Illis, who had been bracing for a counterattack, was momentarily taken aback by the king's decisive withdrawal. Indeed, cunning. Without a second thought, Illis ordered a pursuit. Since they had come this far, it was imperative to eradicate the armored werewolves completely. Illis dashed forward, swiftly bypassing the retreating werewolves to confront their king. Maggie followed closely to support Illis, while the 2 battle-hardened succubi targeted the fleeing armored werewolves, leaving them for their comrades before heading toward the werewolf king. Illis and Maggie moved with remarkable speed, quickly overtaking the armored werewolf king and intercepting him along with the 3 elite werewolves. "Thought you could escape?" Illis sneered, launching her attack. With a howl of despair, the armored werewolf king charged at Illis, realizing escape was futile. Shadow bloom. Dark flowers blossomed upon the ground, causing the armored werewolf king to feel a splitting headache, his demeanor growing increasingly deranged. The werewolf's feet bore no armor, and the mental assault of the shadowy flowers surged from its feet to its mind. Shadow cross slash. The 2 battle-hardened succubi caught up, unleashing 2 dark crosses of energy toward the 3 elite armored werewolves. They roared in defiance, charging at the succubi. Illis maintained her tactic of encirclement, avoiding a direct confrontation. The armored werewolf king struggled to match Illis's speed, finding himself ensnared in her maneuvers. Soon, The succubi behind her dispatched the retreating werewolves and hastily rushed to provide support. Seeing this, Illis launched a fierce assault. The battle did not last long. The armored werewolf king fell to the ground with a howl of defiance, while the other elite werewolves also succumbed. One of the battle-hardened succubi, who had not yet reached level 50, instantly leveled up, becoming an adult. Among the succubi, many others also ascended during the fray. Notably, dark energy surged through Shiri, transforming her presence dramatically. 5th tier. Shiri had unexpectedly ascended to the 5th tier. A look of surprise graced her face. She had not anticipated that this battle would grant her such advancement. She had been recruited alongside Illis, who had progressed to the 8th tier. While Shiri felt joy for Illis, a pang of disappointment lingered in her heart. Now that she had reached the 5th tier, she was nonetheless exhilarated. At that moment, the dwarf elder arrived, accompanied by dozens of dwarfs. Under his guidance, they all knelt before Illis. "Thank you, Lord Illis, for avenging us dwarves and saving our kin." Illis furrowed her brow. "You should be thanking our master. It is he who has avenged you and saved you." The dwarf elder hastily replied, "Thank you, master." "Praise the master." Illis finally smiled and inquired, "Have you found the heart of the dwarves?" Indeed, the dwarf elder presented a massive, golden crystal, radiating brilliance and embedded with energy crystals. As long as energy crystals are consumed, a protective barrier can be erected to safeguard the territory. Iris accepted the heart of the dwarf, ordering the succubi to clear the battlefield before retracing her steps. Upon reaching a distance suitable for a change in perspective, Ren Qi became aware of the battle circumstances involving Iris and her companions, a smile gracing his lips. With the heart of the dwarf in their possession, he felt assured of the succubi's ability to engage in combat. At that moment, a stirring in Ren Qi's heart compelled him to abruptly lift his gaze. The ominous black mist enveloping the sky suddenly stirred with agitation. Previously, the mist had loomed thickly like a heavy cloud, obscuring the heavens, yet it had remained largely still. However, it now appeared as if the black mist, guided by some unseen force, began to swirl wildly, accelerating as if multiplied by 30. Ren Qi's expression turned grave. The more he observed the movement of the black mist, the more it resembled the flow of formations from his memories. Chapter 67. The Flustered Black Dragon. Formations? Ren Qi found the notion somewhat absurd. After 3 years in this world, he had diligently absorbed knowledge. Yet he had encountered no records of formations in any literature or historical texts. Even in the realm of geomancy, there were no references to any formations akin to the 8 trigrams, only divination and simple calculations. Yet, observing the swirling patterns of the black mist, he couldn't shake the impression that it bore a striking resemblance to the flow of a formation. Though he had never studied formations in depth, the ebb and flow of the black mist seemed to embody the very essence of such concepts. As the black mist continued its tumultuous dance, the sunlight, previously obscured, appeared to discover a seam through the mist, illuminating the surroundings with a newfound brightness. However, this state of illumination lasted mere minutes. Soon, the black mist thickened once more, blocking out the sun and casting the world into a gloom even deeper than before, reminiscent of a stormy afternoon. Suddenly, a rumbling emerged from within the black mist, akin to thunder, or perhaps the roar of some ancient beast. A heavy presence emanated from the depths of the mist, causing Ren Qi's countenance to shift. The succubi and dwarves within the territory displayed visible signs of alarm, clearly sensing a depth of foreboding far beyond Ren Qi's own awareness. Then, Ren Qi's eyes narrowed in shock. He beheld the black mist plummeting from the sky, as if the ethereal cotton-like clouds had been weighted down by iron. The mist was violently torn asunder, descending in chunks toward the earth below. What astonished Ren Qi further was that the trajectory of the falling mist appeared to be aimed directly at him. What was happening? No, upon closer inspection, he realized the mist was not directed at his territory, but rather toward the mountains behind it, shrouded in black mist. Fragments of the mist, trailing dark tails like meteors, plummeted rapidly into the mountains cloaked in shadow. Each impact resonated with thunderous booms, and Ren Qi felt the ground tremble beneath him, as if the very force of the descent mirrored that of a meteor shower. His expression darkened. The sheer force of this impact could indeed obliterate his territory if the black mist were to land within it. Counting the descending fragments, he noted a total of 99. The world seemed to be reduced to the cacophony of the mist crashing into the mountains, all else rendered silent. Yet, when Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the mountains, he was bewildered to find no visible changes. It was as if nothing had transpired. The mist that had entered the mountains vanished like pebbles dropped into a lake, creating ripples before disappearing entirely. However, the mist surrounding the mountains appeared to have thickened even further. Only after all the black mist had descended did the sensation of time standing still dissipate. Soon after, the air was filled with the roars of demonic creatures from the depths of the black mist forest, echoing from afar as if these entities were collectively stirred into a frenzy. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from within the mountains shrouded in black mist. Boom! The mist surrounding the mountains was suddenly rent apart, revealing a massive figure that soared into the sky. It was the 8th tier complete black dragon. Had this creature been hiding within the mountains all along? Ren Qi inhaled sharply. The last time he had seen the black dragon vanish into the mountains, he had fervently hoped it had departed. Yet now, it appeared to have remained there all this time. The 8th tier complete black dragon was a force to be reckoned with. Even Iris, at her 8th tier status, could only hope to hold it at bay, and she was not present at this moment. Ren Qi's gaze shifted to Tina beside him. Tina blinked. Master, why are you looking at me? I can't possibly tempt that behemoth. This matter is beyond my capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi turned his attention back to the black dragon in the sky. If it were to launch an attack on the territory now, it would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, the black dragon seemed to exhibit signs of panic, neglecting the territory below. It flapped its wings frantically, as if something terrifying lurked within the mountains behind it. Before long, the black dragon ascended above the forest of black mist, seemingly realizing its fear and attempting to escape. In a fit of rage and humiliation, it unleashed a torrent of dragon breath toward the black mist below. The forest below ignited in flames, provoking a chorus of anguished roars from the demonic creatures. The black dragon cast one last glance toward the mountains, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, before swiftly departing. Within the succubi territory, Ren Qi observed the distant black dragon with a grave expression. As an 8th tier black dragon and a level 100 complete entity, why did it flee in such a panicked state? Could there truly be something horrifying within those mountains? Previously, Ren Qi had sensed an air of mystery surrounding the mountains, shrouded in black mist and home to the vanishing black dragon. Thus, he had never considered sending the succubi to hunt within. Now, it seemed his decision had been profoundly wise. With a single breath of the dragon, the black jungle ignited, eliciting further cries from the demonic creatures. Soon, Iris returned with the succubi army, her expression grave as she approached Ren Qi. Master, you witnessed the black dragon earlier, did you not? I feel an unsettling weight in my heart. Ren Qi furrowed his brow, sensing the air of mystery surrounding this place. It was evident that the towering mountains behind him concealed secrets yet to be uncovered. The recent surge of demonic tides might have triggered some disturbances within those mountains. Moreover, the swirling black mist in the sky resembled a formation of sorts. Ren Qi massaged his temples. These were matters beyond his current capacity to investigate. To confront such phenomena, he must first bolster his own strength. He instructed the succubi to tally their spoils from the recent encounter and opened the chat group. All the newly appointed lords had witnessed the strange occurrence in the sky, and the chat group was ablaze with activity. What the hell? What is going on? How can the black mist in the sky be falling? It's terrifying. This place has always been abnormal. Did you notice that after the black mist appeared, the surrounding monsters seemed to go berserk? This is shocking. A phenomenon in the pitch-black sky, with black mist descending. Is this a normal change in the atmosphere or a precursor to the apocalypse? Let us delve deeper. Stop the theatrics upstairs. I feel a sense of foreboding, as if something is about to happen. Quit with the paranoia. We must remain resolute. No matter the difficulties, we shall overcome them. Ren Qi observed the torrent of messages flooding the chat, a subtle smirk gracing his lips before he typed a line and sent it. Where is that prophetic wizard among the new lords? Hurry and deduce what is happening. Chapter 68. The Prophecy of Tianjizi Revisited. Ren Qi's message brought a brief silence to the chat group before an avalanche of responses ensued. You're right, where's Tianjizi? Come out and clarify this situation. Exactly. Brother Tianjizi, please help us understand. I almost forgot. I wanted Tianjizi to foresee my romantic fate as well. When can we connect, Brother Tianjizi? Shut up, you fool. Don't spout nonsense. Brother Tianjizi, have your wizard calculate what is happening. I suggest we refrain from overthinking. It's more crucial to enhance our strength. Ren Qi frowned slightly as he awaited news from Tianjizi. This enigmatic figure had previously foretold the impending demonic tide. What further intrigued Ren Qi was that Tianjizi's wizard had rapidly advanced in levels, while others were still diligently hunting. His wizard had already reached level 50. Thus, Ren Qi placed considerable weight on Tianjizi's insights. After a brief pause, a message from Tianjizi finally appeared in the chat group. Tianjizi, I too am curious about this matter. I had my prophetic wizard attempt to discern the significance of the phenomenon in the sky, but he indicated that he could not determine its implications. However, he has made a deeper prediction regarding this demonic tide, stating that in 3 hours, there will be a large-scale monster assault. Last night's attack was merely an appetizer. This declaration sent shockwaves through the newly appointed lords. What? Last night's assault was merely an appetizer? I was nearly overwhelmed. Indeed, I lost 2/3 of my forces just holding off last night's attack. I thought I could take a few days to recuperate, but now another wave is imminent, and it's bound to be fiercer. Woe is me. My defensive structures were all destroyed in last night's battle. My territory's defenses are critically low. If the monsters strike again, I'm finished. I barely managed to fend off last night's assault, and now it seems I must face an even more ferocious onslaught. Damn it. The previous night's monster attack had already left many lords shaken. Some newly appointed lords had barely held their ground, only to be faced with yet another wave. Could this new assault be related to the black mist in the sky? Is the apocalypse upon us? I feel it too. Some of the newly appointed lords who survived last night's attack are utterly exhausted. Another wave could spell doom for them. You there, stop with your gloomy predictions. We need to focus on how to withstand this next monster attack. Surely many have joined alliances by now. Let us band together for warmth. True friendship is revealed in times of hardship. Alliance leader, please come to my aid. The chat group erupted into chaos, with many newly appointed lords becoming increasingly frantic. After all, some had exerted all their strength to withstand last night's demonic tide, and now they were truly incapable of facing yet another monster onslaught. Especially one rumored to be even more powerful. The demonic tide loomed over them like a death knell, threatening to descend at any moment. At that moment, another message from Tianjizi appeared in the chat group. Tianjizi, everyone, according to my wizard's predictions, the intensity of this monster attack will vary. This means that each newly appointed lord will face a different level of assault. From my conjecture, the number and strength of these monster attacks should correlate with the quantity of monsters surrounding each territory. If a territory is surrounded by a greater number of monsters, then the intensity of the attack will likely be more severe. Conversely, it will be lesser if fewer monsters are present. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. Specifics will depend on the actual circumstances. As Tianjizi's message surfaced in the chat group, a hush fell over everyone as they absorbed the information. The earlier statements were quite insightful, but what is the implication of your final remark? Does that mean I'm doomed? My strength is already lacking, and I've hardly cleared out any monsters around my territory. I'll be facing a formidable onslaught. Haha, I consider myself fortunate. There's a powerful ally near my territory who has cleared out most of the surrounding monsters. Although this ally hasn't acknowledged me, they've indirectly assisted me. Tianjizi's message sparked another wave of discussion, eliciting a mix of joy and despair. On the icy plains of the polar tundra, a tall woman with flowing white hair stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the messages within the chat group as she raised an eyebrow. According to Tianjizi's assertions, if they endeavored to eliminate the monsters surrounding their territories, they would face less pressure during the impending assault. She then surveyed her surroundings, a frown creasing her brow. As a newly appointed lord from the Eagle Kingdom, her sudden transference to this peculiar locale was quite unsettling. Fortunately, the communication device from the Lanhai Trading Company had translation capabilities, and with the current educational emphasis on mastering the 5 major languages as a fundamental skill, she was able to keep abreast of developments through the chat group. This wretched place truly felt cursed. Over the past few days, she had observed that the range of trading passage numbers shared by the newly appointed lords in the chat group was rather limited. From this point, it becomes evident that this shrouded area of black mist does not encompass the globe as she previously speculated. Rather, it seems to cover only a singular location. However, how could there possibly exist both an icy expanse and a desolate desert in this cursed place? Truly bizarre. She placed her fingers to her lips and let out a sharp whistle, summoning a horde of snow bears to her side. If vanquishing the demonic creatures could diminish the intensity of their onslaught, then let us purge all the fiends in the vicinity. Within the domain of the succubus, Ren Qi's expression shifted as he perused the messages in the chat group. Gazing at the inferno raging within the black mist jungle and the ominous roars of the creatures rising into the air, he furrowed his brow. Despite the efforts of Iris and her companions to clear out some of the jungle, it seemed that the number of fiends had hardly diminished. With only a few hours remaining, it was prudent to prepare. The vastness of the jungle ahead rendered it impossible for Ren Qi to eradicate all the creatures within. Nor could he significantly reduce the strength of their impending assault. He could only hope that when the fiends launched their attack, none would emerge from the looming mountains behind him. Chapter 69. Free Ride? Although he was unaware of what lurked within the mountains at his back, Ren Qi sensed that it was fraught with peril. In the chat group, the newly appointed lords continued to discuss the impending assault of the fiends due in 3 hours. Esteemed colleagues, is there anyone near trade route number 22? I beg for assistance. I'm willing to offer everything I possess if it means preserving my life. It's all over for me. I have no other lords by my side. The fiend attack last night decimated my troops, and my defenses are in ruins. I can only await my doom. Let us not lose hope. Perhaps there is still a chance. Until the very last moment, anything is possible. A chance? The weaker newly appointed lords exchanged bitter smiles. Given their circumstances, a day or two of respite might have afforded them an opportunity. Yet now, with an assault looming in 3 hours, what hope remained? Damn it, I'm so unwilling to accept this. I've studied so much, only to awaken a second-tier troop and now struggle for survival. Indeed, it's unfair. Why should others possess higher-tier troops? Sigh, what good is lamenting? This world has always been unjust. As the impending fiend attack approached, some of the newly appointed lords, aware of their inability to withstand it, began to voice their grievances. But this was no game. There would be no customer service to turn to. Reality was reality, and regardless of their reluctance, acceptance was necessary. Everyone, let us refrain from such despondent talk and consider alternative strategies. What strategies could there possibly be? It's a matter of luck now. Should we simply abandon our territories? Don't dismiss the suggestion. It might indeed be a viable option, especially knowing our territories are destined to fall. But the territory is fundamental. Without it, how can we establish ourselves? At this point, who cares about establishing oneself? Surviving is the priority. Though abandoning our territories essentially eliminates any chance for development, the existing resources and troops will not vanish. Wasn't there once a group of scavengers? Scavengers are those who forsake their territories to focus on enhancing the strength of their remaining troops. They cannot compare to proper lords, and typically, after a scavenging expedition, they require an extensive period of recuperation, and there's no city here to recuperate in. What of it? If there's no city for recovery, we'll seek refuge with other lords, surrender our resources, and have our troops work for them. I refuse to believe no one will take us in. Well said. Brothers, enough talk, let us act. I'm already out with my troops and resources. Any powerful lords willing to take me in? I'll offer all my resources and let my troops work for you, just to survive. That was fast. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Sitting idly will only lead to death. I've abandoned my territory. Even if there are no lords to take me in, it's better than waiting to die in my territory. As the messages flowed in the chat group, many of the weaker newly appointed lords began to choose to abandon their territories, seeking the protection of stronger lords or hiding in secluded places. For them, remaining in their territories meant certain death, with no unexpected outcomes. Abandoning their territories could lead to a better fate if a powerful lord offered refuge. If not, they would find a hidden corner to survive, which was preferable to facing destruction and demise. Ren Qi observed the messages in the chat group, his gaze flickering slightly. It could not be said that the choices of these newly appointed lords were erroneous. In fact, their decisions were quite astute. However, such a choice meant they had effectively surrendered their fates into the hands of powerful lords or luck. Haha, being cooped up in my territory was too stifling. I finally have a chance to break free. Curse the magic tide, curse the fiends. I refuse to let fear dictate my actions, even if I perish. I will at least witness the world beyond my territory. Liberation. My life will ultimately be mine to command. Within the chat group, some newly appointed lords preparing to abandon their territories began to revel in excitement. Most of the other lords remained silent, for they understood that this was the last revelry for this group. Certainly, some other newly appointed lords would accept them, as they were offering resources and troops to work. However, allowing others to enter their territories with troops was inherently risky, so those willing to accept were few. Most of the newly appointed lords who abandoned their territories would likely have to rely solely on luck for survival. Just as Ren Qi was contemplating this, a new message appeared in the chat group, capturing everyone's attention. Brothers, my troops are electronic intelligent units. Upon reaching level 50, they will awaken new abilities. I spent an entire day and night creating a leaderboard. My electronic intelligent troops will deploy numerous small electronic devices across the entire area, capable of recording the number of fiends each newly appointed lord slays. I've tentatively named this leaderboard the Kill Leaderboard, which will begin calculating once the fiend attack commences in 3 hours. The count of each newly appointed lord's kills will be displayed on the leaderboard. Of course, this leaderboard will not be publicly available. Those wishing to view it may pay me 100 pounds of 6th tier demon flesh or 20 energy crystals for a 7-day viewing privilege. This is merely the preliminary function. More features will be developed in the future. Any lords in need may contact me. The entire group was taken aback by this shocking announcement. Is it possible to earn resources in such a manner? By creating a kill leaderboard and offering it to those in need, one could exchange it for resources. This indeed presents a highly viable path, provided one possesses such intelligent soldiers. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Naturally, such a leaderboard would not be purchased by newly established lords struggling for survival, especially since 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat or 20 energy crystals would only grant access to the leaderboard for 7 days. This individual is quite astute, having conceived such a means of profit. The key lies in the pricing strategy. 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat or 20 energy crystals is not exorbitant for those lords wishing to gauge the strength of other fledgling lords. However, if many individuals make purchases, the accumulation of resources could become quite formidable. This fellow is poised for success. Although his troops may seem like support units, the rapid accumulation of resources will significantly enhance their strength. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Qi promptly sent him a message. I offer 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat for a week's access to your leaderboard. To Ren Qi, 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat was hardly a burden. However, this leaderboard, which records the slaying of monsters by other lords, is indeed worth examining. It would allow for a rough estimation of the capabilities of other fledgling lords. Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived. Ah, it is the esteemed Lord Qi. I shall immediately send you a copy. You need not pay with demon meat. Consider it a gift from me. Ren Qi was taken aback. What is this? A complimentary offer? Chapter 70. The exchange information from the Hunter of the Wastelands. Ren Qi had not anticipated such generosity. After pondering for a moment, he replied, no need. It's just 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat. The response came swiftly. Esteemed Lord Qi, as you said, it's merely 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat. Consider this a gesture of friendship. Let us become acquainted, and you may think of me for any future transactions. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this individual seemed eager to play a role akin to that of the Lanhai Trading Company. However, he also had a distinct advantage. Although electronic intelligent soldiers may not possess great combat prowess, they are classified among the top 10 rare soldier types. There are rumors that one of the founders of the Lanhai Trading Company was an electronic intelligent soldier. After some reflection, Ren Qi decided not to insist further. 100 pounds of 6th tier demon meat is hardly a significant favor. Before long, the individual sent him a chat window, which upon opening revealed a leaderboard. It appeared to be freshly created, still devoid of entries, yet the interface was quite exquisite. The leaderboard was titled Kill Leaderboard, complete with a countdown timer showing 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. This was likely set in anticipation of a new wave of monster attacks 3 hours after the newly established Lord with wizard troops made his announcement. However, it is also possible that they are part of the same faction. Electronic intelligent troops and wizard troops tend to be less formidable in combat and rely heavily on the strength of their commanding lords. Even if they are part of an alliance, Ren Qi would not be surprised. With just over 2 hours remaining before the monsters strike again, Ren Qi closed the chat group to check on the recent gains made by Elise and her team. They had encountered a tribe of armored werewolves, though few in number. There were still some rewards to be had. First and foremost were the energy crystals. Within this armored werewolf tribe, they had discovered 3,000 energy crystals, which took Ren Qi by surprise. Humanoid demon meat cannot be consumed by humanoid troops, as they naturally resist the flesh of humanoid monsters. Forcing humanoid soldiers to consume the meat of humanoid demons could lead to a decline in loyalty. Thus, Elise and her team did not bring back any demon meat. But they did return with the armor worn by the armored werewolves. All the armor was crafted from high-quality fine iron, having been forged by dwarves for a considerable time, and was of excellent quality. Ren Qi took out his appraisal mirror to examine the armor. Armored werewolf helm. Grade, 7th tier elite quality. A meticulously crafted armor forged by dwarves, significantly enhancing defense and mental resilience, with a certain probability of negating enemy control abilities. Note: armored werewolves are notoriously stingy creatures. They leave marks on their armor, making it easy to attract the ire of armored werewolves when worn. This 7th tier elite quality armor is quite a find. The dwarves could modify the specifications, allowing the succubi to wear it. Humanoid troops possess basic skills in crafting, but are not as proficient as dwarves. Previously, the succubi had altered several pieces of armor, but most were unappealing in shape and reduced overall defense. However, entrusting the task to dwarves would circumvent such issues. As for attracting the ire of armored werewolves, Ren Qi hardly concerned himself with that. If they came, it would merely be a matter of delivering equipment. Subsequently, Ren Qi's attention shifted to the heart of the dwarf, which the dwarves were venerating. The heart of the dwarf radiated brilliance, exuding a sense of weight. Without hesitation, Ren Qi used the appraisal mirror to assess this heart of the dwarf. Heart of the dwarf. Grade, 7th tier. The most formidable defensive artifact of the dwarf clan. Crafted from the blood, sweat, and tears of the dwarf king, capable of consuming energy crystals to release an energy shield that protects everything within. Effect: when activated, the energy shield can block any attack of 7th tier and below. Consumption: if not subjected to attack, the heart of the dwarf consumes 1 energy crystal per day. If attacked, the consumption of energy crystals depends on the intensity of the attack, with no additional consumption for attacks below the 3rd tier. Observing the attributes of the heart of the dwarf displayed on the appraisal mirror, a smile crept across Ren Qi's face. A 7th tier heart of the dwarf, capable of defending against attacks of 7th tier and below. However, upon noting the consumption requirements, Ren Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips. While consuming 1 energy crystal per day when the shield is active is manageable, facing attacks above the 3rd tier incurs additional energy crystal costs. It seems that unless absolutely necessary, the heart of the dwarf should be used sparingly, lest it waste energy crystals. Presently, Ren Qi's need for the heart of the dwarf is not pressing, especially considering he already has Elise, who is 8th tier. If any monsters were to threaten his territory, even the 7th tier heart of the dwarf might not suffice. Nevertheless, he still has some dwarves in his domain, and should he come across any rare materials in the future, he could have them upgrade the heart of the dwarf. Besides, the heart of the dwarf serves as a symbol of faith for the dwarves. This is evident from the elder dwarf's plea for Ren Qi to help reclaim the heart of the dwarf. With the heart of the dwarf in the territory, these dwarves would become even more loyal. During the previous assault on the dwarven tribe, the heart of the dwarves was stolen by the ironclad werewolves. Otherwise, the conquest would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Conversely, during the assault on the ironclad werewolves, the heart of the dwarves required activation by a dwarf. Fortunately, within Aliris's party, there existed a dwarven chieftain who was able to persuade the enslaved dwarves under the ironclad werewolves, thereby preventing them from successfully activating the heart of the dwarves. It must be said that both battles were marked by a degree of fortuity. At that moment, Ren Qi's communicator vibrated several times. Upon opening it, he discovered multiple private messages. Great Ren Qi, I have an abundance of resources here. Demon meat, stone, wood, and refined iron. Do you have any need for them? I am willing to exchange for energy crystals and equipment. If you have high-tier defensive gear, I can pay a premium for it. Ren Qi felt somewhat perplexed. Various resources were for sale, but only in exchange for energy crystals and equipment. The other messages echoed the same sentiment, all seeking to trade resources solely for energy crystals and gear. A glance at the chat group clarified the situation. The chat was inundated with numerous messages regarding such exchanges, all offering various resources in return for energy crystals and equipment. The individuals looking to trade were primarily those new lords who had previously contemplated relinquishing their territories to become scavengers. Having lost their lands, these scavengers no longer required stone, wood, or refined iron, and even their need for demon meat had diminished. After all, without territory to store resources, they could not carry an excess of demon meat. Their demand for energy crystals and equipment stemmed from a desire to arm themselves. Energy crystals are vital items, containing energy essential for recruiting troops, activating the heart of the dwarfs, and even powering high-tier defensive structures. Moreover, another significant function of energy crystals is to enhance the power of the lords themselves. Chapter 71, A Friendly Greeting. Energy crystals harbor energy that can be absorbed by the lords. This represents the primary means for scavengers to elevate their own strength. Typically, scavengers possess greater personal power than lords, as they lack territory and must fight alongside their troops, augmenting their strength through the consumption of demon meat and the absorption of energy crystals. However, for lords, it is rare for anyone to choose to use energy crystals for personal enhancement. After all, energy crystals are crucial resources for bolstering the strength of one's territory, and nothing is more paramount for a lord than enhancing the overall power of their domain. Furthermore, having a recruitment pool and territory naturally prioritizes the enhancement of troop combat power, allowing the lord to abstain from direct combat. It is also worth noting that using energy crystals to elevate one's strength is a slow process, far inferior to the feedback a lord receives from their territory after reaching the 5th tier. Of course, for scavengers, this is a desperate measure, and they are unlikely to hesitate over such concerns. Once they become scavengers, the absence of territorial protection creates a pressing need for equipment, particularly high-tier gear. Esteemed lords, I seek energy crystals and defensive equipment. I am willing to trade anything. Regrettably, had I known I would become a scavenger, I would not have squandered resources on territorial defenses. I will pay double the price for high-tier defensive equipment. I am online and in urgent need. Brothers, I have become a scavenger. Is there anyone willing to take me in? I am open to negotiating accommodation fees, and if I can pay in kind, that would be even better. I have already freshened up. What sort of monstrosity is that? Go away and do not disrupt our trade for energy crystals and equipment. Oh, this is blatant discrimination. What is wrong with seeking compassion? Sister, I support you. By the way, is there anyone looking to take in men? I am willing to sell myself. Within the chat group, scavengers have begun fervently seeking purchases. With only a little over 2 hours remaining until the next wave of monster attacks, they are eager to utilize the trading channel to bolster their strength. Should they wait until the monsters strike without adequate power, their fate would likely mirror that of their territories being breached. At this juncture, some scavengers have also begun organizing others in an effort to form a scavenger alliance. Many of the newly minted lords lack the strength to withstand the impending monster onslaught, and uniting these scavengers could create a formidable force. However, the distribution of scavengers is rather scattered, and with the imminent monster assault approaching, such news quickly becomes submerged beneath the flood of messages regarding the exchange of energy crystals and equipment. After some contemplation, Ren Qi decided to post a message in the chat group. 100 sets of top-tier 5th-grade equipment are now for sale. Each set can be exchanged for 200 energy crystals, 1,000 pounds of refined iron, or 100 pounds of 6th-grade demon meat. Previously, during the assault on the dwarven tribe, he acquired 100 sets of 5th-grade gear, which he had modified and outfitted to the succubus, and now possessing 7th-grade equipment. He was naturally ready to discard the 5th-grade gear. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to sell it at the highest price. Missing this chance would mean losing the opportunity altogether. Thus, Ren Qi acted decisively. A set of 5th-grade equipment in exchange for 200 energy crystals, 1,000 pounds of refined iron, or 100 pounds of 6th-grade demon meat is indeed a steep price. However, Ren Qi was confident that, having relinquished their territories, these anxious scavengers would readily agree to such terms. The moment Ren Qi's message appeared in the chat group, it instantly ignited a fervor. What the hell? 100 sets of top-tier 5th-grade equipment. Where did great Ren Qi acquire these? Truly, great Ren Qi is extraordinary. To offer 100 sets of 5th-grade equipment is beyond belief. My troops are still bare. How can great Ren Qi have an extra 100 sets of 5th-grade gear? This is infuriating. However, with this price, it seems great Ren Qi is stepping into the realm of unscrupulous merchants. What unscrupulous merchant? This is called mutual benefit. At such a critical juncture, being able to sell you equipment is akin to having a savior. Come, everyone, look at my 4th-grade equipment. It is also top tier. Observing the messages in the chat group, Ren Qi paid little attention to the label of unscrupulous merchant. At this moment, even if one were to act unscrupulously, there would still be individuals eager to purchase, perhaps even clamoring for it. As anticipated, Ren Qi's private messages soon exploded, with numerous scavengers vying to acquire the equipment he was offering. The monsters that previously attacked them were predominantly 3rd and 4th tier. Thus, they believed that possessing 5th-grade equipment would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Although the price Ren Qi set was somewhat outrageous, it was still met with a rush to buy. Naturally, most scavengers prioritized exchanging refined iron and 6th-grade demon meat, as they were also in dire need of energy crystals. Some scavengers recognized that while energy crystals could enhance their personal strength, that benefit was a distant prospect. What mattered most at this juncture was acquiring 5th-grade equipment to endure the forthcoming monster assault. In comparison to refined iron and 6th-grade demon meat, energy crystals were evidently more competitive. Thus, some scavengers directly contacted Ren Qi to exchange for energy crystals. Since Ren Qi was most eager to acquire energy crystals, he prioritized trading with those scavengers. In merely 10 minutes, Ren Qi successfully traded away all 100 sets of 5th-tier equipment. Among them, 20 sets were exchanged for energy crystals, yielding a substantial total of 4,000 energy crystals. The remaining 80 sets included 50 sets traded for 6th-tier demon meat, netting 5,000 pounds of 6th-tier demon meat. The other 30 sets of 5th-tier equipment were exchanged for refined iron, resulting in an impressive acquisition of 30,000 pounds of refined iron. The profits were staggering. This marked Ren Qi's most lucrative trading session to date. With the imminent threat of demon assaults, all trading scavengers were eager and simply requested a speedy delivery of the equipment. Ren Qi instructed Elise to dispatch the traded 5th-tier equipment and subsequently announced the cessation of trading in the chat group. Dear all, the 5th-tier equipment has been fully traded. Please refrain from private messaging me further. The chat area erupted in a flurry of excitement. No way, Ren Qi, I've just gathered my resources. And you're already sold out? I thought such prices would deter buyers. I was waiting for a price drop, yet it's all gone. I sold all my other resources for refined iron, and it turns out I was too late. Damn it. Ren Qi chose to ignore these messages. It was first come, first served. Why should he wait for anyone? At that moment, a private message caught Ren Qi's attention. Ren Qi, I am the son of the highest military advisor of the Tiger Nation. I urgently require your equipment. I am aware that you still have some. Please trade me 10 sets, and should you refuse, it would jeopardize the relations between the Dragon and Tiger Nations. Upon reading this private message, Ren Qi nearly burst into laughter from disbelief. Nevertheless, in the spirit of international camaraderie, he calmly replied with a friendly greeting. Fool. Chapter 72, Ascension Scroll, Tina's Ascension. As if being the son of the highest military advisor of the nation mattered in this context, regardless of whether it was true or not. What use was such a status here? Resorting to such intimidation tactics in this situation only indicated a lack of intelligence. You vulgar brood, once I escape this wretched place, you will pay dearly for this. Viewing the childish message from the sender, Ren Qi promptly closed the private chat, realizing he was dealing with a fool. Continuing the conversation would merely squander his time. At that moment, another private chat piqued Ren Qi's interest. Ren Qi, I have an exceptionally extraordinary Ascension Scroll. I'm curious if you possess any defensive equipment, as I wish to trade. An Ascension Scroll. Ren Qi's heart raced with excitement. According to ancient texts, Ascension Scrolls emerged a century ago during a cataclysmic shift in the world. These scrolls contained formidable power, each possessing unique effects. Some could instantly elevate a unit S level to its maximum, while others could conjure remarkably high-tier equipment. Due to their overwhelming capabilities, these scrolls were revered as Ascension Scrolls. Ren Qi had not anticipated encountering someone eager to trade such a scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered private chat mode. What effect does the Ascension Scroll in your possession possess? I still have 7th-tier defensive equipment. How many sets do you wish to exchange? The other party responded promptly. Ren Qi, the effect of my Ascension Scroll grants a 50% chance to elevate a 7th-tier unit to 8th tier. If it's 7th-tier defensive equipment, I hope to exchange for 10 sets. Elevating a 7th-tier unit to 8th tier? Though it only carried a 50% success rate, it was still quite impressive. Ren Qi pondered briefly before replying. The effect is fairly decent. However, it hardly qualifies as an exceptionally extraordinary Ascension Scroll, does it? The scroll's capabilities were remarkable, yet such an effect would likely rank lower among the scrolls. Ren Qi, please don't be upset. I came across this scroll by chance and did not preserve it properly. As you know, the effectiveness of Ascension Scrolls diminishes over time if not properly maintained. I estimate this scroll is at least several decades old. Given its age, if it still retains such effects, doesn't that qualify it as extraordinarily exceptional? Ren Qi chuckled. This individual was quite skilled at arguing, merely attempting to attract his attention with a gimmick. However, he had a point. Ascension Scrolls indeed lose efficacy over time and require special preservation methods. Had this scroll retained its full power, its current effect might have elevated any tier unit directly to 9th tier. The thought sent a pang of regret through Ren Qi. If only it could elevate to 9th tier. Then he would possess a 9th tier mutated succubus, paving the way for the potential ascension to a fallen angel. Yet, Ren Qi understood that such musings were futile. If such a scroll existed, its owner would certainly have used it at the earliest opportunity. A scroll of this nature, traded for 10 sets of 7th tier equipment, was entirely reasonable. Ren Qi chose not to haggle. Should the other party retract their offer, it would not be worth the trouble. Without hesitation, Ren Qi proceeded with the trade. Before long, he acquired the Ascension scroll and returned to his territory. Ren Qi immediately employed a divination mirror to inspect its attributes. Ascension scroll. Effect. Can elevate any 7th tier unit to 8th tier with a 50% chance of failure. The attributes were straightforward, yet Ren Qi found himself in a dilemma. Apart from Tina, he had no other 7th tier units. Tina was unique and special. His only 7th tier mutated succubus was indeed Tina. When Elise ascended, she jumped directly from 6th tier to 8th tier. Ren Qi's gaze fell upon Tina, meaning this scroll could solely be utilized on her. However, Ren Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. What if using this scroll on Tina yielded no results? After all, Tina was unique. What if she could not be elevated at all? Moreover, if Tina ascended yet remained unique, would he then lose the opportunity to have an 8th tier mutated succubus? Despite the myriad concerns swirling in his mind, Ren Qi resolved to use the Ascension scroll on Tina. Fortune favors the bold. He summoned Tina, asking her to remove her upper garments. Gently, Ren Qi pressed the scroll against her smooth, pristine back. A golden light emanated from the scroll and swiftly enveloped Tina's body, as if she were merging with the radiant glow. Soon, the golden light dissipated, revealing a curled-up Tina standing before Ren Qi. At this moment, Tina stood before him, utterly devoid of any possessions, akin to a being reborn. Her physique had reached an exquisite perfection, with every contour captivating enough to render one breathless. Just a fleeting glance was sufficient for Ren Qi to feel his heart race. A surge of admiration blossoming within him. Cough, cough, cough. He forcibly averted his gaze, striving to suppress the overwhelming sensation. Success. Yet, even with just a glimpse, he comprehended that Tina had successfully ascended in rank. Her allure had magnified tremendously. Tina, please put on some clothes, Ren Qi commanded. From behind him, a sultry voice emerged. Oh no, dear master, why not turn around and take a look at me? It might help bolster your resistance. What on earth is happening? Just the sound alone was nearly overwhelming. Hurry and dress yourself. That is an order. Ren Qi feigned seriousness. Understood, came the rustling sound of Tina donning her garments. Only after she was fully clothed did Ren Qi slowly turn back. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still struck by a wave of dizziness. He felt as though he might faint directly into Tina's embrace. Despite no significant change in her appearance, her enchantment had undeniably intensified. Tina, please restrain your allure, Ren Qi said with a serious demeanor. Tina playfully stuck out her tongue. I know, I just leveled up and can't quite control it yet. Even if you struggle to control it, you must try. If you cannot, then I too may lose my composure, Ren Qi replied. Once Tina reigned in her allure, he felt a modicum of relief. He proceeded to examine Tina's current attributes. Tina, fallen succubus. Rank, 8th tier. Level, 30. Loyalty, 110. The fallen succubus possesses unparalleled charm. Her every smile and gesture can stir the hearts of all, drawing both men and women into the abyss of corruption. Those ensnared by her allure will be drained of their essence, becoming nothing more than lifeless husks. One must tread carefully around her smile, for it is a devilish grin that can lead to insatiable addiction. Upon ascending to the 8th tier, her allure has been significantly amplified. Now even 9th tier beings will regard her with a different perspective. Chapter 73, Acquisition of the Sacred Scroll. The Black Fog Alliance. On the surface, Tina's ascension from 7th to 8th tier appeared to be a mere enhancement of her charm, seemingly a modest improvement. However, Ren Qi was acutely aware that her allure had escalated far beyond the ordinary. Previously, she could enchant beings of the 7th tier at most. Yet now, even 9th tier creatures might be swayed by her charm, albeit with a low probability of success. He wondered whether Tina could enchant the 8th tier black dragon now. Observing her, Ren Qi inquired, how do you feel? Tina smiled, glancing at him. I feel splendid, master. Your hand is so smooth against my back. It's making me feel all tingly inside. Ren Qi's expression darkened. I meant, how do you feel after your ascension? Have you awakened any special abilities? Tina's face fell in disappointment. Oh, is that what you meant? I don't feel much different, just that my charm has increased significantly. At this, she playfully tugged at her clothing, adopting a coy demeanor. Master, I just leveled up, so my allure might not be fully controllable for a while. You'll have to endure it for 10 minutes each day, or else I might hold you accountable. Ren Qi's expression turned grim. He had nearly forgotten this aspect. Though he had been adapting to Tina's charm over the past few days, and while he still broke into a sweat daily, it had been manageable. Now, with her ascension, her allure had intensified once again, and he couldn't help but worry about whether he could withstand it. Shaking his head, he looked at Tina and asked, to what extent has your allure increased? Can you enchant 8th or 9th tier beings? I mean in terms of submissive allure. Tina's expression grew slightly serious upon hearing his question. Master, at present, my charm should be capable of enchanting 8th tier beings, though the success rate is quite low and requires me to be at least level 50. As for 9th tier beings, I can only say that I can attempt to cast my allure upon them. If luck is on my side, it may increase their favorability, but if not, it may prove useless, given that 9th tier beings possess immense mental resistance. Listening to Tina, Ren Qi nodded gently. The ability to enchant 8th tier beings had exceeded his expectations. Once the succubus legion levels up further, he would let Tina try her charm on that black dragon next time it dared approach. If she succeeded, it could result in a fully formed dragon, greatly enhancing his territory's strength. He had to admit that luck had favored him this time, as he had successfully utilized the sacred scroll. Moreover, Tina's unique special ability had dissipated. It appeared that it would not affect the 8th tier mutated succubus. Suddenly, Ren Qi realized something and asked Tina, now that you're 8th tier, will new 7th tier fallen succubi still emerge? 7th tier fallen succubi were a unique specialty, and now that Tina had ascended to 8th tier, it was theoretically possible for new 7th tier fallen succubi to appear. Tina pouted, Master, am I not enough? Do you wish for another to tempt you? Oh, I was merely inquiring, he replied. Tina laughed. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Master. There is only one 7th tier fallen succubus, and even if I ascend to 8th tier, I remain the sole succubus of my kind. Ren Qi nodded in understanding. It seemed that 7th tier mutated succubi would no longer appear. Henceforth, any mutated succubi that leveled up would bypass 7th tier and ascend directly to 8th tier. This indicated that there would be a hiatus in the emergence of 7th tier mutated succubi. The probability of ascending from 6th tier to 7th tier had now transformed into a two-step process, from 6th tier to 7th tier and then to 8th tier. This carried both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being that mutated succubi could ascend directly to 8th tier, while the drawback was that the chances of ascension had significantly diminished. The effect of the sacred scroll was profoundly powerful, a treasure invaluable to all new lords. Previously, he had assumed that such a unique place would lack sacred scrolls, but now it seemed he had been mistaken. Should he manage to acquire more of these sacred scrolls, the enhancement to his strength would be most pronounced. Even at a tremendous cost, purchasing them would be a worthwhile investment. Contemplating this, Ren Qi wasted no time and promptly posted a trading message in the chat group. Everyone, I am seeking to purchase various sacred scrolls. Any resources apart from magic crystals can be exchanged. If you have any, please message me. There is no time limit. Upon seeing Ren Qi's message, the chat group erupted into fervent discussion. After all, Ren Qi is now a celebrity, and each time he speaks in the chat group, he either sells rare items or makes astonishing remarks, leading to an immense level of attention. What is this holy scroll? I have never heard of it. The one above must be a novice, right? Where has the knowledge of the Lord gone? The holy scroll appeared a century ago during the upheaval of the world, containing immense power within its parchment. Indeed, I have heard that the holy scroll possesses various miraculous effects. Some can directly summon dozens of troop types, while others can elevate the ranks of existing troops, and there are even those that enhance the recruitment pool's tier. No way, is that true? Such a precious item indeed. No wonder the esteemed Qi is acquiring it using various resources. If only I could possess such a holy scroll, preferably one that elevates the recruitment pool's tier, then I wouldn't have to live in constant fear. The person above is deluding themselves. Holy scrolls are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone possesses such a holy scroll. I am curious about its appearance. Surely someone does, otherwise. Qi wouldn't be making acquisition announcements. It seems that Qi must have at least one holy scroll, perhaps even utilized it already. Your analysis is correct, but regrettably, I lack resources. Otherwise, I too would seek to acquire a holy scroll. Let me chime in. If anyone has a holy scroll, please contact me. My offer is higher. I'd like to add my voice as well. Ren Qi's words not only ignited discussions about the holy scroll in the chat group, but also attracted numerous influential figures, all of whom began to seek out the holy scroll. Some even proposed to exchange magic crystals for it. Meanwhile, within the private chat group of the Black Fog Alliance, a message quietly emerged. Everyone, it has been confirmed that Qi is none other than the illustrious Ren Qi, and his troop type is succubus. The succubus within the Black Fog Forest must indeed be his troop. Is it truly Ren Qi? But isn't he a tier 3 succubus? How could he possess such formidable power? He directly annihilated Gao Mingyuan, who is a tier 5 troop, mind you. Did you not see this Qi acquiring holy scrolls in the chat group? He must have elevated the recruitment pool's tier using the power of the holy scroll, thus enhancing the tier of the summoned succubi. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let us deliberate on how we should approach Ren Qi. Should we seek to ally with him, eliminate him, or simply coexist without interference? Chapter 74. The Frenzied Assault of Monsters. At this moment, the Black Fog Alliance had gathered dozens of individuals, all new lords around the Black Fog Forest. Through their investigations, They had confirmed that the Qi in the chat group was indeed the one who earned the title of the top scholar from the Dragon Kingdom, Ren Qi. They had previously invited Qi, but he had declined. Thus, they now deliberated on their stance towards Ren Qi. Although we currently number in the dozens, Qi's strength is quite formidable, as everyone can attest. Making him our enemy would not be a wise choice. That statement is misguided. Our Black Fog Alliance comprises nearly all the new lords surrounding the Black Fog Forest. Are we truly afraid of just one Qi? Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated. His territory lies across the river just behind the Black Fog Forest, and there are no other new lords nearby. If we can encircle him, our chances of victory would be substantial. I find that feasible. Let us not forget that Qi's surplus resources discussed in the chat group are immensely valuable. If we can breach his territory, the resources we acquire would be unimaginable. Do not speak so lightly. It sounds as if breaching Qi's territory would be effortless. He is a prominent figure. Although his troop is a succubus, it must have been upgraded, and his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Who dares to attack? True. Gao Mingyuan was obliterated simply for provoking Qi. If we rashly attack and fail, the aftermath could be disastrous. Let us drop this matter. I believe further discussion is unnecessary. The monster tide has already arrived, and we do not know when it will cease. Our utmost priority is to survive it. As for dealing with Ren Qi, we shall address that after the tide passes. At this point, the Lord of the Black Fog Forest spoke, and the private chat group of the Black Fog Alliance fell silent. Soon, multiple responses appeared. I second that. I concur. Let us discuss this after the monster tide. Atop the plateau, Li Tianlan was also observing the messages in the chat group. The Holy Scroll is indeed an excellent item, but alas, she does not possess one. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against announcing her desire to purchase a Holy Scroll in the chat group. She was acutely aware that the majority of participants in the chat group harbored a strong sense of recognition towards Qi. After all, although he had occasionally engaged in unscrupulous dealings, his credibility was high. If anyone were to sell a Holy Scroll, they would undoubtedly reach out to Qi. Given his apparent resource reserves, which she knew she could not compete with. Furthermore, due to the establishment of the alliance, she had already expended considerable resources to support weaker members, leaving her with no surplus to seek a Holy Scroll. The matter of the Holy Scroll could be addressed later. Just then, Li Tianlan felt the ground beneath her tremble. She abruptly raised her head and looked ahead, noticing a dark line appearing on the horizon. It was an army of monsters. A vast horde surged towards them, forming a towering wave of darkness. Gazing at the multitude of monsters, a trace of horror flickered in Li Tianlan's eyes. Compared to the monster attack from yesterday, this scene resembled a cataclysmic tide assault. No, the usual monster tide does not manifest in such a manner. Previously, Li Tianlan had witnessed the arrival of a monster tide, and it had never appeared so terrifying. So many monsters had arrived. Without hesitation, Li Tianlan commanded her 5 elements Thunder Unicorn to race back towards her territory, simultaneously sending a warning message in the alliance group. Everyone, a new monster attack has commenced, and the number of monsters is exceedingly high. Please prepare yourselves to face this onslaught. The chat group erupted in chaos as many witnessed the approaching horde of monsters. The monsters are attacking. So many of them. It feels overwhelming. Is that just my imagination? No way. Is this for real? How can there be so many monsters attacking? Comparing last night's monster attack to this one is like comparing Child's Play to a disaster. Is this truly a monster tide? I feel as though the apocalypse has descended upon us. Enough with the chatter. Let us swiftly prepare our defenses. Meanwhile, within the succubus territory, Ren Qi also sensed the tremors of the ground ahead. Within his line of sight, a multitude of monstrous beings surged forth from the obsidian mist of the jungle. Advancing toward his domain, Ren Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. This assault from the creatures was no trifling matter. The sheer number of these fiends suggested that it was as if all the denizens of the dark jungle had emerged in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi initiated his defensive preparations. All the succubi were summoned under the command of Iris. They were to split into 2 teams. One contingent would venture outside the territory to engage the approaching monsters, using the perimeter wall as a defensive line to repel the onslaught. The other team would ascend the walls to launch ranged attacks against the foes. Every half hour, the 2 teams would rotate. Ren Qi devised this strategy to allow the succubi defending within the territory a brief respite, while keeping those outside on high alert. This alternating arrangement ensured that the defensive strength of the territory remained at its peak. At your command, Master, Iris declared, leading half of the succubi out of the territory to confront the encroaching horde. The monsters charged with remarkable speed, crossing rivers and swiftly reaching the outskirts of Ren Qi's domain. Their crimson eyes betrayed a complete loss of reason as they surged forward relentlessly. Observing the oncoming tide, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Despite the overwhelming numbers, this assault felt distinct from the previous night. While last night's attack had been frenzied, it had also exhibited a semblance of order, devoid of trampling among the creatures. However, this time, perhaps due to the sheer volume, Many of the slower-moving monsters were knocked down by those behind them, crashing to the ground only to be trampled by their brethren, leaving a gruesome scene. As the horde drew nearer, their furious roars echoed, akin to a battle cry heralding their assault. At that moment, Ren Qi noticed a vast swarm of flying monsters emerging from the depths of the black mist jungle. Their speed was astonishing, as they soared directly towards his territory. The sight was truly harrowing, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. All around him, the silhouettes of the monsters filled the landscape. Even the skies were dominated by the flying fiends. This invasion was indeed fearsome. Chapter 75, Slaying the Monsters. Ren Qi's demeanor grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated such a colossal second wave of monsters. However, there was a silver lining. Most of these creatures were of the 3rd tier, their strength still lacking. Yet, the airborne monsters were all 4th tier, and though they had arrived later, their rapid speed enabled them to launch an immediate assault on Ren Qi's domain. With a decisive motion, Ren Qi raised his arm, and the 4 4th-tier defensive towers stationed at the corners of his territory erupted with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Shells blossomed in the air, exploding among the swarm of flying monsters, generating plumes of crimson mist. Simultaneously, the succubi on the walls unleashed their attacks, sending forth torrents of fallen flames toward the airborne adversaries. Some of these flames struck true, eliciting anguished cries from the flying creatures as they plummeted to the ground. Others, missing their targets, fell among the throngs of monsters below. The sheer number of attacking monsters, both above and below, rendered it unnecessary for the succubi to aim precisely. They could simply release the fallen flames forward. Nearly every shot found its mark, decimating several monsters in one go. After an initial barrage, the numbers of the flying monsters diminished significantly. Yet, despite this, the sky remained darkened by the presence of these foes, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, 2 battle-hardened succubi took to the skies, their wings unfurling majestically. In their hands, 2 obsidian light swords materialized, and they began to wield them with lethal grace. Blades of energy cleaved through the air, systematically dispatching swathes of flying monsters. Now fully matured, their combat prowess had surged dramatically. None of the 4th-tier flying monsters stood a chance against them. They fell before the succubi with barely a glance. The carcasses of the slain monsters rained down from the heavens like a grim deluge. Nonetheless, even with this onslaught, a considerable number of flying monsters breached the airspace over the territory. They began to assault the succubi stationed atop the walls, who promptly seized their weapons to fend off the aerial attackers. At that moment, a 4th-tier flying monster resembling a vulture fixated on Ren Qi, swooping in with a swift glide, its talons poised to strike. At this juncture, Ren Qi was fully armored, donned in 7th-tier defensive gear, and wielding a longsword forged from fine iron. This was his first encounter with a monster at such close range, and the creature's gleaming claws shimmered ominously, as though they could rend him asunder. As a lord, he had naturally been educated in combat techniques, and he had immersed himself in the study of such knowledge. Additionally, Ren Qi regularly honed his physical capabilities, and with Tina bestowing a portion of her strength upon him daily, his physical prowess had multiplied several times over. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi steadied himself. Observing the trajectory of the flying monster's attack, he launched himself forward, his sword slicing through the air. Simultaneously, he deftly shifted to the right, narrowly evading the monster's assault. His sword struck the creature's wing, causing it to emit a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground, where it was swiftly overwhelmed by a swarm of dwarfs. Panting slightly, Ren Qi felt his hands tremble, despite having acquired considerable combat knowledge and confidence in his current strength. Bolstered by the protection of his 7th-tier armor, the reality of facing a monster for the first time ignited a flicker of anxiety within him. Yet, this sensation quickly dissipated. Witnessing the fallen flying monster reignited a surge of valor within him. A fervent exhilaration coursed through his veins, compelling him to leap from the walls and engage the monsters in combat. However, reason prevailed, and he quelled that impulse. With renewed determination, he wielded his longsword, striking down the approaching flying monsters. Clad in 7th-tier defensive gear and fully equipped, even if the flying monsters were to make contact, he would suffer minimal harm, empowering him to unleash a relentless assault. Tina, observing Ren Qi wielding his longsword, felt a sense of relief wash over her, abandoning her intentions to assist him. She understood that this was a pivotal transformation for her master. After enduring this battle, he would undoubtedly gain invaluable experience in confronting monsters and enhance his combat abilities, which would greatly aid his future growth. Of course, Tina remained steadfastly by Ren Qi's side, ready to intervene should any danger arise. As she gazed at his figure, her eyes gradually became entranced. Whether it was due to her elevated loyalty or the temptations of recent days, ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Though her master had always been handsome, he now appeared even more so. How she craved his form. It was quite a conundrum. She wished for him to withstand her allure to maximize her gains, yet she also yearned for him to succumb sooner. At this thought, a faint blush crept across Tina's cheeks. Oh dear, no more thinking about that. In any case, she resolved to charm her master with all her might. hoping he could endure. If he faltered, it would hardly be her fault. Tina licked her lips, filled with anticipation. Below, the succubi, under the leadership of Iris, began their assault on the surrounding monsters. Dark blossoms unfurled below, and the creatures caught atop them convulsed and fell. Meanwhile, Maggie waved her hand, transforming the ground ahead into a sea of flames, where numerous monsters plummeted, their anguished cries echoing. The slaughter of countless monsters alleviated much of the pressure on the succubi. Ren Qi, atop the walls, also breathed a sigh of relief, as the airborne monsters had been largely cleared, leaving him considerably more at ease. After a brief respite, witnessing the situation under control, Ren Qi opened the chat group. At that moment, the chat was abuzz with activity. It's over. My territory has been breached. Why is the monster assault so ferocious this time? I regret it. Had I known the monsters would attack so fiercely, I would have become a hunter instead. Now I'm trapped in my territory and can't hold out much longer. Haha, we had the foresight to abandon our territory early, now safely hiding without facing the monster onslaught. Most of the messages in the chat were lamentations from newly appointed lords whose territories were on the brink of collapse, while others gloated who had abandoned their lands to become hunters. Just then, a message appeared in the chat, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, the kill leaderboard has begun updating. Those who purchased the list can now check it. Currently, the Silver Dragon territory ranks first in kills. Chapter 76, Astonishment. News from the outside world. It was the creator of the leaderboard who sent this message in the chat. His nickname in the group was Xianming, and his announcement sparked a whirlwind of discussion. What the hell? The kill leaderboard is out. Is there anyone who bought it willing to share the rankings in the chat? Yes. Big shots. We lack the ability to purchase the leaderboard. Please help us check it. The chat was instantly flooded with requests from those eager to see the rankings. These were a group of freeloaders, hoping to glean information without purchasing the list themselves. The lords who had bought the leaderboard remained silent, aware that such behavior would irk Xianming, and they risked not being able to buy from him in the future. However, at that moment, another message from Xianming appeared in the chat, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone, I have good news. Just a few minutes ago, one of my ultra-rare troop types leveled up to level 50 and awakened a brand new communication ability. We've established contact with the outside world. According to the information received, we are currently in an area shrouded in black mist. The 5 great nations have taken notice and have formed an alliance to investigate the situation here. I have already contacted the headquarters of the 5 Great Nations Alliance, and I will be sharing the information exchanged with them in the chat. All the newly appointed lords went wild. Upon the manifestation of their territories, they found themselves in this place, surrounded by the black mist, with no older lords in sight. The situation was dire, as the monstrous tides they faced were exponentially stronger than those outside, leading some to despair. A few even believed they had traversed into another realm. Now that they finally had news from the outside, how could they not be exhilarated? What the hell? We actually made contact with the outside world. Well done, Xianming. Wow, we finally have a connection to the outside. Brother Xianming, could you help me contact my parents? They are 8th tier lords and might be able to help us escape. Brother Xianming, please help me reach out to my family and inquire about my parents' situation. Yes, do help us connect. See if there's a way to rescue us. The chat was instantly inundated with various messages, many pleading for Xianming's assistance in contacting the outside world. Observing the flurry of activity in the chat, Ren Qi's gaze flickered slightly. He hadn't anticipated that someone would manage to contact the outside world so swiftly. He had thought that the mysterious black mist would require a significant amount of time and a certain level of growth to breach. But it seems Xianming's true communication was quite remarkable. However, one thing puzzled Ren Qi. If Xianming could establish contact with the outside world, he could surely exploit this information gap. Whether to conceal the circumstances here and seek help from the outside first, or to sell the information about the outside world to the new lords within, was a strategic choice. Yet, Xianming chose to share this information with the new lords immediately. It couldn't be that he was altruistic, divulging his connection to the outside world to the new lords in the black mist without ulterior motives, could it? Such a possibility existed, but it was slim. Given that he had previously sold the leaderboard and imposed a 7-day viewing limit, it was clear he was not a selfless individual. What Ren Qi did not know was that Xianming had established contact with the outside world 2 days prior. As Ren Qi had surmised, initially, Xianming was quite excited and sought help from the outside while concealing the dire conditions within. However, the response from the 5 Great Nations Alliance came swiftly. Numerous 9th-tier lords were already making efforts to investigate the Black Mist. Although, due to its enigmatic nature and the 9th-tier monsters lurking within, the 5 Great Nations could not send anyone into the Black Mist for rescue. Nevertheless, with the aid of some powerful lords, the headquarters of the 5 Great Nations had vaguely grasped the situation inside the mist. Upon learning that external rescue was not feasible at the moment, Xianming felt a wave of disappointment. However, he soon received a piece of news that filled him with astonishment. Although the headquarters of the 5 Great Nations could not penetrate the ominous fog to conduct a rescue, they could airdrop boxes made of special materials from above the fog, delivering resources to aid the nascent lords within its depths. After a series of negotiations between Xianming and the united headquarters of the five great nations, a significant amount of resources was secured, and from now on, every time the headquarters airdropped supplies, Xianming would receive a share. Moreover, Xianming agreed to act as the spokesperson for the five great nations within the fog, relaying their messages to the new lords emerging from the haze. At this moment, a mere 80,000 meters east of the fog-laden jungle, in a marshland surrounded by electronic devices, various models of robots were engaged in a chaotic battle with the encroaching magical beasts. Within the territory, a colossal antenna soared into the sky, towering even above the highest castle, emanating an ethereal blue glow. Beneath the antenna, Xianming, clad in a suit of jet-black attire, gazed intently at the communication device in his hand. Why had they not yet conveyed the decision regarding the resource drop from the headquarters? Beside Xianming, a similarly dressed man, adorned with a different embroidery of clouds at the collar, inquired. While Xuanming's attire featured two small white clouds on his chest, this man's bore four. Xianming chuckled. There's no need for such haste, Tianjizi. Let them digest this news for a moment. The chat group was abuzz with messages. All the new lords stirred into a frenzy by Xianming's announcement. He had anticipated this reaction. After all, had he received such news within the chat group without any external contact, he would have been equally astonished. Allowing the new lords to process this information first seemed prudent. Just then, a message appeared in the chat group. Now that we have made contact with the outside world, where exactly are we? What is the situation surrounding the ominous fog? How can we possibly escape? Seeing this message, a smile graced Xuanming's face. Look, there are indeed perceptive individuals among them, directly posing the most pressing questions. This Qi is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Xianming typed a series of messages and sent them into the chat group. Everyone, please remain calm and do not become overly excited. Allow me to first share the information I have gathered from the outside world. Xianming's message instantly quieted the cacophony of chatter. All hands ceased typing, eyes fixed on the chat interface, eagerly awaiting the news about the outside world. Chapter 77, Resource Airdrop. Kill Ranking. Ren Qi observed the messages flowing through the chat group, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Naturally, he longed to understand the news from the outside world. Soon, Xuanming's message appeared in the chat. According to information from the five great nations, we are located in a region at the intersection of their territories. When the lords manifested, this place was enveloped by the ominous fog, and all new lords from the five nations found their territories materialized within its depths. The five great nations promptly initiated investigations, but due to the mysterious nature of the fog, along with the presence of numerous ninth-tier magical beasts, they were unable to enter. During the days since the new lords manifested, the five nations have united, gathering their adept lords and high-tier electronic equipment to probe the fog. Though they cannot explore the fog itself, they have garnered a general understanding of the conditions within. Unable to breach the fog, the five nations are diligently seeking solutions. Currently, they have discovered a new type of material from which boxes can be crafted, capable of traversing the fog to airdrop resources to us. However, this new material is exceedingly rare, and the supply is limited. Not every new lord will receive an airdrop. Thus, the five nations have decided to rank the airdrops based on the kill leaderboard I previously created. Once this wave of magical beasts is quelled, the first resource airdrop will occur. The higher the rank, the more resources a lord will receive. Due to the limited number of boxes, only the top 100 new lords will be eligible for the airdrop. I hope everyone understands. Shortly, I will announce the leaderboard in the chat group. Strive to improve your rankings and secure a chance at the airdrop. Following Xianming's message, a profound silence enveloped the chat group, as all the new lords were left astounded by the revelations. Their location, at the intersection of the five great nations, with all new lords trapped within the fog. Even the united efforts of the five nations could not penetrate this shroud. The ominous fog concealed ninth-tier magical beasts. Each piece of news resonated deeply within the hearts of the new lords, yet the most pressing concern remained the prospect of the resource airdrop, an essential matter for their survival. A resource airdrop based on kill rankings? Some new lords erupted in outrage. Why should resources be allocated according to kill rankings? Shouldn't priority be given to us, the weaker new lords, to ensure our survival? Indeed, what are the five nations thinking? This is utterly unfair. I protest. I demand a formal protest. Learning that the resource airdrop would be contingent upon kill rankings, many weaker lords were incensed. After all, it was nearly impossible for them to break into the top 100 of the leaderboard, effectively excluding them from consideration. Nevertheless, the majority of the new lords fell into contemplative silence, their gazes sharpening as they observed the messages within the chat group. The prospect of a resource airdrop from the five nations implied that the supplies would be substantial. If they could secure a position within the top 100, there would be an opportunity to obtain airdropped resources. In that moment, several new lords dispatched their troops from their territories to attack the surrounding magical beasts, eager to improve their standings on the leaderboard. Ren Qi watched the unfolding messages in the chat group, his brow furrowing. The fact that even the alliance of the 5 great nations could not penetrate the fog for a rescue indicated that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. As for the resource airdrop being determined by kill rankings, he found no surprise. With the limited number of boxes capable of reaching them, it was only logical that the more formidable new lords would be prioritized, enabling them to strengthen their powers more swiftly. After all, the more powerful the new lords, the more the 5 nations would desire to safeguard them. Conversely, those weaker lords, who were in greater need of resources, were likely considered by the 5 nations to be a drain on resources. The harsh reality was that the true peril was not merely the wave of magic beasts, but the world itself. However, Ren Qi's gaze flickered slightly. From the information provided by Xianming, Ren Qi deduced that this individual had certainly not just recently acquired news from the outside world. The information was meticulously organized, indicating that it had undergone substantial digestion over time. It was even plausible that this kill leaderboard was crafted only after establishing contact with the external world. Before announcing this information, he had first eliminated a new lord. Naturally, Xianming would not dare to take advantage of the more formidable new lords, opting instead to offer them freely. Merely from the sale of the leaderboard, it was likely that Xianming had amassed considerable resources. Furthermore, as a bridge to the outside world, he must have reaped numerous benefits from the 5 great nations. Previously, Ren Qi had been labeled a cunning merchant, but now he felt the term cunning was far more suited to Xianming. A resource airdrop, you say? Ren Qi's gaze flickered once more, and a resolution formed within him. He would compete for this kill leaderboard, striving for a higher rank. After all, the higher the rank of a new lord, the better the resources they could receive in an airdrop. At that moment, Xianming directly released the leaderboard ranking in the chat group, allowing everyone to view it. Damn, I've been played. I bought the leaderboard, and now it's accessible to everyone. This Xianming is truly crafty, even fooling honest folks. Enough chatter. Let us check the rankings. If he has an information advantage, it's only right that he profits from it. The individuals who had previously purchased the leaderboard erupted in complaints, yet they still clicked to view it. With the leaderboard available in the chat group, who would bother with private messages? Ren Qi also opened the leaderboard to check the rankings. Kills leaderboard ranking. 1-tier monsters yield 10 points. 2-tier monsters yield 20 points. 3-tier monsters yield 30 points. 4-tier monsters yield 40 points. 5-tier monsters yield 50 points. 6-tier monsters yield 100 points. 7-tier monsters yield 500 points. 8-tier monsters yield 1,000 points. 9-tier monsters yield 10,000 points. Injured monsters are assessed for points based on the circumstances. First place, Silver Dragon Territory. Kill points 10,086. Second place, Black Dragon Territory. Kill points 9,888. Third place, Golden Dragon Territory. Kill points 8,989. Fourth place, Cyclops Territory. Kill points 8,555. Fifth place, 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn Territory. Kill points 8,333. Sixth place, Necromancer Territory. Kill points 8,010. Seventh place, Succubus Territory. Kill points 7,777. Eighth place, 100th place, Ice Crab Territory. Kill points 3,334. The leaderboard had undergone a new optimization, ranking by points rather than mere quantity, as the strength of the slain monsters varied considerably. After a brief moment of attention on the top ranks, all gazes were drawn to the 7th-ranked Succubus Territory. What is going on? Succubus Territory? Ranked 7th? Am I seeing things? Aren't Succubi weak? How could they possibly rank 7th? Don't tell me the Succubi drained all the attacking monsters. Ha ha ha. Xianming, is there a mistake in the leaderboard? It must be a bug, Xianming. Hurry and fix it. Chapter 78, The Lament of the Golden Dragon. Observing the leaderboard's ranking and the bug reports, the chat group erupted in discussions. Soon after, Xianming's message appeared in the chat group. Everyone, the kills ranking board has no bugs. Succubus Territory is indeed ranked 7th. I can reveal that the 7th-ranked Succubus Territory belongs to the esteemed Ren Qi, whose prowess is well known to all. Frankly speaking, I believe that 7th place is rather low for him. Esteemed Ren Qi, I apologize for carelessly disclosing your information in order to maintain the leaderboard's credibility. Ren Qi furrowed his brow as he glanced at Xianming's message in the chat group. The rankings only referenced troop types, which should not divulge the Lord's identity, yet Xianming had directly revealed his information. While he did not explicitly state that Ren Qi was Ren Qi, his achievement as the top performer in the Dragon Kingdom and the fact that his troop type was Succubi would likely lead others to make the connection. Nonetheless, Ren Qi held no significant objections. It was best if his information remained concealed. After all, he was inherently cautious. However, since the information was already public, he would not dwell on it. If he was to compete, he would do so with resplendence. With Xianming's message in the chat group, the discussion instantly ignited. Wow, the esteemed Ren Qi's troop type is actually Succubi? No way. I thought the esteemed Ren Qi's troop type was dragons. How could it be Succubi? However, if it's the esteemed Ren Qi, then 7th place is quite reasonable, and he should probably be ranked even higher. Various messages flooded the chat group, with many speculating about Ren Qi's ranking. Some even conjectured that the 1st place, Silver Dragon territory, belonged to Ren Qi, given the formidable strength he had previously demonstrated in the chat group. Yet, no one expected that Ren Qi was actually of the Succubi troop type. Although they were astonished that Succubi could rank in the top 10, they quickly accepted it due to Ren Qi's reputation. Hey, do you remember the Succubi that appeared in the Black Fog Forest? And how Gao Mingyuan, who had a 5-tier troop type, was defeated by them? It seems now that those Succubi were not wild at all. They were clearly the troops of the esteemed Ren Qi. Exactly. I found it strange how wild Succubi could possess such formidable power and even gather together. By the way, someone mentioned before that the top performer in the Dragon Kingdom, Ren Qi, had Succubi as his troop type. Could it be that he is the esteemed Ren Qi? I think it's highly likely. The nickname is Ren Qi, and with Succubi as a troop type, what are the odds of that being a coincidence? Indeed, to achieve the national top performance with Succubi as a troop type is a testament to Ren Qi's strength. So it is very possible that the esteemed Ren Qi is indeed him. Previously, the esteemed Ren Qi was also acquiring sacred scrolls in the chat group, suggesting he has experienced the benefits of them. Do you think his Succubi troop type became so powerful due to the enhancement from the sacred scroll? It's very likely. That must be it. Mystery solved. The chat group buzzed with chatter, quickly leading to a series of assumptions, directly concluding that Ren Qi was indeed the esteemed Ren Qi. However, they attributed the strength of Ren Qi's Succubi to the sacred scrolls. Watching the messages unfold in the chat group, Ren Qi smiled and shook his head, attributing it to the sacred scrolls was just fine. Though the troop type and information had been exposed, Ren Qi was not yet ready to reveal that his Succubi could level up independently. Observing the rankings before him, Ren Qi's gaze shifted. With this ranking, he could discern the approximate strength of the new lords within the Black Fog. Those lords who ranked highly would certainly warrant his attention. Among the top 10 novice lords, Ren Qi discerned but a single familiar troop, the 5 Elements Thunder Lin, belonging to Li Tianlan, whose unit information had been divulged in the chat group. The remaining lords in the top 10 were all unfamiliar faces, suggesting that many novice lords had been concealing their true prowess. Currently ranked 7th, Ren Qi needed to slay more surrounding monsters to elevate her standing. Defeating higher-tier monsters would yield greater points. For instance, vanquishing a 9th-tier creature would directly grant 1,000 points, though achieving such a feat seemed implausible at this stage. However, some novice lords possessing 8th-tier troops might have partially matured their units, making it feasible to attempt encircling and defeating 8th-tier creatures. Although she possessed Iris, an 8th-tier entity, the prospect of slaying an 8th-tier monster remained daunting, likely resulting in significant casualties. Given the inherent dangers of targeting high-tier monsters, it would be prudent to swiftly eliminate the surrounding creatures. With a sufficient quantity, even lower-tier monsters could contribute notably to her score. Ren Qi's ambition was to contend for the top position on the leaderboard, as she observed the relentless onslaught of monsters around her. Her demeanor gradually transformed into one of exhilaration. Were these truly fearsome monsters? They appeared instead as adorable, wriggling sources of points. To her surprise, this Chi troop turned out to be Succubi? How laughable it was to have mistaken them for hypothetical foes. Resources would be airdropped based on kill rankings? Just what I desired. The 1st place is undoubtedly mine. The anticipation was palpable. She wondered what resources might accompany the top rank's drop, hoping they would not disappoint her. In the shadowy, windy mountain gorge, a young man surveyed his territory, watching as a golden dragon exhaled its fiery breath, incinerating the surrounding monsters. A smile curling upon his lips. Numerous golden dragons had reached maturity, significantly bolstering their strength, with the surrounding monsters effectively serving as gifts of points. Each breath of the dragon claimed the lives of several creatures, while its claws shredded others to pieces. Moreover, a few of the golden dragons wielded powerful area of effect magic attacks, capable of striking wide swathes of foes. Despite their lengthy recovery time, they would undoubtedly serve as formidable weapons for racking up kill points. At that moment, perhaps drawn by the golden dragon's breath, a swarm of flying monsters approached swiftly from the sky. Dozens of these creatures exuded the aura of 7th-tier fully realized beings. The youth beamed with maniacal glee. Ha ha, 7th-tier monsters, what a bountiful source of points. He commanded, attack. Leave not a single one alive. The surrounding golden dragons surged towards the 7th-tier, flying monsters. The two forces soon clashed, transitioning from ranged assaults to close-quarters combat. Wails of agony echoed as numerous flying monsters were grievously wounded, plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, the youth's kill points skyrocketed. However, as he reveled in his triumph, a 7th-tier flying monster suddenly enveloped itself in a shroud of black mist, dramatically enhancing its speed and breaching the golden dragon's defenses. With glinting claws, it viciously pierced the body of one golden dragon, tearing through its scales as the creature let out a mournful roar, spilling blood as it fell from the sky. Chapter 79. An endless onslaught of monsters. With the fall of the Golden Dragon, several 7th-tier flying monsters dove down, brutally shredding its body. Although a disparity existed between 7th-tier fully realized beings and 8th-tier matured entities, the advantage of the Black Mist, combined with a surprise attack, led to the demise of a Golden Dragon. Watching the Golden Dragon descend from the heavens, the youth felt his heart bleed. The daily recruitment of 8th-tier Golden Dragons was exceedingly limited. Even with his recruitment pool upgraded to Tier 3, he barely managed to enlist 2 each day. Furthermore, the growth of each Golden Dragon to maturity required an exorbitant amount of magic meat. If it took 500 gene of 6th-tier magic meat for a Tier 3 troop to reach maturity, elevating an 8th-tier Golden Dragon to level 50 would necessitate a staggering 50,000 gene. The immense demand for magic meat meant that, despite his numerous kills, he had little to trade. Each Golden Dragon was, in essence, a product of vast resources. Form ranks. Do not underestimate the enemy. Eliminate these wretches, the youth declared, his expression darkening. To him, the recent loss of the Golden Dragon was merely a result of carelessness. As long as his Golden Dragons maintained formation, these 7th-tier flying monsters would pose no threat. Indeed, as the battle progressed, the 7th-tier flying monsters found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. However, their frenzied assaults and reckless disregard for their lives, coupled with the distractions caused by the ground monsters, inflicted injuries upon the Golden Dragons. The conflict swiftly concluded, with all surrounding creatures, including the 7th-tier flying monsters, eradicated. Nevertheless, 3 Golden Dragons had perished, and several others sustained severe injuries, including the one lost earlier. For Golden Dragons were now gone. Curse it! How could these 7th-tier flying monsters be so formidable? My Golden Dragons are 8th-tier troops. It was apparent that fully realized beings possessed significantly superior combat prowess compared to matured entities. Had his Golden Dragons been fully realized, they would have easily overwhelmed their opponents. Regrettably, he had still succeeded in annihilating all the monsters. The sheer number of 7th-tier creatures slain would surely yield a substantial boost in kill points. The youth opened the leaderboard in the chat group, eager to assess his progress. Seeing his points increase considerably, a smile appeared on his lips. Although his rank had not improved, he was now closer to matching the points of the Black Dragon territory. It seemed other lords were also striving hard for the leaderboard. At that moment, the youth noticed that the Succubus territory, previously ranked 7th, had surged to 5th place. What the hell? How could this fellow's points have risen so swiftly? The youth furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. This Qi character always stirred up a storm. Could they possibly breach the top 3 this time? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Even if they had used a sacred scroll to elevate the succubus's rank, could a succubus truly surpass a dragon? In the private chat group of the Black Mist Alliance, messages flowed. Everyone, I have cleared the monsters around my territory. If anyone is struggling, send me your location, and I will come to your aid. Alliance leader is formidable. Clearing the area so swiftly is quite impressive. By the way, what type of troops do you command? To be perfectly honest, I am the leader of the Black Dragon territory, ranked 2nd. If anyone finds it difficult to withstand, I am more than willing to assist. The message from the leader of the Black Fog Alliance appeared in the private chat group, instantly plunging it into silence. Previously, the leader had maintained an air of mystery, and none could have anticipated that he would be the master of the 2nd-ranked Black Dragon territory. What the heck? The leader is actually the lord of the Black Dragon territory. How incredibly impressive. Awesome. Now that the leader is 2nd on the kill points leaderboard, he should be able to challenge for the 1st place. I see. The leader is aiming to slay monsters to increase his points. Come over to my place. While I can hold my ground, there are too many monsters, and I won't be able to climb the leaderboard. It would be better for the leader to handle these creatures. Haha. If the leader manages to become the top on the kill points leaderboard, our Black Fog Alliance will gain notoriety, and it will certainly enhance our reputation. In such circumstances, what good is reputation? What truly matters is instilling fear in other lords. Please, do not misunderstand. While points are indeed important, the paramount concern is to assist the weaker members of the Alliance in weathering the tide of monsters. I will prioritize helping those lords who are struggling. Boss, come to my location. I can barely hold on any longer. Damn it, there are just too many monsters. What the hell? Brothers, what is going on? The Succubus territory has unexpectedly climbed to 5th place, and their points are skyrocketing. Really? How could that be? The Elemental Thunder Unicorn and Necromancer units possess extensive area attacks. How could they be easily surpassed? Do not fret, they are merely Succubus units. Even if they have been upgraded, they cannot possibly match the might of our Lord's Black Dragon units. Exactly. Leader, charge ahead. We'll handle all the monsters here for you. Su Xinghe, the Lord of the Black Dragon territory, furrowed his brow as he read the messages in the private chat group. He had also noticed the rapid increase in points for the Succubus territory, which was why he felt an urgent need to venture out and slay monsters. Of course, it was also an opportunity to rally the spirits of his allies. Observing the continually rising kill points of the Succubus territory, Su Xinghe snorted coldly and, fully armed, mounted a colossal black dragon, leading a contingent of black dragons toward a member territory of the Black Fog Alliance. Meanwhile, Within the succubus territory, the battle raged on. It was uncertain whether it was due to the surrounding area of Ren Qi's territory being devoid of other territories, making it a conspicuous target. But the monsters attacking the territory seemed to arrive in an unending stream. A massive pile of monster corpses had accumulated around the territory, nearly forming a small mountain, while a significant number of monsters continued to surge forth. Among them were numerous creatures above the 5th tier, with several even reaching the 7th tier. Gazing at the throng of monsters filling the ground and sky ahead, Ren Qi's brow tightened. He was tirelessly slaying the creatures, albeit only those of the 3rd tier, as anything stronger would be beyond his capability. The ground beneath him was littered with the bodies of the slain monsters, and his wrists ached from the relentless hacking. This shouldn't be happening. There were nearly 6,000 or 7,000 monsters charging at him. How could there be so many attacking? Damn it. When did the monster tide become this terrifying? If I were another lord, my territory would have likely fallen long ago. Something is amiss, very amiss. Even if my territory's succubi are alluring and captivating, surely they shouldn't be able to provoke these monsters to such an extent.